Chapter 1. Morin, the president of the Werewolf Association, Walter Gary, recently issued a statement asserting that werewolves deserve social equality akin to wizards and should not face discrimination in employment. Given the latest research indicating that wolfbane potion now allows werewolves to maintain consciousness during the full moon, he calls upon the Ministry of Magic to enact. In his hand, he clutched a black birch wand, its tip emitting a faint, flickering glow. The boy appeared somewhat frail, with unruly hair, but his eyes were particularly striking, one blue and the other green, creating an unusual contrast. Yet, the boy was not fond of his mismatched eyes, for they often became the target of ridicule from his peers. Despite his mother's reassurances that his unique eyes were a gift from above, the other children deemed him a freak. The boy's name was Morin Walker, and he was 11 years old. The dimly lit room was cluttered with an assortment of oddities. The faucet at the sink gushed water, while cloths busily scrubbed the dishes within, clattering pots and pans echoing in the background. A poster of the Quidditch World Cup adorned the wall, depicting numerous figures soaring on broomsticks. With a handsome man triumphantly holding a massive Quidditch trophy, his smile radiant and his teeth gleaming. Morin listened to the radio's news with little interest in the werewolf's plight. He tapped the radio with his wand, muttering, "Big eyeballs," and the station changed. According to a report by the Daily Prophet's Judy Rita, the Department of Mysteries was illegally breached by unidentified wizards on August 19th. The head of the department, Mizius, firmly stated that this assertion is unfounded, as the department possesses formidable magical defenses that prevent any unauthorized access. However, Judy received information from a ministry employee who wished to remain anonymous, revealing that on the 19th, a time turner was stolen from the Department of Mysteries, a perilous magical artifact. Mizius dismissed this claim, asserting that all time turners have been destroyed over 20 years ago and no longer existed. Documentation indicates that the destruction of the time turner is linked to the renowned Harry Potter. Upon hearing the name Harry Potter, Morin perked up, sitting upright on the sofa. On the coffee table lay two books, one featuring a slender man with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, round glasses perched on his nose, and eyes as green as pickled toads. The book was titled Harry Potter, the Man with the Enchanting Scar, while the other was called Harry Potter and the Tales of Voldemort. It had been 21 years since Harry vanquished Voldemort, and the wizarding world had published numerous tomes about Harry Potter. Today, the tale of Harry and Voldemort was well known to every child from a wizarding family. Morin was no exception. He cherished these two books and had nearly memorized every story within. Yet, rather than picking them up, he attentively listened to the radio. The news segment was brief and soon transitioned to an announcement about a concert by the magical singer Alva, detailing the event specifics, which would take place in Dean Forest, with tickets available at the Blue Moon Magical Record Store in Diagon Alley. Are Death Eaters still around, even after Voldemort's demise 21 years ago? Morin pondered, rising to peer out the window at a group of boys playing basketball in the street. He scoffed, a thought crossing his mind that caused the corners of his mouth to twitch. What's so entertaining about basketball? It pales in comparison to Quidditch, Morin muttered. Quidditch, in Morin's eyes, was the most exhilarating sport in existence. He owned a Comet 980, an antiquated flying broom that had once belonged to his grandfather in his youth, now outdated and limited to a mere 2 meters in height, trembling with fear if it soared higher. Since the last incident where Morin crashed the Comet into a wall at home, it had been retired for good. On the wall, a clock devoid of markings indicated various locations, such as home, work, and on the road. For pointers, each labeled with a family member's name, indicated their locations. Morin's pointer was the smallest, aligned with his grandfather Alton's, both pointing to home, while his father Joel and mother Kess pointers directed to abroad. Morin's parents were scholars of ancient magic, conducting research in Egypt, leaving him to live with his grandfather. "Morin, have you taken your grandfather's wand again?" inquired Alton, descending the stairs with a kindly demeanor. Alton was a retired head of the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, tasked with restoring cursed Muggle items to their normal state and assisting in the use of obliviate charms to restore Muggle memories. Even in retirement, some wizards sought out Alton for assistance with unsolvable spells. Morin returned the wand to his grandfather, asking, "Grandpa, can I go outside?" And bored at home, Alton waved his wand nonchalantly, illuminating the dim room. Glancing out the window at the children, he replied resignedly, "No. Just yesterday, you played with that little Tony and ended up turning his eyes around. I haven't dealt with you for that yet. Thankfully, I managed to cover it up." Children born into magical families were not punished by the ministry for unauthorized use of magic before attending school, but the ministry would send representatives to address such issues and impose fines on guardians. Fortunately, Morin's grandfather was a retired official, capable of handling it himself. "I didn't mean to. He was the one mocking my eyes," Morin retorted, feeling no remorse. In a moment of anger, He had unintentionally spun Tony's eyes to the back of his head, leaving only the whites visible, causing a commotion among the other children. Morin's control over magic was still rather unrefined. Alton shook his head. This is the third time this month you've used magic on muggles. You're still young, and a little accidental magic can be forgiven, but once you enter Hogwarts this year, you cannot cast spells outside of school. The mention of Hogwarts ignited a spark of excitement in Morin. Many children from magical families yearned for Hogwarts, the cradle of wizards, and Morin was no different. He had received his acceptance letter 2 weeks prior. Let's head to London to purchase your school supplies, Alton suggested. Grandpa, are we using apparition? Morin asked eagerly, delighted at the thought of the teleportation spell, though it had strict regulations prohibiting minors from using it freely without passing a test. No, we'll use flue powder. Old Alton approached the fireplace, pointing his wand into the hearth, where warm flames instantly ignited, crackling merrily. Alton harbors a disdain for apparition, claiming that, with age, it has become a perilous endeavor, but he asserts that each time he employs this form of magic, he loses a strand of hair, resulting in his current baldness. While Morin has always believed that his grandfather's baldness is unrelated to apparition, Alton remains steadfast in his conviction that traveling via flue powder is the most reassuring option. Morin, evidently, feels a tinge of regret. Chapter 2. The Book of Porter. In the wizarding world, there exists but one location where one can procure everything imaginable, Diagon Alley. However, to reach Diagon Alley, one typically must first transit through the Leaky Cauldron. Morin was not fond of traveling via flue powder. Each time he emerged from the fireplace, he found himself covered in soot and choking from the dust. He spat out a mouthful of ash, brushed off the grime from his clothes, and stumbled after his grandfather towards the counter. The pub was filled with a myriad of wizards, among them several furtive old witches huddled together, whispering intently with wary glances. In a corner, 3 masked wizards gathered around a table, gesturing animatedly at a map. The patrons of the Leaky Cauldron hailed from all corners of the earth. A veritable melting pot of wizards, and Morin paid them little mind as he maneuvered past a wizard clad in dragonhide leather, keeping pace with his grandfather. Hey Alton, what brings you here today? A middle-aged wizard stood up to greet them, exuding warmth. Morin recognized this wizard. His name was Edmund, an employee from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and a former subordinate of Alton, often seeking his assistance with particularly troublesome spells. Alton gestured towards Morin, saying, "Indeed, I brought Morin to gather his school supplies. Morin is going to school now. How time flies." Edmund chuckled, nodding amiably at Morin, who returned the greeting. "By the way, Alton," Edmund continued, "I recently confiscated a batch of muggle phones that had been enchanted with a prank spell. Once a game is initiated, the muggles become trapped within it, unable to escape until they clear the levels. It has caused quite a stir among the muggles, but regrettably, we have yet to devise a means of breaking the spell. Could you lend me your expertise?" Alton nodded. He was well-versed in the art of counterspelling. Morin, wait here a moment while I assist Edmund with this enchantment. Left to his own devices, Morin wandered about the Leaky Cauldron, and his eyes fell upon a copy of the Daily Prophet on a nearby table. He picked it up to read. The headline was a report dated August 19th about an intrusion into the Department of Mysteries, featuring a press conference held by the head of the department, Missius, who clarified the non-existence of time-turners. Flipping to another page of the Daily Prophet, he encountered an advertisement for the Leaky Cauldron's renowned establishment, the Hungry Witch, famous for its unique culinary offerings. The slogan read, "Only the unimaginable dishes, none that I cannot create." The accompanying image showcased a char-grilled Javanese fish, vividly depicted in color, its red flesh slightly smoking, suggesting it had just emerged from the oven. Beneath the image, a line of small text proclaimed, "Click the image to savor the aroma. Swipe to explore more culinary delights." How curious, he mused, that magic could manifest in such a manner. Intrigued, Morin clicked on the image, and immediately a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Permeating his nostrils, a delightful blend of cheese and roasted duck, accented with cumin, an extraordinary combination that transported Morin into a realm of sensory delight. He scrolled through the images, and one transformed into a plate of glistening, golden stir-fried dragon liver, the aroma wafting through the air, causing Morin to swallow involuntarily. Now in the 21st century, Muggles' technology has advanced remarkably, and wizards' magic has evolved in tandem. Many magical researchers have developed increasingly practical spells. The ability for food images to emit enticing scents is undoubtedly one of the most successful spells of recent years. Morin flipped through the menu, inhaling the scents of various dishes, and soon felt a pang of hunger. He noticed his grandfather still wielding his wand, assisting Edmund with an Apple phone that had been afflicted by a prank curse. He pondered briefly before dashing over to his grandfather with the Daily Prophet in hand, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I'm hungry. May I go have the stir-fried dragon liver? And perhaps grab a box of licorice ice cream?" He displayed the advertisement of the tempting witch to Alton, who frowned deeply and muttered a counter-curse. His wand emitted a cascade of purple sparks that dove into the touchscreen phone, yet the device remained unresponsive. On the screen, a Super Mario game was playing, with Mario mocking Alton's magic, displaying a message, "You cannot defeat me." Infuriated, Alton uttered a string of profanities. Clearly agitated, Alton was determined not to relent until the malevolent curse was lifted. He handed 10 silver sickles to Morin, instructing, "Just don't wander off after you finish your meal. I'll come find you." Morin happily accepted the coins and dashed towards the back of the leaky cauldron, arriving beside the trash bins. He climbed atop one, counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, then pressed down on a brick. It trembled and began to roll aside, forming an archway. Jumping down from the bin, Morin passed through the archway into the bustling Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was a cornucopia of wizarding supplies, with a cacophony of sales pitches filling the air. Nearby, an ice cream shop was swarmed with children. The licorice-flavored ice cream was particularly popular, alongside a 6-flavor ice cream, each bite offering a different taste, though it came at a steep price. Although this was not Morin's first visit to Diagon Alley, he always felt a sense of novelty upon arriving. He adored the wonders of the wizarding world, in stark contrast to his home, situated in the Muggle realm where various restrictions loomed. He navigated past a shop selling magical cauldrons and squeezed through a rather boisterous magical pet store, heading towards the address listed in the tempting witch's advertisement in the Daily Prophet. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, he found a long queue of wizarding customers stretching out onto the street, indicating the establishment's booming business. Disappointed, he felt the 10 silver sickles jangling in his pocket, urging him to spend them quickly. He contemplated his options when he noticed the largest shop on the street, Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. This store was renowned throughout Diagon Alley, filled with an array of peculiar magical gadgets, many designed for pranks, and immensely popular among young wizards. The last time Morin had secretly purchased an invisibility smoke bomb, he had turned his home into a haze of chaos, nearly earning himself a thorough scolding from his grandfather. Alton often remarked that the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes should conduct more thorough investigations, as it is the prime location for the misuse of Muggle items. However, the father of the 2 founders of Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, Arthur Weasley, is also an official in the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, where he has worked alongside Alton for many years, forming a long-standing partnership. Consequently, Alton's admonitions were merely superficial. In reality, he chose to turn a blind eye. A promotional poster nearly obscured half of the storefront, proudly showcasing their newly released magical product, the Book of Potter. Beneath it lay a brief description. This tome primarily explores the scenes in which Harry Potter vanquished Voldemort. Authored by George Weasley over a decade, it culminated in a patented enchantment that immortalizes Potter's memories within its pages, rendering them in dreamlike fashion to recreate those fateful moments. Purchasing this literary marvel allows readers to join Potter in the epic battle against Voldemort. The introductory price of this new release is a mere 99 galleons. Adjacent to this were massive posters featuring Harry Potter himself alongside George Weasley. Potter appeared less than jubilant, wearing a forced smile as though coerced by George into endorsing the new book. In stark contrast, George exuded confidence, his flaming red hair resembling a blaze, embodying charm and elegance. Even after 21 years since Voldemort's demise, the name Harry Potter remains widely recognized. Revered as the savior among many wizards for his courageous feat in defeating Voldemort and thus liberating the wizarding world. With Voldemort's death, wizards could finally utter his name freely, though the older generation still habitually referred to him as he who must not be named, for Voldemort's reputation had always been terrifying. Morin eagerly squeezed into the shop, his anticipation mounting to experience the Book of Potter. Regrettably, he could not afford the tome, with 17 silver sickles equating to a single galleon. His 10 sickles paled in comparison to the book's steep price of 99 galleons. Chapter 3. Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Weasley Wizarding Wheezes is perpetually a bustling hub, its commercial success rivaling that of the Leaky Cauldron. The store is predominantly frequented by students currently enrolled at Hogwarts. Many students huddled around the glass counter, eagerly purchasing skiving snack boxes, which allow them to feign illness and escape classes. The vomiting slug and nosebleed nougat are undoubtedly the top choices. However, since the business of the Weasley brothers has flourished, Hogwarts teachers have become quite familiar with these candies. They are not easily outsmarted and have swiftly devised countercharms to nullify the effects of such sweets. whenever a student experiences a nosebleed or vomiting in class. Specific incantations can be employed to ascertain the authenticity of their ailments. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. The Weasleys have a remarkable ability to innovate rapidly. As soon as a countercharm is discovered for a particular candy, they promptly unveil a new generation of even safer, more deceptive versions. Currently, they have released the 38th iteration of the vomiting slug and the 250th version of the nosebleed nougat. In essence, at Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, the latest and most intriguing products are always available, earning them the unwavering trust and affection of the student populace. Morin has yet to commence his schooling and currently harbors no thoughts of truancy. He possesses little interest in the confectionaries, favoring instead the whimsical pranks such as the pig-nose mirror, which upon gazing into it, bestows the viewer with a pig snout. There is also the Pinocchio mirror and the dark circle mirror. In the girls section, one can find a cosmetic mirror that, when looked into, conceals blemishes and acne. The enchantment of this mirror lasts for a full 24 hours, making it quite popular among the young ladies. Morin has experimented with all these items, having acquired them from his grandfather, who once worked in the department dedicated to preventing the misuse of Muggle artifacts. These commonplace items can easily infiltrate the Muggle realm, potentially causing disturbances. Alton frequently remarks that the Weasley joke shop adds to the workload of the Ministry of Magic. However, Morin finds such matters rather amusing, as a majority of Weasley-esque products are harmless pranks, unlikely to result in dire consequences, and the magic tends to wear off swiftly. This book truly immerses one in the narrative, allowing observers to witness how Harry Potter triumphs over Voldemort. I long to possess it, yet alas, it is beyond my means. Many gathered around the towering stack of Potter books, engaged in spirited discussions. The latest volume features a brown cover, emblazoned with Harry's likeness, as he heroically subdues Voldemort, whose expression is one of rage and despair. Harry stands proud and valiant, a stark contrast to his adversary, a deliberate choice by the cover designer, presumably George, who aimed to highlight Harry's bravery by depicting Voldemort in such a pitiable state. A boy with slicked back hair, brimming with self-satisfaction, clutched a Potter book as he departed, his affluent father having purchased it without hesitation. Although 99 galleons is indeed exorbitant, the sales figures remain astonishingly high. For many, the opportunity to witness firsthand the epic clash between Harry Potter and Voldemort justifies the expense. Morin harbored a tinge of envy as he squeezed to the front, scrutinizing the coveted Potter book. Regrettably, the book was magically protected, preventing those without a purchase from leafing through its pages. Morin was unable to enter the enchanting realm depicted within to observe how Potter confronted Voldemort. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd. "Get out of my way!" A bald man pushed through, inciting annoyance among many, some even resorting to curses. Yet, the bald man bellowed a thunderous incantation, directing his wand towards the crystal chandelier above, unleashing a beam of red light. With a resounding bang, the chandelier shattered, sending shards cascading down. A chorus of gasps filled the air as many screamed. Most within the store were students, well aware that magic was prohibited outside school grounds. They could scarcely fathom that a disturbance of this magnitude could occur within a shop. Panic ensued as they scrambled towards the exit, but the throng was too dense, creating a chaotic crush. Armor protection. A quick-thinking adult wizard brandished his wand, casting a protective barrier of white light that shielded the chandelier, slowing the descent of its shattering fragments. However, the bald man's wand unleashed a barrage of explosive spells, striking other display cases within the shop, shattering all the exhibited items into a cloud of debris. The towering stack of the Book of Potter tumbled down, crushing the nearest individual beneath its weight, plunging the entire establishment into chaos. Morin, caught off guard by the turmoil erupting at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, had been leaning forward only moments before and was struck on the head by the Book of Potter, instantly swelling into a painful bump. Nevertheless, he managed to scramble out from the heap of books. "Flames ablaze!" The bald man shouted once more, as his wand emitted a spark that landed on the Book of Potter. With a sudden whoosh, the book ignited, flames rapidly spreading forth. Morin gasped in alarm, barely escaping the inferno that threatened to engulf him. Yet, many others remained trapped beneath the fallen tomes, their terrified cries echoing from below, most of them students. Thick smoke billowed out, and the searing flames began to consume everything flammable in their vicinity. "This is dire," Morin thought anxiously, turning around. As a mere prospective student yet to purchase his wand, he possessed no means to wield magic. Glancing about desperately, he noticed a few water balloons conveniently positioned on a nearby counter. Originally intended as prank items, They could unleash a powerful jet of water upon impact, propelling anyone far away. With little time to waste, he dashed over, snatched 5 or 6 balloons, and activated their switches before hurling them toward the burning books. Drawing from his prior experience with magical items collected from his grandfather, he skillfully wielded the water balloons. As they struck the book, a water column erupted, sufficient to propel a person 2 meters away, dousing the flaming pages. Morin spotted a young girl beneath the debris, around his age, and immediately rushed to assist her. "Are you all right?" he asked, glancing at her. She had fiery red hair and striking green eyes, reminiscent of emeralds. "I'm fine, thank you," she replied, her face a mask of panic. Yet she managed to crawl out from under the pile of books. "Unforgivable. You lost, bald mutt. How dare you cause a ruckus in my shop?" A furious roar erupted as a man with fiery red hair rushed from the back of the store, his wand releasing a beam of purple light aimed directly at the bald man. Morin recognized this red-haired individual as George Weasley, the proprietor of the joke shop, who was now seething with rage. His likeness prominently featured alongside Harry Potter on promotional posters. Yet, the bald man merely tilted his head, rolling across the floor and diving behind a nearby chair, while his wand continued to unleash explosive spells, wreaking havoc throughout the shop, debris scattering in all directions. "Seize him. We've cordoned off this street. He cannot disapparate." At that moment, 4 or 5 aurors clad in official robes rushed into the shop, each brandishing their wands to shield against the flying shrapnel, assisting the miners in evacuating. However, many remained buried beneath the wreckage, and the bald man had vanished amidst the chaos and crowd, his whereabouts unknown. "We must leave this place at once," Morin shouted towards the young girl, extinguishing the flames with a water balloon. The ground was already soaked with water stains. He picked up a wand that had been discarded by someone, and just as he and the girl were about to flee the shop, a bald man suddenly emerged from nowhere, seizing Morin and lifting him off the ground. The wand now pointed threateningly at his throat. At that moment, aurors burst in, evacuating the remaining patrons, while several others brandished their wands, encircling the bald man. "Step back, or I will kill this boy," the bald man growled menacingly. Chapter 4, all petrified. 5 aurors, witnessing the bald man's hostage situation, exchanged glances, hesitant to act recklessly. In the distance, George Weasley approached, sparks flying from his wand as he shouted, "Where did you come from, you fool? Seeking death, are you?" "George, don't provoke him. He is the wanted criminal who has infiltrated the Ministry of Magic. We are in pursuit of him," a young auror replied solemnly. George Weasley appeared as a furious lion, exclaiming, "I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to wreak havoc in my shop will find their head plunged into a toilet." At that moment, the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes had been reduced to ruins, with flames still flickering in places, smoke billowing, and the ground littered with shards of glass and various magical debris, with color-changing inks flowing chaotically. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with aurors and locked in a standoff, Morin caught in the middle. Morin had not anticipated that his visit would lead him to a wizarding fugitive, nor that he would be taken hostage. After a brief moment of anxiety, he quickly regained his composure, his mind racing with strategies. The bald man was a highly skilled wizard, and escape seemed unlikely. He still held an unused water balloon, with the switch firmly pressed down. Glancing discreetly down, he noticed a concealed smoke bomb at his feet, along with a binding rope, and began formulating an escape plan. With his yellowed teeth, pressed the wand firmly against Morin, sneering, "Enough chatter. Lift the anti-apparition charm on the street, or I shall kill this boy." "Let the boy go. He is innocent." "What sort of strength does it take for an adult to hold a child hostage?" a dark-skinned auror retorted. "And what is it for you 5 or 6 to pursue just one of me? Hurry up and lift it, or I will kill him." S1 emitted red sparks. "Wait a moment, we will comply." One auror slowly lowered his wand and signaled to another. A blonde-haired auror nodded and stepped outside, casting a golden spell into the sky. But at that moment, Morin had stealthily shifted closer to the smoke bomb, stepping down forcefully. The smoke bomb erupted, enveloping them both in a cloud of dark smoke. Shouted in anger, "You little brat, what are you doing? You reek too much. Let me help you take a bath." However, Morin had already burst the magical water balloon, which erupted into a powerful jet of water that struck without warning. Caught off guard, felt a sudden impact against his chest and was propelled backward by the force of the water column. Seizing the opportunity, Morin dove forward, grasping the binding rope, and, relying on instinct, hurled it in the direction where had been sent flying. As he swung the rope, it elongated, and he sensed that he had ensnared the rope beginning to wrap around him. Shattered, bellowed in fury, severing the rope with a violent snap. In the midst of the smoke bomb, A beam of purple light shot forth. You shall meet your end. The surrounding aurors gasped in shock at Pre's intent to harm a mere boy, yet the dense smoke obscured their view, preventing them from recklessly casting spells lest they inadvertently harm Morin hidden within. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as a red beam of light surged from the smoke, crashing against the glass and sending shards flying. Morin swiftly dodged to the side, rolling on the ground to evade the debris. In the chaos, he stumbled upon an unfamiliar wand, and a spell he had glimpsed in his grandfather's books flashed through his mind. He directed the wand toward Pre's location and shouted, Petri Ficus Totalis. From a young age, Morin had been captivated by magic, often watching his grandfather break curses. Occasionally, he would sneakily practice spells with his grandfather's wand. Many times, his attempts proved futile, but today, in this moment of desperation, the wand in his hand emitted a faint white light. The white glow flickered and vanished as the smoke dissipated, and suddenly, Pre's enraged voice echoed, revealing that Morin's petrifying spell had successfully struck him. The smoke cleared. At that moment, George also raised his wand, unleashing a blue beam that pierced through the smoke, gradually dispersing it. As Pre, holding his nose, attempted to rise from the ground, he found himself hit by the petrification spell, which did not completely immobilize him, but caused him to bleed profusely from his nose. You bastard! Pre seethed, his anger boiling over. Just as he brandished his wand to retaliate, a purple-haired auror intervened. Stupefy? The red stunning spell struck Pre squarely in the chest, rendering him unconscious. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group as one auror sent forth a coil of white rope from his wand, binding Pre securely, followed by several binding spells to ensure his capture. I remember you. You are Alton's grandson. Are you unharmed? The purple-haired auror approached Morin with concern. Mifine. Morin gasped, still clutching his wand, shaking his head slightly. Due to his grandfather's connections, he vaguely remembered this purple-haired auror named Phil, a formidable animagus capable of transforming into an owl. The concept of animagi fascinated Morin, leaving a deep impression of Phil in his mind. Glad to hear it, otherwise, there would be quite a predicament to explain to Alton. Phil broke into a joyful laughter, his gaunt face sharply defined, and his stature remarkably tall, with a robust build that suggested a bear rather than the nimble form of a night owl, which Morris had always imagined him to become. What transpired? Alton's hurried voice echoed from outside, having rushed over from the broken cauldron upon hearing the commotion that had stirred the entire street. Phil hastened to meet him and explained the recent events. Alton's expression changed drastically as he seized Morris, scrutinizing him anxiously. Morris, are you unscathed? Were you injured? I'm fine, Grandpa. Morris shrugged, casting a glance at Pre, who lay on the ground. He is the one with injuries. Rest assured, Alton. It was thanks to young Morris that we managed this. I never expected him, still untrained, to conjure a spell. Had it not been for his petrification charm striking Pre, we would not have subdued him so easily, Phil remarked appreciatively. Alton retorted angrily. How can you even say that? What is your aura department doing? If anything happens to Morris, I will demand an explanation from your aura minister. Despite Alton's usual gentle demeanor, he was unyielding when it came to Morris's safety. Speaking without restraint, Phil understood the aurors were at fault and could only manage a resigned smile. What exactly has this fellow done? Alton glared at the tightly bound Pre. Inquiring, Phil glanced around, hesitating briefly. This was initially a matter for the Ministry of Magic and should remain confidential. However, considering Alton's status as a retired official, he spoke softly. This man is the one who breached the Department of Mysteries a few days ago. His actions warrant several years in Azkaban. Phil pulled Alton aside, seemingly intent on shielding Morris from the conversation. Morris vaguely overheard terms like time turners and polyjuice potion, hinting that Pre had impersonated someone to infiltrate. Morris recalled hearing about time turners on the radio that morning, a wave of confusion washing over him. Could it be that the tales of time turners were indeed true? Chapter 5. The Prophet Reporter. Morris remained uncertain about the veracity of the time turner claims. Alton, with a serious demeanor, assisted the aurors in managing the scene. The shattered glass chandeliers and damaged shelves could be restored with magic, but many magical joke items were irreparably ruined, particularly a large collection of books of Potter which had been reduced to ashes by magical flames. George Weasley was nearly beside himself with rage, for this was his shop, now left in ruins. I hope a Dementor gives this scoundrel a kiss, just to cheer him up. George seethed as he kicked Pre once more. This marked his fourth kick, and Morris had witnessed George purposefully kick a bottle filled with snail slime towards Pre in a moment of vindictive satisfaction. Now, Pre's forehead was adorned with the antennae of snails, looking quite pitiable. Phil interjected awkwardly. George, We are handling official business here. Besides, your father, Arthur, is also with our ministry. Enough of the pleasantries. I am well aware of the machinations of your Ministry of Magic. Should you fail to provide a specific compensation plan, rest assured that the next time your Aura department seeks to procure protective hats and cloaks, I shall meticulously calculate the expenses myself. George stood firm, for his father was a ministry official, endowing him with considerable insight into its workings. Phil raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. You ought to have a word with Bad from the Department of Magical Artifacts. Moreover, compensation matters are typically handled by the goblins, who will assist you in appraising your losses. Goblins again. I detest dealing with those money-obsessed creatures. Perhaps I should consider employing a few Dementors as guardians. A mere brush with one could send potential jesters fleeing in terror. Soon, a reporter from the Daily Prophet caught wind of the commotion, her camera clicking incessantly as she surrounded Morin for an interview. The journalist, a blonde woman adorned with vibrant red lipstick and gold-rimmed spectacles, wore a thick layer of foundation that was rather alarming. You are the young lad who assisted the Aurors in capturing the fugitive, correct? I am Judith Skit from the Daily Prophet. May I have your name? Judith flashed what she believed to be a charming smile. I am Morin, he replied, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the attention, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. However, Judith did not wait for him to finish, swiftly pivoting to a different inquiry. I've heard you were kidnapped by Pri. Is that true? Why didn't the Aurors propose a different hostage in exchange? What an odd question, Morin mused. Do you hold any opinions regarding the Aurors' lack of action? They clearly failed in their duty to protect underage wizards, did they not? Judith shifted her line of questioning once more. Morin found himself disliking Judith more and more. He replied vaguely, I'm not certain, but I believe they intended to rescue, but I overheard someone say you cast a petrification spell that struck him. So, were you single-handedly dealing with the criminal? Judith pressed, her words dripping with fervor. That was an exaggeration. My petrification spell merely caused him a nosebleed. Morin was resolute in his disdain for the reporter. Recalling how his grandfather Alton often lamented that the Daily Prophet thrived on the ministry's misfortunes, embellishing every flaw and relishing the ministry's struggles as if their downfall were imminent. You haven't started school yet, have you? To think one person could confront a criminal. It seems the Aurors might need a lesson, Judith remarked, eyeing the pristine wand in Morin's grasp. No, I found this. I haven't. Morin suddenly recalled that he had indeed picked up a wand, though its owner remained a mystery. Just then, Alton strode over, pulling Morin behind him and addressing Judith with authority. Miss Skit, did I grant you permission to interview my grandson? Morin, we are leaving. No. Grandfather, I just found this wand and don't know to whom it belongs, Morin said, offering the wand to Alton. Alton glanced over and remarked, just in time, we are heading to the wand shop to procure a wand for you. Take this wand. Ollivander will surely recognize its owner. His memory is indeed remarkable. It is said that he remembers the owner of every wand he has sold. Navigating through the bustling streets, they arrive at the end of Diagon Alley, where Morin beheld Ollivander's wand shop, the singular establishment in all of London dedicated to the sale of wands. Morin felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment he would possess a wand of his own. As he pushed open the door to the wand shop, an unusual scent wafted towards him, reminiscent of wood mingled with unicorn dung and tinged with the aroma of dragon's blood and camphor. Morin found himself unable to determine whether he liked this peculiar fragrance. His attention was drawn to the towering stacks of paper boxes that filled the shelves, numbering in the thousands, each adorned with Ollivander's distinctive emblem. Morin knew that within these boxes lay countless wands. Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. Birchwood, dragon heartstring, 12 inches, am I correct? Alton inquired. The elderly Ollivander, with his silver hair and frail frame, ambled out from behind the counter. He appeared quite advanced in age, so slender that a mere gust of wind could potentially topple him. His eyes were shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring whether he possessed any sight, while the deep wrinkles etched into his face bore testament to the passage of time. Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. Your memory serves you well, Alton responded. This is my grandson, Morin. I have brought him to purchase a wand. Ollivander's clouded gaze shifted to Morin, who felt an overwhelming discomfort under the scrutiny of the elderly man, as if he had no secrets left to hide. However, Ollivander chuckled softly, his voice ethereal, as if it traversed great distances. Indeed, all new students at Hogwarts come to me for their wands. Here, you shall surely find the wand that is meant for you. Which hand do you favor? My right hand, Morin replied, gesturing towards it. Suddenly, a measuring tape sprang to life on the counter, commencing to gauge Morin's arm length, while Ollivander slowly ascended a ladder. Observing his deliberate movements and frail form, Morin felt a pang of concern that he might fall. He quickly offered, Sir, may I assist you? Just tell me which row to access. Good lad, but there is no need. I have climbed this ladder countless times. It bears the imprint of my footsteps and recognizes me. Nothing will go amiss. Ollivander, I recall you had an apprentice named Dory, correct? Why isn't he here? Alton inquired. The youth prefers not to linger in the stagnant air of the wand shop. He yearns to explore the world. Each person has their own aspirations, and none should be coerced, Ollivander replied, shaking his head slightly. He surveyed the myriad of wands surrounding him and sighed. Yet, each wand possesses a spirit. How could this place be lifeless? Wands have souls, and they choose their wizards. Ollivander descended the wooden ladder, carrying several boxes, and placed them before Morin. He opened one box and presented a silvery wand, saying, "Do give this one a try." As Morin was about to grasp the wand, Ollivander suddenly caught sight of Morin's eyes and exclaimed, Goodness, goodness, what is it, sir?" Morin inquired, bewildered by Ollivander's reaction, pondering whether he was reluctant to sell the wand. Ollivander praised, heterochromia, a rare phenomenon indeed. How perplexing. How could this wand possibly be suited for you? That other wand is truly meant for you. Ollivander hastened to a nearby shelf, the peculiar wooden ladder trailing closely behind him. He extracted a box from a pile of wands, descended, and unveiled the wand within its paper casing. It was a straight, jet-black wand, adorned with strange, intricate patterns in shades of blue and green. 13 inches willow wood, and the nerve of a chimera, a most uncommon creature. The last time I captured one, it had eyes as blue and green as yours, Ollivander remarked as he handed the wand to Morin. As Morin clasped his wand, an extraordinary aura emanated from it, causing a gentle warmth to radiate through his arm. Intrigued, he gave it a slight shake, and suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the wand, igniting the shelf before him, startling Morin. Sorry. I didn't mean to, he exclaimed hastily. Quite all right, quite all right. This wand is indeed meant for you. It will wield tremendous power in your hands. Yes, those eyes of yours are remarkable, Ollivander replied, extinguishing the flames with a flourish of his wand. He appeared quite pleased, showing no signs of reproach for the singed shelf. It was rare to encounter a customer so unpicky, as most wizards often required at least 5 attempts to find their ideal wand. Ollivander looked more satisfied than Morin himself. Feeling a bit unnerved, Morin recalled the wand he had found and handed it to Ollivander, asking, "Sir, I found this wand. Could you please determine its origin?" Ollivander took the wand from Morin, waved it, and exclaimed in astonishment, 12 inches, holly wood, and a unicorn hair. "This is Lily Potter's wand." "Lily who?" Morin asked, puzzled. Just then, the door creaked open, and a little girl entered, her hair a vibrant red, but her eyes a striking green, accompanied by a red-haired woman. Morin recognized the girl instantly. She was the same one he had helped free from a pile of books at the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. "Ginny Potter, long time no see." Alton greeted with a cheerful smile, recognizing the red-haired woman as well. "Mr. Alton, hello," Ginny replied, her familiarity evident as her father, Arthur Weasley, and Alton both serve in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Thus she knew Alton. Morin was taken aback. Ginny Potter. This meant the lady was none other than Harry Potter's wife. "Mrs. Potter, it's a pleasure to see you again," Ollivander remarked. "Apologies, Mr. Ollivander. I just brought Lily to purchase a wand, but she has misplaced it. Regrettably, I must return with her to acquire another one," the red-haired lady said politely. Lily Potter's wand was found by a young man who was inquiring about its owner. Ollivander handed the wand to Ginny. "Mom, it was him who saved me just now." The little girl beamed, pointing at Morin. Ginny was taken aback, accepting the wand from Ollivander and gazing at Morin with gratitude. "Lily has been saying that a little boy saved her. I never expected to encounter you here. Thank you for rescuing Lily. What is your name?" "His name is Morin." "My grandson," Alton said with a cheerful smile as he looked at Morin. "Did you save little Lily just now?" Morin nodded, stealing another glance at Lily, only to find her secretly observing him, causing his cheeks to flush slightly as he quickly diverted his gaze. "I merely left Lily waiting at George's shop while I went to buy her some books. I had no idea such an incident would occur. Thankfully, Morin was there, Mr. Alton remarked. Ginny handed the wand to Lily, who received it and glanced once more at Morin before tucking it away. "I was quite worried. Morin was just taken hostage. But he was clever enough to manage the situation. By the way, is Mr. Potter not here?" Alton inquired. "He is at work today and is unaware of this incident." "I brought Lily to shop," Ginny replied. While Alton and Ginny conversed, Morin remained curious about Lily. The tale of Harry Potter defeating Voldemort was widely known throughout the wizarding world, and Morin was particularly struck by the name Harry Potter. Never anticipating he would meet his daughter, Lily, Lily approached, extending her hand graciously. Lily, thank you for earlier. Wow, your eyes are truly enchanting. Lily appeared vivacious, her smile revealing two adorable dimples. After a moment's hesitation, Morin extended his hand in return. Thank you, I'm Morin. Many people think my eyes are peculiar. How could that be? They are quite special. Are you also set to attend Hogwarts this year? Lily inquired. Yes, I'm here to gather supplies for school, Morin nodded, pulling out his Hogwarts acceptance letter from his pocket, detailing the necessary items for first-year students, including an array of books and uniforms, as well as a cauldron for potions. Unfortunately, he had only just acquired his wand. I've already purchased everything. I was just playing at Uncle George's shop. You were really brave back there, Lily remarked. Morin smiled. He was not one to remain idle. After a brief conversation, Ginny and Alton prepared to leave, and Lily was also ready to go. See you at Hogwarts. Lily waved goodbye to Morin before departing the wand shop with her mother. Chapter 7, Muggle Studies. Why can't they learn to change gears like Muggle cars? Alton grumbled as he hobbled out of Gringotts Bank, supported by Morin. He appeared quite irate, harboring significant prejudice against goblins. In the realm of wizards, few hold a fondness for fairies, as their perspective on gold diverges significantly from that of wizards. Morin was unfamiliar with the concept of a gearbox, while Alton, having worked in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, had shared a wealth of knowledge about muggles, albeit not exhaustively. Which books were you intending to purchase? Alton inquired. Morin retrieved his list and replied. Theory of Magic, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Potions and Elixirs, Standard Spells, Beginner Level. History of Magic, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, The Dark Arts, A Guide to Defense, and Evan Charles How to Be a Muggle. This year, we will also be studying Muggle Studies. After years of research and deliberation, Hogwarts has deemed Muggle Studies a compulsory subject. Though Muggles lack magical abilities, their creativity is remarkably potent, rivaling that of magic itself, with many instruments now capable of detecting the presence of magic. In an effort to conceal the existence of wizards and facilitate their integration into Muggle society, the Ministry of Magic, in collaboration with Hogwarts, has made Muggle Studies a mandatory course. Indeed, I have heard that first-year students will begin Muggle Studies today. We used to start elective courses in the third year. Alton remarked. In my time, the Muggle Studies course consistently received top marks. In my 7th year, I even penned a paper titled Why Do Asian Muggles Use Chopsticks, which garnered high praise from the Muggle Studies Association. This was a frequent boast of Alton's to Morin. Morin had perused that paper, yet found himself bewildered throughout, remembering only a singular crucial statement. Because Asian Muggles have a fondness for bamboo. Morin could not comprehend the connection between Asian Muggles' affinity for bamboo and their use of chopsticks. Regardless, Alton had presented a plethora of incomprehensible evidence, one of which stated that a charming black and white creature, cherished as a national treasure, adored bamboo. Hence, the prevalent use of bamboo for chopsticks. It sounded somewhat plausible, yet Morin sensed an underlying inconsistency. Nonetheless, he remained oblivious to the nature of chopsticks, as wizards often found themselves distanced from the Muggle world, struggling to elucidate its operational principles. Many wizards lacked understanding of Muggles and could only rely on their imagination to grasp their existence. Grandfather, do you mean to say there are wizarding academies in Asia? Morin inquired with curiosity. Alton settled into a chair outside the Lehan bookstore, contemplating before responding. I am uncertain whether they qualify as wizards, but I recall a Taoist academy there. They do not refer to it as magic. What they call it is inconsequential. You should hasten to procure your books. I will take my time. That wretched minecart. Morin ventured alone into the enchanting bookstore, spending over half an hour sifting through towering stacks of books to acquire the volumes he needed. The vast array of magical tomes within the Lehan bookstore was truly dazzling. Morin also encountered a magical bookmark at the Lehan bookstore capable of reading aloud automatically. By simply placing this enchanted bookmark within any book and uttering a simple incantation, it would recite the book's contents in the reader's own voice. Should one be dissatisfied with their own voice, there were alternative renowned wizards' voices available for selection. This magical bookmark was particularly popular among students, retailing for merely 11 bronze nuts, making it an affordable choice. The designs were numerous, including bookmarks shaped like golden snitches and flying brooms. Morin selected one in the form of Hogwarts Castle. The incantation was Book Voices Resound, but a warning was given not to use it during class, as no professor appreciated having their lectures interrupted by loud readings from textbooks. Believe me, it would be confiscated. The clerk at Lehan bookstore reminded him as he completed his purchase. Book Voices Resound, remember that. Morin paid the clerk and gazed at the magical bookmark in his hand. A miniature representation of Hogwarts Castle. From above, it appeared vibrantly three-dimensional, with each tower's glass crafted with remarkable realism, flickering lights illuminating the interior, and ethereal ghosts drifting through the towers, not to mention owls flying out and circling above. In truth, however, this bookmark was merely a scrap of paper half the size of a palm. Morin marveled at the ingenuity of the wizard who conceived such a magical item, capable of encapsulating Hogwarts within such a small piece of parchment. After purchasing a plethora of books, he stored them in a briefcase that had been enchanted with the extension charm. It belonged to Alton, who had carried it everywhere. The briefcase was quite old, made of dragon hide, and its exterior was showing signs of wear. Morin then visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to procure the necessary wizarding robes for school, and subsequently went to Gig's apothecary to buy the materials required for his potions class. Alton also gifted him an owl as a present for school. This owl was stunning, adorned with shimmering brown feathers, and Morin decided to name it Delica. Regrettably, mastering magic involved a wealth of profound knowledge. It was far more than merely waving a wand and reciting incantations. There were numerous intricate details to grasp, and it was already quite impressive that Morin could articulate the petrification charm today. With his wand in hand, he was eager to practice some spells. Petrificus totalis, he declared, aiming his wand at a spider on the windowsill. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of his wand and struck the spider. The creature merely extended a leg and then leisurely scurried away. Damn it, Morin muttered, retrieving a glass jar to capture the spider. He then pointed his wand through the jar, focusing intently. Concentrate, concentrate. The wand must flick before casting. The movement must be forceful. He silently recited the method for the petrification charm in his mind. Petrificus totalis. The spider remained unscathed, yet this time, the glass jar transformed into stone. At least there is some progress, Morin reassured himself as he observed the stone jar. Time flies swiftly, and September 1st has arrived as expected. Morin meticulously packed his belongings for school, as attending Hogwarts necessitated a journey to King's Cross Station in London. Alton planned to use the portkey to transport Morin to London. Will the portkey accommodate all this luggage? Morin inquired, dragging a cumbersome heap of bags. Alton brandished his wand and lightly tapped Morin's luggage, murmuring an incantation. And in an instant, the weighty bags became as light as a feather. Be cautious. While lightening your load may seem advantageous, a gust of wind could easily carry them away. Alton warned sternly, recalling a past instance where he lost his belongings. The lightning charm would not endure for long, and its effect would soon wane. Morin felt compelled to master the charm himself, envisioning the convenience of enchanting his backpack in the future. A delightful prospect indeed. Chapter 8. School Commencement. The portkey resembled a tattered straw hat, half of which was missing, a peculiar find Alton had stumbled upon in the park. The hat exuded an unpleasant odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Morin grimaced in distaste. Portkeys often appear inconspicuous to muggles and are typically enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm to dissuade them from picking such items up. This is a temporary portkey. We must depart by 8:30, or we shall be late, Alton noted, glancing at his pocket watch. Morin carefully maneuvered his luggage, acutely aware that the charm rendered it as light as a feather. Any misstep could send it soaring into the air. In broad daylight, allowing his belongings to float would be quite the spectacle for muggles. With his hand resting on the straw hat, Morin waited for approximately 5 minutes when suddenly, an inexplicable force gripped him, propelling him into the air. When he emerged, he felt disoriented and nearly stumbled, prompting Alton to steady him. "Who are you?" A balding middle-aged muggle exclaimed in terror from his toilet seat, startled by the sudden appearance of the two. "Grandfather, why are we in the restroom?" Morin gazed in astonishment at the muggle, as he, Alton, and the bewildered man found themselves crammed into a stall, with Alton's ample belly nearly pressing against the muggle's nose. "Causin evident frit." Alton swiftly drew his wand and, pointing it at the muggle, muttered "Obliviate," rendering the man's expression blank as he seemingly forgot their presence. The magical artifacts department has been careless, placing the portkey's exit in a restroom without casting a muggle-repelling charm on this stall's door. Alton grumbled, unlocking the restroom door and stepping outside. Morin swallowed hard, hastily retrieving his floating luggage from the restroom ceiling. It had slipped from his grasp earlier, and had it not been for that, the restroom would have been a chaotic mess. "Apologies, please continue." Morin murmured apologetically to the muggle on the toilet as he closed the door behind him. Other muggles within the restroom stared in bewilderment at the sight of Alton and Morin emerging simultaneously, but Alton paid them no heed, striding out with purpose. They emerged from the public restroom at King's Cross Station, a bustling hub filled with travelers, most of whom were hurriedly dragging their luggage to catch their trains. "Hurry up, it's almost 9. The Hogwarts Express is about to depart, urged Alton, as Morin struggled to keep pace with him, laden with bags. They arrived at the space between platforms 9 and 10. It was Morin's first visit to a London station, and he found the atmosphere quite enchanting. However, before he could take in his surroundings, Alton vanished through the wall. Morin quickly followed, undeterred by the solid barrier before him. In an instant, he found himself on an ancient platform marked with a sign reading 9, where a scarlet train puffed steam as it awaited its passengers. The platform was teeming with witches and wizards, predominantly Hogwarts students accompanied by their parents. Many parents were kissing their children goodbye, while others were offering last-minute admonitions about behaving at school. Morin distinctly heard a tall, slender wizard chastising his son. "If you fail 5 subjects in your OWLs this year, just wait until I get my hands on you." The OWLs, or Ordinary Wizarding Level Examinations, were of utmost importance to the students at Hogwarts, yet Morin, being a newcomer, felt little concern over them. "Now, Morin, be good at school and don't cause trouble. Study Muggle studies diligently. If you graduate, I might be able to secure you a position at the Ministry of Magic. Of course, it's a bit premature to discuss that now. If only you could master ancient magic like your parents, but don't feel too pressured. We all have faith in you," Alton said affectionately, patting Morin on the shoulder. "All right, Grandpa. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble," Morin replied earnestly, though the truth of his propensity for mischief remained uncertain, and Alton was not entirely convinced. "It's hard to believe how grown-up you are now, Morin. Your parents will be proud of you. I hope you get sorted into Gryffindor, like your father and I. But Ravenclaw wouldn't be a disappointment either, considering your mother and grandmother are both graduates of that house," Alton continued, sensing Morin's apprehension. "Don't blame your parents. They love you dearly. Grandpa, I'm off." Morin shrugged, saying little more as the conductor began urging everyone aboard. He climbed onto the train and waved goodbye to Alton from the doorway. "I must learn the levitation charm," Morin declared, pointing his wand at his luggage and attempting to utter the incantation Wingardium Leviosa. Alas, his efforts proved futile, and the bags remained as heavy as ever. "Hey, Morin, we meet again. Come over here." Just as Morin struggled with his belongings, a compartment door slid open, and Lily's head popped out, waving at him. "Oh, it's you," Morin sighed in relief, making his way to Lily's compartment, where he noticed a red-haired boy with a rather mischievous glint in his eye. "Hey, Morin, remember me?" Hugo Weasley, Lily's cousin," the red-haired boy said, his interest piqued as he gazed at Morin. "Hey, Hugo, long time no see," Morin replied, as he began to stow his luggage onto the overhead rack. Morin's grandfather Alton and Hugo's grandfather, Arthur Weasley, were old acquaintances, and Morin had met Hugo on 3 previous occasions. "You have indeed become a celebrity." Hugo extracted a copy of the Daily Prophet from his backpack and spread it across the table. Morin gazed in astonishment at the newspaper, as his photograph adorned the front page, occupying nearly half the space. Accompanied by a bold headline, "The Ministry's Aurors have resorted to relying on an uneducated boy to apprehend a wanted criminal." How could this be? Morin had not glanced at the Daily Prophet in recent days. Alton disdained the publication. Ever since Judith Skit had declared 2 years prior in a report that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was an unnecessary entity that ought to be abolished. Alton, in a fit of rage, had cancelled their subscription. Morin remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly become a figure of renown within the wizarding community. Chapter 9. On the train. Morin continued reading. On August 25th, during a riot in Diagon Alley, Aurors pursued the infamous Dark Wizard, Pre, who wreaked havoc in the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes shop, destroying the entire establishment and taking a young boy hostage. Despite the Ministry deploying 10 Aurors, they were unable to subdue Pre. Unexpectedly, the boy who was taken hostage managed to use a found wand to cast a petrifying spell, bringing Pre to heel. This boy is named Morin Walker, who is set to begin his studies at Hogwarts this September. A boy who has yet to commence his education single-handedly confronts a wanted criminal. The 10 elite Aurors of the Ministry faltered against an untrained newcomer, prompting questions about whether the Aurors were merely nepotistic appointments within the Ministry. "Look, you are famous now," Lily remarked with a grin. "My grandfather claims that the Daily Prophet is largely untrustworthy," Morin replied nonchalantly as he laid the paper aside. Hugo eagerly inquired, "So you truly cast a petrifying spell to take down Pre?" "No, I merely caused him to bleed from his nose," Morin replied candidly, detailing how he had employed a magical water balloon and smoke bomb to escape. "That is quite impressive. No first-year student is capable of executing a complete spell before formal instruction. Yet you managed it," Hugo expressed with admiration. Morin recalled the destroyed Weasley Wizarding Wheezes and asked, "Surely they have reopened by now?" Lily chimed in, "But Hugo, you must have acquired many of Uncle George's unwanted magical jokes, right?" Hugo mysteriously retrieved a small box from his backpack, stating, "I didn't get as much as James and Albus. They took most of it. Yet I still managed to procure quite a bit." The box, crafted from mahogany and palm-sized, was opened by Hugo with a leather clasp, unfolding like a book. What had once been a small box expanded, akin to a folded object being unfurled, until it reached the size of the table in the compartment. "A magical folding box designed by Uncle George," Hugo explained before lifting the lid. In an instant, the box began to unfurl layer by layer, resembling a bookshelf, revealing 9 shelves that spread open, each brimming with an array of peculiar Weasley magical jokes. Morin's eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, this is the ghostly howl paint, and there's the invisibility potion, the gasping egg, the mockery cup, and the tooth decay gum, not to mention this. This is the chronically late pocket watch." He gazed in amazement at the plethora of magical novelties. "Oh, you know so much about these?" Hugo inquired. Morin nodded, picking up the peculiar pocket watch, which only displayed the correct time during even hours. During odd hours, its seconds would count backwards. "I've played with many of the Weasley-esque creations. I've always adored the whimsical inventions crafted by Mr. Weasley," Hugo declared proudly. "I also have a fondness for the inventions of Uncle George. When I grow up, I aspire to join him in creating such wonders." However, Hermione's aunt appeared less than pleased. She preferred that he focused diligently on his studies, insisting that he should emulate Rose. Lily stifled a laugh. Hugo shrugged indifferently. "She always says that. Isn't having a scholarly Rose at home enough? I truly envy Fred. Last year he blew up the toilets at Hogwarts, and the school sent a letter to Uncle George. I distinctly heard Uncle George muttering that Fred was merely playing with remnants of his past mischief. Can you believe it? Uncle George didn't punish Fred. Fred? Fred Weasley, the other co-founder of the joke shop?" Morin queried, having heard of the Weasley twins who established the shop. "Though Fred had perished during the battle against the Death Eaters. No, it's Fred Roderick Weasley, my cousin. Uncle George named his son in memory of Fred," Hugo casually mentioned. "Fred was also a mischievous genius. He often got into trouble at school. Yet Uncle George never scolded him, saying that over 4 years, the school had sent only a few hundred letters of complaint, far fewer than during his own time at school. Uncle George is truly an open-minded parent." "ISN, Morin couldn't help but nod. Such a parent was the dream of every mischief maker. "If my mother received a letter about my mischief, I can only imagine she would send a howling letter in return," Hugo lamented. Morin and Lily burst into laughter. "By the way, I heard last time that fellow Pre was caught because of Time Turner. Is there really such a device?" Morin asked, picking up an inverted hourglass that flowed from the bottom to the top, unlike a conventional hourglass. Lily and Hugo exchanged glances, and Lily spoke. "I don't know. It's strange. My father had a very serious expression that day. If there was no Time Turner involved, he wouldn't have looked so grave. You should know. He works at the Ministry of Magic, and no matter how I asked, he wouldn't say a word." Hugo interjected, "But I overheard my mother say that indeed one Time Turner remains undestroyed. Dad once told me that Mom used a Time Turner during her school days, so she is quite familiar with it. But didn't they capture Pre?" Morin asked. "No information was found. Even after Pre had consumed the truth serum, he remained silent, for his memories had been altered before his capture," Lily remarked. Morin found this perplexing and inquired, "Is it true then? Did they steal the Time Turner to resurrect Voldemort? Unlike the previous generation, today's youth do not regard the name Voldemort with the same trepidation." Morin, known for his candor, pressed on. "What, then, was the purpose of stealing the Time Turner? Regardless, it is of no concern to us. They may do as they please. By the way, are you hungry? I could fetch some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." Hugo's stomach grumbled in response. Lily then spotted a bag of Bertie Bott's in the corner of the box and said, "There's some here. Do not touch that. It is Bertie Bott's disguised as Pop Rocks, unless you wish to bounce your way to the sorting ceremony," Hugo warned. Lily hastily set down the Pop Rocks. While Morin became lost in thought, staring at the Daily Prophet, his curiosity piqued since Pre had previously taken him hostage. Chapter 10. The Quidditch team, the Hogwarts Express, sped through a thick fog, traversing a vast plain. Inside the compartment, Morin, Hugo, and Lily nibbled on chocolate frogs while discussing their favorite Quidditch teams. Dad supports the Chudley Cannons, but alas, they did not make it to the finals this year, having been utterly defeated by the Wimborne Wasps, 290-50. Especially when Wimborne's Seeker, Signal, seized the golden snitch right from the neck of Chudley's Seeker, Croft. Dad was furious. Hugo pulled out the Chudley Cannons emblem from his pocket, a vibrant orange featuring a formidable cannon and 2-letter CS. "So, you support the Chudley Cannons as well?" Morin asked. "Of course not. I am a staunch supporter of the Wimborne Wasps. Their offense is simply flawless. The last time I attended a match between these two teams with my dad, can you imagine the scene when Wimborne triumphed over Chudley in the group stage? Each time the Wasp scored, Dad threatened to ground me if I dared to cheer, Hugo replied, a look of exasperation on his face. The clash of loyalties between father and son during the game was nothing short of a disaster. Morin unfolded a chocolate frog card depicting Harry Potter, as only prominent figures in the wizarding world grace such cards. Breaking the chocolate frog, he remarked, I thought you would support the same team as your father, given that one is often influenced by their surroundings. My grandfather is a fan of the Appleby arrows, and I hear him recount tales of their whirlwind tactics daily. You know, the chasers flying in rapid circles while the beaters provide cover. It would be a challenge not to become an Appleby arrow supporter. Lily interjected, unless your family is large. Uncle Bill and Uncle Charlie are both fans of the Vimborn Wasps, leaving Uncle Ron as the sole supporter of the Chudley Cannons. However, to be fair, the Appleby arrows are indeed formidable. This year, they are likely to clinch the Quidditch League Championship, currently sitting at the top of the standings, Lily added. Morin and his companions engaged in a discussion regarding the seekers and chasers of each team, unanimously agreeing that Luca, the seeker of the Atal Hurricanes, was the strongest. However, they noted that the offensive prowess of the Windbound Wasps was the most challenging to defend against. Moreover, they speculated that without the renowned batsman and star, Stanzi, the Chudley Cannons would likely face an even more dismal defeat. How do you suppose they know which luggage belongs to us? One of them mused. With so many pieces belonging to students and faculty from various colleges, how could they not get mixed up? As Hugo stepped out of the carriage, he stumbled over a white pet cat. The names on the luggage, perhaps, Lily suggested, gathering her somewhat disheveled hair into a ponytail. Is that so? Last time, James mentioned he deliberately removed the tag with his name, yet his luggage still ended up at his dormitory. Hugo replied, unimpressed. The only distinguishing feature was a fragrant hint of jasmine. He conjectured that perhaps it was a female conductor who fancied jasmine perfume. Suddenly, Hugo stumbled again, this time accidentally tripped by Morin stepping on his heel. Apologies, there are just too many people, Morin said, pulling Hugo off of the platform. Have you ever heard of the reversal charm? It is the opposite of the summoning charm. I believe the conductor performs the reversal charm on the luggage, allowing it to navigate its way like an owl. Oh, please don't tell me you're some kind of know-it-all. Goodness, have I encountered yet another academic overachiever? Hugo rolled his eyes, appearing unfazed, as he already had an academically gifted sister at home, with constant discussions about her studies. Morin shrugged. My grandfather is an expert in dispelling charms. I often watch him perform spells, so I have some knowledge of enchantments. At least you won't have to stress over the charms class, Lily remarked. James says Professor Flitwick's class is a disaster. He frequently blows up the desks, and his mother used to send him admonishing letters. James's charms class is chaotic. He excels at offensive spells, but is utterly inept with the more nuanced ones. His defense against the dark arts is commendable, unlike our Rose, who seems to master everything. Hugo muttered. I heard you gossiping about me again. A tall girl resembling Hugo approached with a serious expression. Hi, Rose, Morin greeted her, having met many members of the Weasley family before. Delighted to see you, Morin, Rose replied, clutching a book that Morin recognized as the OWL's handbook. You all need to hurry and find Hagrid. The new students will be sorted soon. Mother instructed me to keep an eye on you, so behave yourself. After Rose disappeared into the bustling crowd, Morin exclaimed, ISNT Rose at her third year? OWLs are typically taken in the fifth year. Why is she studying for them now? Hugo scoffed, don't be foolish. It's already late for her. She believes she should have started preparing for the ordinary wizarding levels since the second semester of her second year. Who knows what thoughts occupy the minds of prodigies? This summer, she spent every day at home reading, even discussing the 12 fundamental rules of transfiguration with her mother during meals. It's simply too much. The ordinary wizarding level examination is still a century away. Shouldn't we be making the most of this splendid time? Morin wholeheartedly agreed with Hugo. Preparing for the fifth grade examination in the third year was indeed premature, especially considering the vast array of magical knowledge yet to be mastered. They proceeded through the throng, soon spotting a rather tall old man, over 3 meters in height, bellowing, first year students, please gather here. Hagrid, with his thick mane of hair and grizzled beard, donned oversized boots that resembled 2 small dolphins, making Morin and his companions appear diminutive in comparison. Lily and Hugo exchanged greetings with Hagrid, who invited everyone to board the small boats, with 4 students per vessel. Morin, along with his 2 companions, shared a boat with a pale-faced boy named Toby. The lake rippled gently, gliding effortlessly forward without the need for them to row. Morin lifted his gaze to the magnificent castle above, imbued with an extraordinary aura, its lights flickering softly while the moonlight cast a serene glow, enhancing the castle's mystique. This was Morin's first visit to Hogwarts, although he had previously encountered its enchanting visage in books and even on his bookmarks. Witnessing the castle in person stirred a profound excitement within him. As he lowered his gaze, Hagrid shouted, and their small boat approached the cliffs, passing through a verdant curtain of ivy that adorned the mountainside, revealing a majestic waterfall cascading from above. To everyone's astonishment, their boat began to ascend against the current, gliding upwards along the waterfall. Chapter 11. The Ascending Waterfall. This was Hogwarts Ascending Waterfall, established 21 years ago in honor of the great wizards who sacrificed themselves to defend the school and the wizarding world. Hagrid stood, his expression solemn. The water continued to flow downward, yet the first-year student's boat navigated upstream along the waterfall. 21 years ago was a year of darkness. A fierce battle had erupted at Hogwarts, where many great wizards sacrificed their lives for justice, paving the way for the glorious era of today. It was a battle for righteousness, a confrontation between light and darkness, a struggle determining the future of both wizards and muggles. Hagrid spoke with palpable emotion. A look of sorrow etched upon his bearded face, his eyes glistening with tears, yet his voice remained filled with pride. The once boisterous first-year students fell silent, as the boat slowed, revealing countless statues adorning the waterfall's cliffs. Each statue stood resolutely, some bearing expressions of determination, others more placid, with inscriptions at their bases detailing their names and life stories. These statues commemorated the great wizards who perished in that battle. They should have had their own futures, yet they willingly gave their lives to uphold justice. Because of them, we exist, we must not forget them, and Hogwarts shall never forget them, Hagrid choked out. Molly gazed upon the statues, standing majestically by the waterfall. He observed a weary-looking man clasping the hand of a vivacious woman with mischievous dark eyes. Their figures were intricately entwined, fingers interlaced, gazing into one another's eyes, brimming with love and unwavering commitment. The pedestal bore the inscription, Remus John Lupin and his wife Nymphadora Lupin. The Lupin couple devoted their lives to the Order of the Phoenix, battling against the forces of darkness. Mr. Lupin, a werewolf held in high regard yet feared by many, was undeterred in his pursuit of justice. Mrs. Lupin, an exceptional metamorphmagus, wielded her magic with remarkable skill. In 1998, the Lupin couple found eternal rest at Hogwarts for the cause of justice. Beneath their likenesses, their words were etched, Mr. Lupin, I thought I would never marry, but the power of love triumphed over the wolf within. Mrs. Lupin, how delightful it is to fall in love with a werewolf. Not far from the Lupins stood the statue of a rather sinister-looking man, with greasy hair and a prominent hooked nose, exuding an unfriendly demeanor. Even as a statue, he radiated a chilling aura, repelling those who drew near. Beneath his statue was inscribed, Severus Snape, headmaster of Hogwarts, self-proclaimed potions master known as the Half-Blood Prince. A great wizard willing to bear the weight of infamy while awaiting the dawn of justice. Few understood him. Only Harry Potter believed in him. He had lurked beside Voldemort under Dumbledore's orders, yet remained steadfast in his inner convictions. Snape, always. Why is Snape's epitaph always? Hugo whispered. It's Professor Snape, Hugo. Can you show some respect? Lily replied sternly. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, I asked Dad about Professor Snape, but he didn't say much, remember? My brother is named Albus Severus Potter. He said these are the names of the two greatest headmasters in Hogwarts history. No one knows what Snape meant by always, but since it's the only word inscribed here, perhaps it encapsulates his entire life. The small boat continued onward, as each new student of Hogwarts beheld the statues of those who sacrificed for justice. As their vessel glided past the statue of a slender boy named Colin Creevey, who held a camera, a vibrant young man with a carefree smile and exuberant spirit appeared before them. Lily and Hugo exchanged glances, instinctively pursing their lips, their expressions growing solemn as they regarded the young man clad in a dragon-skin jacket. Molly quickly recognized him, having seen his brother before. Fred Weasley, Hugo's uncle, Lily's maternal uncle, one half of the legendary Weasley twins. The pedestal read, Fred Weasley, a clever and amusing wizard, beloved by all at Hogwarts. The charming half of the dynamic duo. It was only after his passing that we could distinguish him from his brother George Weasley. Yet how we wish we could forever keep them indistinguishable. Fred, greetings, I am George. Your guidance is much appreciated. The departure of Uncle Fred has profoundly impacted Uncle George. The small boat continued its journey as Hugo whispered, My father mentioned that during the last attic cleaning, Uncle George encountered a boggart that morphed into the likeness of Uncle Fred in his demise. Uncle George trembled at the sight, unable to raise his wand. After a brief pause, Hugo continued, Uncle Bill once told me that during a trip to Romania to procure a stock of magical jokes, Uncle George encountered a Dementor in the woods, yet he could not summon a Patronus to fend it off. If not for Bill's timely arrival, he would have nearly perished. It is quite peculiar. Uncle George is exceptionally skilled in magic. Uncle Harry has previously stated that they had studied the Patronus charm together. So it is baffling why he suddenly could not conjure one. Morin fell silent for a moment, glancing back at Fred's statue, and remarked, "There's a reason why Mr. George could not summon a Patronus. Do you know the reason?" Hugo inquired curiously. The inseparable pair of genius twins always engage in discussions about their clever pranks, sharing the same ideals and aspirations. There is a unique joy in spending time with those who understand you best. You possess great insight, Lily and Hugo nodded thoughtfully. Morin gazed at the statues, his heart unsettled, as a solemn atmosphere enveloped the waterfall, causing all newcomers to refrain from loud chatter. The cascading waters washed over the statues, yet they persistently swam against the current, as Hogwarts conveyed to the newcomers that the peace of the magical world was forged by these great wizards who bravely faced adversity. In those dark times, fighting for the future of the wizarding world was akin to rowing upstream, fraught with unimaginable hardships. The boat finally docked at the pier, splashing ripples upon the shore. "The reverse waterfall is your first lesson in entering Hogwarts." Hagrid's voice was hoarse and melancholic. Chapter 12. The Sorting Hat. Hagrid led them ashore, and after climbing the stairs, they could already see the grand entrance of the school. The large iron gate was black and appeared weathered with rust. Upon their arrival, a short wizard stood at the entrance. "Oh, Hagrid, you have finally arrived." This diminutive wizard barely reached Hagrid's knee, even shorter than Morin and the others. Hagrid sniffled and said, "My apologies, Professor Flitwick. Each year, I am unable to resist bringing the first years through the reverse waterfall." Flitwick appeared to be of advanced age, yet his form remained spry as he escorted the first-year students into the magnificent Hogwarts Hall. The hall was immense, with a ceiling that revealed a dazzling starry sky, and a moon peeked through the clouds, partially obscured. The vast Hogwarts Hall was divided into 4 long tables, where students from the 4 houses noisily observed the newcomers. Numerous professors watched over the students, with a stern-looking Professor McGonagall positioned at the center. "Which house do you think we will be sorted into?" Hugo inquired. Morin shook his head. "I am uncertain. No one knows before the sorting. I shall not be sorted into Slytherin. That is where Voldemort emerged. My father declared that should I fail to gain entry into Gryffindor, he would confiscate my poster of the Vimborn Wasps." Hugo stifled a yawn. Lily remarked nonchalantly, "Slytherin isn't so dreadful. At least that's what Dad says." The crowd bustled with excitement, jostling one another as the new students speculated about which house they would join. The Muggle-born newcomers anxiously glanced around, enchanted by the wonders surrounding them. The tattered black sorting hat rested upon the stool, wrinkled and patched, with numerous holes that appeared to have been scorched by flames. A pitiful sight indeed. James whispered to me that the hat was rather vain. "Vain?" Morin inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Just take a look," Hugo replied. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the worn sorting hat began to sing. "I am but a hat, yet do not underestimate me. Should you find a hat more clever than I shall consume myself whole." Hogwarts stands resilient through storms, sustained by the unity of its houses. 21 years ago, in the final battle, I presided over the clash of darkness and justice, and the sword of Gryffindor cleaved a path for the brilliance of today. I shall never forget that moment, that sacred instant, where dawn and radiance intertwined, flickering within my chest. I bore witness to that moment. Perhaps you belong to the valiant Gryffindor, or the clever Ravenclaw, the cunning Slytherin, or the just and kind Hufflepuff. Yet, regardless of which house you may belong to, it is I who shall determine your fate. A hat of unparalleled intelligence, a hat that triumphed over Voldemort, a hat that will shape your future. An extraordinary and singular hat. Indeed, it is rather vain, Morin asserted. Lily chuckled. My father says the sorting hat was once quite humble. Perhaps having been singed by Voldemort-esque flames has rendered it a loquacious chatterbox. Goodness, it has a brain? Is that what the patches are for? Hugo exclaimed dramatically. This is a serious matter. One of the founders of Hogwarts, Gryffindor, removed his own hat to sort the students. Now, all those from the past have long since departed. Yet this hat remains, capable of song, which is truly remarkable. Morin recalled from Hogwarts the unforgettable battle that this unassuming wizarding hat had played a pivotal role during the final confrontation with Voldemort. As Professor Flitwick drew forth the sword from it to slay one of Voldemort's serpents, destroying a Horcrux, Professor Flitwick stood upon a nearby chair, a scroll of parchment trailing along the ground, longer than his entire stature. I shall call forth the names of those who have arrived. Tobias Claw. The boy who had shared their boat moments ago stumbled towards the hat, tripping on the stairs, appearing exceedingly anxious. The Sorting Hat spoke. Take it easy. I shan't hastily draw this sword to cleave you. Many people erupted in laughter, for the Sorting Hat had indeed transformed significantly from its former self. 21 years ago, aside from singing a meticulously crafted song during the sorting ceremony to assert its presence, it rarely spoke. When Toby donned the hat, it exclaimed within mere seconds, "Gryffindor." The students at the Gryffindor table immediately applauded to welcome the new student. Professor Flitwick began to call out the next name, and as each new student approached, the Sorting Hat had a remark or two for everyone. For a boy named Dubus, it said, "Young lad, your eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a notorious Death Eater named Anandalahov, who fell to the valiant Professor Flitwick's stunning spell. That was a textbook-worthy stunning spell, perfect and powerful." Professor Flitwick puffed his chest slightly, clearing his throat with a hint of pride. The Sorting Hat placed Dubus in Slytherin, and a girl named Riley stepped forward. The hat commented, "Beautiful little girl, your hairpin is reminiscent of that worn by the brave Lavender who perished in battle. She was a courageous soul, may she rest in peace." Riley's complexion paled, and she appeared somewhat uncomfortable, hastily removing the hairpin from her head. When Hugo's name was called, he smirked and lifted the hat, only for the Sorting Hat to bellow, "Hey, show some respect to your elder. You tug on my ear." Hugo's eyes widened in confusion. Where were the hat's ears? Nevertheless, he refrained from complaining and placed the hat upon his head. Another Weasley, alas. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, rather rough around the edges, the Sorting Hat declared unabashedly. Hugo's lips moved silently, indicating he was muttering an insult. "Insulting a clever hat could land you in detention," the Sorting Hat remarked. Hugo rolled his eyes. This hat was quite a handful. Gryffindor. He was delightedly sorted into Gryffindor, and as he made his way towards the Gryffindor table, he mumbled, "A hat with ears? I can hear you, Weasley. Only the clever can see my ears." The Sorting Hat shouted from behind. Hugo's face flushed, and he quickened his pace to escape. No one truly knew where the Sorting Hat's ears were, but subsequently, the new students approached the hat with utmost caution, unwilling to tug at its so-called ears and eyes. Morin Walker. Professor Flitwick had reached Morin's name, who, unfazed, approached with a smile. Before he even grasped the Sorting Hat, it began, "Tiske, you resemble the balding wizard Alton, who defeated the Death Eater Selwyn with a petrifying curse 21 years ago in the West Tower. I remember that bald wizard. Though devoid of hair, he possessed great courage." "That's my grandfather," Morin gasped, astonished. His grandfather had indeed fought in that battle at Hogwarts, summoned by Arthur Weasley. The Sorting Hat even knew this. "I hope you won't follow in his footsteps with baldness," it added. "Thank you, but my hair is quite thick," Morin replied. Morin placed the Sorting Hat upon his head, feeling quite pleased with his thick mane of hair, a trait he had inherited from his mother. "I have my doubts," the hat proclaimed haughtily. "Yet those who possess courage are always worthy of respect. Oh, those mismatched eyes of yours. How fascinating. Heterochromia, indeed. Yes, it is precisely those eyes." "What's wrong with my eyes?" Morin inquired with curiosity. "Treasure those extraordinary eyes of yours," the Sorting Hat whispered mysteriously, lowering its voice to a tone audible only to Morin. "Heterochromia conceals an ancient magic. You must delve into its potential." "What magic?" Morin asked eagerly, recalling how he had often been teased by boys during his playtime with Muggle children because of his unique eyes. Furrowing his brow, he noticed that the Sorting Hat seemed unwilling to elaborate further, prompting him to remove the hat and approach Hugo. Chapter 13, Gryffindor. Morin felt uncertain whether to trust the eccentric Sorting Hat's words, for he had never known that heterochromia harbored any ancient magic, nor had his grandfather Alton ever mentioned it. Ollivander from the wand shop had remarked upon the uniqueness of heterochromia, yet he had failed to specify what made it so exceptional. "Is this hat mad?" Hugo remarked, leaning closer. Morin remained non-committal. The Sorting Hat indeed appeared quite worn, resembling a heap of tattered cloth from a bonfire that had not been fully extinguished. Nevertheless, Hogwarts continued to employ it for sorting, suggesting that it still held some credibility in discerning right from wrong. "At least it has spoken some truths. Like the fact that my grandfather participated in the school's battles back in the day," Morin commented casually. When Flitwick called out Lily Potter's name, a slight stir ensued. As Harry's daughter, Lily was always the center of attention wherever she went. However, before Lily's enrollment, James and Albus, also Harry's sons, had come through, so the crowd merely glanced at Lily a bit longer than usual. "Gryffindor, the brave young lady," the Sorting Hat declared, surprisingly refraining from teasing Lily. "I like that hat," Lily said as she sat beside Hugo, looking quite pleased. "It just said I would accomplish great things in the future. Those with eyes as brilliant as emeralds have limitless potential. That's because your last name is Potter." "Wake up," Hugo replied. If your surname were Gollum, Jim, or Lady Gaga, it would surely have said your eyes resemble a toad pickled in potions class, perhaps even one that defeated a Death Eater back in the day. Morin chuckled. Hugo's bluntness was refreshing, though not entirely implausible. Lily shot Hugo a glare. Hugo, why do you harbor such prejudice against the Sorting Hat? Roses squeezed in from the side. Speaking earnestly. Well said, Hugo. You've made it into Gryffindor. Your father will be proud. Hugo rolled his eyes, glancing at the textbook in Rose's hands. Thanks. But I care more about my Vimborn Wasps poster. Rose disregarded him and turned to Lily and Morin, saying, I am delighted that both of you have joined Gryffindor. Let us all strive to support our house. Violating school rules will result in point deductions for Gryffindor. James has already caused us to miss the House Cup for 2 consecutive years. Indeed, we shall, Morin promptly replied, feeling that Rose was a person of strict discipline and held a profound sense of house pride. At that moment, it seemed inappropriate not to offer some words of encouragement. Morin and Lily could not help but chuckle. Hey Lily, Hugo, how are you? Is Hagrid weeping by the waterfall again? A tall, slender boy seated himself beside Lily, appearing a couple of years their senior, with a playful expression and bright, lively eyes. James, that is hardly a subject for jest, Lily replied with a serious tone. James shrugged. We all know how sentimental Hagrid can be. Just make sure not to mention Fred or Lupin during class. Fred just mentioned that he encountered Hagrid by the entrance hall, and Hagrid, reminiscing about our legendary twin Uncle Fred, was brought to tears. At that moment, another bespectacled boy approached, saying, Of course, unless you think Hagrid's care for those blast-ended screws during class is dull, then mentioning Fred's name might serve a purpose. Albus, that is quite unfair. I shall tell Mother, Lily retorted, visibly displeased. I asked Uncle George, and he confirmed that you indeed managed to cast the petrification charm on Peeves, which is quite an accomplishment. I have yet to master the charm, as James refuses to teach me, Albus remarked. The petrification charm is fundamental to offensive spells. If you cannot perform it, do not let it be known that I am your brother, James said with a hint of pride, then exchanged greetings with Morin. Lily observed their retreating figures and inquired, What are they up to now? They mentioned want to play some pranks on Peeves this semester. Previously, it was Peeves who tormented the students. Uncle George provided them with some ideas, and they are preparing to retaliate against him this term. I have yet to encounter Peeves, Hugo exclaimed. Peeves? Morin asked, puzzled. A ghost who specializes in tormenting students. James claimed that last semester, Peeves harassed him for a fortnight, even splashing him with water while he was using the restroom. Lily chuckled. Planning to prank Peeves? That may prove quite challenging. A ghost emerged from beneath the table ahead of them, its head tilted askew, merely a thin layer of skin binding it together, startling Morin and the others. Nearly headless Nick. Impressive. Hugo marveled at Nick's neck, which bore stains of blood, revealing some darkened bone and flesh. Welcome, new Gryffindors. Nearly headless Nick floated past everyone, greeting them. The newcomers gazed wide-eyed at his ghastly appearance. Hugo shared tales of nearly headless Nick and Peeves with Morin, who felt his knowledge of Hogwarts was still insufficient. Expressing envy. Having an older brother is wonderful. You can learn so much about Hogwarts before enrollment. That may not be the case. If you had a sister named Rose, you would think differently, Hugo remarked, leaning on the table. Cheer up. I actually believe Rose is quite diligent, Lily replied. The trio engaged in casual conversation. And soon the list of names from Professor Flitwick had reached its conclusion. The Sorting Hat playfully teased each new student, and once the houses were assigned, Professor McGonagall stood up and addressed the gathering. Welcome to all the new students of Hogwarts. This institution serves as a cradle of knowledge, where you shall learn the art of becoming proficient wizards. I hope you will support one another in your endeavors, as your performance will determine your respective house points. It is each student's duty to bring honor to their house. The prefects and the head of the student council will elucidate the specific rules of Hogwarts, and I trust you will adhere to them diligently. Morin and his friends were quite famished, yet McGonagall appeared rather stern, not one to be easily interrupted. Once she concluded her opening speech, a plethora of food appeared on the table, with roasted potatoes and chicken legs among the offerings. I could devour an entire cow, Morin exclaimed, biting into a chicken leg. Hugo, his mouth stuffed with ham, added, I wonder if that Sorting Hat ever gets hungry. Didn't Tia claim to possess ears and a mouth? Morin glanced toward the Sorting Hat, which Professor Flitwick was about to remove. The words of the Sorting Hat resurfaced in Morin's mind, and he recalled his heterochromatic eyes, still puzzled by the ancient magic it mentioned. I must visit the library to investigate further, he mused, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. Chapter 14. Hugo's Numerous Flaws. The Gryffindor common room resided in a tower, a peculiar aspect of Hogwarts where the staircases were ever-changing, leading to different destinations at different times. The prefect, a tall fourth-year student named Nelson, guided the first years to their dormitory. Remember the rules of the staircase changes. They will shift every day. A guide to the staircases is posted on the wall of the common room. Nelson led them to a grand portrait featuring a rather rotund lady adorned with a floral wreath, humming a discordant funeral march in a shrill and unpleasant tone. "Do you think I sing beautifully?" the fat lady asked, lost in her own reverie. "Absolutely splendid," Nelson replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his true sentiments. It was clear that uttering anything less than flattering could result in being locked out by the fat lady. "I appreciate your honesty," the fat lady said, her expression brightening as the portrait swung open, revealing an entrance. Exhausted, Morin and his companions paid little heed to her, for those hailing from wizarding families. Talking portraits were hardly a novelty, as Morin himself had once strolled across the front page of the Daily Prophet. The dormitory beds were cozy, and Morin shared a room with Hugo, along with two others, Toby Whalen, a muggle-born who appeared quite shy, and Sweet Clive. While Morin and Hugo conversed, Toby remained quiet and anxious, listening intently. "No need to be nervous, Toby. We do not discriminate against those of muggle descent," Morin reassured him. Hugo naturally would not. His mother, Hermione, hails from a muggle background. "Thank you. I was nearly overwhelmed with joy upon receiving my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I had always been oblivious to the fact that my actions were magical." Toby appeared visibly relieved. "What did you do?" Hugo inquired. Toby, somewhat bashful, confessed. "I revived the neighbor's recently deceased puppy. I mean, not in the literal sense of resurrection, but rather, I made its corpse run around, which terrified them." "And you?" Hugo casually remarked. Morin single-handedly took on 10 Aurors from the Ministry of Magic in Diagon Alley before he even started school. "Really?" Toby's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hey, Hugo, stop making things up. That is all nonsense," Morin interjected, now clad in his pajamas and seated on his bed. "What about you, Sweet?" Hugo asked Sweet, who had remained silent since their arrival. "Such a peculiar person," Hugo muttered. Morin also found Sweet's reticence odd. They knew his name only because it was inscribed on the wooden side of each bed. Yet Sweet had been as mute as a statue since entering the dormitory, merely organizing his belongings. They paid him no mind and soon settled into slumber. The following morning, Morin awoke early while Hugo lingered in bed for quite some time. Morin attempted to rouse him 3 times without success. "Hurry up, if you don't get up soon, we'll be late." Lily burst into their boys' dormitory, brandishing her wand to Hugo, exclaiming, "Freeze for 3 feet." A beam of blue light erupted from Lily's wand, enveloping Hugo's face and forming a crystalline frost, causing his eyebrows to glisten with frost. "Ouch, Lily!" Hugo yelped, bolting upright. "Freeze for 3 feet. I'll remember that spell," Morin remarked, giving Lily a thumbs up. Lily, putting away her wand, proudly declared, "My mother often uses this spell to wake him up. Before school started, Aunt Hermione specifically taught me this spell to rouse Hugo, as he has far too many bad habits." "Lily, this is the boys' dormitory. What if I'm not properly dressed?" Hugo grumbled, brushing the frost from his face and sluggishly changing his clothes. "I'll be waiting for you in the great hall," Lily retorted, uninterested in Hugo's complaints, and descended the stairs. Morin glanced at Sweet's bed and asked, "Where's Sweet?" Toby shook his head. "I woke up at 4 this morning, but Sweet was already gone." Hugo, rinsing his mouth, remarked, "He certainly rises early. But why did you get up so early?" "I couldn't sleep on the first day of school," Toby replied, appearing quite excited. Morin handed 2 schedules to Hugo and Toby. Nelson had just distributed them, and there was another one belonging to Sweet. Does Sweet even have a schedule? Does he know what classes he has today? Who knows? He was acting all mysterious yesterday. He didn't even have his backpack. At last, Hugo finished packing his belongings. Morin noticed that Sweet's bed was impeccably tidy, the blankets folded neatly, a stark contrast to Hugo's chaotic bed. He shrugged, and along with his companions, headed downstairs towards the great hall. He cast another glance at the long table, still finding no sign of Sweet. Does Sweet not eat breakfast? Morin still holds Sweet's class schedule. Regardless, I'm absolutely famished. Hugo bites into a turkey leg, juices splattering forth. Lily disdainfully moves her bread away from Hugo. "Hugo, you devoured 3 turkey wings, 6 drumsticks, and 3 hamburgers last night. Are you a capybara?" "What is a capybara?" Toby quietly inquires of Morin. Morin explains, "It's a creature that consumes anything its mouth never ceases. It relishes magical items, and wizarding families dread its visits, as it gnaws through everything in the house, causing more headaches than goblins. When truly starving, it will even eat dirt." Toby, being a muggle-born, appears intrigued by the capybara, prompting Morin to elaborate that to deal with one must procure a repellent called Dragon's Breath Spray from Diagon Alley. What is dragon's breath spray? Toby asks once more. Just as Morin is about to clarify, Hugo hastily interjects. Don't say, Morin. Let me finish this first. Lily retorts. It's the odor released by dragons. The scent most feared by capybaras, and also the one Hugo detests the most. Lily, you've completely ruined my appetite. Hugo exclaims, setting aside the turkey leg. Morin and Toby chuckle as they make their way to the Muggle Studies classroom on the second floor, their voices echoing in the corridor. Upon entering the classroom, they discover students from Slytherin already present. Muggle Studies is truly a superfluous class. Why must we study this foolish subject? What is there to research about Muggles? They are utterly dim-witted, a complete waste of time. As they enter, they hear a haughty student drawling loudly to others, his voice grating on the ears of all present. It is Caroli Lestrange, an insufferable Slytherin. My father once mentioned a notorious Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's most favored follower. Indeed, she is his aunt. Hugo casts a loathsome glance at the self-important Caroli. I've heard of that woman. She's insane and harbors great prejudice against Muggles. Morin nods in agreement, initially seeking a seat far from Caroli, only to find all positions taken, save for one behind Caroli. The four of them are obliged to sit behind her. Suddenly, Caroli turns, fixing her gaze disdainfully on Toby beside Morin, and remarks, Oh, I smell something peculiar. Let me think, yes, the scent of a mudblood. In unison, Morin and Hugo retort, Be quiet. Toby, somewhat bewildered, looks at Caroli, not comprehending the term mudblood. Caroli lazily scrutinizes Toby before shifting her gaze back to Morin. What is it to you? I know you. You are that freak with the bulging eyes who made it into the Daily Prophet. Your mother must have squished your eyes when giving birth. How pitiful. Hugo, now incensed, leaps up, brandishing his wand, and angrily declares, Do you think your lineage is so noble? Let me guess, you aspire to be like your beloved Aunt Bella? Oh, I had forgotten. Her master has fallen, and I fear you have lost your opportunity. Carlo disdainfully gazed at Morin and Hugo's wands before erupting into laughter. What? Do you truly believe your wands can threaten me? I hope you do not intend to conjure a mere flower to amuse me. The other Slytherin students joined in the laughter. Being mere first-year students with no formal training in magic yet, there were hardly any capable of casting spells, rendering their wands little more than decorative objects. Carlo, emboldened, declared, I know you. You are the Weasley-esque penniless boy, and you, according to the Daily Prophet, are named Morin. Given your evident anxiety, I presume your mother is a Muggle-born as well? Please extend my regards to your mudblood mothers. His words were excessively cruel, and it soon dawned on him that he should not have uttered them, for in an instant, 3 wands emitted brilliant beams towards him. Petrificus totalis. Glacius. Stupefied. Carlo let out a cry of agony as he was struck by 2 of the spells. His body became unnaturally rigid, enveloped in layers of pale blue frost, and he collapsed from his chair, rendered immobile. You ought to mind your language, Lily said sternly, having just cast a particularly elegant freezing charm, far more potent than the one used to awaken Hugo that morning, draping Carlo in a frigid garment. Now, as he lay trembling on the ground, his skin flushed red from the cold, Morin, having mastered the petrification spell at home, transformed Carlo into a lifeless statue, unable to struggle in the least. I care not for the rules. If you do not mind, I can make your situation even worse, Morin said coldly, dismissing any thoughts of breaching school regulations, for he held no fondness for someone like Carlo. Hugo attempted to cast a stunning spell but failed. His wand merely spewed forth a cloud of red smoke. In frustration, he discarded the wand and delivered a punch to the immobile Carlo. Stop! What are you doing? My goodness, children! You cannot cast spells on your classmates at will. Professor Charles, the Muggle Studies instructor, hurried into the classroom, waving his wand to lift the petrification and freezing spells from Carlo. Carlo sneezed and, with the help of his companions, sat up, glaring resentfully at Morin and Lily. What has transpired? Professor Charles inquired patiently, his short beard flecked with gray, looking to be in his 50s and appearing quite amiable. Unlike the other professors clad in wizarding robes, he wore a brown suit and a black tie, indistinguishable from an ordinary Muggle. It would be difficult to imagine him as a wizard were it not for the wand in his hand. They cast spells on me, Professor. They should be punished, Carlo exclaimed eagerly. He disdains Muggles and insulted our mothers with that exceedingly offensive remark. I trust you are aware of it, Professor, Morin replied, irate. Professor Charles quickly comprehended the situation. Slytherin was predominantly comprised of pure-blood wizards who harbored disdain for Muggles. Previously, the Muggle Studies course had been an elective, and not a single Slytherin had chosen it. However, This year the school had resolved to make Muggle studies a compulsory subject, which naturally elicited considerable discontent among Slytherin students. Other students gazed at Morin and Lily with a mix of astonishment and apprehension, clearly intimidated by the two. When Morin had drawn his wand a moment ago, everyone assumed he was merely attempting to frighten them, only to be taken aback when he actually performed magic. This incident was quite regrettable. My classroom does not require the use of spells. Remember this. I will not deduct points for today's first lesson, but this concession shall not be repeated. Understood? Professor Charles pointed his wand at Carlo, from which a plume of steam emanated, enveloping Carlo and dispelling the chill that clung to him. He moved with the grace and decorum of a seasoned gentleman, his demeanor and discourse refined. Though Toby did not comprehend the term mudblood, he expressed his gratitude nonetheless. No need to thank me. That is hardly a commendable term, and anyone who hears it would be incensed, Morin remarked as he retrieved his textbook from his bag. He glanced around and noticed Swit seated in the opposite corner, observing them intently. Upon realizing Morin had caught his gaze, Swit hastily averted his eyes. It was peculiar that Swit, without even acquiring the schedule, was already aware that the first lesson was Muggle studies. Hugo picked up his wand and earnestly addressed Lily. You must assure me that you will not cast that perfect freezing spell on me. Lily replied with utmost seriousness. That is not an option. Aunt Hermione specifically instructed me to use it on you, especially since you were tardy. Hugo made a face. Recognizing that compared to the freezing spell he had just endured from Lily, her earlier spell on Carlo was but a mere trifle. She had shown him some mercy that morning. I must inquire with Professor Charles about how to properly execute that warming charm. Believe me, being frozen is an unpleasant experience, he whispered to Morin, casting a gleeful glance at Carlo. All right, class, before we commence, I have some important matters to discuss with you, Professor Charles announced, tapping the blackboard with a firm hand. Chapter 16, Muggle Examinations. As you all are aware, Muggle Studies was originally an elective. However, in recent years, Muggle society has advanced at a remarkable pace. They have invented numerous devices that have begun to detect the peculiarities of our world. Our attempts to conceal the existence of wizards via magic have encountered significant challenges, particularly as many wizards remain ignorant of Muggles and unwittingly attract their attention. Professor Charles spoke in a relaxed tone, and the students listened attentively. Given the trajectory of Muggle society, it will soon become exceedingly difficult to keep our magical secrets hidden. After careful consideration, the Ministry of Magic has resolved to make Muggle studies a compulsory subject starting this year. Every incoming wizard must acquire a foundational understanding of Muggles. Only then can we better safeguard our secrets within the Muggle realm. Muggles and wizards ought to coexist as equals, and I hope this sentiment resonates with everyone. Professor Charles scanned the room before continuing. Naturally, considering that some students hail from Muggle backgrounds, they possess sufficient understanding of Muggles. Therefore, the school has established a regulation. Any student who demonstrates adequate knowledge of Muggles may apply for an exemption from attending classes, with the requirement to participate solely in the final examination. Upon hearing that they could forego Muggle studies, the students eagerly straightened in their seats, eager to learn how to apply for this exemption. In truth, many, even if not averse to Muggles, were reluctant to delve into the study of Muggle knowledge. As the generational divide between Muggles and wizards is deeply entrenched, and not all wizards are captivated by Muggles. With a flick of his wand, a stack of examination papers levitated into the air. I am aware that not everyone harbors a fondness for Muggle studies, but this is mandated by the Ministry of Magic. Thus, today's assessment is of utmost importance, as it will determine your eligibility to apply for exemption from Muggle studies. The papers began to float toward each student, landing gracefully on their desks, followed by a flurry of white quills that settled into their hands. Morin, you must possess considerable knowledge of Muggles. Let's switch seats. I require Toby's assistance, for he is of Muggle descent, Hugo declared. Isn't your mother a Muggle? You should be well acquainted with them, Morin retorted. Don't be foolish. My grandfather is a high-ranking official in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Despite his years of interaction with Muggles, I've yet to witness him mastering the art of riding a Muggle tram. Hugo pushed closer. Morin felt uncertain. Hugo had a point. Arthur Weasley and Alton, both of whom were associated with the department overseeing the misuse of Muggle items, often seemed to provide Morin with dubious information about Muggles. He questioned the accuracy of the Muggle knowledge he had acquired. Noticing Hugo's movements, Professor Charles smiled and said, There is no need to concern yourself with seating arrangements. Besides these anti-cheating quills, you will also need. With another wave of his wand, he conjured waves of shimmering water that cascaded down on either side of each student, creating a small barrier that effectively thwarted any attempts to glimpse a neighbor's answers. Let the examination commence, Professor Charles announced. Hugo's expression turned to one of shock. He had initially planned to rely on Toby, a fellow student of Muggle heritage. But the magical barrier had extinguished his thoughts of cheating. Morin picked up the quill, gazing at the first question on the paper. In the Muggle world, what color must a traffic light be for one to cross the street? This. It seems my grandfather never mentioned it. Morin hesitated, refraining from writing anything. Although he often played with Muggle children, it was merely in the park, engaging in playful antics, and those Muggle children had always shunned him. He turned to the second question. In the Muggle world, how many pence are there in 1 pound? The third question read, what modes of transportation can Muggles choose from? Please list 5. Morin found himself increasingly helpless as he progressed, realizing that his understanding of Muggles was nearly non-existent. He was unfamiliar with many concepts, so he resorted to haphazardly filling in answers. After class, Hugo exited the classroom with a dejected expression, clearly having struggled to answer many questions. Why do Muggles have so many peculiar inquiries? He lamented. How many types of transportation did you write down? I only noted trains and cars. And in a moment of desperation, I included flue powder. Muggles use flue powder too, right? Last time I saw, they had a fireplace in their home. Morin's tone was unexpectedly heavy. I also mentioned skateboards, but I'm unsure if that's correct. I saw a Muggle child playing with one in the park. What is a skateboard? Hugo asked, perplexed. It's like a Muggle's flying broomstick, but it operates on the ground, Morin replied, feeling disheartened after completing the exam. I know traffic lights have red, green, and yellow, but I don't know which one signifies go, so I wrote yellow, Morin lamented, touching his forehead. When I go out, it's usually either flue powder, a door key, or the night bus. Occasionally, I might use apparition, but since Alton dislikes it, we seldom do. Lily chimed in. You two truly know nothing. It's obviously green. Is that so? You seem to know everything. Then tell me, what is a microwave used for in question 50? Hugo scoffed, confident he could answer this one. It's for heating food, Lily retorted triumphantly. Your mother mentioned it last time. Hugo paused, uncertain, and turned to Morin. Did she say that wrong? Is a microwave really for heating food? I recall Grandpa saying it was invented by Muggles to boil water. Morin was astonished. Boil water? I thought microwaves were for cleaning. You know, Muggles have a machine specifically for that. That is called an electric broom, Hugo replied without a second thought. Lily could not contain her laughter. It seems you two are destined to study Muggle studies. The cleaning device is called a vacuum cleaner. Lily was well-versed in Muggle items, having grown up in a Muggle household. However, Hugo was different. Although his mother was a Muggle, he had little interest in Muggles themselves. Both Morin and Hugo appeared disheartened, their answers utterly dismal, making passing the course seem improbable. I envy you for not having to take Muggle studies, Toby, Hugo remarked. Toby scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. The exam was so simple for him that attending class felt utterly pointless. As Carlo exited the classroom, he shot a venomous glare at Morin. You two better remember this. Hugo scowled at Carlo's retreating figure. What a nuisance. Thank goodness Voldemort is gone. Otherwise, he would probably be itching to become a Death Eater by tomorrow. Sweet hesitated for a moment before accepting the timetable, casting an odd look at Morin, and left without a word. He is so arrogant. Not even bothering to say thank you. Aren't we in the same dormitory? Hugo grumbled in discontent. Morin shrugged, showing indifference to the matter at hand. Chapter 17, The Charm Class. As they made their way to the Charm Class, they encountered the mischievous Peeves, a rotund ghost who, with a cheeky grin, hurled a large bag of dragon dung fertilizer intended for their herbology lesson at them, striking Hugo squarely. I wish James would teach Peeves a proper lesson. Infuriated, Hugo dashed into a nearby restroom to rid himself of the unpleasant substance. Morin also removed the dragon dung that had splattered onto his school uniform during the incident. The charm class was attended alongside students from Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick, though diminutive in stature, possessed a genial temperament. Standing atop a stack of books, he took attendance and remarked, "The charm class is a highly practical course, wherein you shall systematically learn an array of fascinating spells, such as the enchantment that causes a sheet of paper to fold itself into the shape of an eagle." With a gentle tap of his wand on a blank sheet of paper on the lectern, the paper began to fold itself, crafting wings and talons that appeared remarkably lifelike. Ultimately, the completed paper eagle soared gracefully before the eyes of all present. Of course, you'll also learn how to levitate objects, Professor Flitwick continued, tapping his wand again, this time on the thick tome at his feet. The hefty book began to float serenely in midair. He stepped onto the hovering book, which served as a staircase, allowing him to glide effortlessly above the classroom. Cool, Hugo exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. With each step, another book flew beneath his feet, elevating him above everyone else. Naturally, the effectiveness of the spells is contingent upon your inherent magical strength and concentration. When casting a spell, It is essential to focus your attention and visualize the intended effect. Only then will the spell truly shine. Flitwick tapped the airborne paper eagle once more, causing it to multiply, resulting in dozens of identical paper eagles darting towards each student. Before anyone had the chance to evade, the paper eagles burst apart, transforming into a dazzling array of fireworks that erupted within the classroom. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Hugo felt an exhilarating premonition that this charm class would become his favorite. Not just him, but all the students were captivated by Professor Flitwick's demonstration, yearning to wave their wands and levitate the books on their desks, walking upon them as if in flight. Suddenly, Hugo's wand emitted a burst of flames, igniting his desk and startling Morin. Sympathetically, Morin patted Hugo on the shoulder, noticing that his eyebrows had been singed. "Don't be disheartened, mate. At least you have mastered the fire spell," Morin consoled. "Indeed, if I wish for my eyebrows to grow down on my knees, I would consider it," Hugo retorted while rummaging through his bag for another piece of paper. Soon, the classroom was filled with the lively sounds of students attempting the spell, only to discover that this seemingly simple enchantment was far more challenging than Professor Flitwick had demonstrated. Some individuals consider it a triumph if a corner of their paper curls up, whereas Hugo's paper remains entirely still. On one occasion, when a sheet of paper did flutter, Hugo was ecstatic, only to discover it was merely the result of a gust of wind outside the window. "My paper must be too thick, Morin. May I borrow yours?" Hugo requested, taking Morin's paper. After a brief cough, he pointed at the pristine sheet and exclaimed, vividly alive, with a quick jab of his wand. A hole appeared in the center of the paper. Morin, who had previously attempted to fold the paper 4 times without success, contemplated for a moment, then pointed at the punctured white sheet and declared, vividly alive. His wand emitted a gentle breeze that swept over the paper, and to their astonishment, it began to fold itself, swiftly transforming into a paper crane that commenced flapping its wings. "Wow, Morin, that's impressive," Hugo remarked with envy. "Not too shabby," Morin replied with a smile, as it became evident that he possessed a remarkable talent for spells. He was the only one in the class to succeed. "Don't be modest. Why isn't it flying?" Hugo questioned, poking the flapping crane with his wand. "Perhaps it's because you damaged its wings," Morin assessed, noticing that the hole Hugo had made was now situated at the crane's wing. Just as Morin finished speaking, the paper crane suddenly took flight, darting towards Hugo's head. "Ouch! What is going on? Morin, make it stop!" Hugo exclaimed, attempting to catch it, but the crane was remarkably agile, evading his grasp and pecking at the back of his hand. "Huh? I didn't anticipate this," Morin said, bemused. He had no inkling that the crane he had folded would become so spirited. Lily, nearby, laughed heartily. "It must be seeking revenge, Hugo, for you punctured it." Hugo grabbed his textbook to shield himself, and by the time Professor Flitwick arrived to address the commotion, Hugo had already endured a dozen pecks from the unruly crane. "I loathe paper cranes," he grumbled, rubbing his hand in frustration as he headed to lunch, still seething. "Don't be like that. I find the crane quite enchanting," Lily teased, chuckling all the way. After lunch, noting that there was still ample time, Morin resolved to visit the library. Last time, the Sorting Hat had mentioned that his eyes concealed a form of magic. Though unsure of the hat's reliability, he decided to investigate further. "Come on, it's only the first day of school, and you're off to the library? You truly are a rose-like overachiever," Hugo scoffed, rolling his eyes. After some contemplation, he chose not to disclose the Sorting Hat's words. Given Hugo's disposition, he would undoubtedly dismiss the Hat's claims as nonsensical. However, Morin believed the Sorting Hat was not as self-absorbed as others perceived. It could recall events from 21 years prior, and perhaps it had encountered wizards with heterochromia before. After all, this hat was no ordinary item. It was once the hat of Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts. As Morin made his way to the library on the 5th floor, he noticed that many students were lounging in their dormitories during the lunch break, while some upperclassmen were diligently working on assignments in the library. Morin entered the splendidly adorned library, contemplating his quest for the magic associated with eyes, which he presumed could be found within the category of human magic. He followed the signs diligently, only to stumble upon an inconspicuous corner of a bookshelf where a solitary figure was seated. It was Sweet, the reclusive roommate who had seldom engaged with them. Chapter 18. The Library. Sweet was nestled in the library's dim recess, engrossed in a hefty tome, occasionally jotting notes in a notebook. Morin hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him, but then noticed Sweet abruptly lift his head and meet his gaze. Morin nodded, intending to offer a salutation, yet Sweet merely returned to his book with an expressionless demeanor, as if Morin were invisible. "Truly an odd fellow," Morin extracted a volume titled The Secrets of Human Magic from the towering shelves and began to peruse its contents. The book elucidated various extraordinary magical abilities possessed by gifted wizards, such as Parcel Tongue, a unique skill of the descendants of Slytherin, and Polyjuice Potion, which allows one to alter their appearance at will. It also touched upon the mechanics of bone-repairing spells, cautioning that one must pause while casting, lest the spell cause one's bones to vanish, necessitating the use of a bone-replenishing potion, a process fraught with pain. While the spell appeared promising, it was not what Morin sought. Turning to the section on eye-related magic, Morin discovered scant information. It merely instructed those endowed with the talent of Polyjuice Potion on how to change their eye color and lengthen their eyelashes. Such an ability is typically innate, unattainable by ordinary wizards. As Morin was not a natural Polyjuice practitioner, the prospect of altering his eye color seemed implausible. A cursory examination of the entire book revealed no mention of the magic concerning heterochromia, prompting him to reach for another volume, Famous Wizards with Special Abilities. This book chronicled renowned wizards throughout magical history and their distinctive powers. Among them was a wizard named Springhall, a dragon speaker capable of communicating with dragons. It was said that he once calmed a rampaging ice unicorn dragon, saving a tribe in Albania from its frigid wrath, a dragon that only emerged during winter, impervious to defeat by an ordinary wizard. Morin mused on the similarities between this dragon speaker and Parcel Tongue, quickly recalling that descendants of Salazar Slytherin could converse with snakes. Perhaps there were other families with the ability to engage with dragons or even communicate with snails or owls, though such talents had yet to be showcased. It is noteworthy that while wizards are aware of dragons and utilize their organs and blood in potion making, not every wizard has encountered a living dragon. Should a dragon speaker exist who had never laid eyes on a real dragon, they might remain oblivious to their own gift. In this light, it appears that the ability to speak Parcel Tongue, attributed to Slytherin, is not as unique as once believed. It is merely due to Voldemort's own capacity for this tongue that it has become emblematic of dark magic. The wizarding world is still replete with many enigmatic and ancient families. Morin then stumbled upon an article detailing a wizard who could communicate with vampires, hailing from the venerable Tagula lineage. The vampires referred to by the wizard are colossal purple blood-sucking bats, with wingspans of up to 5 meters, subsisting solely on the blood of magical creatures, including wizards, while posing no threat to muggles. Moreover, there exist wizards capable of conversing with unicorns, and even the rare phoenix tamers who can subdue phoenixes. Among all wizards endowed with the ability to communicate with animals, Parcel Tongue is the most feared and reviled, as those who possess it often employ serpents to perform dark sorcery. After searching fruitlessly for some time, Morin was about to venture towards the ancient magic bookshelf when he noticed Sweet approaching him. As Sweet passed by, he uttered in a hushed tone, "You'd better be careful." What? Morin found this rather peculiar, unable to discern why Sweet would suddenly speak to him in such a manner, which seemed to be both a warning and a provocation. Lacking any context, however, Sweet merely cast a significant glance at Morin before departing with his belongings. "What do you mean by that?" Morin called after him. The library maintained its serenity, and Mrs. Phelps shot Morin a warning glare while clutching her feather duster. "Hey, genius, how's the reading going?" Hugo jested. Morin furrowed his brow and relayed Sweet's words to Hugo. "He told you to be careful? What does that mean? When did you provoke him?" Hugo inquired, puzzled. Morin shook his head. "School just started yesterday. He didn't even speak to us last night. How could I have upset him?" Hugo patted Morin's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry. I've got you back. If it comes to it, we can always have another brawl. Lily has the freezing charm, and you have the petrifying spell. Well, I can throw a punch. Whether it's a fight or a duel, let him choose. We wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson like we did with Carlo." "Hugo, we cannot be fighting recklessly at school," Lily admonished sternly. "Oh really? Who was it that just used the freezing charm?" Hugo retorted, rolling his eyes. A smile flickered at the corner of Lily's mouth, revealing that she was not as composed as she pretended to be. "That was a special circumstance, you must understand," Lily replied, raising her hands in exasperation. Morin was not particularly afraid of fighting. He merely found Sweet to be somewhat eccentric. Generally, one would expect fellow dorm mates, regardless of how reclusive, to at least exchange greetings. Upon hearing that Sweet was taking notes in the library at midday, Hugo exclaimed, "Wait, could Sweet also be a top student? Are you guys in competition? I've heard that top students often cannot stand each other, feigning respect while secretly vying for superiority." "Who told you that?" Lily asked. "Rose. She has been saying she dislikes a boy in her year whose grades match hers. Rose spent the entire summer plotting to surpass him. Otherwise, why would she prepare for her OWLs so early? Just to pass the time?" Hugo replied. "Do not be ridiculous. This is merely the first day of class. Furthermore, refrain from calling me an academic prodigy. If I were truly a scholar, I would know that an induction cooker is meant for cleaning, Morin remarked. To clarify, an induction cooker is utilized for cooking, Lily interjected. Both Morin and Hugo shrugged in resignation. Is he actually reading Secrets of Magical History? Does he not realize that Secrets of Magical History is not to be trusted? Hugo scoffed. I recall my mother telling me that Secrets of Magical History comprises fabricated tales concocted by idle wizards, such as the story of a sorcerer named Babylon who rode a flying broom to the sun. Can you believe that? Morin concurred with Hugo's sentiment. Glancing at his pocket watch, he noted that it was nearly time for afternoon classes, prompting him to abandon the topic and hasten toward his defense against the dark arts class. Chapter 19. 100 Ways to Perish in the Wizarding World. The professor for defense against the dark arts was Professor Francis, who also served as the head of Slytherin House. He was stern and unyielding, exuding an air of intimidation. How can it be that the head of Slytherin teaches defense against the dark arts? I find it hard to believe. Hugo muttered from the back row of the subterranean classroom. Do not speculate foolishly. James' defense against the dark arts is exemplary. He claims that Professor Francis is quite competent. Lily countered. In truth, Lily's assertion held merit. Although Professor Francis was strict, he was impartial, treating Gryffindor students with the same regard as those from Slytherin. However, his teaching methods were far from engaging. Defense against the dark arts is a profound discipline, and I expect each of you to dedicate yourselves to your studies. The wizarding world is never devoid of dark magic. Even though the age of darkness has passed, many dark forces continue to stir. If you wish to avoid being inexplicably dragged into a swamp to meet your demise, or encountering a black bone that blinds you with a mere glance, you must learn to discern the true nature of dark magic. Professor Francis admonished the new students with a commanding tone. His words proved effective, as bewilderment flickered across the faces of the first years, who could not comprehend the terrifying implications of a black bone that could cause blindness at a mere glance. Professor, may I inquire what manner of black bone possesses such power that merely looking at it results in blindness? A girl eagerly raised her hand to ask. If a single glance causes blindness, then the wizard who created this bone must still be able to see, correct? Hugo muttered anxiously. Is that truly your concern? Lily retorted. Exasperated, Professor Francis did not elucidate the nature of this black bone. Instead, he devoted the next half hour to recounting 100 astonishing ways in which wizards had met their untimely ends due to dark magic. These included being rendered immobile for eternity by accidentally stepping on a plank, choking to death in the darkness from the scent of cheese, disappearing into a blood-red tome, or succumbing to fatal blood loss from a single bite of a magical mosquito. Professor Francis recounted these bizarre fatalities without offering any explanation of the dark magic involved or guidance on how to counteract it. At last, he uttered, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, pay heed to my lectures, keep your minds engaged, and take diligent notes. In the future, you shall not perish inexplicably from the scent of cheese. Though Professor Francis's classes lacked the allure of Professor Flitwick's, his approach was undeniably effective. The myriad of bizarre deaths that wizards could encounter instilled fear in every student. None dared to lose focus during his lessons, lest they miss a crucial piece of knowledge that could one day spell danger even in the restroom. I swear I shall never touch cheese again, Hugo muttered softly. Oh, really? Who devoured 3 mango cheesecake tarts last night? Lily inquired. Except for the mango cheesecake, Morin commented, finding the dark arts defense class to be a torment, as Professor Francis's monotone voice lulled everyone to sleep. Yet, just when the students felt drowsy, he would abruptly mention an odd method of death, jolting them awake. This frustrating oscillation between sleepiness and alertness was disheartening. Attending his class makes me feel perpetually at risk of losing my life, Morin remarked as they left the classroom. Indeed, I now feel that passing by this wall could lead to being crushed by the paintings it bears. Hugo stepped aside, distancing himself from the wall adorned with landscapes. Professor Francis had just mentioned a painting that, if one were struck by it, would result in being eternally trapped within its frame, causing the students to lose their enthusiasm for the moving portraits within the castle. James, Albus, don't you have classes? Lily asked in confusion. James gestured for silence. No talking. We're about to embark on a venture. Morin noticed Albus cleverly stowing away a piece of quick escape candy, and everyone understood their purpose for being there. What are you up to? Morin asked. We are declaring war on Peeves. James replied seriously. Hugo grumbled, count me in. This morning, he threw dragon dung at me, claiming I looked like a walking mandrake. That little imp. Albus shook his head. No, you can't cast a single spell. You'll only hinder us. We'd rather take Morin. Hugo brandished his wand defiantly. Who says I can't cast spells? Watch this, it's alive. A burst of flames erupted from the tip of Hugo's wand, igniting the floor. James and Albus exchanged puzzled glances. ISNT, that a folding charm? How did it turn into flames? Enough chatter. I want to be a burden, Hugo insisted, unabashed, then turned to Morin and whispered, as long as magic is frightening. Who cares if the incantation is correct, right? Morin chuckled, unable to dispute that. James's wand emitted a jet of water, extinguishing Hugo's flames. Never mind. Just keep your voices down and follow me, he instructed. I'm not going. It sounds dull, Lily shrugged, uninterested in the boy's mischief. UNT think that way once Peeves has played tricks on you, Hugo called after her. They followed James and Albus to the Northwest Tower, where a magical arts classroom awaited, designed for students interested in honing their painting skills. James produced the Marauder's map, which displayed the entire visage of Hogwarts along with various secret passages. The map indicated the names of every individual, meticulously recording their whereabouts. Throughout their journey, Hugo yearned to seize the map, but James steadfastly refused. Is it not possible to create a copy of the Marauder's map? Surely Uncle George has a method, Hugo inquired. Morin asked, what is your plan for dealing with Peeves? The strategy is as follows. Albus will attract Peeves' attention while I seize the opportunity to ensnare him against the wall with ghost glue. You shall launch dung bombs at him, James declared, retrieving several packets of black dung bombs from his backpack and distributing them to Morin and the others. The dung bombs were the size of a finger, gleaming with an alluring exterior and even exuding an unusual fragrance. However, should one inadvertently crush them, the foul liquid within would leave an indelible impression, with the stench detectable from 2 streets away, impervious to any ordinary charm. The incantation, Ulad, would direct the dung bombs to assault Peeves, but James cautioned, remember to keep a distance of at least 2 meters when the bombs explode, or you shall suffer the consequences. Trust me, you would not want to carry the odor to dinner. You would be expelled. We aim to give Peeves a most unpleasant bath to impart a lasting lesson. Morin was aware of the dung bomb's effects. The liquid unleashed would likely cause one to regurgitate their previous meal. This classroom has 2 doors. I will enter through the front, and you shall enter through the back. Albus instructed, be nimble, James. If the ghost glue fails to adhere to Peeves, he will escape through the walls. The glue is essential to prevent his passage. Morin, initially reluctant to participate. After all, confronting Peeves on the very first day of school was hardly a favorable undertaking, was coerced by Hugo. Ultimately, he acquiesced, reasoning that it would merely be a matter of joining the fray. Chapter 20. The Strange Turn. Albus had already entered through the front door, and his cheerful voice echoed from within the classroom. Hello, Peeves? Oh, your drawing of the blast-ended screw-it is simply delightful. That essay hippogriff, you blind little Potter. Peeves' laughter resonated throughout the room. James cautiously pushed open the back door, and Morin and the others stealthily entered the classroom, which was adorned with easels and 2 rows of cabinets brimming with paint. Utilizing the cabinets for cover, they quietly approached Peeves from behind. Peeves wore a mischievous grin as he contemplated how best to torment Albus. James signaled to Morin and the others, having already levitated the ghost glue towards Peeves, who remained unsuspecting. Morin and Hugo had drawn their wands, poised for action. Peeves, you shall pay the price, James exclaimed forcefully, hurling the ghost glue towards the poltergeist. Just then, Albus's voice rang out, no, James. It's a trap. Arg. Albus cried out in pain. Morin and the others were bewildered, for they had clearly seen Albus standing before Peeves, engaged in jovial conversation, and he had not directed any words towards them. At this moment, James's ghostly glue was already splattered outward, seemingly about to land on the mischievous Peeves. However, the glue suddenly halted mid-air, as if obstructed by an unseen force. With a loud crash, Hugo let out a yelp as a dung bomb exploded above him, drenching him in a foul stench. Morin narrowly evaded the brunt of it, yet still found himself splattered with a noxious substance, leaving him feeling unwell as the odor enveloped the entire classroom. Suddenly, the scene in front of them distorted, and a massive canvas was torn away, revealing Albus running towards them with his head cradled in his arms, his body splattered with vibrant colors. It was then that everyone realized the classroom had been divided by a grand canvas, which depicted illusory versions of Peeves and Albus, both of whom were actually on the other side. This magical canvas could project specific scenes, vividly animated, making it virtually indistinguishable from reality unless one attempted to touch it. The Albus and Peeves they had seen upon entering the classroom were merely images on the canvas. The little spawn of Potter shall pay the price for opposing the great Peeves. The poltergeist cackled, dashing towards the paint-filled cabinets and hurling colors indiscriminately. splattering both Hugo and James directly. How does Peeves know we are here? A bucket of purple paint was flung towards Morin, who quickly grabbed a nearby easel and threw it at Peeves. As he retreated to a corner, just as he was about to make a run for it, a cascade of red paint poured down from above. At that moment, Morin felt a sense of impending doom as the world around him seemed to sway, and the scenery began to retreat, as if he were traversing through a series of tunnels, with countless figures flashing by him. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, pay heed to my lessons, keep your minds engaged, and take diligent notes. In the future, you shall not find yourselves suffocating for no reason upon catching a whiff of cheese. Professor Francis intoned in a rather pedantic manner. He glanced at Hugo and Lily beside him, who were engaged in a light argument. I swear I shall never touch cheese again from this day forth, Hugo muttered quietly. Oh really? Who devoured 3 mango cream cheesecakes last night? Lily retorted. Aside from the mango cream cheesecake, Hugo replied. Are you well? Of course I am. The 100 bizarre ways wizards can meet their end that Professor Francis mentioned are quite chilling. This was not the sort of response Morin wished to hear. It seemed Hugo had forgotten their recent encounter with Peeves, or perhaps Morin had experienced something beyond Hugo's grasp. He felt increasingly bewildered, scrutinizing both Hugo and Lily. Was this all some elaborate jest? If they intended to prank him, surely Professor Francis and a group of Slytherin students would not be idly complicit. The bell for the end of class rang half an hour later, with Professor Francis assigning a paper on the dark magic of rabbit tails. Morin had been unable to comprehend what had transpired, yet Hugo and Lily resolved to visit the library, and the scene they encountered was eerily reminiscent of Morin's recent experience. No, I merely have a few matters that remain unclear, Morin remarked, pondering that if his thoughts were indeed correct, they would soon encounter the truants James and Albus on the 3rd floor. As expected, upon reaching the 3rd floor, they stumbled upon the sneaky James brothers lurking in the corridor. James, Albus, do you two not have class either? Lily inquired with a hint of confusion. James motioned for silence. Don't speak. We're up to something. He regarded Morin with skepticism. How did you know? To his astonishment, it seemed to be true. This was a repetition of events from merely an hour prior, and Morin was experiencing it once more. He quickly shook his head, just a guess. Then Hugo, grumbling, insisted that Albus take him along, as Peeves had referred to him as a walking mandrake that morning and had showered him with dung bombs. Albus expressed his disdain for Hugo's lack of spellcasting skills, prompting Hugo to draw his wand and utter the folding charm, which resulted in flames erupting from the wand. As long as the magic is frightening, who cares if the incantation is correct, right? Hugo turned to Morin and said, Did he lack a time turner? How was this possible? Chapter 21. Back to the past. James had already thrust a dung bomb into Morin and Albus's hands and divulged their plan. Albus would distract Peeves. James would ambush with ghost glue, and Morin and Hugo would launch their dung bombs. You will fail with this approach, Morin cautioned. No, Peeves won't anticipate our strategy. Albus is quite adept at drawing Peeves' attention. James dismissed Morin's concerns. However, Morin seriously interjected, although I cannot fathom why, Peeves is already aware of our intent. He will deceive us with a magical canvas, waiting for us to take the bait, and in the end, we will be thoroughly pranked by Peeves. A magical canvas? Where did Peeves acquire such a thing? Morin, how do you know this? James queried, perplexed. James pondered thoughtfully and nodded. If what you say is true, we must devise a new plan from the ground up. We know what to do. Based on his recent experiences, Morin recalibrated their strategy, and both James and Albus nodded in agreement. Indeed, I didn't realize you were also a mastermind of mischief, Morin, James praised. Then it's settled, Albus declared, eager to lead the way. They arrived at the classroom where Peeves resided. This time, Morin would draw Peeves' attention, entering through the back door. Upon entering, he beheld Peeves sketching an unsightly creature on the blackboard. Morin realized that the Peeves before him was merely a manifestation of the magical canvas. The figure within the canvas was indeed animated. Hey, Peeves, your unicorn is truly hideous, Morin remarked casually. That S.A. Griffin, you dolt. The Peeves from the canvas turned and scrutinized Morin with mischievous intent. Peeves relished in pranking anyone who dared enter. His antics knew no bounds. Is that so? Your painting skills are truly dreadful, Morin lamented. Pai Gui's eyes darted back and forth. He was positioned behind the canvas, peering through it at Morin. His gaze fell upon a bucket of paint as he contemplated dousing Morin in its contents. However, Morin suddenly hurled a Peruvian smoke bomb forward. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth, separating Morin from Pai Gui. With a startled cry, Pai Gui prepared to charge forward. But James swiftly dashed in from the front. With remarkable speed, he waved his wand, and while Pai Gui's attention was drawn to Morin, The ghost glue was poured onto Pai Pai Gue's form. What is this nonsense? Pai Pai Gue screamed, intending to soar towards the ceiling, only to crash into it with a thud, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Though ghosts typically glide through walls effortlessly, the ghost glue rendered him corporeal, firmly affixed to the ceiling. Let us give you a dung bomb bath, Pai Pai Gue. Albus and Hugo hurled dung bombs at Pai Pai Gue, whose now tangible form became instantly reeking of the foul substance, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. You Potter brats, I shall make you pay. Pai Pai Gue bellowed in fury. Then give it your best shot, James retorted, wholly unfazed by Pai Pai Gue's threats, as their rivalry had long been established. The ghost glue would only bind him for 10 minutes, but Uncle George had specially concocted dung bombs designed to linger for 3 days. James proudly announced to Morin. Pai Pai Gue continued to hurl invectives from the ceiling, yet his rage was futile. Morin and the others had already vacated the classroom. I wish I had a camera to capture Pai Pai Gue's expression. It would make a splendid exhibition piece, Hugo remarked, relishing the moment. How would he know? I haven't experienced a time turner. Why do you ask? Hugo inquired, puzzled. Morin shook his head, just a fleeting curiosity. He hesitated to disclose his thoughts to Hugo, as the reality of the situation was too bizarre, and he lacked any evidence to clarify the recent events. Let us go. We must eat first, and then finish that rabbit's tail dark magic essay. I feel I shall never be fond of rabbits again, Hugo expressed with regret. Morin was beset with questions, recalling the article in the Daily Prophet about the Ministry of Mysteries being breached and the theft of a time turner. A sense of unease settling in his heart. The first day at Hogwarts had not been particularly enjoyable. Aside from the relatively easy charms class, the rest were dismal. Especially Muggle studies and defense against the dark arts. No one truly relished those subjects. After dinner, they secured a spot at the long table in the common room to commence their homework, stifling yawns as they labored through the tedious essays before finally retiring to bed. Morin sat by the window, gazing at the nocturnal landscape of Hogwarts, the empty Quidditch pitch illuminated intermittently by flickering lights, while distant owls hooted softly. I hope tomorrow's lessons prove to be more engaging, Morin mused. Chapter 22, The History of Magic and Herbology. Morin had long believed that Professor Francis's defense against the dark arts class was the most tedious of all, yet he ultimately discovered a course even more monotonous. Professor Binns's History of Magic, with its dry and monotonous tone, resembled a lullaby, successfully lulling many first-year students into slumber on the very first day. Do you think he remembers that he is dead? Lily mused as she gazed at the transparent figure of Professor Binns, who conducted the class as a ghost unlike any other. While others preferred to glide through walls, he solemnly opened the door and entered, appearing quite formal. It is said that Professor Binns holds the record for the longest tenure at Hogwarts, the most seasoned and aged of all professors. So Morin confidently asserted that his experience in teaching the history of magic should be extensive. Meanwhile, Hugo sat beside him, softly snoring, already lost to the world of dreams. Professor Binns droned on with an array of complex and esoteric words, and as it was the first lesson, the students dutifully took notes. However, the last statement left many in astonishment. Lily raised her hand and said, Professor, we are first-year students. We haven't attended classes last semester. Professor Binns looked up, scanning the room with a somewhat puzzled expression, then suddenly realized and nodded. Ah, indeed. I forgot. This is fourth-year material. You are first years and should begin with the origins of wizardry. I mistakenly brought the wrong lesson plan. The entire class exchanged bemused glances at their notes, realizing that Professor Binns's previous lengthy discourse had been in vain, much to their chagrin as they had taken it so earnestly. Professor Binns then commenced his lecture on the origins of magic, stating that the first individual to discover magic was named Wand, who one day encountered a black dragon in the forest. Wand picked up a branch and fought valiantly against the dragon, but he was no match for it. Just as the dragon was about to devour him, a strand of unicorn hair fell upon the branch in his hand. In a moment of desperation, Wand uttered a phrase, causing the branch to emit a radiant light that vanquished the dragon. Surviving against the odds, Wand studied the peculiar combination of unicorn hair and the branch, ultimately inventing the first wand, marking the genesis of magic and the origin of the wand itself. The origin of the wand seemed rather hasty. Lily marveled at her own wand, struggling to fathom that the first wand and the inaugural spell emerged in such a manner. What do you expect? Are we to believe that our wands were invented in such a manner? Like the Elder Wand, forged from the bones of the dead? Morin interjected, recalling tales from his childhood, recounted by his grandfather, about the origins of the Deathly Hallows, which included the most powerful wand known to man. Children born into wizarding families were well acquainted with these stories. Lily flipped through her book and inquired. Then the phrase uttered by Mr. Wand must be the very first spell in the history of magic. The book does not reveal what that spell was. Perhaps it was freeze for 3 feet. Hugo quipped with a mischievous grin. Oh, be quiet, Lily retorted. Professor Binns did not disclose the incantation he was alluding to. Instead, he commenced discussing how Mr. Underwood managed to conjure fire with his wand, which, due to mismanagement, led to a forest fire. Yet, the audience appeared utterly disinterested. Even when a fire-resistant plant was discovered amidst the flames, it elicited little more than indifference. In contrast, Professor Francis, who taught the defense against the dark arts, commanded attention with a voice that rivaled Binns' monotone. However, no one dared to doze off during his lectures, as the palpable respect and fear of death compelled the students to remain attentive. Binns, on the other hand, merely read from the textbook without posing questions, which fostered a sense of complacency among the students. If there were a class that Morin eagerly anticipated, it would undoubtedly be herbology, for the instructor was Professor Longbottom, a legendary figure in the wizarding world who, 21 years prior, had drawn the sword of Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat and vanquished one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. All the first-year students looked forward to his class, and even those from Muggle backgrounds had heard numerous tales of Professor Longbottom, eagerly wanting to discover what made this brave Neville Longbottom such a remarkable individual. Neville was tall and slender, with a somewhat pallid complexion, his robes besmirched with dirt, and he clutched a bucket in his hands, nervously surveying the new students. Well, hello everyone. I am your herbology instructor. You may call me Professor Longbottom, he announced, his voice lacking in confidence, and his smile, appearing somewhat forced, hinted at his unease. Uncle Neville tends to get anxious around newcomers, Hugo whispered. Hush, Hugo. We must refer to him as Professor Longbottom while at school, Lily shot him a glare. Neville retrieved a student roster from his pocket. We will be heading to Greenhouse 5 shortly, where you will begin your studies with the most fundamental herbs. First, I will take attendance. The herbology class was shared with students from Slytherin, and Morin spotted the irksome face of Caro in the crowd, who was currently in a corner with his classmates, pointing at Neville and occasionally emitting derisive snickers. All Gryffindor students present. Excellent. Now for the Slytherin students. New Finn Iman, present. Ah, Garol Estrange. When Neville reached this name, he paused, furrowing his brow. Caro lazily raised his hand. Here, Professor Longbottom. Neville fixed his gaze on Caro, a peculiar intensity flickering in his eyes. Did Professor Longbottom know Caro? Morin mused, sensing something was amiss with Neville. Hugo, equally perplexed, remarked, Impossible. He knows me and Lily too. He didn't say much during attendance. After a brief hesitation, Lily quietly interjected, Caro Aunt is Bellatrix, remember? I've heard Dad mention that Professor Longbottom's parents were driven to St. Mungo's by the Death Eater Bellatrix. Molly gazed in astonishment at Neville, then turned her attention to the disdainful Carlo, finally comprehending why Neville hesitated upon uttering Carlo's name. It was for this very reason. What's wrong? Is there an issue with my name? Carlo drawled in an irritating tone, and after a pause, he added, Professor. Neville took a deep breath and shook his head, replying, No. Next, Silas Clinton. He completed the roll call and then led the group toward the greenhouse. Carlo intentionally lagged behind, distancing himself from Neville, whispering something to his companions, followed by a fit of laughter. He was undoubtedly mocking Neville's family. That filthy scoundrel, Hugo seethed. Chapter 23. Herbology. St. Mungo's Hospital accepts anyone, even fools. I heard one of us as parents who were fools at St. Mungo's. How unfortunate, Carlo sneered. Hugo brandished his wand, ready to charge at Carlo, but Lila restrained him. Urging caution. Let me teach him a lesson, Hugo whispered. Don't act rashly. He is merely speaking without naming anyone. Are you really going to hit him just because he mentioned that St. Mungo's has fools? This is different from yesterday, Lila asserted sternly. I don't care. It's obvious what he meant. Isn't it? Hugo retorted. Molly shook her head. It's not common knowledge about Professor Longbottom's parents. If we strike him, and the professor asks us why, shall we tell him it's for his parents' sake? Of course we shall, Hugo declared unwaveringly. Then everyone will know about the professor's parents at St. Mungo's, Molly pointed out. Hugo realized that Molly had a point. This situation was not akin to the previous day's class. Reluctantly, he sheathed his wand, casting a fierce glare at the still laughing Carlo. He would one day pay for his words. Upon entering the greenhouse, they were greeted by the pungent aroma mingled with unicorn dung, a bit overpowering. Curiosity radiated from the students, all eyes fixated on Neville, who felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of so many unfamiliar faces. Despite having taught at Hogwarts for several years, the start of each term brought nervousness as he addressed the new students. Now, let us commence our lesson. Neville was preparing to begin when suddenly a Gryffindor first year raised his hand. Taken aback, Neville glanced at the roster and inquired, "Your name is Carl, correct? Do you have a question?" "Professor, I heard you played a pivotal role in the Battle of Hogwarts 21 years ago. Is that true?" Carl asked, brimming with excitement. Neville fumbled for words. Since he began teaching, he faced this inquiry each year and still felt unaccustomed to it. "Well, how should I put this? Harry played a crucial role. I merely severed a snake's head," Neville mumbled. "But that snake represented Voldemort himself, did it not? Without that head being severed, Voldemort could not be defeated. That is what the books say, isn't it?" Another Gryffindor girl interjected. "Indeed, the truth remains unaltered. However, that incident occurred 21 years ago and bears no relevance to our current lesson. How did you manage to draw the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat? Did the hat disclose the incantation to you, or is there a concealed space within it? I have heard of an enchantment that allows for infinite extension." Another boy with brown hair, Shelley, eagerly inquired. Neville hesitated momentarily before responding. "I do not know. The sword simply appeared within the hat." "You don't know? Does that imply that anyone could draw the sword? So, you possess no particular distinction, merely luck. Is that correct, Professor?" shouted Slytherin Carlo. "The sword of Gryffindor can only be drawn by one who is truly of Gryffindor, Carlo. Professor Longbottom is of Gryffindor, while you are not, hence you cannot summon it." "I sincerely wish you would engage in more reading," retorted Morin without reservation. Many of the new Gryffindor students appeared unaware of this fact. Not everyone had read as extensively as Morin about the Battle of Hogwarts that transpired 21 years ago. Upon hearing Morin assert that only Gryffindors could draw the sword, excitement rippled through the crowd. In stark contrast, the Slytherins displayed overt disdain. Carlo sneered at Morin. "Only Gryffindors can draw the sword? Don't tell me you managed to pull it as well, Morin. I didn't see any Gryffindor being struck on the head by the sword during the sorting ceremony the other day." Morin replied, "That is because the dark times have long since passed. There is no need for the sword of Gryffindor to enact justice. Do you understand? I assure you, should any ambitious dark wizard dare to set their sights on Hogwarts, the sword of Gryffindor would emerge from the sorting hat. I believe you are acutely aware of how that ambitious primary Death Eater met his demise, are you not? You are courting danger." Carlo's thin lips curled into a sneer, fully comprehending Morin's insinuation. The members of the Lestrange family, much like the Malfoys, were steeped in family ideology, staunchly supporting Voldemort's beliefs of pure-blood supremacy. Carlo took pride in his aunt, the notorious Death Eater Bellatrix. Morin's words felt like a slap to his face, inciting his anger. "Is that so? Let's see." Morin replied calmly. The atmosphere became exceedingly tense. Students from both Slytherin and Gryffindor fell silent in that moment. The Gryffindor newcomers stood tall, emboldened by their house's pivotal role in the battle from 21 years prior. Conversely, many Slytherin students regarded Gryffindor with hostility, believing only pure-blood wizards to be true sorcerers. Enough. This is herbology class, not history of magic. If you wish to know about events from 21 years ago, you ought to consult magical literature. Let us commence with our lesson, Neville interjected, breaking the silence. "My apologies, Professor," Morin said contritely. "Mate, that was truly spectacular. Did you see Carlo's expression? It looked as though he had just consumed a rancid sock," Hugo remarked, giving Morin a thumbs up. "What era are we in? He still believes that his pure-blood wizard status is something remarkable." "I, too, am of pure blood. Have I said anything?" Lily scoffed. Hugo chuckled, and Morin remained noncommittal. They hailed from wizarding families, but did not regard wizards born of muggles as inferior. All were learning magic at Hogwarts. So why the need to distinguish between the high and low? It was truly absurd. However, you too ought to exercise caution. I have heard that Bellatrix was defeated by your grandmother, Mrs. Weasley. Is that not so? Morin remarked. "Rest assured, he wouldn't dare do anything to us at school." Speaking of which, over the past 21 years, those pure-blood wizard families that once supported Voldemort have grown rather discreet. Unless they can find another Dark Lord to pledge allegiance to, they're unlikely to stir up trouble again, even if they attempted it. It would only lead to their own undoing. I mean, isn't Lily's father still around? Hugo said dismissively. Morin, however, did not see the matter so simply. Perhaps Harry possesses exceptional magical prowess, but his victory over Voldemort was guided by Professor Dumbledore and stemmed from a unique connection between Harry and Voldemort. If another Dark Overlord were to emerge, it would not be a trifling matter. We should not entertain such thoughts, Morin shook his head. Chapter 24, The Tendril Root. Neville appeared somewhat anxious, yet when he began teaching, he transformed into a different person. His knowledge of herbology was exceedingly rich, and his confidence surged. Professor Theodore greeted me, saying that you freshers would require the tendril root in your first week of classes, so today I shall explain its properties. The tendril root is a most extraordinary plant. If its growing conditions do not meet its preferences, it will flee. Thus, you must handle the tendril root with utmost care. Neville showcased what the tendril root looked like. These roots were cultivated in pots, each encased in glass to prevent any escape. The tendril root measured only an inch in length, adorned with 2 green leaves. As Neville approached one pot, the tendril root suddenly folded its leaves and quickly burrowed into the soil, vanishing from sight. It is rather shy and possesses a strong instinct for self-preservation, Neville explained while donning gloves. To attract it, one must use unicorn dung as fertilizer. It is particularly fond of it. Neville picked up a small trowel, scooped some fertilizer, lifted the glass cover, and piled the fertilizer atop the pot. Soon, the tendril root emerged from the fertilizer, stretching its leaves once more. Neville swiftly grasped the 2 leaves of the tendril root, pulling it out. Do you see these tubers among the roots? This small ball-like formation is what we will be using in herbology class. Now, does anyone know what these tubers are used for? Neville inquired. No hands were raised. Hardly anyone had prepared by reviewing the textbook. He is talking about my mother. Hugo whispered proudly, then recalled something, grimacing slightly, perhaps Rose as well. Carol asked from the crowd, Professor Longbottom, why must we know the function of these worm-like little plants? Indeed, one can acquire knowledge of magic within the confines of one's home. Otherwise, what purpose would attending school serve? Merely for amusement? Lily concurred. Carlo was taken aback, glaring at Morin and Lily, yet they met his gaze with unwavering courage. Carlo had intended to mock Neville during herbology class, but Morin's repeated interventions incensed him greatly. Neville nodded, finally finding a retort for Carlo, stating, he is correct, knowledge of the writhing root may indeed be tested during finals. Everyone should remember to refrain from posing such foolish questions in the future. He cast a look of appreciation towards Morin and Lily before beginning to expound on the uses of the writhing root tuber, which boasts a plethora of applications, the most prevalent of which are concocting healing potions and tracking potions. The former is specifically designed for treating wounds, while the latter serves to trace scents. Neville instructed the students to select a pot of writhing root, advising them to aerate and fertilize it, resulting in all of them being enveloped in the aroma of unicorn dung. At the end of the class, Neville provided each student with a specially formulated freshener, crafted from the tubers of the writhing root, which would absorb the scent of unicorn dung, ensuring that they would not carry an unpleasant odor to their subsequent classes. How considerate, Neville remarked. Thank goodness for this marvelous concoction, Hugo exclaimed as he sprayed himself liberally. The potions instructor, Professor Theodore, a man with chestnut hair and black-rimmed glasses, appeared particularly spirited and humorous, making the otherwise arcane and daunting subject of potions seem less daunting for the students. My father used to detest potions class. Perhaps he never encountered Professor Theodore, Hugo mused. I believe potions might become my second favorite subject. As Hugo stirred his cauldron, they were tasked with brewing a simple healing potion, which is particularly effective for minor cuts and is not overly complex to prepare. Hugo glanced over at Morin and Lily's cauldron, exclaiming, Why is yours green while mine is red? Perhaps Morin had not finished speaking when suddenly a loud whoosh erupted from Hugo's cauldron, and a plume of thick smoke billowed forth, prompting Morin to gasp and step aside. Your process is flawed, Morin completed his thought. Hugo's eyelashes were singed in the process. Hugo, are you in a battle with the flames? Lily exclaimed in irritation, as the ash from the smoke cascaded into her cauldron, turning her potion red as well. Hugo stuck out his tongue, attempting to flick the ash off his clothing, only to inadvertently fling it into Morin's cauldron, resulting in his potion also transforming to red. I have been utterly vanquished by you, Morin lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Who is this light Mosby? Morin inquired. Missing? The new students exchanged bewildered glances. How could someone vanish on the very first day of school? Where did they go missing? Lily questioned. Everyone shook their heads, for it was merely the first day of school. The students were still unfamiliar with one another, even if someone went missing. The new students would hardly take notice, let alone the first-year Hufflepuffs, who had yet to recognize all their fellow Gryffindors, much less identify a Ravenclaw. If anyone sees Mosby, please let me know. Until we are familiar with Hogwarts, it's best not to wander aimlessly. Getting lost could be quite troublesome, Nelson advised before departing. Morin fell into contemplation. Had Mosby gone missing during the free period yesterday afternoon? Chapter 25. The sudden appearance on the map. However, if one were to search for someone at Hogwarts, there was evidently a straightforward approach. He found James in a corner of the common room, tinkering with magical gadgets, hawking quick escape sweets. James, may I borrow your Marauder's map to locate the missing Mosby? Morin whispered. Please, just for 5 minutes. If he is in the school, We should be able to find him on the map. James retrieved the Marauder's map, moved to a secluded spot, and tapped the map with his wand, murmuring, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The ink on the map swiftly began to reveal the outline of Hogwarts Castle, with countless dots clustering together, indicating the names of students, staff, and ghosts. Morin had to search through the names one by one, which proved quite challenging, as the total number of Hogwarts students and faculty exceeded 1,000. Often, after scanning the second floor, he would discover that even more people had congregated there, necessitating a fresh search, for the inhabitants of Hogwarts were ever-moving and would not simply stand still waiting to be found. After a lengthy search, Morin still could not find the name of late Mosby on the map, although he did spot a student named Barney Mosby in the Ravenclaw common room. With so many names crammed onto a single piece of parchment, how could he possibly locate a specific individual? Morin rushed to inquire with James. James replied, "Uncle George modified the Marauder's map and cast a search charm. Just point your wand to the map and call out the name. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Morin exclaimed as he snatched the map and shouted, "Late Mosby." Yet the Marauder's map remained unresponsive. He then called Hugo Weasley. Instantly, Hugo's name enlarged, revealing that he was napping in Gryffindor Tower. While it was easy to locate Hugo, the absence of late Mosby raised concerns. Had he perhaps left the school? Morin pondered. Though it was quite difficult for students to leave Hogwarts without permission, as the castle was fortified with strong defenses. No one could simply fly in on a broomstick or apparate inside. Students could not exit without authorization. Aimlessly, he scanned the names on the Marauder's map when he suddenly noticed someone departing from Gryffindor Tower. Sweetcliff, that solitary roommate of his, had thus far only uttered a solitary phrase to Morin. "You better be careful." Surely he wouldn't venture to the library again? Morin mused, noting that it was midday, and everyone else was engaged in conversation in the common room, with only a handful present in the library. Sweetcliff was meandering along the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, continuing his descent to the 7th floor. He traversed through empty classrooms along the corridor, arriving at a stairwell on the 7th floor, where he abruptly halted. What was he doing there? Had he forgotten the stairway's peculiarities? Morin gazed at Sweetcliff's dot on the Marauder's map, a sense of uncertainty stirring within him. The staircases of Hogwarts are known to shift at different times, following a discernible pattern, yet according to the schedule affixed to the wall of the Gryffindor common room, the staircase Sweetcliff occupied would not lead to the 5th floor for another 2 hours. To reach the 5th floor, one would need to utilize a different staircase. 10 minutes slipped by unnoticed, and even Morin himself could not comprehend why he had been fixated on Sweetcliff's for such an extended period. Just as he recognized the folly of his actions, another figure inexplicably materialized in the corridor of the 7th floor. Lightmoose. Morin's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated Lightmoose would suddenly appear there. During the entirety of the 10 minutes Morin had been watching Sweetcliff, only 2 students had passed through the corridor, leaving Sweetcliff alone at the stairwell. Yet how had Lightmoose unexpectedly arrived on the 7th floor? Morin was perplexed. He initially assumed Lightmoose's appearance might be linked to Sweetcliff, but Sweetcliff seemed oblivious to Lightmoose's presence and departed on his own accord. Soon after, Lightmoose began to move, taking a lengthy detour toward the basement, heading for the Hufflepuff common room. The Hufflepuff common room was situated in the basement, while Lightmoose had materialized on the 7th floor of the castle. This discrepancy left Morin questioning whether the lad was truly lost. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Even if he had taken a wrong turn, there should have been a progression to it. However, Lightmoose had simply appeared out of thin air in the corridor, which was indeed baffling. After much contemplation, Morin still could not fathom the situation and ultimately returned the Marauder's map to James. During the afternoon Transfiguration class, Gryffindor students found themselves alongside those from Hufflepuff. It was during this class that Morin overheard the Hufflepuffs discussing Lightmoose. Has the lost lamb returned? Hugo inquired quizzically. Has he lost his memory? Morin responded in astonishment, recounting the midday incident involving the Marauder's map to Hugo and Lily. So, you mean Sweetcliff kidnapped him and then altered his memories? Good heavens. We have a kidnapper in our dormitory. This is rather unsettling. Hugo clandestinely glanced toward the far corner of the classroom, where Sweetcliff sat engrossed in a book. Yet, despite the banter, Morin still found Sweetcliff to be rather peculiar. Chapter 26. Animagus. The Marauder's map is infallible, currently. The only individuals aware of how Lightmoose appeared are likely Morin and his 2 companions. However, even Morin could not elucidate how Lightmoose had so suddenly manifested on the map. Do you think there might be a hidden passage? Hugo speculated. Morin shook his head. I discovered several secret passages in Hogwarts on the map yesterday, but there are none on the 7th floor. Lily, however, rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. What is on your mind, Lily? Are you contemplating how to make Sweet reveal the truth? Hugo inquired. No, I recall Dad mentioning that there's a room of requirement on the 8th floor. And those who enter it do not appear on the map, Lily replied, subsequently explaining to Morin what the room of requirement entailed. Hugo resolutely contradicted her. That can't be true. My parents said the room of requirement was destroyed. It was consumed by a formidable dark magic fire, and it has never been usable since. They only mentioned that the fierce flames devoured everything. They did not say it was irretrievable, Lily countered. Wake up. The room of requirement is not so easily obliterated. It can alter its form to meet any demand. Perhaps it could even adapt to withstand fierce flames. However, Mosby appeared on the 7th floor, not the 8th, Morin pointed out. Both Hugo and Lily were intrigued by this matter, but regrettably, they had to attend their transfiguration class. The instructor for transfiguration was Professor Kane, a bald old man, which reminded Morin of his grandfather, Alton. The fundamental magic of a wizard is the transfiguration charm, which transforms one object into another. This requires a certain degree of skill. When casting the spell, one must consider 3 essential elements: the incantation, the movement, and the concept of transformation. This is crucial. Professor Kane waved his wand, turning a book into an owl, which then emitted 2 sharp hoots. Hugo gazed in admiration at the owl on the podium, muttering, I must master this spell. That way, I could pick up any stone and turn it into an owl to deliver messages. Don't get ahead of yourself. The magic could fail. You certainly wouldn't want your owl to revert to a stone mid-flight and crash onto your head, Morin remarked. At that moment, a hand shot up in the classroom. Do you have a question? Professor Kane asked. Everyone turned to see that it was Sweet, sitting in the farthest corner of the room. Professor, may I inquire about the difference between transforming a person into an animal and being an animagus? Sweet asked. He finally spoke. I thought he was mute. Hugo whispered. Then turned to Morin. What does animagus mean? You don't know? It's when a person can transform into an animal at will, Morin quietly explained. Professor Kane gestured for Sweet to take his seat before continuing. This student-esque question is quite intriguing. I say interesting because it pertains to knowledge. In your upper years, you will need to discern the distinction between transforming a person into an animal and being an animagus. This difference can be elucidated from 9 perspectives. And experienced wizards can readily identify the distinction between the two. Professor Kane approached Hugo and casually tapped his right hand with his wand, instantly transforming it into an eagle's wing, adorned with glossy feathers. Wow, cool. Can I fly? Hugo gazed at his feathered right hand with sparkling eyes, marveling at the sheer brilliance of the magic. He longed for Professor Kane to transform his left hand into a wing as well, eager to test whether he could take flight. However, Professor Kane, with a gentle smile, remarked, if I were to turn you into an eagle, you might soar for a while, but as a rule, we teachers refrain from transforming students entirely into animals. Should the magic dissipate mid-flight, you would plummet from the sky. And I'm certain you would prefer to avoid such a predicament. The experience of falling from great heights is rather unpleasant and could even cost you your life. With a flick of his wand, Hugo's hand reverted to its normal state. Professor Kane continued, conversely, transforming oneself into an animal is considerably more challenging and demands a higher level of skill. The risks associated with becoming an animagus are substantial. Once transformed, one is susceptible to the instincts of the animal, often leading to confusion about one's identity. Should you forget that you are human, reverting to your original form may become impossible. The magic applied to oneself will remain unless death occurs. This differs from transforming another into an animal. If you are unable to revert to your original form and others are unaware of your transformation, you may be condemned to live your life in animal form. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic mandates that all witches and wizards studying to become animagi register their transformed characteristics, ensuring that, in the event of an accident, the Ministry can locate you and assist in your restoration. It is unwise to pursue animagus transformation without proper registration, despite its alluring nature. The new students nodded in a mixture of understanding and uncertainty, although Professor Kane painted a grave picture of the consequences of becoming an animagus. Their curiosity about the enigmatic magic remained unquenched. I find the idea of becoming an animagus quite appealing. I wish to transform into a Norwegian ridgeback, Hugo exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. The thought of becoming a majestic dragon and striding forth with grandeur thrilled him. Forget it. Have you not heard of Peter Pettigrew? It is said that when he transformed into a rat, he was relentlessly pursued by Crookshanks. If you were to become a Norwegian ridgeback, you might find yourself in the clutches of Ollivander, who would skin you alive to craft a wand from your nerves. Lily interjected, dousing Hugo's excitement with a dose of reality. The wand created from such materials would undoubtedly be powerful, Hugo replied optimistically, speculating it might surpass even the legendary Elder Wand. He rolled his eyes at the thought of such a fate, recognizing its sheer absurdity. Chapter 27, Astronomy. The entire class listened intently as Professor Kane animatedly expounded on the subject of animal transformation, while Sweet sat alone, diligently jotting down notes. This piqued Morin's curiosity. Animagus transformation was typically reserved for upperclassmen, and Professor Kane had explicitly stated that this knowledge was for their future studies. Why, then, was Sweet taking notes? Was it possible he intended to pursue becoming an animagus? What does he wish to transform into? A silent snail, perhaps? Hugo whispered. Hugo, it is quite impolite to speak of others in such a manner, Lily admonished. Hugo shrugged, sensing an air of mystery surrounding Sweet. Without much contemplation, Morin began to extract his wand, practicing the transmutation of a matchstick into a needle. The subject of transfiguration was both fascinating and challenging. Aside from Hugo's repeated ignitions of the matchsticks, the class proceeded quite smoothly. Morin's aptitude for magic surpassed that of his peers, a natural gift that enabled him to master a spell with less than 3 attempts, rendering him the envy of his classmates. You truly are an academic prodigy. My mother will be thrilled to know there is a scholar in my dormitory. Hugo sighed, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed at his 18th charred matchstick, then recalled something and smiled mischievously, adding, but this also means I need not worry about my class assignments. That is a silver lining. Time flew during the magical studies, as everyone eagerly attempted their spells, captivated by the enchantments. Apart from the ever-looming threat of death in defense against the dark arts and the monotonous lectures in the history of magic, the other courses were quite palatable. Professor Charles, who taught Muggle studies, was a true gentleman, well-versed in the myriad ways of Muggle life, from attire to transportation. However, many students hailing from wizarding families showed little interest in Muggles. Why should we concern ourselves with the difference between a television and a computer? How does it matter if a computer can provide warmth? I fail to comprehend why Muggles would use a computer for heat. Can't they just conjure a fire with their wands? Hugo lamented on his way to the dining hall. Morin was astonished. Is a computer used for warmth? I thought Muggle computers were for laundry. Indeed, they are for warmth. I remember distinctly that Professor Charles mentioned it might be on the final exam. Hugo asserted with unwavering certainty. Is that so? Then I shall amend my notes shortly. Morin, equally perplexed by the Muggle studies curriculum, found it exceedingly difficult to grasp the ways of Muggles, having been raised in a wizarding household. Morin struggled immensely in one particular subject, astronomy. Wizards study astronomy primarily because significant events can often be foretold by the movements of celestial bodies. When Venus, the Sun, and the Moon align at a 45-degree angle, an earthquake is likely to occur in some corner of the world. A 90-degree alignment involving Mars, the Sun, and Jupiter would herald a volcanic eruption in a specific location on Earth, while the orbital positions of Mercury and Pluto in Sagittarius might signal a flood in a certain area. These phenomena bear omens, and it is the duty of wizards to deduce the precise locations of natural disasters based on astrological positions and alert the global populace. We wizards possess a dedicated department for forecasting natural calamities. Every Tuesday and Thursday at 7 o'clock in the evening, one can tune in via the radio. Before each class, we must first listen to the wizarding star forecast to enhance our astronomical acumen. It is precisely 7 o'clock now. Let us listen. Professor Sinista, the astronomy instructor, placed a radio encased in dragon hide upon the central table of the tower, tapping it with her wand, Sagittarius. After a moment, she elaborated. The star forecast channel's incantation pertains to meteor showers. The constellation that will witness the next meteor shower is the one invoked by the spell. For instance, last month's spell was Andromeda. The radio soon resonated with a light-hearted voice. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to our timely broadcast. The wizard's forecast brings you the knowledge of impending disasters. I am the astrologer Neptune. A sweet-voiced woman chimed in. Hello, I am the astrologer Jupiter. Neptune continued. Tonight's weather is clear. It is an opportune moment for stargazing. Miss Jupiter, what insights have you gleaned from today's celestial alignments? The astrologer named Jupiter responded. We initially anticipated that the impact of the Juplara meteor on Jupiter's moon Europa would occur next Sunday, yet transpired last night. The meteor deviated and formed a 39-degree angle with the Sun. According to the astronomical law of Looper, we can ascertain that a volcanic eruption will violently occur at the seafloor of the Pacific Ocean, devastating the ecosystem of a solitary island. However, this calamity is far removed from us, so there is no cause for alarm. What you should be concerned about is the hailstorm expected in 2 minutes, which will blanket the eastern mountain range towards Hogwarts, but it will not last long, so be prepared. Professor Sinistra promptly urged everyone. Seek shelter on the lower level of the tower from the hail. The new astronomy students were skeptical, particularly Hugo and Morin. Can it really be accurate to the minute? I find it hard to believe, Morin remarked, viewing the stars as mere bright points in the sky, indistinguishable from one another. I share your doubts. Yet if this forecast proves true, I shall diligently study astronomy. Perhaps I could even foresee my own fortunes, Hugo said, lagging behind. Just as they approached the entrance to the tower stairs, Hugo suddenly clutched his head and exclaimed, "Who hit me?" "Hail," Lily replied. Subsequently, more hail cascaded down, prompting Hugo to dash inside, while Morin stood astonished at the stairway, watching the hail bounce on the ground. A dark cloud had unexpectedly drifted in, obscuring the moon. Surely this hail can be conjured by magic? Morin mumbled. Don't be foolish. The weather at Hogwarts is impervious to magical interference. Whatever the weather outside, it remains the same here. No wizard can summon snow or rain above Hogwarts. Lily seemed to possess considerable knowledge on the matter. Rubbing his head and grimacing, Hugo declared, I detest hail. The hailstorm concluded after merely 5 minutes, and the clouds dissipated, allowing the stars and moon to re-emerge. During the subsequent astronomy lesson, Professor Sinistra instructed the class on how to identify constellations and tasked them with recording the stars they observed on their charts. Morin, wielding a telescope, found that the stars appeared inexplicably misaligned in his view. Contrary to the professor's guidance, he mistakenly placed the brightest Venus in the position of Mars. You're the only one to make such an error. Can't you recognize the brightest star? Professor Sinistra expressed her displeasure at Morin's mistake while guiding the class. But I see Venus right in that position, he protested. Morin was certain he had not misread the situation. He even peered through Lily and Hugo's brass telescope for confirmation. Leaving no room for doubt, Hugo whispered, Hey mate, how could you mistake Venus for Jupiter? Even I know where Venus is. Morin, perplexed, could not fathom it. Chapter 28. The Catastrophe of Astronomy. Professor Sinistra instructed all the freshmen on how to identify the 9 planets, a fundamental aspect of astronomical knowledge that each student was expected to master. Toby, who hailed from a Muggle background, raised his hand and said, Professor, the Muggles I've learned about say there are only 8 planets now. Professor Sinistra scoffed, Oh, the Muggles. Toby, you must understand that Muggles have a different definition of planets than wizards. They do not believe in planetary divination, nor do they comprehend the intricate relationships between the movements of planets and societal culture. So, you must distinguish Muggle notions from your current status as a wizard. Now, complete your constellation charts swiftly. They're due before class ends. However, the astronomy lesson had become a near catastrophe for Morin. Walker, this is the position of Mercury. Why have you marked Jupiter? This is the position of Pluto, not Saturn. Saturn has a ring. How could you possibly confuse that? This is the position of Sirius, not Uranus. Honestly, Morin Walker, is your understanding of the stars truly that deficient? It's merely 9 basic planets. You couldn't grasp them after a whole night of study? Professor Sinistra spent the entire evening criticizing Morin's constellation chart. Not out of malice, but because every position he marked was incorrect. Mate, what is wrong with you? You excel in spells and transfiguration. How can you not get a grip on just 9 planets? I figured it out in 20 minutes. It's really not that difficult, Hugo said, gazing at Morin in confusion. I observe the night sky according to the book's descriptions of the 9 planets. The positions I perceive are just as they appear to me, Morin struggled to explain. The book stated that Saturn has a bright ring, clearly visible through a wizard's brass telescope. And indeed, he found Saturn with a ring in the sky, yet it appeared to him at the position of Pluto. He could recognize all the characteristics of the planets, but their locations in his perception diverged from those of others. Ultimately, Morin resigned himself to altering his constellation chart to match Hugo's before submitting it. He appeared thoroughly dejected, feeling worse than after a Muggle studies class. In Muggle studies, he genuinely did not comprehend Muggle concepts. Yet in astronomy, he could identify the planets, but always saw their positions differently from everyone else. Mate, don't dwell on it. At least today you were the only one in the class who successfully transformed a match into a needle. In the common room, Hugo handed Morin a chocolate frog. Indeed, I'm also the sole student who filled out the 9 planets incorrectly. Morin accepted the chocolate frog, and as he unwrapped it, the frog leaped energetically, attempting to escape. But Morin swiftly caught it and bit off its head. Hugo sat in his chair and yawned. Don't dwell on it. I've heard there are some wizards who are quite extraordinary. Some wizards can never master the fire spell, while others are unable to utter the levitation charm. As if certain incantations are forbidden to a portion of wizards, remaining beyond their grasp. The wizarding world is rife with peculiarities. It is entirely normal for you to struggle with astronomy, indicating that perhaps you are not suited for it. Best get some sleep. Classes await us tomorrow. By this time, night had fallen, and the first-year Gryffindors had retired to their slumber. The common room was dimly lit, with only flickering lights illuminating the space. Morin gazed into the flames dancing in the fireplace, his mind swirling with questions. Just then, the door to the Gryffindor common room creaked open, and a figure entered. Morin glanced up to see Sweat. Sweat noticed Morin, but silently turned away, making his way toward the dormitory. He paused for a long moment, as if he wished to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, continuing on his path without acknowledging Morin. Confused, Morin recalled how just yesterday at noon in the library, Sweat had cryptically warned him to be cautious, leaving Morin utterly perplexed. Am I overthinking this, or has the world gone mad? Morin muttered to himself. Indeed, you are overthinking it, dear, spoke the portrait on the wall of the Gryffindor common room. It was the image of an elderly man with a white beard. None other than Albus Dumbledore, the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts, whose likeness adorned many places within the school. Let us hope so. Good night, Professor Dumbledore, Morin replied, rising to make his way to the dormitory. Good night, child. Do indulge in some lemon sorbet when you have the chance. I always savor it when I ponder matters. Dumbledore chuckled warmly. That night, Morin's sleep was anything but peaceful, filled with a series of bizarre dreams. In one, Peeves chased him with a gnarled root, while planets in the sky shifted and morphed into a fire dragon lunging toward him. When he awoke, the first light of dawn was just breaking, revealing that it was only 5 in the morning. Morin turned over, his eyes inadvertently catching a glimpse of Sweat's bed across the room. He noticed the bed curtains drawn and the covers neatly arranged, yet Sweat was nowhere to be seen. Up so early? Morin frowned. Where could he possibly be going? With sleep evading him entirely, he decided to retrieve his spellbook from the bedside table and attempted to recite a few simple incantations as instructed within its pages. A few days prior, while at home, his attempts at spell casting had often ended in failure. However, since Professor Flitwick had shared the fundamental principles and techniques of charms, Morin had discovered that spell casting required finesse. He quickly grasped the necessary skills, and practicing spells soon became second nature. After only 3 attempts, he successfully cast a simple charm, his innate talent for charms lifting his spirits somewhat. When breakfast time arrived, Morin picked up his wand and directed it toward Hugo, exclaiming, "Freeze the 3 feet." A thin layer of frost enveloped Hugo's face, prompting him to scream, "Ah, Lily, stop invading the boys' dormitory." With that, a still drowsy Hugo climbed out of bed to freshen up, entirely unaware that the spell had been cast by Morin. Morin smiled, the dismal mood from last night's astronomy lesson dissipating. Chapter 29. The Flying Class. Among all the courses, the flying class captivated the students the most. Quidditch, a mesmerizing sport for wizards, had even Muggle-born students eagerly anticipating the chance to soar through the skies on their broomsticks. Quidditch is a sacred sport, and I hope everyone approaches it with the seriousness it deserves, regardless of your innate flying talent. It is essential to learn how to ride a broomstick. It is a vital skill for any wizard, Mrs. Hooch sternly informed the class. She was not one to be trifled with, Hugo whispered to Morin. Silence, Weasley, no distractions in my class. Mrs. Hooch's sharp ears caught the murmurs. Hugo promptly fell silent. Mrs. Hooch elaborated on the fundamentals of broomstick usage, instructing them on maintaining balance and enhancing control. A broomstick possesses a spirit of its own. Treat it like a pet and conquer it, and it will obey you. If you harbor doubts, it will not heed your commands. Now, everyone, stand beside your broomsticks and call out to them. Remember, your voice must be strong, Mrs. Hooch directed. Morin shouted at his broomstick, which leapt into his hand with a flourish. The broomstick and I are on good terms, he thought, surveying his broom while glancing at his peers. Few had successfully summoned their broomsticks on the first attempt. Both Lily and Morin succeeded, while Hugo's broom did not respond, instead charging towards Mrs. Hooch. Be more confident, Weasley. Mrs. Hooch swiftly caught the rogue broom. This is not just a practice spell. She began to walk among the students, critiquing those with improper postures. The students practiced on their Nimbus 2005 broomsticks. The Nimbus series boasted commendable performance, while the Comet series had been phased out. The most advanced broomsticks currently available were the Firebolt 15 and the newly released Swiftwind Eagle. The Firebolt had once set the standard, hailed as the finest broomstick, while the Swiftwind Eagle, launched the previous year, was rumored to rival the Firebolt. Morin had longed for one, yet the price was far too steep for him to afford. All right, the rules are clear. Now mount your broomsticks. We shall practice the quaffle toss in pairs. Gryffindor, please excuse one member. Morin, your broom seems to have an issue, so practice with me, Mrs. Hooch instructed. Excuse one member? Morin scanned the Gryffindor students and noticed that Sweet was absent. How did he manage to be excused? Hugo quietly inquired. Morin shook his head. He too was unaware. Since the beginning of term, they had not seen Sweet during their morning routines. And now he was inexplicably absent. How peculiar. Hugo and Lily were paired together. Lily possessed remarkable flying talent, having inherited it from her parents, both of whom were members of the Gryffindor team during their school days. Lily, do not twist and turn, lest I be unable to catch it. Hugo was struck on the head by the bludger thrown by Lily. As Morin mounted his broomstick, he felt the gentle caress of the wind against his face. His body is light as a bird. Despite Mrs. Hockridge's assertion that his broom had issues, the Nimbus 2000 responded impeccably in his hands, maneuvering through turns and ascending with ease. He did not miss a single bludger thrown by Mrs. Hockridge. He even daringly attempted the Wronski feint, an intricate Quidditch maneuver that involved pressing both hands and feet against the broom while executing a rapid somersault forward. A flight technique that could amplify one's speed to an extraordinary degree, which he had witnessed previously during a match with the Altair Hurricanes. Quite impressive indeed. Mrs. Hockridge recognized Morin's Wronski feint and praised him profusely, noting that even the average Quidditch player struggled to perform such a feat. Morin turned to observe the source of the bludgers, spotting Carlo glaring at him from a distance. Carlo, be mindful of your throwing direction. You ought to pass to calm. Mrs. Hockridge admonished Carlo sternly. My apologies, Mrs. Hockridge. The ball slipped from my grasp, Carlo replied, albeit with no hint of remorse in his gaze directed at Morin. If only you had more hands, you could throw multiple bludgers at me from behind. One bludger is hardly sufficient. As Mrs. Hockridge moved on to instruct others, Morin maneuvered his broom and addressed Carlo. Do not be so smug, Carlo retorted icily, suddenly twisting his broom to charge at Morin. Carlo's flying skills were commendable. He rode a Nimbus 2005, far swifter than Morin's Nimbus 2000, and aimed to use the broom's advantage to knock Morin off. However, Morin nimbly evaded Carlo's charge with a deft twist. Hey Carlo, here, your bludger. Morin hurled the bludger back at Carlo with remarkable speed, catching him off guard and striking him squarely on the nose. Ugh! Carlo let out a muffled grunt, clutching his nose, glaring angrily at Morin. I expected you to be quicker, Morin shrugged nonchalantly. Yet Carlo signaled to his teammate calm, and together they flanked Morin from either side. Morin elevated his broom to avoid the two, but just then his broom began to tremble violently and sway from side to side. This was dire. He had been flying at a considerable height to evade Carlo and Calm, now exceeding 10 meters, and his broom had previously sustained damage. Flying beyond that altitude would lead to a loss of control. Let's see how you handle this. Carlo sneered, seizing the opportunity as Morin's broom wobbled, and hurled the bludger at him again, while both he and Calm charged forward, intent on dislodging Morin from his broom. Chapter 30. The Disappearance Incident. Morin's broom swayed perilously as he struggled to regain control. Alas, it was beyond his command, climbing ever higher, while Carlo and Calm closed in, and the bludger hurtled toward him. Morin barely lowered his head to evade the bludger, while Carlo had already maneuvered his body, the end of his broomstick thrusting towards Morin. At that moment, Morin executed a daring move, leaping abruptly from his broom to evade Carlo. In the instant that Carlo missed his target, Morin seized the tail of Carlo's broom, hanging mid-air. The additional weight on Carlo's broom, especially from Morin's grasp, caused it to tilt. Carlo gasped, attempting to shake off Morin, but his flying skills were insufficient for such an escape. The two remained locked in aerial stalemate, with Morin managing to mount the broom, positioning himself behind Carlo. Carlo swung his elbow vigorously, trying to dislodge Morin, but Morin had already drawn his wand, exclaiming Petri Ficus Totalis, causing Carlo to freeze entirely. Such foul play. Carlo and Colm. 10 points deducted for Slytherin. Madame Hooch shouted furiously at Carlo, having witnessed his and Colm's tactics against Morin, followed by Morin's remarkable self-rescue. Madame Hooch gazed at Morin in astonishment as he leaped on the uncontrollable broom, accurately grasping Carlo's broom with remarkable agility. Morin, excellent work. That level of skill is something even Al could not achieve. However, remember that wands are not permitted on the pitch. Madame Hooch lifted the petrification curse from Carlo, chastising him thoroughly. At the end of the lesson, Hugo held his nose and argued incessantly with Lily, having been struck multiple times by her bludger. Your performance was truly impressive, Lily exclaimed to Morin. Honestly, you should try out for the Quidditch team. First-year students cannot participate in Quidditch matches. Perhaps next year, Morin replied, unable to suppress a laugh as he glanced at Hugo. Actually, Lily, you should consider trying out for the Quidditch selection as well. You would make an excellent beater, sending the bludger crashing into your opponent's noses. Indeed, Whoever faces Lily as an opponent is in for trouble, Hugo retorted in frustration. Hogwarts, the enigmatic castle of magic, is said to harbor many secrets, one of which is the Room of Requirement. However, when Morin and his friends ventured to the 8th floor in search of this elusive room, it was nowhere to be found, as if it had truly vanished. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Morin had spent a month at school. The magical curriculum proved quite manageable for him, with the exception of the bewildering Muggle studies and the perplexing astronomy of disasters, which left him baffled. I envy Lily for not having to study Muggle studies. Professor Charles assigned a hefty amount of homework. Morin, how do Muggles communicate with one another? Do they use owls too? Hugo inquired, holding a piece of parchment. It was the weekend, and the two were in the common room, tackling their assignments. Morin replied uncertainly, perhaps they use dogs? I remember that many Muggles have dogs. They must use them to convey messages, much like we use owls. Oh, I see. Hugo quickly scribbled down the answer on his parchment. Morin gazed sorrowfully at the constellation chart before him. Professor Sinista had instructed them to record the star patterns of Saturday night. He had spent a considerable amount of time peering through the telescope, yet the positions he noted differed from those of Hugo. No worries, just copy for me next time, Hugo said gallantly. Aside from astronomy, which he could manage independently, he typically relied on Morin for other subjects like charms and transfiguration. Their mutual assistance made completing assignments a relatively simple task, and with Morin around, high scores were practically guaranteed. However, when it came to Muggle studies, the two of them, utterly ignorant of Muggle life, approached their assignments with sheer guesswork, yielding grim probabilities of accuracy. Lily pushed open the door to the common room, seeking out Morin and Hugo. She rushed over, exclaiming, "Someone else has gone missing at school. A Ravenclaw girl. When did this happen?" Hugo paused his writing to inquire. Morin's heart stirred as he tentatively asked, "Was it the girl who disappeared the morning before yesterday?" Lily looked astonished. "How did you know?" Morin shook his head, replying, "I just guessed." Lily regarded him with suspicion. "Your guess was remarkably accurate. Indeed, the new girl named Delia didn't tea a 10 potions class with the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs that morning. It has been 2 days since anyone has seen her. Was it merely coincidence, or was it something more?" Morin set down his pen, perplexed by the occurrences surrounding him. If one instance could be dismissed as coincidence. What a second. "Morin, what are you pondering?" Lily inquired curiously. "Nothing, I was merely contemplating why that person might have vanished," Morin responded. "Have you both been occupied with assignments all day? Let me take a look." Lily seized Hugo's Muggle Studies assignment, glanced at the answers, and burst into laughter. "Who told you Muggle police deliver milk? They're akin to Aurors, you know." Both Hugo and Morin sighed. Their answers were incorrect. Chapter 31, Sir Cadogan. As the first-year students had only recently arrived at Hogwarts, and since the incident had resulted in only temporary amnesia without any substantial harm, it did not attract much attention. Most assumed these two first-years had merely panicked and lost their way. Whenever Morin found a moment, he would delve into the library to research. He had now focused his attention on the Wizarding World's inquiries into time magic. Time magic is a profound subject. Many wizards fantasize about the ability to manipulate time freely, alter the past, and rectify regrets. Since the beginning of the term, Sweet had not engaged with them, remaining a solitary figure. Were it not for his frequent questions to professors during class, everyone would have likely assumed he was mute. However, this time was different. Sweet was not engrossed in reading, but was quietly observing a boy. Morin recognized this boy, Jamie Leonard, a first year from Gryffindor, who had sat in front of Morin during a previous charms lesson and had asked him how to properly use the repairing charm. Sweet's gaze remained fixed on Jamie, who remained oblivious to his scrutiny as he worked on his assignment. Initially, Morin was indifferent, but after half an hour, when he glanced at Sweet, he found him still fixated on Jamie. What could he possibly be doing? Morin pondered, perplexed. It was hardly polite to stare at others. Did Sweet not comprehend this principle? Just as Morin was lost in thought, Jamie began to pack his bag, preparing to leave the library. Sweet immediately stood up and followed Jamie out. After a brief moment of hesitation, Morin, sensing an air of mystery surrounding Sweet, decided to see what he was up to and gathered his belongings to follow them. The Gryffindor common room was located on the 8th floor, yet, curiously, Jamie ascended to the 7th floor instead, proceeding down the corridor. After navigating past a frequently creaking suit of black armor, Jamie entered classroom. Jamie entered through the front door, while Sweet stealthily slipped in through the back, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was watching. To avoid detection by Sweet, Morin slowed his pace. By the time Morin reached the stairwell, both Jamie and Sweet had vanished from the corridor. He quietly approached the classroom they had just entered, uncertain of its purpose. He gently pushed open the back door and glanced inside. The classroom was empty, absolutely devoid of any occupants. Surprised, Morin swung the door wider. The room was cluttered with various cardboard boxes, and desks were haphazardly arranged, permeated by the scent of fresh pine. Morin surveyed the entire classroom. Yet Jamie and Swit were nowhere to be found. How could this be? I distinctly saw them enter. Furrowing his brow, Morin realized that less than a minute had passed since Jamie and Swit entered. How could they have inexplicably vanished in that brief interval? Stop, you cowardly scoundrel. Halt and face me in combat. I, the illustrious Sir Cadogan, have vanquished dragons. Why should I fear a coward like you? A voice suddenly echoed from a portrait on the wall. Sir Cadogan? Greetings. Morin watched with keen interest as Sir Cadogan attempted to mount his steed, only for the gray horse to impatiently rear its hind legs, sending him sprawling. The knight's hat rolled away, landing on the grass, and he was left covered in hay. Do not laugh. You traitor, why have you moved my portrait here? Draw your weapon, and let us duel honorably. Sir Cadogan clumsily rose, donned his hat, and drew his sword, pointing it at Morin. Sir Cadogan, might I inquire if you saw two individuals enter this classroom? Although Morin was unaware of Cadogan's significance or why his portrait had been displaced, he still posed the question politely. Coward, I am a valiant knight, not your sentinel, and I refuse to provide you, a traitor, with any information. Cadogan declared. No one else entered, just you. Now let us duel. Only I entered? Are you certain? Morin pressed. Of course. In the name of Sir Cadogan, I swear you are the only one who has entered just now. Draw your sword swiftly. I shall judge you in the name of knighthood and execute you on the spot. Sir Cadogan attempted once more to mount the gray horse, but it kicked him off again. Morin, perplexed, wondered if he had indeed misjudged the situation. Chapter 32, The Unexpected. Morin recalled the initial disappearance of a new student, Mosby, who had also appeared on the 7th floor, coincidentally at the same time as Sweet. Just moments ago, Jamie and Sweet had also ventured to the 7th floor. Was this merely a coincidence? The more Morin pondered, the more unsettling it became. When he had followed Sweet and Jamie to the classroom on the 7th floor, they had mysteriously vanished within that very room. It was utterly illogical. Was it the classroom that was peculiar, or was there something amiss elsewhere? Morin hastily ascended to the 7th floor and arrived at the original classroom. He cautiously opened the door, and to his relief, it was indeed the same classroom, cluttered with assorted items, while the eccentric Sir Cadogan once again challenged him from a wall. Halt! You sneaky thief, come and engage me in a fair fight, and I shall spare your life. Sir Cadogan bellowed, brandishing his short sword. Morin had no time to heed him. He concealed himself behind a stack of boxes to avoid detection, peering through a gap in the door at the classroom entrance, and retrieved his pocket watch to monitor the time. If his suspicions were correct, Sweet and Jamie should soon enter this very room. Minutes ticked away, and Morin anticipated their arrival, holding his breath as he focused on the doorway. Ignoring Morin's presence, Sir Cadogan turned his attention to battling the gray horse, enduring several kicks in the process. However, as the anticipated moment arrived, Sweet and Jamie did not push through the door as expected. No one entered, leaving only Sir Cadogan humming a tune that Morin could not comprehend. An unsettling thought crossed his mind, prompting him to move to the doorway and peek into the corridor. It was empty. Sweet and Jamie were nowhere to be found. He immediately dashed to the library, but there too, he found no sign of them. What has happened, Hugo? Morin inquired upon noticing Hugo, drenched, with his robe still dripping. Hugo, who detested the library, had just been outside watching Quidditch practice. That pesky poltergeist, Hugo exclaimed in frustration. He has been after me for revenge these past few days and just dumped a bucket of water on my head. Ever since James and his friends had teased the poltergeist, it had avoided them out of fear of James and Albus' ghost glue, opting instead to target Hugo. This was the 5th time Hugo had been tormented by the poltergeist. Morin drew his wand and pointed it at Hugo's sodden robe, uttering water-making spell. Instantly, steam billowed from Hugo's robe, dissipating into the air. What a practical spell. I must learn it, Hugo remarked enviously, having expressed his desire to master Morin's spells on no less than 30 occasions, though he often stumbled in their execution. Morin felt perplexed. Since the last time he had played a prank on the poltergeist, he had not seen it again. Hugo noted that the poltergeist seemed to target him only when he was alone, never when he was in Morin's company. Perhaps the poltergeist perceives you as more susceptible to its mischief, Morin mused as he resumed his seat. His interest in the poltergeist was fleeting. He was far more curious about the whereabouts of Sweet and Jamie. Have you seen Sweet and Jamie? Morin inquired. Substitutes? Does the school's Quidditch team even have substitutes? Morin exclaimed, astonished. He understood that official teams typically had substitutes for matches, particularly since a Quidditch game could extend for several days until the Golden Snitch was captured, necessitating player substitutions for rest. However, Hogwarts games were generally smaller affairs, rarely requiring substitutes. Indeed, last year during the final between Gryffindor and Slytherin, both Seekers ended up in the hospital due to a collision on the pitch. The game could not conclude without a Seeker, and eventually, both teams' keepers took on the role of Seekers. After 12 hours of play, Slytherin's keeper finally caught the golden snitch, securing victory, James recounted, noting that Slytherin had been fortunate, as the snitch had conveniently flown into their keeper's hands. Hugo lamented, James and Albus are also on the school team, both serving as beaters. To prevent a recurrence of such circumstances, the school has allowed each house to select substitutes this year, even permitting first-year students to participate. Opportunities may be limited, but once the 7th years depart next year, you could secure a permanent position. You might consider signing up, Hugo suggested. That could be worth trying. Morin replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts still occupied with the recent events. Chapter 33. The Disillusionment Charm. Jamie had gone missing, and it was only during roll call in Charms class that everyone became aware of his absence. Does anyone know the whereabouts of Jamie Leonard? I have not received his absence note, Professor Flitwick inquired, perched atop a stack of books with his short legs dangling. He has probably just lost again. I wager he'll wander back in tomorrow, or the day after, utterly confused, Hugo muttered. Regardless, I must ensure everyone's safety. I will consult your head of house, Professor Kane, to see if he perhaps forgot to pass along Jamie's absence note to me, Professor Flitwick declared, retrieving a quill and inscribing a line on a piece of parchment. With a flick of his wand, the parchment folded itself into a paper crane, flapping its wings and soaring out of the classroom in search of Professor Kane from Gryffindor. Well then, aside from Jamie, everyone else is present. Let us commence our lesson. Today, we will practice the Disillusionment Charm, which allows you to move objects. This is a highly practical spell. Mastering it will enable you to effortlessly relocate cumbersome items to your desired location, distinct from the levitation charm. Morin, I presume you have already mastered this spell? Would you be so kind as to demonstrate it for the class? Professor Flitwick asked, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Morin. Morin's innate talent for all magical disciplines had become evident, garnering admiration from many of his instructors, perhaps with the exception of Professor Sinistra and Professor Charles. You may freely move a person's book, allowing everyone to witness the extent of your spellcasting distance, Professor Flitwick remarked. Different individuals exhibit varying degrees of mastery over magic. The greater the distance a spell can reach, the more advanced the practitioner. Very well, Professor. Morin indeed had command over this incantation. He ascended to the podium. Gazing at Sweet, and with a flick of his wand, the books on Sweet's desk glided towards him. Bring me the book, Sweet said, his expression impassive. Morin made Sweet's book circle the classroom before returning it to him. He regarded Sweet with a significant look, preparing to inquire after class about the whereabouts of Jamie. The other students looked at Morin with envy. They could barely move a piece of paper a meter. Yet Morin had managed to make a book traverse the classroom. An impressive feat indeed. Mate, what made you think to move Sweet's book? He doesn't seem very pleased. Hugo whispered as he leaned closer. No sooner had he spoken than his own textbook suddenly soared into the air, heading towards the back. Morin turned to find Sweet wielding his wand, directing it at his book. Sweet's expression remained unperturbed as he regarded Morin from approximately 3 meters away, effortlessly using the levitation charm to maneuver a book. It seems he has taken you on, Morin. Retrieve the book. Hugo initially intended to assist Morin with his wand, but recalled that he could only move half a sheet of paper 3 centimeters and had often ignited paper by mistake, thus refraining from intervening. Step aside, Sweet said curtly. Morin did not relent. Where's Jamie? Sweet raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at Morin, and replied, his legs are his own. Where he chooses to go is his business. Do not feign ignorance. I saw you watching him intently in the library yesterday, and you followed him out. He vanished after leaving the library. Surely, you know something of the matter? Morin felt compelled to clarify this issue, not solely for the sake of the missing first years, but for his own peace of mind. Sweet regarded Morin with a peculiar gaze, then coldly stated, mind your own affairs. As Morin observed Sweet's retreating figure, he dismissed Sweet's indifferent demeanor, but was increasingly convinced that Jamie's disappearance was somehow intertwined with Sweet. It was quite possible that Sweet was privy to details regarding the prior disappearances of Mosby and Delia, reflecting on Sweet's peculiar routine of early arrivals and late departures. Coupled with his utter lack of communication with his roommates, Morin's curiosity about Sweet deepened. It seemed prudent to investigate further. Chapter 34. The Thief of Gryffindor. To keep a vigilant watch on Sweet's movements, there was an exceedingly simple solution, the Marauder's Map. This enchanted map revealed the whereabouts of every student and staff member within Hogwarts, including Sweet's every destination. James, Albus, what is the matter with you two? Morin inquired. James took a hearty bite of the cake and exclaimed, Someone intruded in my dormitory and made off with my joke box. Someone has stolen something? Morin was taken aback. When did this happen? Was anything else missing apart from the joke box? Only the joke box. Albus's has vanished as well. It must be one of our own from Gryffindor. Albus and I have been discreetly selling magical jokes here every day, and some individuals have clearly been coveting our wares. James was visibly upset. He and Albus, acting as representatives of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, have been clandestinely aiding George in selling items at school. But this time, the loss was evidently significant. Should we report this to Professor Kane? Morin suggested. Professor Kane, the Transfiguration instructor, was also the head of Gryffindor, and Morin felt it necessary to inform the head of house. Albus shook his head. Those items were originally brought here secretly. Informing the headmaster would only lead to our own misfortune. Many of Weasley's products are prohibited at Hogwarts. The school would certainly frown upon the introduction of items like vomiting pastilles and skiving snack boxes, which could entice students to skip classes. Besides, since nothing of great value was stolen, informing the headmaster would likely result in us facing detention. What about the Marauders map? Morin hesitantly inquired. That too is missing. I always kept the map inside the joke box, James replied, rising to survey everyone in the common room, his eyes blazing with indignation. I shall find out who has pilfered my belongings. Dare they use them in Gryffindor's common room? Just wait. I will catch them red-handed. James was not mistaken. No one was more familiar with Weasley's products than he. Should anyone suddenly possess an abundance of items that did not belong to them, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Do you think it'd be Peeves? Albus pondered, recalling their long-standing enmity with the poltergeist. I asked the fat lady, and it is not Peeves. Although ghosts can pass through walls, they cannot carry objects with them. They must use the door. The fat lady confirmed that Peeves did not exit through the common room entrance. James dismissed this possibility. Many Gryffindor students entered and exited the common room daily. While the fat lady might not recall every face, she would certainly recognize if a ghost were to take an unusual route. With both James and Albus's Weasley joke boxes stolen, Morin could no longer utilize the Marauders map to monitor Sweet. He now had to devise another method to investigate the connection between Sweet and the missing students. Who would think of stealing a Weasley joke box? Hugo mused as he meticulously counted his magical jokes, feeling reassured. There would always be those who coveted such delightful items. James and Albus sold them daily, drawing attention to themselves, so it was hardly surprising that they had attracted the gaze of others. Morin remarked from his bed, "At least I haven't been as conspicuous as they have. They're the ones who will bear the brunt of this misfortune." James and Albus had secretly consulted Uncle George about becoming the school's Weasley's Wizard Wheezes representatives, and should their parents become aware, they would likely inundate the school with a barrage of furious letters. Hugo had previously mentioned his intention to assist Wesley in selling items at the theater for some extra income. However, his mother, Hermione, with her foresight, directly confronted George, leading to Hugo's exclusion from a plan. Deprived of the Marauders map, Morin resolved to investigate Swit. Determined to uncover the reason behind Swit's early morning departures from the dormitory and whether it was connected to the missing students. This concoction was brewed during last week's potions class, where Professor Theodore had instructed them to create this invigorating elixir. Designed to keep one alert during classes that threatened to induce slumber, Morin had spent a sleepless night, waiting until past 3 in the morning when he suddenly heard faint movements in the dormitory. Pretending to be asleep, he turned over and discreetly observed Swit's bed. Swit had risen, tidied his belongings, folded his blanket, shouldered his bag, and quietly exited the dormitory. His movements were so stealthy that, had Morin not been vigilant, he would have scarcely heard his footsteps. Once Swit had left the dormitory, Morin promptly got up and stealthily followed him. The common room lights flickered intermittently, and it was likely that very few Gryffindor students were awake at such an early hour. Morin heard the faint click of the common room door. Clearly, Swit had departed. He descended the stairs in pursuit. As he opened the door, the fat lady was dozing at her desk within the portrait, mumbling incoherently, unaware of anyone's exit. The sky was still dark, with stars twinkling above, and the castle's lights flickered, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Swit's silhouette hurried through the darkness, descending the castle stairs before leaving its confines. He silently pushed open the castle's grand door and followed the path toward the forbidden forest. Adjacent to the forest stood a stone cottage, Hagrid's abode. Yet, instead of heading there, Swit veered off and ventured into the depths of the forest. Why would he go into the forbidden forest? Morin hesitated. At the start of the term, Professor McGonagall had warned everyone against entering the forest, and the prefects, including Nelson, had cautioned the first-year students about the myriad dangers lurking within, marking it as a place forbidden to students. This led to the unsettling conclusion that Swit rose early each morning for the purpose of entering the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 35, The Perilous Forbidden Forest. Regardless of Swit's eccentricities, he was still a first-year student. How could he dare to frequent such a treacherous place at dawn? Morin hesitated, despite the forest's ominous reputation. He was not one to shy away from challenges. If Swit was bold enough to venture into the Forbidden Forest each morning, then he too would not be deterred. He trailed behind Swit into the lush depths of the Forbidden Forest. The stars were faintly discernible between the treetops, and the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze through the branches. The initial path was manageable, but after 5 minutes, the ground became increasingly treacherous, with thick roots intertwining and making progress difficult. Where could he have gone? Morin surveyed his surroundings, having distinctly seen Swite heading this way moments ago. Yet, after merely a 10-second delay, Swite had vanished without a trace. As Morin traversed the stones, he scrutinized the path ahead. The trees had grown increasingly dense, their branches and leaves flourishing to the point of nearly obscuring the sky. Whether it was merely his imagination or something more, Morin sensed the darkness deepening around him. This marked the second occasion on which Morin had lost sight of Swite. Just yesterday, he had accompanied Swite to an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor, only to lose him there as well. As Morin contemplated whether to venture deeper into the Forbidden Forest, a sudden rush of air erupted from the treetops behind him, as if something had streaked across the night sky. Quickly, he spun around, seeking refuge behind a tree, peering into the darkness. In the night sky, he glimpsed a large bird soaring past the treetops. The dim light rendered it indistinguishable, but he surmised it to be an owl, albeit one considerably larger than the average. The creature vanished in an instant, and soon after, a chorus of birds erupted from the forest, startled into a cacophony of calls as they took flight. Then, from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a low, guttural sound pierced the stillness, as if some creature were expressing its discontent, followed by the sound of hooves striking the ground. Something felt amiss. Furrowing his brow, Morin recognized his unfamiliarity with this place. Entering so recklessly was unwise. As for Swite's whereabouts, he could not say. If Swite frequented this area, he likely possessed a better understanding of the occurrences here and how to handle them, knowledge that eluded Morin. Resolving to retreat, Morin had not ventured far when a vine suddenly lunged at his ankles, ensnaring his ankles and tripping him. He felt his balance falter as the vine gripped him, dragging him backward. Petri ficus totalis, Morin cried out, raising his wand and directing it towards the vine. Encountering a moving vine was not unusual for a wizard. He was aware of the existence of Devil's Snare in the wizarding realm, yet he had not anticipated its presence in the Forbidden Forest. The petrifying spell struck the vine, momentarily halting its advance. Morin strained to extricate his foot, but the vine soon began to writhe once more, continuing its pursuit. Illuminated by the glow of his wand, Morin suddenly realized that this was no mere vine, but rather the tentacle of a creature known as a tentacle beast. The tentacle beast existed in a liminal space between animal and plant. It bore roots that anchored it to the ground, allowing it to absorb nutrients. Yet it possessed a mouth capable of vocalization and teeth that could tear into prey, even drawing blood. Morin recalled reading about such a creature in the library. But there was no one else in the Forbidden Forest, and Swite was nowhere to be found. Where had he gone? Surely he was safe? After a moment of contemplation, Morin resolved to leave the Forbidden Forest. The myriad dangers lurking within, such as the mobile tentacle beasts, posed a significant threat to first-year students. No wonder the school consistently admonished students against entering the Forbidden Forest. As he descended along the trunk of the tree, an unexpected creature suddenly leaped into his embrace, firmly clutching his clothing. Upon planting his feet on the ground and glancing down, he was greeted by the sight of an adorable squirrel, or so he initially thought. This little creature was no larger than half a palm, adorned with immaculate snow-white fur, its bushy tail swaying playfully. To his astonishment, one of its eyes was a brilliant blue while the other was a vibrant green, reminiscent of exquisite gemstones. "Hey, your eyes are just like mine," exclaimed Morin, filled with joy as though he had stumbled upon a new world. The little being, with its heterochromatic eyes, elicited a sense of inexplicable familiarity, especially since Morin had often felt troubled by his own unusual eye color. The tiny creature grasped Morin's garments with its delicate paws and affectionately nuzzled against him, appearing utterly content. What species might you belong to? Morin pondered, realizing that the little one was not a squirrel at all. Despite its bushy tail, it lacked any other squirrel-like traits, its pristine appearance endearing it to him. The little creature flicked its tail and climbed onto Morin's shoulder, gripping his clothing tightly once more. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Morin asked hesitantly. The little one responded by wagging its tail again. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. Unsure of how to manage this curious companion, Morin felt a remarkable bond due to their shared eye colors, leading him to decide to keep this creature by his side. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Morin slipped into the castle. Upon reaching the entrance to the common lounge, he inadvertently roused the plump lady from her slumber. She appeared quite displeased at being disturbed, but nonetheless permitted him entry. He resolved to seek out some time to investigate the origins of this little being in the library. Chapter 36, The Invisible Doy. How can you not see it? It is right here in my hand, Morin exclaimed, perplexed. On his way to awaken Hugo for breakfast, he showcased the peculiar little creature to him, only to be met with confusion. To Morin's astonishment, Hugo could not see the entirely white little being at all. Hugo regarded Morin's empty hand with a quizzical expression, then turned back to Morin, saying, "Morin, what nonsense are you speaking? Did you not sleep well last night? You have nothing in your hand." Morin remained bewildered. The little creature was undeniably in his grasp, contentedly wagging its tail. So how could Hugo not perceive it? Was Hugo jesting with him? "Lily, do tell me, is this little creature not adorable?" Morin turned to Lily, seeking her opinion. With a puzzled expression, Lily reached out to touch Morin's forehead, saying, "You don't have a fever. Why are you spouting nonsense so early in the morning? Have you perhaps ingested something that caused you to hallucinate?" To his dismay, Lily also failed to see the little creature in Morin's hand. Morin was utterly confounded. Hugo and Lily did not seem to be joking, their faces etched with concern as they regarded him, fearing he had mistakenly consumed a potion that induced hallucinations. Morin was entirely certain he was not hallucinating, as the sensation of the furry creature in his hand was far too tangible. He could feel the fabric of his clothing crumple where the little one clung to him. "Touch it. It is right here in my hand," Morin remarked. Hugo and Lily exchanged glances, and ultimately, Hugo tentatively extended his hand to stroke Morin's palm. Yet he was unable to make contact, for the little creature seemed to take a disliking to him, swiftly evading his touch and leaping onto Morin's shoulder, denying Hugo the chance to reach it. "I felt nothing," Hugo stated. "That is because it has now climbed onto my shoulder," Morin replied, hoping to allow the little creature to be touched by Hugo to prove it was not a figment of his imagination. Yet the creature stubbornly refused. Rubbing his stomach, Hugo sighed, "Oh, never mind, I'm absolutely famished. I shall go have breakfast first." Morin, unsure how to convince Hugo and Lily, decided to head to the dining hall for a meal. The breakfast spread was lavish, and just as Morin was about to take a fried egg, the little creature suddenly pounced upon a slice of toast, beginning to munch on it. Observing the bread dwindle bit by bit, Morin quickly identified evidence of the creature's existence. Pointing at the toast, "Look at the bread." Hugo and Lily stared in astonishment as bite marks began to appear, the bread diminishing, clearly indicating that some creature was consuming it. "Is it truly real?" Hugo reached for the slice, but the little creature swiftly dodged away, leaping onto another sandwich. Morin felt considerably relieved. At least the bread proved that this was not merely his imagination. However, a new question arose. Why could only he see this creature? Furrowing her brow, Lily recalled something and said, "Morin, I'm unsure how to explain this to you, but being born into a wizarding family, you should understand that seeing what others cannot is not necessarily a good sign. Indeed, you must have heard of the Thestral. It is a creature visible only to those who have witnessed death. Hogwarts has such creatures, and my father says seeing a Thestral is not a good omen." "He can see them as well," Hugo interjected. Hugo's father, Ron, had participated in the Battle of Hogwarts 21 years prior and had witnessed many wizards perish, so it was reasonable that he could see Thestrals. Morin chuckled incredulously. "I have never witnessed death. No one has died before me, save for ants and spiders." He was certain he had not seen anyone die in front of him. His life had been quite ordinary before attending school. But how do you explain seeing what others cannot? That is not a favorable sign. Hugo expressed his concerns. "Doy." After consuming another sandwich, the little creature emitted a contented sound, clearly audible only to Morin. "Then let us simply call you Doy," Morin decided, uncertain of what name to give the little creature, opting instead for a name inspired by its peculiar sounds. "It is indeed a strange sensation to name something that is merely air." Hugo shook his head. As they proceeded to their classes, Morin once again spotted Sweet sitting in the corner. They had ventured into the Forbidden Forest together that morning, and now Sweet was inexplicably safe and sound in the classroom. "You mentioned he went to the Forbidden Forest this morning, but that place is off limits to us. I have heard there are enormous spiders there, as large as houses." Hugo cast a furtive glance at Sweet, while Morin recounted the events of the morning to him. "I did not encounter the colossal spider. Instead, I faced a tentacled creature that emerged from an unknown origin, which I managed to repel." Morin tenderly stroked the head of Doi resting on the desk, prompting Doi to emit a series of delightful chirps once more. Its voice was soft and melodious, yet curiously, apart from Morin, no one else could see or hear it, not even Professor Francis, who taught defense against dark arts. You are remarkably bold, venturing into the forbidden forest so early. Hugo questioned, perplexed. But what does Sweet do there every day? Pray? Morin was similarly confounded. He sensed that the enigma surrounding Sweet was deepening, and the missing individuals seemed to be connected to him, casting suspicion on Sweet's daily activities. Their attention was swiftly diverted by Professor Francis, who, in his menacing teaching style, regaled them with tales of the perilous creatures lurking in the marshes that could bring about their demise. The students listened intently, primarily ensnared by the atmosphere of imminent danger. For Professor Francis was particularly adept at instructing the defense against dark arts. Henceforth, the marsh would become one of the places I would avoid. After class, Hugo added yet another entry to his list of forbidden zones. Each time he attended defense against dark arts, he meticulously documented locations or items that could lead to the inexplicable demise of a wizard, reminding himself to steer clear of them. Last week, he recorded a crystal-clear pond and a pitch-black quill. The pond harbored a water monster that could siphon the moisture from a person's body, turning the unfortunate soul into a mere husk, while the quill, once one inscribed their name with it, would herald their death. Morin had witnessed Hugo discard a quill made from the feather of a black swan into the trash, vowing never to touch black quills again. Hugo, stop scaring yourself. If the wizarding world were that perilous, we would have perished countless times by now, wouldn't we? Morin remarked. Professor Francis only speaks of particular circumstances. It does not imply that danger lurks at every turn. What if we encounter one of those exceptional circumstances? Hugo countered. 2 weeks prior, he had resolved never to consume potatoes again, as there existed a toxic flower that bore an uncanny resemblance to potatoes, if ingested by mistake. It would cause flowers to bloom from one's hands, leading to a precarious fate if not treated promptly. Morin shook his head in exasperation. Thanks to Professor Francis' ominous teaching methods, Hugo excelled in the theoretical aspects of defense against dark arts, though his wand still occasionally sputtered sparks when casting spells. Chapter 37. Selection of Substitute Players. Over the weekend, Morin, eager to ascertain the species to which Doi belonged, made a special trip to the library to consult a tome titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, seeking clues in the section dedicated to invisible creatures. Firstly, he dismissed the possibility of Doi being a nightmare, as newly born nightmares closely resembled their adult counterparts and were rather unappealing, being gaunt and gray, with wings that bore no resemblance to Doi. The nightmare can only be considered a semi-invisible creature, its invisibility being rather unique. The book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them documents 7 species capable of invisibility, detailing their birth and habits with clarity. Among them are the invisible wolf and the invisible unicorn, often utilized by wizards to craft materials for invisibility cloaks. However, regardless of the species, none can maintain their invisibility indefinitely. They can only cloak themselves when faced with danger or during the hunt, for continuous invisibility is an immense burden for them. Doi, on the other hand, does not belong to any of these 7 species of invisible creatures, making it difficult to ascertain its true nature, and it remains a mystery why only Morin can perceive it. This fact is utterly perplexing. Doi's identity cannot be found within the pages of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, prompting Morin to seek out other literature regarding magical creatures. The library houses a plethora of books on this subject, yet unfortunately, Morin spent the entire morning without success. What on earth are you, little creature? Morin pondered, gently stroking Doi, who was napping atop the book. Doi curled its fluffy tail around itself, stretching its diminutive pink paw, which was still pudgy and not fully furred. Have you found that peculiar, invisible pet of yours? Hugo burst into the library, inquiring eagerly. Morin shook his head in response. If you haven't found it, then never mind. We must hurry, Hugo urged. Where to? Morin asked. To Quidditch. This afternoon, Gryffindor is selecting reserve players, and you wouldn't want to miss out on such an opportunity. Would you? Hugo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It was only then that Morin recalled Hugo's earlier mention of the reserve selection. He quickly gathered his belongings. Placing Doi on his shoulder, and together with Hugo, they dashed toward the Quidditch pitch. By the time they arrived, the stadium was already bustling with students, predominantly from Gryffindor, along with a few from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff eager to join the excitement. This summer, Gryffindor had lost 2 players to graduation. So today's primary objective was to select 2 official members, a seeker and a chaser, along with 3 reserve players, open to lower year students, including first years. Upon reaching the pitch, Morin noticed a throng of eager first years, among them Lily, who had borrowed James's and Albus's Firebolt 15. "Oh no, I don't have a broomstick. I must borrow one from the school," Morin sighed, enviously eyeing the Firebolt 15, as first years were prohibited from bringing their own brooms, and he had not purchased one. "Albus's Firebolt 15 is yours to borrow." Lily tossed the broomstick to Morin. "What about Hugo?" Morin inquired. "That simply means my skills are exceptional. I hit precisely where I aim," Lily replied with a hint of pride. The captain of Gryffindor Quidditch, a burly sixth year named Bach, was loudly commanding order on the pitch. He began the selection of official players by instructing the candidates to fly in a line around the pitch. Soon, a few individuals lost control of their broomsticks during the turns and were flung behind, resulting in their immediate elimination. With a flourish, Bach brandished his wand, conjuring a series of crimson markers in the air above the Quidditch pitch, their serpentine paths challenging all participants to navigate them within 10 seconds. Those who faltered would be summarily dismissed. This exercise was designed to assess the players' mastery over their flying brooms and their velocity in the air, an ingenious test indeed, for the routes marked were not easily traversed. Hugo marveled at the display. "Will we have to do this too?" Morin inquired. Even if one could not take to the field, securing a position as a reserve player was still a commendable opportunity, allowing for participation in Quidditch training, with the potential for promotion to the main team in second year, a prospect many newcomers cherished. Bach swiftly selected a chaser and a seeker, both fourth-year students who had excelled in flying among all candidates. "Excellent. We shall now commence the selection of reserve players, open only to first through third-year students." Bach summoned Morin and the others, promptly dismissing one fourth-year student who sought to take advantage of the situation. "Lily, do your best. If you make the team, it will be like our family has taken ownership of it," James chimed in with a playful grin. "Silence, James. I shall not grant any leniency," Bach retorted. Lily exuded confidence. Her parents had once been players at the school, and their family lineage boasted a hereditary talent for flying. Both James and Albus were exceptional flyers. Morin gripped the Firebolt 15, one of the finest brooms available, maintaining his composure. He harbored no concerns regarding first-year competitors, having noted from several flying lessons that none surpassed his skills. His primary rivals were the second and third-year students, who possessed significantly more experience. The weather that day was less than favorable. Dark clouds loomed overhead, the sun was obscured, and a brisk wind whipped through the air, presenting challenges for flight. Suddenly, Morin spotted Sweet amidst the crowd, also clutching a borrowed broom from the school, ready to partake in the selection process. Lily and Morin exchanged astonished glances. It was peculiar that Sweet, who had never attended flying lessons, now stood on the Quidditch pitch, eager to participate in the trials. Was he not afraid of heights? Had his acrophobia been cured? Lily whispered to Morin. He too was puzzled. Sweet was an enigma. Chapter 38. The Quidditch Trials. Many first-year students noticed Sweet as presence, buzzing with speculation, yet Sweet remained silent, awaiting Bach's instructions. After dividing them into groups, Sweet found himself assigned to Morin's team, continuing to observe Morin with a strange intensity, who reciprocated with a look of skepticism. It was hard to ignore the fact that Sweet rose early each day for excursions into the Forbidden Forest. The assessment for reserve players would focus on flying ability and reflexes. As Bach instructed, you will navigate around these pillars. With a flick of his wand, he conjured 20 wooden posts, each approximately 10 meters tall, spaced 2 meters apart in a single line. This obstacle course was relatively straightforward. Yet for those lacking in flying proficiency, it posed considerable challenges. Everyone soared along the columns at varying heights, with Morin effortlessly weaving between them. For him, flying posed no challenge, and he swiftly left everyone behind, except for one individual. Upon reaching the finish line, Morin was astonished to find that Swit had also arrived, merely 2 seconds behind him, while Lily claimed the third position. "Well done, all three of you," Bach nodded approvingly. Morin was taken aback. It was one thing for Lily to fly well, but how could Swit, who had never participated in flying lessons, perform so remarkably? Indeed, even surpassing Lily by a considerable margin? Most notably, both Morin and Lily were equipped with the superior Firebolt 15 brooms, whereas Swit rode a school-issued Nimbus Series broom, which could not possibly rival the Firebolt in performance. Although the differences in brooms were less pronounced during obstacle flying, given that the Nimbus Series could rival the Firebolt in cornering capabilities, Swit still finished just behind Morin. What secrets did this fellow harbor? Morin scrutinized Swit, who returned the gaze with a hint of provocation. They proceeded to test the reflexes of the substitute players, providing each with a bat as 10 rogue bludgers came hurtling toward them from all directions. In Quidditch, bludgers are notorious for their erratic behavior, intent on knocking players down, making the task of the substitutes to fend off these aggressive balls with their bats. Morin reacted swiftly, successfully deflecting all incoming bludgers. When it was Swit's turn, he too managed to send every bludger flying. However, others were not as fortunate. One second-year student was struck on the back of the head by a bludger on his very first attempt and fell from his broom, while a first year was knocked unconscious by a series of bludger hits during his descent, a sight too painful to witness. Why must I be the one to endure such drudgery? Albus muttered, raising his wand to cast a levitation charm, catching those who had fallen from their brooms, and subsequently stifled a yawn. If it were up to me, they'd likely bounce back up, James remarked as he sat on the grass. He excelled in defensive and offensive spells, such as those to clear obstacles, yet struggled with other charms. If he attempted the levitation charm, the students would probably rebound like balls upon landing. Not at all. You are far better than I. When I cast the levitation charm, the objects tend to ignite as they rise, Hugo said nonchalantly from beside James, as the spells often erupted in flames, creating a visually stunning, but perilous, effect if consequences were disregarded. By the way, have you found the items you lost? Hugo inquired. James and Albus recalled the enchanted folding box and shook their heads in frustration, noting that the Gryffindor students did not appear particularly suspicious. The third round involves catching the Spectre Ball, which is considerably gentler. It does not actively attack individuals. The primary objective for the Seeker is to score by propelling the Spectre Ball into the goalposts, thus necessitating a high proficiency in barehanded catching. The positions of the substitute players remain uncertain, requiring them to demonstrate capability across various roles. Ideally, each substitute should possess a fundamental understanding of all positions to meet the demands of their role. Catching the Spectre Ball is not merely a straightforward task. It involves 3 individuals tossing the ball in the air, while the substitutes must catch it and swiftly throw it towards a circular goal from a specified distance. This exercise tests the player's reaction speed and throwing accuracy. Morin excels in both the Wanderer Ball and Spectre Ball, consistently ranking first. Morin's catching speed is remarkable, and his throwing precision is equally impressive, Jam said with a slight nod. His performance throughout the field is truly outstanding. That Swit is quite peculiar. He never participates in flying lessons, yet he manages to fly remarkably well, Hugo remarked. Swit missed only 1 shot in throwing accuracy. After an afternoon of selection, the Gryffindor Quidditch team ultimately chose 3 substitute players, all from the first year. Morin, Swit, and Lily were successfully selected. All right, the roster is finalized. The school's Quidditch matches commence in November, and we shall begin training next week. The schedule will be communicated later. I require all of you to submit a copy of your timetables so I can arrange the training sessions. Substitutes must also participate. This year, we are determined to seize the Quidditch Cup, Bach declared with fervor. The training schedule will not be fixed, as it is impractical to condense all sessions into the weekend. Instead, we will select times when there are no classes in the afternoons or mornings, while also considering the training times of other teams. With 4 houses in the school, each vying for the Quidditch pitch, each captain must report to Madame Hooch in advance to secure training slots for their respective teams. While the chances of playing may be slim, participating in training is still quite beneficial, Lily noted. Morin glanced around and spotted Swit, who, upon Bach's announcement of dismissal, hurriedly made his way towards the castle, now only visible as a distant silhouette. That solitary fellow is truly odd, Hugo couldn't help but comment. Chapter 39, Hagrid. On Sunday, Hagrid invited Lily and Hugo for a visit, and they extended the invitation to Morin as well. Hagrid's hut is constructed of stone, crooked and quaint, adorned with large pumpkins at the entrance, each towering to the height of a person. Behind the hut lies a small farmstead housing roosters and other whimsical magical creatures. Upon their arrival, they found Hagrid feeding a bloodied thigh to a 2-headed fire lizard, an unusual creature indeed, with 2 heads competing fiercely for the morsel of food. What a fascinating little creature. 2-headed fire lizards are quite rare, a subject we study in 3rd year, Hagrid remarked, rinsing the blood off his large hands in a water trough. The creature, measuring 2 meters in length, is entirely crimson and capable of breathing flames to cook its food. Hugo and Lily exchanged a glance, and from their eyes, it was evident that the fearsome, fire-breathing, 2-meter creature held no charm whatsoever. Harry had written to request that I keep an eye on the 2 of you. How have your days at school been? Hagrid secured the 2-headed fire lizard tightly, and then closed the gate. That should suffice, right? Hugo cast a doubtful look at the flimsy wooden fence, pondering whether it could truly contain the fiery little beast. Ah, you've brought a friend along. I recognize you. Morin, is it? The one from the Daily Prophet who apprehended that wanted child with a wand. Well done. Hagrid chuckled. Morin politely replied, that was merely luck. One cannot trust the Daily Prophet. Regardless, it was indeed your presence that led to that Pritchard being caught. Hagrid strode over to a massive rock where a box lay and opened it, revealing a selection of biscuits. Try my homemade rock cakes. I sent a batch to Harry and the others just yesterday. Hugo and Lily shared another glance, striving to feign a love for the treats. Morin also picked up a rock cake, took a bite, and immediately lost all desire for a second, as the first was nearly impossible to chew. Hagrid remained blissfully unaware of our aversion to rock cakes, having sent them to us frequently. The first time I tried one, I nearly broke a tooth. Thankfully, I was just in the midst of losing my baby teeth. Hugo whispered to Morin while Hagrid turned to fetch a shovel. Can't you just tell him directly? Morin pretended to munch on the rock cake. Lily shrugged. Due to the incident 21 years ago, he has become quite sentimental. Many of his acquaintances have passed away, so my parents decided that we should never speak ill of whatever he offers. Struggling to bite into the rock cake, Morin opted to pass it to Doy perched on his shoulder, only to discover that Doy devoured the entire piece with ease. By the way, you arrived just in time to assist me. I need to feed the hippogriffs in the Forbidden Forest. Could you help me carry this feed? Hagrid was already burdened with 2 large bags, with another relatively smaller one on the ground. What is this? Hugo asked, noticing the bag was open, and he peered inside, quickly turning his head away in disgust. Dead rats. Hagrid hummed a cheerful tune. It was unclear how many dead rats filled that bag. The 3 of them struggled to lift it. Finally, Morin drew his wand and uttered, weightless as a feather. His lightning charm did not reduce the heavy load to the feather-light state of his grandfather Alton's spells, but it did lessen the weight somewhat, allowing the trio to manage to carry the bag of dead rats, albeit with great difficulty. Such a heavy burden, even my disapparition spell cannot assist, Morin lamented. When they finally hoisted the bag to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was already attending to 3 hippogriffs, which appeared to be a family. He was gently stroking the smallest one and feeding it the dead rats. By the way, Hagrid, has anything unusual been happening in the Forbidden Forest lately? Morin inquired. In the Forbidden Forest, peculiar occurrences transpire daily. While they may seem strange to you, they're quite ordinary to me, for this forest is home to many wondrous creatures. Just yesterday, I assisted Folly in rescuing a unicorn ensnared by branches, Hagrid remarked casually. Morin pondered for a moment before inquiring, are there tentacle monsters in the Forbidden Forest? You know, those entities that are both plant and animal. Hagrid paused, furrowing his brow. Morin quickly added, I happened to read about tentacle monsters in the library yesterday, and wondered if they might also inhabit the Forbidden Forest. Hugo and Lily also halted, quietly observing Hagrid. Morin had informed them about Sweat's daily visits to the forest, during which he had encountered a tentacle monster. Hagrid, lost in thought, replied, now that you mention it, the recent damage in the woods does resemble the work of a tentacle monster. However, I recall that tentacle monsters typically do not venture to the forest's edge. At least, I have yet to see one within the Forbidden Forest. They are quite elusive and adept at evading detection. Are you certain there are no tentacle monsters in the Forbidden Forest? Morin asked, astonished. I've spent my entire life at Hogwarts. How could I be uncertain? Hagrid responded, rising to toss a dead rat to the hippogriff. Yet Morin was resolute in his conviction. He had perused numerous books on magical creatures and vividly remembered the appearance of a tentacle monster. That morning, after following Sweat into the Forbidden Forest, he had indeed encountered one. If Hagrid were correct, where could this tentacle monster have originated? Hagrid, what did you mean by the signs of destruction in the woods? Morin pressed on. Many trees bear deep claw marks. Several tree guardians have been injured, and some animals have been inexplicably attacked. Initially, I suspected a water lion had strayed from its territory, as the claw marks were quite similar. However, upon your mention, I realized they do resemble the work of a tentacle monster, Hagrid explained. Water lions are ferocious creatures that typically inhabit ponds and marshes, resembling lions but cloaked in blue, capable of spraying corrosive water. They soon bid farewell to Hagrid and made their way toward the castle, with Morin deep in thought about the matter. Perhaps Sweat is the tentacle monster. He might be an animagus capable of transforming into one, which could explain why he inquired about the difference between turning a person into an animal and being an animagus, Hugo speculated. Don't be foolish, think logically. A first-year student cannot possibly transform into any animal, Lily interjected. I suspect Sweat might be secretly nurturing a tentacle monster in the Forbidden Forest and visits it each morning. Impossible. A tentacle monster is far too large to smuggle in here. Besides, only Hagrid would dare to keep a pet in the Forbidden Forest. Nothing could escape his notice. I believe the likelihood of Sweat being the tentacle monster is greater, Morin countered. Hugo remained steadfast in his opinion. Chapter 40, Quidditch Practice. In an effort to unravel the mysteries surrounding Sweet, Morin once again followed him into the Forbidden Forest. However, Sweet consistently vanished into the depths of the woods, leaving Morin perplexed and disoriented due to his unfamiliarity with the area, ultimately forcing him to abandon his pursuit. Captain Poke of the Quidditch team coordinated a time based on everyone's class schedules, and on Wednesday afternoon, Gryffindor secured the Quidditch training grounds. Morin and Lily joined the practice for the first time as substitute players. Indeed, I still have Transfiguration class to attend, Albus remarked, his gaze drifting. James and Albus exchanged glances, having recently received a foldable box from George, continuing their role as representatives of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes at Hogwarts. With plans to sell new products that afternoon, must we train in the rain? Lily inquired, having just acquired a new Firebolt 15, a gift from her father. Morin had forgotten to mention this to his grandfather, Alton, and thus was left with the school's Nimbus 2005 for the time being. Quidditch perseveres through all weather conditions, and securing the grounds is no easy feat. The matches are fast approaching, and other houses are keenly observing the pitch, Poke declared. Morin was well aware of this. Before he had even begun school last year, he had accompanied his grandfather to witness a Quidditch match amidst even heavier rain, during which the Seekers of the Adder Hurricanes were struck by lightning for flying too high. In the realm of Quidditch, inclement weather is not a valid excuse for cancellation. Although the three of them were not participating in the training, they still soared around the pitch, using the first practice to observe the players' coordination and familiarize themselves with Gryffindor's tactics. Flying in the rain posed significant challenges, primarily due to impaired visibility and the strong winds. Nonetheless, every Gryffindor player donned a waterproof goggles, an invention of George Weasley, specifically designed for various Quidditch teams. In rainy conditions, these goggles filtered out the rain, ensuring that visibility remained unaffected, akin to flying on a clear day. The enchantment employed in these Quidditch goggles was remarkably ingenious, even in heavy rain. The wearer experienced no obstruction from a downpour, although their body would inevitably become soaked. George had initially contemplated incorporating a telescopic feature into the goggles to enhance the Seeker's ability to spot the golden snitch from afar. However, this idea was prohibited by the Quidditch authorities, who permitted the goggles to shield against rain but forbade any magnifying capabilities, leading George to abandon the notion. As the Gryffindor players darted through the air, Poke directed them loudly. Meanwhile, Morin was observing the training when Sweet suddenly swooped in front of him, obstructing his path. "What is the matter?" Morin inquired. Sweet fixed his gaze on Morin and slowly articulated, "Why have you been following me?" Morin furrowed his brow. Despite his cautious attempts at stealth, he had been discovered by Sweet. Yet, he felt no guilt and replied, "The disappearances of Jamie and the others are connected to you, aren't they? Mind your own business and don't seek trouble," Sweet retorted coldly. Sweat turned the flying broom at an angle and remarked before departing, "Some matters are beyond your control. Tend to yourself." Morin remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon Sweat. Subsequently, he extended his hand to intercept the ghostly ball that Pock had carelessly sent flying during training. "I shall unravel this mystery," Morin declared as he struck the ghostly ball into the goal. On Thursday evening, due to the overcast weather, their astronomy class was cancelled, which brought a sigh of relief from Morin, who had grown increasingly averse to the subject. Each time he peered through the telescope at the celestial chart, it was invariably misaligned. The positions of planets and stars appeared distorted to him, diverging from the perceptions of his peers, regardless of how many telescopes he tried. He dutifully visited the library, now seeking not only information on the magic of heterochromia, but also delving into the lineage of Doi. The Sorting Hat had previously alluded to the matter of heterochromia, which piqued Morin's interest. Upon encountering Doi, whose eye color mirrored his own, he felt he had found at least one companion, albeit unaware of the true nature of this bond. Collection of rare creatures yielded no results, nor did the secrets of aquatic beings. "Doi, what exactly is your identity?" Morin mused, reaching out to stroke Doi's head. "Doi, Doi," the creature chirped contentedly, its fluffy tail swishing back and forth. Doi had taken to following Morin closely, displaying no pickiness in its diet. Whatever Morin consumed, Doi mirrored. It accompanied him to classes, seemingly disinterested in anyone else's touch. Others could neither perceive Doi's presence nor hear its calls. Only Hugo and Lily confirmed the existence of this peculiar invisible creature when they witnessed Doi eating. Though Morin found no information regarding Doi in the texts, he gained considerable knowledge about magical creatures and their characteristics, which proved to be an unexpected benefit. As bedtime approached, he realized that this time, someone had indeed gone missing. Chapter 41. The Strange Classroom. Hugo had vanished. This revelation took Morin by surprise. Tonight was supposed to be astronomy class, but due to the rain, it was cancelled. Morin intended to seek information in the library, a place Hugo detested. Thus, he remained in the common room, assisting James and Albus in peddling Weasley's wizard wheezes. Morin sensed that Hugo's absence was not merely a case of wandering astray. It was likely that he had mysteriously disappeared, akin to the previous trio. He sought out Prefect Nelson to inform him of Hugo's disappearance, but Nelson appeared indifferent, clad in his nightgown, his eyes heavy with impending sleep. Determined, Morin set off to search for himself, departing from the Gryffindor Tower and racing toward the 7th floor of the castle. The last time, Mosby had manifested on the 7th floor, and both Jamie and Sweat were also present there. Morin felt an unsettling aura surrounding that location, suspecting Hugo might be there as well. By now, it was deep into the night. The corridors were nearly deserted, with only the occasional ghost of a Gryffindor drifting past, vanishing swiftly into the walls. Morin descended the floating staircase from the 8th floor to the 7th, making his way towards the classroom, where Jamie and Sweet had mysteriously vanished. Within the castle of Hogwarts, the walls were adorned with scenic paintings and portraits, where the figures and creatures within would often visit one another. And even a solitary white cloud could drift from one frame to another. As Morin passed these artworks, he was suddenly met with a familiar battle cry. "Halt! You cowardly little wretch! To flee without a fight is a knight's disgrace. Do you dare to run?" Sir Cadogan's voice echoed from the wall. Morin paused, perplexed, and inquired, "Sir Cadogan, were you not in that classroom? How have you found yourself in the corridor? Indeed, you are the only suspicious character about. Roaming the halls at this late hour, you must draw your wand and duel with me." Sir Cadogan brandished his sword. "I seek someone. My friend has gone missing. Might you assist me, Sir Cadogan?" Morin implored. "Hugo Weasley, I wonder if you've seen him? He is a first-year Gryffindor, about my height, with red hair and freckles." Morin endeavored to describe Hugo's appearance. "A first year with red hair, you say? That does ring a bell. Not long ago, as I searched for my companion, I indeed spotted a small red-haired lad descending from the 8th floor. Ah, he ventured into the very classroom I once inhabited." Sir Cadogan leaned against his diminutive steed, resting his chin in a contemplative manner. However, the pony shuddered, causing Cadogan to tumble, his helmet's visor falling askew. Hastily, he adjusted the visor, rose, and declared, "Onward! Let's charge forth, to rescue our beleaguered friend. Let light once again illuminate the world. Should darkness triumph over light, let us perish valiantly upon the battlefield." Initially intending to mount his steed, Sir Cadogan recalled that his warhorse was in a foul mood, and thus he clanked in his armor and gallantly dashed into the adjacent painting. In the neighboring artwork, 2 wizards played chess. As he sprinted past them, he seized the queen and hurled it skyward, exclaiming, "Checkmate," before leaping into another painting. "Little scamp, wandering about instead of sleeping, TSK, TSK. You'll be confined." Peeves the poltergeist turned, preparing to hurl a piece of chalk at Morin. However, aided by the flickering light of the wall sconces, Peeves caught sight of Morin and was suddenly taken aback, his expression one of sheer astonishment. "It's you." In haste, Peeves spun around and zipped through the wall. Morin gazed quizzically at the spot where Peeves had vanished, initially pondering how he might contend with the mischievous spirit. Yet was taken aback that Peeves had fled at the mere sight of him. How curious. Is Peeves truly so frightened of me? Peeves was known as Hogwarts' most troublesome ghost, often tormenting students, and even upperclassmen would wisely avoid him. Aside from the infamous Bloody Baron, Morin had never heard of Peeves being afraid of any student. Sir Cadogan dashed into a painting adjacent to the classroom, boldly proclaiming, "A valiant knight can always vanquish his foes without a fight. Such is our chivalric spirit." He had just triumphed over the malevolent specters. "My dear comrade, have you located your companion? Get out." A group of women clad in bathrobes within the painting shrieked, hurling various vases at Sir Cadogan. The knight clumsily leapt into another painting, as the vases shattered at his feet. "Knights are not permitted to engage in such base conduct. My sincerest apologies, dear ladies," Sir Cadogan exclaimed, his cheeks flushed. Morin inquired of the robe-clad women whether they had seen Hugo. But not all inhabitants of the painting shared Sir Cadogan's enthusiasm for conversing with wizards. The bathing women had resolutely shut the bathroom door, ignoring Morin entirely. Chapter 42. The Domain of the Mad Knight. "Sir Cadogan, your original portrait is neither in the corridor nor in this classroom, is it?" Morin tentatively asked. "Indeed, my valiant comrade. But who has relocated your portrait? Do you not know?" Morin pressed once more. "Indeed, I have no idea. Woe betide the traitor who, while I sought to conquer the world, sold out my territory. Such a person is utterly unforgivable." Sir Cadogan's ire was palpable. Yet a child in the painting bestowed upon him a Christmas hat. Sir Cadogan rose, removed his helmet, donned the festive headgear, and declared, "Thank you ever so much. Gallant young gentleman, Sir Cadogan is at your service." "Why, then, has your portrait been moved repeatedly?" Morin pondered, glancing between the individuals in the painting greeting Sir Cadogan and the knight himself, quickly arriving at a crucial realization. Although many portraits within the castle could converse and visit one another, most refrained from engaging with students. The inhabitants of many portraits were often preoccupied with their own affairs, indifferent to anything outside their own concerns. It was rare to find a portrait knight like Sir Cadogan, who roamed about seeking challenges from students and eagerly offering assistance. If he observed something, he would readily speak of it. This suggested that someone wished to prevent the ever-loquacious Sir Cadogan from witnessing certain matters. Hence, his portrait had been relocated. This implied that the original location of Sir Cadogan's portrait must harbor some secrets. Realizing this, Morin promptly asked Sir Cadogan, "Where was your original portrait located?" "Near the North Tower of Hogwarts Castle, my valiant comrade. That was the territory I fought for over many years, only to be betrayed by a scoundrel and forced into exile," Sir Cadogan replied, filled with indignation. As he drew his sword, the boy who had given him the Christmas hat was startled, bursting into tears, while a black dog in the distance barked at Sir Cadogan. In a panic, he fled the painting. "This way, my great and courageous friend. Let's together reclaim the lost territory." According to Hugo, Filch had already assumed the role of caretaker at Hogwarts during his father's era. He was advanced in years and had a notoriously irritable disposition, particularly after the passing of his beloved pet, Mrs. Norris, which rendered his attitude towards students even more severe, often leading him to impose punishments. The castle of Hogwarts was not adorned with frames throughout. In areas devoid of such embellishments, Sir Cadogan found himself unable to advance. Morin discreetly removed a landscape painting, roughly the size of a book, from the wall, allowing Sir Cadogan to squeeze into the artwork. "Quickly follow my lead, valiant warrior. Traverse the fearless staircase ahead and ascend, piercing the throat of this armor with your sword. Charge forth, my champion. The treacherous chasm to the left is a path we must bravely navigate. Fear not, press onward. We must crawl toward the marsh on the right, where a sycophantic statue of Gregory, who relishes flattery, resides. Unsheathe your sword and cleave it in twain." Morin cautiously ran for 20 minutes under the whimsical commands of Sir Cadogan, arriving at an unfamiliar platform. This place offered a broad vista, revealing the nocturnal splendor of Hogwarts from the opposite side. Yet it was now midnight, enveloped in darkness. With only a few shadows flitting across the sky above the forbidden forest, perhaps the silhouettes of some great bird. "This is my former domain. Heighten your vigilance. We prepare for battle." Sir Cadogan had leapt from the landscape, painting in Morin's grasp, to another painting on the adjacent wall, drawing his sword and glancing about. However, the artwork depicted a starry sky, and Sir Cadogan, unsteady, began to float in the weightlessness of the celestial scene. If your painting were here, the secrets you wish to remain hidden would likely be nearby. What peculiarities might lie in this vicinity? Morin scanned his surroundings. Opposite the wall that once bore Sir Cadogan's portrait was a solid wall adorned with images of fruits and vegetables, alongside some peculiar classical architecture, none of which could speak. Just around the corner, there were indeed some figures depicted, but they were gathered together, enjoying a meal, completely oblivious to Morin's presence. Morin reached out to touch the wall, finding it devoid of any remarkable features. He had hoped to uncover something extraordinary, perhaps a hidden passage within, but the wall was solid and without fissures. The withered, unquenchable flames flickered upon the torches affixed to the wall, casting dancing shadows that made Morin's silhouette waver and sway. Although he found nothing unusual, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching from afar, drawing nearer to his position. Chapter 43. The Somnambulist of the Divination Tower. The footsteps came unexpectedly, catching Morin off guard. In a desperate attempt to find a hiding place, he realized it was too late, as a figure had already entered his line of sight. It was a witch clad in a plaid, worn nightgown, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, with graying hair and thick glasses that resembled the bottom of a wine bottle. Her face was etched with deep lines of age. She approached Morin slowly, her demeanor exceedingly peculiar. Morin's heart raced incessantly. He did not recognize the witch before him, yet he seemed to have caught a glimpse of her during the opening ceremony, for she too occupied a seat among the professors. This meant he had been caught wandering the castle in the dead of night by a faculty member. Taking a deep breath, Morin was on the verge of concocting an excuse to explain his midnight presence when the witch, clad in a robe, appeared oblivious to him and walked past. Was he perhaps sleepwalking? Relieved, Morin thought that if he were indeed in a somnambulant state, there was no cause for concern. He simply had to wait for her to pass by. However, fate had other plans. The loquacious Sir Cadogan joyfully exclaimed from the wall, "Good evening, Professor Trelawney. Morin nearly leapt forward to silence the man, fearing that if he awakened Professor Trelawney, he would be summoned to face Filch and endure a day or two of confinement. Then it struck him. Professor Trelawney? That name sounded familiar. Morin recalled a book titled Harry Potter and the Stories That Must Be Told About Voldemort, which mentioned a prophecy linking Harry Potter and Voldemort, attributed to Professor Trelawney of Hogwarts. With this thought, a sense of awe washed over him as he regarded the wrinkled-faced witch. The night was rather dismal, with a light drizzle that had led to the cancellation of his astronomy class. Yet, in an instant, as Professor Trelawney gazed out the window, the rain vanished, and the silvery moon peeked through the clouds. The transformation occurred so swiftly that Morin scarcely had time to register it. Moments later, an ethereal and haunting voice emerged from Professor Trelawney's lips. The darkness awakens, time distorts. Those deprived of memory glimpse the truth amidst the fog, piercing the facade of death. The deceased are on their journey. Her voice shifted from ethereal to chilling, sending shivers down Molin's spine as he gaped at the professor, who continued to repeat those ominous words, leaving him bewildered. Was she merely speaking in her sleep? Or was she? Molin's astonishment grew. Could Professor Trelawney be foretelling something? Like the prophecy she had made for Harry, but what were the odds that she would do so upon their first encounter, with him being a stranger to her? Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the night outside the castle. The moon vanished, clouds reassembled, and raindrops began to fall once more, creating a soft patter. Professor Trelawney abruptly shuddered, casting a strange glance around until her eyes landed on Molin. "Oh dear, who are you? What are you doing here at this hour?" she inquired. Yet, if it were mere dream talk, it hardly seemed too far-fetched. As a first-year Gryffindor, it was entirely plausible to be lost in such a vast castle at this late hour. How curious it was that he found himself here. Professor Trelawney appeared equally unaware of her somnolent tendencies, adjusting her thick glasses and stifling a yawn. "Professor, did you not realize what you just said? You mentioned something about darkness awakening. What does that mean?" Molin asked. He shook his head and added, "No need for assistance. I can manage on my own. Good night, Professor." "Apologies, Sir Cadogan, but I have classes tomorrow. I shall seek you out another time," Morin remarked casually, his mind still preoccupied with Professor Trelawney's words. "Not to worry, my valiant comrade. There is plenty of time ahead. Together we shall surely vanquish those lurking in the shadows." Sir Cadogan appeared particularly spirited, and with a flash, he vanished into a painting. Upon returning to his dormitory, Morin discovered that Toby was still awake. "I went looking for Hugo, but found him not." Wearily donning his pajamas, Morin sat upon his bed, his mind swirling with questions. It was one thing not to uncover the reason behind Sir Cadogan's portrait removal that night, yet it was another to have heard Professor Trelawney utter peculiar phrases. The dark awakens, time distorts, the memory-deprived peer into the fog of truth. Piercing the facade of death, the deceased are on a journey. Should not genuine prophecies resemble? A certain wizard will fall from a broomstick and break his leg. Or, that which one dreads, most will transpire within 2 months. A more sophisticated prophecy might foretell the birth of the sole wizard capable of resisting the Dark Lord by the end of July. He procured paper and quill, meticulously recording the contents of the prophecy while pondering deeply. Casting another glance at Hugo's empty bed, sleep eluded him that night. Chapter 44. The Unbelieved Prophecy. At the break of dawn the following day, when Morin rose, he discovered that both Hugo and Sweet had yet to return, stirring concern within him. Sweet was an enigmatic character, daring to venture into the forbidden forest each morning. Morin suspected he would be safe, yet his worry lay primarily with Hugo. Had Hugo vanished as well? What could that fellow be up to? When Lily arrived to invite them for breakfast and learned of the situation, her brow furrowed slightly. Lily, arms crossed, expressed her dissatisfaction. That unreliable fellow Hugo is always careless. It is only natural for him to get lost. Lily, this matter has nothing to do with Hugo's carelessness. You must know this is not the first time someone has gone missing, Morin replied, his tone earnest. Morin and Lily made their way to the great hall, scanning the Gryffindor long table and the other students from various houses. Yet Hugo's presence remained absent. They settled at a table. The morning's fare was particularly bountiful, yet Morin found himself without appetite. Lily, did Professor Trelawney make a prophecy concerning your father pertaining to Voldemort? Has your father ever mentioned the state Professor Trelawney was in at that time? Morin inquired. Well, I ventured out last night in search of Hugo. I encountered a somnambulant Professor Trelawney. She appeared somewhat eccentric and uttered strange phrases akin to what you described, as if she were foretelling something, Morin confided, observing Doy as he savored his mashed potatoes. Lily laughed. How improbable! What are the odds that Professor Trelawney fortuitously encounters you to deliver prophecy? Perhaps she was merely speaking in her sleep. Do not take it seriously. But you yourself stated that Professor Trelawney does not recall what she speaks when delivering prophecies. Is that not so? Last night, when she spoke before me, it was precisely in that state, Morin emphasized. Lily harbored doubts about whether Morin's words constituted a genuine prophecy. Having grown up hearing about her father's connection with Voldemort, she believed that a true prophecy ought to pertain to figures of significant stature, such as her father and Voldemort. Consequently, when Morin recounted the events of the previous evening, Lily paid little heed. Morin furrowed his brow, refraining from further comment. Though he did not consider himself particularly special, there was an inexplicable unease that accompanied Lily's words. After breakfast, they proceeded to their defense against the dark arts class. Hugo was absent, but Morin noticed that Sweet had arrived early, awaiting them in the classroom. It seemed one student was destined to miss today's bizarre lesson on the death of the flying broom. What a pity. Professor Francis called out the absent Hugo, his voice icy as he scanned the room, before commencing his monotonous yet compelling lecture on dark arts. Upon completing the class, many students found their interest in Quidditch waning, even hesitating to touch their brooms. Professor Francis recounted the mysterious disappearance of a player from the Vimborn Wasps during the 1956 Quidditch match, who had been struck by lightning, only for his body to later surface in a Muggle Museum's glass display case, becoming an exhibit. This tale instilled a profound fear of Quidditch among the students. Surely, he jested, Quidditch could not be that terrifying. Though Lily was typically bold, the professor's account, coupled with her own aspirations to join the Quidditch team, left her feeling uneasy. Perhaps. Morin packed his bag, not fully engaged in the lesson as his thoughts lingered on Hugo. The Vimborn Wasps were Hugo's favorite team, and he was well-versed in any gossip surrounding them. He pondered whether Hugo was aware of this story. You don't remember? What do you mean? Morin furrowed his brow. Sweet appeared pale and weary, dark circles under his eyes, his voice hoarse as he replied, I don't remember where I was last night. Only after Sweet had departed did Lily speak up. He seems to be lying. Hugo had missed the entire morning of classes, prompting Morin to seek out Professor Kane to report Hugo's disappearance. Although Kane was the head of Gryffindor, he was relatively amiable and not overly strict with students. Indeed, it's reminiscent of Jamie's situation last time, Professor. Don't you think their disappearances are too coincidental? Morin spoke rapidly. Professor Kane nodded slightly. It is somewhat peculiar, but freshmen often get lost, Walker. I suggest you go have lunch. Who knows? Weasley might reappear from some classroom this afternoon. There's no need to fret. Jamie Leonard had a similar experience, did he not? Seeing he could not persuade Professor Kane, Morin reluctantly exited the office. Chapter 45. The Deathly Hallows and Grindelwald. Morin set his book down and inquired, Hugo, are you all right? Hugo shook his head uncertainly. I don't know, my head feels a bit heavy. Hugo touched his forehead, stumbled, and knocked over a chair. Morin quickly helped him up and guided him to a comfortable seat, then retrieved a chocolate frog from his backpack and handed it to Hugo. However, Hugo, his attention waning, failed to grasp the chocolate frog, which leapt onto the table and was subdued by Morin. You appear to be in poor spirits. Perhaps you should rest for a while, Morin suggested, refraining from inquiring about Hugo's condition immediately, as the latter likely wouldn't retain any information in his current state. What had transpired between the two of them? Sitting on his bed, Morin glanced at Hugo and then at Sweet, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. Hugo did not rise until midday, feeling considerably better than the previous evening. Care for something to eat? Morin offered, presenting his breakfast. Thank you, Hugo replied, biting into the bread while tilting his head, lost in thought. Let me take a wild guess. Have you forgotten where you went yesterday? Morin asked. My body does not belong to me? What could that possibly mean? Morin pressed on, determined not to overlook any clue, for Hugo was the key to unraveling the mystery. Hugo gulped down some orange juice and continued. I recall being in the Gryffindor common room the night before last, selling Weasley merchandise with James and the others. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought crossed my mind, urging me to hurry to a certain place, but I can't remember where. You ventured to a classroom on the 7th floor. Sir Cadogan informed me, Morin remarked. Who is Sir Cadogan? Hugo inquired, puzzled. He is a portrait character residing on the 7th floor. You have no recollection of him? Hugo shook his head. No, I don't remember going to the 7th floor. Once I left the common room, everything after that is a blur. He placed the bread and juice on the nightstand and lay back down, only to suddenly cry out in pain and sit up again. What is wrong? Morin asked. Hugo touched his back and glanced at the bed, discovering a crystal ball on the sheet. It was a false prophecy ball from the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, no larger than 2 fingers. Let me see, Morin said, rising to Hugo's side. When Hugo lifted his shirt, Morin froze momentarily. What is it? Is there something on my back? Hugo queried. You have a peculiar mark on your back. Wait, I feel as though I've seen this mark before. Let me draw it for you. Morin procured paper and a pen, sketching the mark on Hugo's back. It was a triangle with a circle at its center, a line standing between the triangle and the circle. When Morin showed the drawing to Hugo, the latter was taken aback, and Morin suddenly recalled the significance of the mark. They simultaneously exclaimed, Grindelwald's symbol, the mark of the Deathly Hallows. Morin and Hugo exchanged glances, with Morin having mentioned Grindelwald, while Hugo referred to the Deathly Hallows. Is this mark indeed associated with the Deathly Hallows? Morin was born into a family of wizards. He had heard tales of the three brothers and their encounter with death, as well as the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak, legendary artifacts known as the Deathly Hallows, said to bestow the power to conquer death. However, the story of the three brothers did not record this mark. Hugo, in a contemplative mood, remarked, That reminds me. My father seemed to mention that the mark of the Deathly Hallows is akin to Grindelwald's. The most powerful wand in existence, the Elder Wand, originally belonged to Grindelwald, then passed into Dumbledore's possession, only to fall into Voldemort's hands, and ultimately, it was broken by Harry's uncle. Broken? Morin exclaimed, slightly astonished. For the tomes published in the Wizarding World concerning Voldemort and Harry Potter made no mention of such a detail. The shattering of the Elder Wand, the most formidable wand known, represented a considerable loss. Yes, indeed, it was broken, Hugo affirmed, standing up to approach the mirror. He turned his back to it and glanced at the mark behind him, situated directly opposite his heart. The mark was crimson, etched with an unknown substance. But how could I have this mark on my back? I did not know Grindelwald. Hugo protested, vigorously rubbing his back in an attempt to erase the mark. Yet it remained conspicuously visible. This matter must be reported to the professor, Morin stated with gravity. Chapter 46, The Vanished Mark. Whether it pertains to the Deathly Hallows or Grindelwald, the emergence of such an ominous mark on Hugo's body bodes ill. It would be impossible for Morin and Hugo alone to elucidate this mystery, and this inexplicable mark was undoubtedly linked to Hugo's disappearance. Perhaps Mosby, Delia, and Jamie bore this mark as well. Morin recalled the other three missing individuals. Regardless, this mark is certainly forbidden, otherwise it would appear in the story of the three brothers and death, Morin insisted. With the appearance of such a forbidden mark, we must inform the professor and allow them to address this issue. Is it cold? Morin cautiously extended his hand towards the mark on Hugo's back. Before his fingers made contact, an icy sensation surged from his fingertips. It is indeed quite cold. Morin's fingers finally grazed the mark, and at that moment, a strange aura emanated from it, swiftly coursing into his mind. Ugh! Morin felt as though a torrent of water had washed over his brain, and suddenly, a plethora of bizarre memory fragments erupted in his consciousness. Memories that did not belong to him, but to another individual. Morin's eyes widened in astonishment. What he beheld was not the back of Hugo, but a long corridor adorned with portraits, accompanied by the distant sounds of students chattering and laughing. Then, realization dawned upon Morin. This was Hugo's memory. He had glimpsed the memories that Hugo had lost. The corridor that materialized in Morin's mind was none other than the one located on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle. He could perceive the portraits and landscapes adorning its walls, while Hugo made his way toward an abandoned classroom on that very floor. As Hugo opened the door to the classroom, what Morin beheld was not the interior of the room, but rather a dense fog. It was as if he had been transported to a forest shrouded in mist, where a gentle breeze rustled the branches, producing an eerie sound that seemed to whisper of something dreadful. Gasping, Morin felt a chill run down his spine as the scene before him vanished. A sense of dizziness enveloped him, and Hugo appeared to morph into two indistinct shadows. Morin, are you all right? Hugo inquired, concern etching his features. The chaotic sensations in Morin's mind gradually faded, and Hugo's visage became clearer. Exhaling deeply, he uncertainly remarked, I believe I just witnessed something peculiar, something quite strange. Strange indeed. Your eyes were actually glowing just now. It was truly bizarre, Hugo observed with interest, gazing into Morin's eyes. My eyes were glowing? What do you mean? Morin questioned, perplexed. I'm not sure. I heard you emit a muffled sound, so I turned to look at you, and lo and behold, your left, I was emanating a blue light, while the right glowed green. It appeared rather sinister, Hugo explained. Were my eyes really glowing blue and green? Was it that frightening? Morin rubbed his eyes, incredulous. Are you certain you didn't team his C? As Hugo recalled the ominous mark on his back, he reached behind to touch it, only for Morin to exclaim, Wait, your mark is gone. Gone? Hugo swiftly moved to face a mirror, twisting his neck to catch a glimpse, and gasped, It's truly vanished. How can this be? Was it merely an illusion? Morin shook his head. He could still feel the chill emanating from Hugo, Yet after encountering Grindelwald's mark, it had inexplicably disappeared, which was indeed peculiar. Morin sank into contemplation, his thoughts growing increasingly muddled. What had transpired? Had he just glimpsed the memories lost to Hugo? If so, where had Hugo ventured? If not, what had truly occurred? Most pressingly, where had the mark on Hugo's back vanished to? Should we inform the headmaster? Hugo asked hesitantly, pondering whether the disappearance of the mark would be believed. The answer was evident. Had Hugo's mark still been present, it would have lent credence to their claims. Now, with the ominous mark gone, speaking of it might only lead to dismissal as a prank by a first-year student. I just remembered something. If you bore this mark, does it imply that others who have gone missing and lost their memories might also carry this ominous mark? Morin speculated thoughtfully. Hugo's eyes widened with realization. Indeed, we could ascertain whether they too bear the mark. Mosby, Delia, and Jamie, or Sweet. Morin's gaze fell upon the desolate bed of Sweet in the dormitory. Today being Saturday, Sweet was, as per usual, absent from the dormitory. In fact, since the beginning of the term, apart from sharing a bed and attending classes with Sweet, Morin had scarcely laid eyes on him. He had only encountered Sweet a few times in the library, and that was the extent of their interactions. Truly, he was an eccentric. Labeling his absence as mysterious seemed peculiar, for it felt as though he were perpetually in a state of disappearance. On his way to lunch, Hugo speculated about the nature of Sweet's character. Morin remained uncertain whether Sweet was indeed deceitful, but to him, Sweet had become an enigma. "Oh, Hugo, you're awake. I thought you would sleep the entire day away." Lily waved at them. Morin and Hugo seated themselves beside Lily, surveying the bountiful spread before them. Hugo, unreserved, seized his knife and fork, devouring his meal with gusto. "By the way, Morin, 10 minutes ago, Jan told me that Bach has secured the Quidditch pitch from Mrs. Hawk, and we're to attend practice at 3 this afternoon. Could you please inform Sweet?" Lily inquired. "It's impossible to reach him. You know how elusive he can be." Morin replied, serving a roasted potato to Doy, who seemed to relish it. "Really? I saw Sweet wandering in the 7th floor corridor this morning, though I didn't greet him." Lily remarked. "The 7th floor corridor?" Morin and Hugo exchanged glances. Chapter 47, The Chosen One. Once again, the 7th floor corridor. To Morin, it had become synonymous with mystery, as it seemed that all recent events were somehow tethered to that corridor. Yet, what puzzled Morin was the nature of the magic concealed within that classroom. Why, when Hugo entered, did he perceive a different scene than what Morin had witnessed? After much contemplation, Morin finally spoke. "There is something I have long wished to share with you, but I have hesitated, fearing you might not believe me. Regardless, I need your assistance in deciphering it." He glanced to Hugo, aware that Hugo would likely be the first to doubt him. However, considering that Hugo was one of the missing individuals and they had just seen a Grindelwald mark in the dormitory, he resolved to divulge his recent experiences. To Morin's surprise, it was not Hugo who first expressed skepticism, but rather Lily. Morin shook his head. "The strangeness lies here. If only I possessed a time turner, everything would make sense." Lily set down her cutlery and replied, "Morin, I have always regarded you as a rational person, intelligent, brave, and exceptionally gifted in magic. You do not indulge in wild fantasies. Yet the things you have been saying lately are utterly ludicrous. You even claimed yesterday that Professor Trelawney made a prophecy about you. Please, don't be ridiculous. A time turner and mysterious prophecies? Your imagination knows no bounds. Perhaps he is onto something." Surprisingly, the usually sardonic Hugo stood in solidarity with Morin, his expression earnest as he added, "For instance, we just witnessed a sign of a Deathly Hallow right here on me." "Hugo, have you lost your mind? What connection could you possibly have to a mark of the Deathly Hallows? Do you consider yourself to be the chosen one?" Lily scoffed. "I wish you would rectify your incessant habit of oversleeping. Perhaps then you wouldn't utter such nonsense." "I'm not speaking nonsense." Morin was present as well. "I truly wish we had a Muggle hairdryer to capture what we just witnessed," Hugo retorted, visibly displeased. "Indeed, if you were sufficiently astute, you would recognize that the Muggle device capable of recording is called a camera. It would be a blessing if you could manage to learn Muggle knowledge in your Muggle studies class," Lily remarked, rising to gather her belongings. "Here, essay suggestion. First, grasp the fundamentals of Muggle knowledge before aspiring to be the chosen one." With that, Lily departed the hall alongside her roommate, Gemma. Morin observed Lily's retreating figure, unsure of what to say. Is she conceited and cruel? Hugo shrugged. "She has always treated me this way. I have grown accustomed to it." "I thought you might doubt my words, just like Lily does," Morin said as he served himself a piece of bacon from the table and sipped some broth. "Perhaps yesterday I would have doubted, but in light of the circumstances, it is implausible that we both experienced an illusion. The Deathly Hallows, or Grindelwald's mark, did not simply manifest on me without reason, did it?" Hugo bit into a chicken leg, then continued, in your eyes. You mentioned that the Sorting Hat spoke of the magic of heterochromia at the beginning of the term. I find that quite plausible, for I was right beside you. My friend, and your eyes indeed shimmered with an unusual glow that is magic. Morin, having not witnessed the peculiarities of his own eyes, remained oblivious to how they might have exhibited magic. If anything was strange, it was the visions of Hugo's lost memories that he deemed peculiar. Do you believe in prophecies? Morin inquired, noting Lily's skepticism towards his assertions. Though Lily may not believe, I trust you would not lie. You see, Lily's father is the legendary hero who vanquished Voldemort. She harbors an inexplicable admiration for him, convinced at all times that he can save the world. Consequently, she perceives her father as the chosen one, and Professor Trelawney likely reserved prophecies solely for him. Of course, this is entirely normal. Anyone would regard their father as a great hero. Even if he hasn't saved the world, I consider my father my pillar of strength. And I assume you feel similarly. Hugo set down the chicken leg, a habitual tone of complaint creeping into his voice whenever he mentioned his father, Ron, primarily due to their differing allegiances in Quidditch. This was the first time he had articulated such thoughts. Unaware of Morin's contemplation, Hugo continued. Bringing up such unfathomable matters in front of Lily is akin to proclaiming that you, like her father, are the chosen one. She would never accept it. However, who dictates that Professor Trelawney can only deliver prophecies to one person? Perhaps she was indeed prophesying for you at that moment. She was not delivering a prophecy to me. She merely uttered those vague words in my presence. Among her statements, she alluded to those stripped of their memories who peered into the truth concealed within the fog, which seemed to point to you few who have vanished and forgotten. Morin remarked. Hugo, astonished, inquired, so we are the protagonists of this prophecy? His eyes sparkled with excitement. When he was with Lily, she would often tease him, yet he typically brushed off her words, for they were childhood companions, having grown up together as cousins. Nevertheless, many children harbor dreams of being the chosen ones, and Hugo was no exception. Could you recount the contents of the prophecy once more? Perhaps we can decipher something together. Hugo set down his knife and fork. Ordinarily, he would have indulged in a couple more chicken legs by this time, but now, his curiosity about the prophecy eclipsed his appetite. The prophecy consists of but a few phrases. The darkness awakens, time is distorted. Those deprived of their memories glimpse the truth in the fog. Piercing through death's disguise, the deceased are on their journey. Morin reiterated, those deprived of their memories glimpse the truth in the fog. Does this imply that my amnesia stems from witnessing certain truths? But what truths have I seen? Hugo pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 48, The Missing Night. Hugo meticulously contemplated these words, murmuring them to himself. After a moment, he continued, you mentioned that when you touched the mark on me, you saw me go into the 7th floor classroom, pushing open the door and walking into a sea of fog? Yet, I do not recall such events. However, at that moment, I noticed your eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Could this suggest that the magic related to your heterochromia, as mentioned by the Sorting Hat, enables you to perceive those lost memories? I am uncertain, for I too merely beheld a fog, Morin replied, shaking her head. Eager with anticipation, Hugo surveyed his surroundings and declared, then we must embark on our own quest for the truth, mustn't we? He was brimming with enthusiasm, feeling that a bout of amnesia was not a grave matter. On the contrary, he regarded it as an intriguing adventure. If he were to go missing again, he would not object. So, whom shall we investigate first? Mosby is of Hufflepuff, and Delia is of Ravenclaw. We hardly converse with them. Let's start with Jamie, or perhaps the mysterious individual in our dormitory. Along their journey, Hugo had given Sweet a moniker, reminiscent of how, over 2 decades ago, people dared not utter Voldemort's true name, opting instead to refer to him as the Dark Lord. Do not refer to him in such a manner. Many dislike being called the Dark Lord, Morin remarked. They departed from the hall and made their way to the 7th floor corridor, meticulously re-examining that classroom. However, the scene within the room remained unchanged from Morin's previous visit, save for the crude words scrawled by Peeves on the blackboard. I fail to comprehend why. When you pushed open this classroom door last time, it was shrouded in fog, whereas when I opened it, it revealed an ordinary classroom. Did you sense anything familiar? Morin circled the classroom, observing no anomalies. A familiar chill enveloped me, reminiscent of the mark of the Deathly Hallows, yet its origin eluded my understanding. It permeated the classroom, as if it were both present and absent. Were magic to exist within these walls, it would surely leave traces, as Professor Francis had previously noted. Even the most sophisticated and concealed spells inevitably leave a mark. Hugo, though somewhat muddled in all his classes, had grasped the theoretical knowledge of defense against the dark arts with remarkable clarity, absorbing much from Professor Francis's instructive methods on deathly threats. He ran his fingers along the wall, scrutinizing the crevices in the corners of the room, yet this search proved futile, yielding only a few spiders and discarded chalk pieces scattered by Peeves. Regrettably, our understanding of magic remains insufficient. After a fruitless 10 minutes, Hugo reluctantly chose to abandon the quest. They were merely first-year students, and uncovering traces of magic was virtually impossible due to their inexperience. Morin sensed that something was amiss as well. He did not perceive the chill Hugo spoke of, but he realized he had forgotten something significant on his way here. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. Sir Cadogan. He flung open the classroom door and dashed towards a corridor adorned with portraits, arriving at the spot where Sir Cadogan's likeness hung. However, it had been replaced by a grand painting depicting a Quidditch match. What's wrong? Have you discovered any clues? Hugo inquired, catching up to him. Sir Cadogan. His portrait is missing. I saw it right here, just the day before yesterday, and now it's gone. Morin searched the portraits lining the 7th floor corridor, but found no sign of the eccentric yet amiable knight. As it was the weekend, they did not need to tread as cautiously as they would at night. After a brisk 10-minute run, they arrived at the West Tower. Morin halted at the spot where Sir Cadogan had previously escorted him. Last time, Professor Trelawney had stepped onto the platform beneath Sir Cadogan's portrait, uttering peculiar words into the night. According to Sir Cadogan, the wall where his portrait should have hung was now bare. Sir Cadogan's portrait is not here. Do you think that Mad Knight might have been murdered upon learning something? Hugo whispered, glancing around anxiously. Murdered? He is but a painting. Have you forgotten? Morin replied. True. Those within the paintings can visit one another. To murder a figure within a painting is no simple task, as they can seek refuge in another. Yet, it is not impossible. If that unfortunate fellow had no other portraits nearby to escape to, he could be consumed by flames. Hugo conjectured. His hypothesis held merit. Individuals within paintings could traverse to others, provided there were adjacent portraits to serve as conduits. Let's not dwell on that for now. You mentioned that you were in the tower one moment and on the 7th floor the next. Could this be the tower you referred to? Morin asked. Morin ascended the winding staircase, meticulously observing the surrounding landscape paintings, most of which depicted fruit still lives and scenic vistas, alongside some ancient architecture. Hugo pointed at a painting and remarked, I have heard of this ancient Roman Colosseum. It is renowned in the annals of Quidditch history. For one of the matches was held here, accommodating 100,000 wizards. Just 2 years ago, I visited this site with my family. Morin approached and cast a glance at the depiction of the Colosseum on the wall. The classical, circular architecture exuded an extraordinary artistic aura, yet, sadly, it had suffered considerable damage. The inscription noted that the 99th Quidditch match took place within the Colosseum, where countless Muggle-repelling charms were cast around the venue to facilitate this grand event. However, after the match concluded, exuberant fans unleashed explosive charms in celebration, resulting in the destruction of the Colosseum. This incident stirred significant commotion at the time. Wizards had initially appropriated Muggle venues for convenience, but the lack of post-event oversight led to the ruin of the Colosseum. Due to ensuing unrest, repairs were not promptly undertaken, and by the time Muggles were aware, it was too late for restoration. Ultimately, to obscure the truth, false narratives were conveyed to Muggles, attributing the damage to an earthquake. It is said that the Colosseum once served as a venue for Muggle contests between man and beast, a true testament to their cruelty. Look, there's even a pony grazing nearby. Surely, no one would wish to duel with this rotund little creature. Hugo mused with interest. Yet Morin gazed in astonishment at the diminutive pony munching on grass beside the Colosseum and exclaimed, That's Sir Cadogan's horse. Chapter 49. The Rotund Pony. Sir Cadogan possesses a temperamental steed that frequently absconds from home to graze within other paintings. Half of Sir Cadogan's time is often spent searching for this plump pony, though when it throws a tantrum, it invariably kicks him a few times. Morin could hardly believe he encountered this pony by the tower. He recalled that just the night before, when he accompanied Sir Cadogan here, the pony was still grazing in a painting on the 7th floor corridor, and Sir Cadogan had needed Morin's assistance to navigate the absence of a portrait leading to this place. How could the knight's pony be here alone? If it had intended to sneak away from the castle, it would have required portraits along the way. What a pity we cannot converse with horses, otherwise we could inquire about its master's whereabouts. Hugo sighed, gently tapping the pony depicted in the painting. Upon being touched, the pony seemed displeased, kicking its hind legs and turning away, presenting its rear to them. Hugo poked the pony's backside again, and in annoyance, The pony attempted to kick at him as it would with Sir Cadogan, but failed. It flicked its tail and ambled off to a corner, seemingly averse to being flattered. Hugo shrugged in resignation. He then meticulously searched the nearby paintings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Sir Cadogan. Yet after half an hour, he found no trace of a knight's ever-enthusiastic spirit. After finishing its grazing on the grass in front of the Colosseum, the temperamental pony began to ascend along the walls, painting towards the tower. Morin noticed this peculiar phenomenon and called upon Hugo to follow closely behind the diminutive horse. It was an odd sensation, trailing after a horse that existed within the confines of a painting. Would it truly seek out its master? Hugo murmured. "We shall observe and see," Morin replied. The two of them accompanied the little horse as it traversed from the ancient Roman Colosseum into a canvas depicting avocados, where it casually devoured one. Subsequently, it moved into a scene filled with an array of tableware, raising its hooves to trample the dishes, which clattered to the ground. They then passed through a picturesque landscape painting of woods and mountains, where a quaint cottage stood. Upon entering this painting, the little horse bolted in terror as a dog emerged from the cottage, barking furiously at it. The diminutive horse continued its ascent along the wall of paintings, with Morin and Hugo in tow, until they reached another platform adjacent to a broom closet. Here, the horse halted beside a painting of a greenhouse filled with mandrake plants, beginning to pace anxiously. Why has it stopped? Does it wish to consume the mandrake? Hugo inquired with curiosity. Morin scrutinized the little horse and realized it was not that it did not wish to move, but rather it was unable to. It desperately sought to advance to the right side of the greenhouse painting, attempting to squeeze into another canvas, but there was none adjacent, only the broom closet. No, it seeks to enter the next painting, which is likely within the broom closet, Morin deduced. He reached for the broom closet's door, only to find it locked. Drawing his wand, he quietly uttered Alohomora, and the door clicked open with a satisfying sound. An odd odor wafted forth, reminiscent of something moldy. The floor was damp, and the ceiling was encrusted with cobwebs. Glancing into the cramped broom closet, Morin observed a few chairs missing legs, mops, a couple of buckets, and a fragment of something else. What is this? He wondered aloud, squatting down to retrieve a charred piece of paper from the corner. It was a canvas paper, seemingly slashed and torn, reduced to a palm-sized remnant, upon which was depicted the half of Sir Cadogan's helmet and a third of his sword's hilt. Morin was momentarily taken aback, astonished. What is it? Hugo asked, puzzled. This helmet belongs to Sir Cadogan, as does this sword, Morin replied gravely, showing the torn piece of paper to Hugo. Hugo gasped. Are you suggesting that someone deliberately vandalized Sir Cadogan's painting? Morin had not anticipated such a revelation. He scoured the entirety of the broom closet, finding no other remnants of the painting aside from this fragment, whose edges appeared freshly cut, likely damaged by a slicing curse or a shattering spell. Is Sir Cadogan still alive? Hugo asked, though he quickly felt the inappropriateness of the question. Realizing that Sir Cadogan was merely a figure within the painting, albeit one who spoke more than others in the portraits of Hogwarts. The term alive felt uncertain in this context. What are the other fragments? They must have been disposed of. This piece was likely left behind by accident. Morin felt an inexplicable irritation towards Sir Cadogan's unfortunate fate, although this individual was often eccentric and exuberant, capable of laughter and warmth. The abrupt destruction of his essence evoked a sensation akin to the murder of an acquaintance. Yet, who would possess such cruelty as to annihilate a figure within a painting? Hugo furrowed his brow. It is uncertain, yet one thing remains evident. Sir Cadogan undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Perhaps he inadvertently witnessed something he should not have, prompting someone to deliberately bring about his ruin. How shall we deal with this fragment? The knight is no more, and this horse shall now roam solely within the confines of other paintings in the castle. What a pity! If it were a real horse, perhaps Hagrid would have taken an interest in caring for it. Chapter 50. The Possibility of Survival. The matter of how to accommodate the pony was not for Morin to ponder, for the pony could neither speak nor divulge the secrets it had witnessed. No one would seek to destroy it, and it could still traverse the other paintings within this tower. His greater sympathy lay with Sir Cadogan, the peculiar knight, who appeared to be an innocent victim ensnared for having seen what he should not have, a thorn in the side of others. Should we inform the professor of this incident? The destruction of the school's painting is no trivial matter, Hugo inquired. Hugo nodded in agreement. You are correct. Morin contemplated the situation carefully, muttering to himself, perhaps Sir Cadogan's origins are significant. He might still be alive. Can one truly survive in such a state of devastation? Hugo observed the fragment in Morin's hand, noting the helmet had been cleaved open, and in his view, The hope for survival seemed bleak. Morin stated earnestly, "There exists another possibility. I recall that if an individual possesses multiple portraits, the person within those paintings can traverse between their own likenesses at will, without relying on other artworks. If Sir Cadogan has other portraits, then even in the absence of surrounding paintings for refuge, he might escape to another of his own likeness and evade disaster." Hugo's eyes widened in realization, nodding. "Your words have sparked a memory. I have an empty frame at home, that of my great-grandfather. My grandfather possesses one as well. Whenever there is news to relay, grandfather would summon our great-grandfather through the frame to convey messages to us, swifter than an owl. Of course, there were occasions when great-grandfather would sulk, reproaching us for not respecting our elders and refusing to run errands. During such times, we would have to appease him with a bribe, perhaps wiping the frame with a cloth dipped in butterbeer, which he enjoyed during his lifetime. Many of the paintings in the school possess historical significance. Otherwise, they would not grace the castle walls. Sir Cadogan's portrait is quite large, indicating he must have achieved something extraordinary to warrant its display. We ought to investigate Sir Cadogan's background. He may have once been a renowned figure, with other portraits residing elsewhere," Morin suggested. "Where shall we begin our inquiry? The library, perhaps?" Hugo glanced at the time and reminded him. "Let us set that aside for now. You still have to attend Quidditch practice this afternoon." Morin suddenly recalled the Quidditch practice, hastily stowing the fragments of Sir Cadogan's portrait into his bag before darting towards the Gryffindor common room to change attire. During the afternoon's Quidditch training, Sweet was notably absent. "Morin, Lily, did you two forget to inform Sweet? Did I not specify that everyone must attend?" Bach inquired loudly, his strictness regarding Quidditch practice evident. "I couldn't find him," Morin replied, shaking his head. "I have previously stated that everyone must be perpetually prepared for Quidditch practice. The matches commence next week, and I do not wish for any absentees. It was a considerable effort to secure the Quidditch pitch, and yet some of you still chose to be absent." Bach's expression was grave. James yawned. "Oh, come now, Bach. P.S. merely a substitute player. To be frank, with us around, those three might as well wait until next year's matches." "Be quiet, James. I have noticed you and Albus engaging in perilous activities daily. Sooner or later, you'll be caught. Should the professors confine you, preventing your participation in the matches, you will truly comprehend the significance of substitute players' role." Bach shot a glare at James. James and Albus exchanged nonchalant glances, their life philosophy revolving around outsmarting professors and thriving amidst danger. Throughout the afternoon's Quidditch practice, Morin was distracted, his mind consumed by the peculiar events of late. Consequently, when James and Albus feigned a collision for amusement, Morin inadvertently mizzed through the quaffle, striking James's broom, then ricocheting off Bach's head, before ultimately landing in Albus's broom and being scored. Bach, irate, chastised both James and Albus, with Morin also bearing the brunt of his ire. "I must say, that shot of yours was quite splendid. If only Bach's head had possessed eyes, he would have grasped how you scored. Trust me, that goal deserves a place among the top 10 best goals in Hogwarts Quidditch history," James whispered to Morin as practice concluded. "Perhaps," Morin conceded, acknowledging that his goal was merely a stroke of luck, given his distracted state throughout the training. He then recalled something and inquired, "James, have you found your Marauder's map yet?" James shook his head. "No, that wretched thief remains elusive. However, Albus and I have cast some spells on the folding box. When he dares to return, he will undoubtedly regret his actions. You must be more acquainted with Hogwarts than I am. Are you aware of any secret passages within the school?" Morin asked. James raised an eyebrow, then mischievously responded, "What prompts such a question? Is the school too dull? And do you wish to sneak out? That would be a violation of school rules." Hearing the phrase violation of school rules from him felt oddly dissonant. Had he not always scorned them? After a moment's contemplation, James replied, "How could a passage from the 7th floor lead to the North Tower? I recall the Marauder's map indicating a hidden passage behind the statue of the fat lady on the 7th floor that leads outside the school, though it has been sealed by Professor McGonagall herself." Morin pondered once more about the elusive room of requirement and continued to inquire, "Have you sought the room during your years at school?" "Indeed, we have. It is a most sacred place," James replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To him, the room of requirement was akin to a treasure trove brimming with endless riches. Finding this room would be tantamount to establishing a stronghold. Just the other day, he and Albus had discussed utilizing the room as a supply point for the Weasley joke shop. However, James's expression soon soured. "I've searched for 4 years and found nothing. Perhaps it truly was destroyed by fiend fire. That wretched fiend who unleashed it has desecrated such a hallowed space. You haven't found it either?" Morin had always harbored suspicions that the missing individuals might have ventured into the room. This would explain why Mooney did not appear on the Marauders map last time. Yet, if even James and Albus could not locate it, the existence of the Room of Requirement remained uncertain. Chapter 51. Scorpius Malfoy. After Quidditch practice, Morin made his way towards the castle. Being a Saturday, there were no classes, and students flowed in and out incessantly. He intended to find Hugo to discuss upcoming matters. However, as he entered the castle's great hall, he noticed a gathering of students, pointing and jeering. Morin frowned slightly as he spotted Carlo among the crowd. "You bumped into me and expect to pass so easily?" Carlo's voice droned on, particularly grating. The individual blocked by Carlo was Toby, whose face turned crimson under the scrutiny of Carlo and another Slytherin boy. "I've already apologized. What more do you want?" Toby replied weakly. Carlo stroked his chin in disdain. "A mudblood's apology? Accepting that would soil my hands. Why don't you proclaim to everyone that you're a mudblood? I'll let this slide. How does that sound?" There was no necessity for such words. Morin pushed through the crowd to stand beside Toby, glaring at Carlo with indignation. Carlo narrowed his eyes, his lips twitching slightly. "You again? I thought you'd learned your lesson and would have the sense to stay in your place. What gives you the confidence to think you are superior?" Morin felt a deep aversion towards Carlo, who habitually mocked students of Muggle descent. He abhorred such behavior. Carlo drew his wand, pointing it at Morin. "You're so keen to meddle. Let us settle old scores and new ones alike. McKinnon, teach this fool a lesson." The boy beside Carlo also brandished his wand. A sneer plastered across his face. "Carlo, you can't even handle first year. Your parents would be ashamed." McKinnon, a second-year student, wielded his wand with far more authority than Carlo. Morin was not one to shy away from confrontation. Some individuals only pushed further when met with tolerance. He was prepared to fight if necessary, but as he reached for his pocket, a sinking feeling washed over him. He realized he had forgotten his wand. He participated in Quidditch training that afternoon, leaving his wand in the dormitory for precaution, rendering him defenseless. "What? Are you going out without your wand?" "Huh. I happen to have a spell that desperately seeks a target for practice." The tip of Caro's wand had already begun to emit a purple glow. As Morin pondered how to respond, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Disarm." A beam of red light shot from behind Morin, soaring past his shoulder and striking Caro. Caro's wand was knocked askew, flying from his grasp and landing in the hands of a pale-faced boy with golden hair, a prominent nose, and well-defined features, who appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Morin. Caro. Casting spells on someone without a wand is hardly something to take pride in. The boy who had cast the disarmament spell approached, looking disdainfully at Caro. Caro glared fiercely at the golden-haired boy, saying, "Scorpius, what do you mean by that? You're a Slytherin, and instead of helping me, you take my wand. How can you dare to call yourself a student of Slytherin?" Morin was astonished to see a Slytherin student come to his aid. Scorpius, with a serious expression, replied, "It is precisely because of foolish individuals like you that Slytherin is ostracized by the other 3 houses. What era are we in? Still prattling on about pureblood wizards? Haven't you learned enough from past lessons? How can you utter such words? When did the Malfoy family become so cowardly? Oh, I forgot. You Malfoys are like reeds in the wind, lacking any firm stance," Caro mocked. Scorpius narrowed his gaze, and his wand emitted an orange beam that struck Caro's mouth, sealing it shut. "Caro, I warn you, we are not mere reeds. We are simply doing what is right. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I shall make you regret it." Scorpius then turned his attention to McKinn beside Caro, continuing, "McKinn, do you wish to assist Caro as well?" McKinn's expression fluctuated before he silently stowed his wand away. Scorpius tossed Caro's wand back to him, saying, "Vanish from my sight and spare me the embarrassment." Caro seized his wand, shooting a resentful glance at Scorpius, seemingly wanting to say something, but his mouth remained sealed by the spell, leaving him no choice but to depart in frustration. Once Caro had left, Scorpius approached Toby and Morin, solemnly stating, "I apologize. Not all Slytherin students look down upon those of Muggle descent. Please do not regard us with disdain. By the way, my name is Scorpius Malfoy." "Morin Walker," Morin replied, appraising the older boy politely. "I recognize you, a prominent figure in the Daily Prophet." Scorpius regarded Morin's mismatched eyes with interest. "I merely wish to prevent misunderstandings about Slytherin. Many Slytherin students are not inherently disdainful of others." Albus. Scorpius clearly knew Albus and did not take offense at the teasing. "You need not explain to me. I have grown weary of it." Albus casually patted Scorpius' shoulder and then addressed Morin, saying, "This fellow is tirelessly working to reshape the perception of Slytherin among other houses. Do not compare him to the likes of Caro. He is one of us." Morin held a favorable impression of Scorpius and returned a polite smile, saying, Thank you for your assistance earlier. No need for thanks. We Slytherins are not inherently brutish. I hope you come to understand this. I have matters to attend to, Albus. I shall take my leave now, Scorpius remarked with a smile before exiting the hall. He seems quite amiable. Is he truly of the Malfoy lineage? Morin pondered, being of wizarding descent and having heard the rumors surrounding the Malfoy family. It was said that the Malfoys were once staunch supporters of Voldemort, earning a dreadful reputation in the wizarding world. Albus nodded. Indeed, he hails from the Malfoy family. Yet he differs significantly from his grandfather, Lucius Malfoy. Scorpius possesses a commendable moral compass. You are aware that over 2 decades ago, during the final battle at Hogwarts against the Death Eaters, aside from Professor Slughorn, no other Slytherin students participated, while the other 3 houses suffered grievous losses. Since that time, Slytherin has faced disdain from the others. Albus paused before continuing. Scorpius feels it is essential to demonstrate that Slytherins are not born dark wizards. Thus, since his enrollment, he has frequently reprimanded individuals like Caro, who look down upon those of Muggle heritage, striving to improve Slytherin's image in the eyes of other houses. Do not take it to heart. After all, Caro is merely a minority, and most Slytherins share Scorpius's views. Dark wizards exist in every house. Consider Wormtail, who was once a Gryffindor. Morin recalled Hugo mentioning Wormtail, the treacherous individual who played a pivotal role in Voldemort's resurrection, once a member of Gryffindor during his school years. How did you come to know Scorpius? Morin inquired. His father and mine are friends. Years ago, Mr. Draco saved my father's life, and subsequently, my father saved his. Through these exchanges, they set aside their grievances and forged a friendship. Scorpius and I have known each other even before attending school. He is of my age, Albus explained. Morin nodded slightly, recognizing that no one is born a dark wizard, and those of Muggle descent are not inherently inferior. If one cannot choose their lineage, at the very least, one can choose their path in life, a notion that is quite straightforward. Scorpius seems to be a fine individual, Morin remarked. Indeed, though he lacks my charm, James casually interjected as he strolled over. Morin chuckled. Chapter 52, The Mark of the Death Eater. Caro affairs were of little concern to Morin. What he most urgently sought to ascertain was whether Sir Cadogan still lived. If Sir Cadogan had indeed survived, perhaps he could unveil the truth to Morin. Morin observed Jamie, who was engrossed in his reading. Once the surrounding individuals had departed, he approached along with Hugo, taking a seat beside Jamie. May I inquire about a few matters, Jamie? He asked. Jamie looked up, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. He was familiar with Morin. Indeed, few in their class were not. For Morin's mastery of magic was unparalleled, save for his knowledge of Muggle studies and astronomy. However, Jamie and Morin were not particularly close, leaving him puzzled as to why Morin had sought him out. Closing his book, Jamie queried, "What is it?" "It's about your recent incident of getting lost. Have you recalled anything lately?" Hugo interjected eagerly. Jamie shook his head. "I don't remember where I went at all. I have no recollection." Riley suggested that he might have fallen victim to someone's memory charm, perhaps at the hands of an upperclassman practicing such a spell on him in secret. "This isn't linked to a memory charm," Morin remarked. "Hugo experienced something similar yesterday, and you were absent for class." "All right. You were missing the entirety of yesterday's lessons. You might want to explain the situation to Professor Kane." "You don't recall where you were either?" Jamie inquired. Hugo shook his head and then said with gravity, "Do you have any unusual discomfort, such as strange marks on your back?" At this, Jamie's complexion paled, and he hurriedly replied, No, why would you ask that?" Morin and Hugo exchanged glances. Jamie's anxious demeanor confirmed their suspicions. He likely had discovered that the mark was associated with the dark wizard Grindelwald, which explained his reluctance to discuss it. Hugo sat down to offer reassurance. "Jamie, there is no need to worry. I have an identical mark on my back." Jamie's eyes widened, as if comforted by this revelation. "You also bear the mark of a Death Eater?" "What? A Death Eater?" Morin and Hugo exclaimed in surprise. Jamie, sensing he had not articulated his thoughts clearly, elaborated. "It's Voldemort's mark, a black skull with a snake emerging from its mouth. I felt a chill on my back that day, so I checked in the mirror and was startled to find Voldemort's mark. But I'm not a Death Eater. Is this why you've been hesitant to tell anyone?" Morin inquired. Jamie nodded, feeling inexplicably branded with the mark of a Death Eater. He feared that speaking about it would associate him with Voldemort, who had terrorized the wizarding world over 20 years ago. "Is the mark still present?" Morin asked. Jamie gritted his teeth, glancing around to ensure no one was monitoring them, then replied, "It's still there, and it remains cold. Generally, it's fine, but when touched, it emits a chilling sensation." "Hugo, is yours the same?" Hugo hesitated, contemplating revealing that his mark had vanished, but Morin gestured for him to refrain. Instead, he spoke on Hugo's behalf. "His is still present as well. Could you show us?" To alleviate any misunderstandings on Jamie's part, Morin decided to withhold the information about Hugo's mark having disappeared, hoping to ease Jamie's concerns. "Very well, follow me," Jamie whispered. At this hour, it was already evening, and with people present in the dormitory, they could only make their way to the washroom. Seizing the opportunity when the washroom was unoccupied, they locked the door behind them. "You must understand, I have no connection to Voldemort whatsoever. No one in my family is a Death Eater. In fact, my great-aunt's second cousin's sick son was slain by one of them, and we harbor a profound loathing for Voldemort." Jamie was eager to disassociate himself from the Death Eaters, clearly stating his position. "Rest assured, you are certainly not a Death Eater. My father has said that Death Eaters do not recruit minors, as they would merely be a burden," Hugo remarked. "That's a relief. I haven't had a good night's sleep for days, too afraid to confide in my parents or the professors," Jamie said, lifting his shirt to reveal his back, which bore no mark of the Death Eaters. Hugo extended a finger and pressed it against the spot on Jamie's back directly over his heart. Immediately, a chill emanated from Jamie's back, revealing a black skull with an evil serpent flicking its tongue within its jaws. It was indeed the mark of a Death Eater. Morin stared at the small mark, exchanging a look of astonishment with Hugo. Even Grindelwald's mark, when used, lacked the terror that the Death Eater's mark invoked. For Voldemort was reputed to be a more powerful and fearsome dark wizard, having slaughtered countless individuals. The shadow cast by the black skull mark still lingered in the minds of the older generation of wizards. "Try it. It may just work," Hugo suggested to Morin. "All right." Morin took a deep breath, carefully extending his finger to touch the Death Eater's mark on Jamie's back. As before, a wave of cold surged from his fingertips up his arm and into his mind. Morin felt as if a multitude of strange phantoms flitted before his eyes, shadows of many figures rushing past him, accompanied by peculiar whispers that were indistinct. When Morin regained his senses, he found himself standing in the corridor of the 7th floor. This time, it was Jamie's memory, and it felt quite peculiar. Morin could not control Jamie's body. It was as if he were merely observing the unfolding events through Jamie's eyes. Jamie walked past the portraits hanging on the corridor walls, turned around the creaky, empty suit of armor, and approached the classroom, subsequently pushing open its door. A mist enveloped him, obscuring whatever lay ahead. Yet there was an indistinct feeling of being amidst a forest, with the wind rustling the leaves and strange whispers echoing all around. "What do you see? Is it different from my memory?" Hugo inquired eagerly. Morin furrowed his brow, taking a moment before responding. "Indeed, there is one aspect that differs." Chapter 53. The Heartbroken Fat Lady. "What aspect?" Hugo pressed. He examined Jamie's back and then nodded. "Yes, it has vanished." Just as the mark on Hugo's back disappeared when Morin touched it, the same phenomenon occurred with Jamie. "Has my mark truly vanished?" Jamie reached out to touch the mark on his back, only to discover that the chilling sensation had vanished. He dashed to the mirror, pressing on the dark mark, but it stubbornly refused to reappear. Astonishingly, the mark that had troubled him for days had truly disappeared. "Good heavens! How did you manage that?" Jamie exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed incredulously at Morin. "Oh, it's nothing," Morin replied casually. "I'm quite adept at magic, capable of handling 10 aurors. Haven't you seen the Daily Prophet?" Hugo chimed in nonchalantly. "Don't be absurd. This is merely a prank spell. Someone is playing a joke on you, Jamie. There's no need to fret. If anything similar happens again, just let me know, but keep it under wraps," Morin advised, omitting the truth from Jamie. "For many things were too complicated to explain." "Is that so?" "I understand now," Jamie said, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The dark mark had caused him considerable discomfort in recent days, as he feared it might be discovered by others. "The Forbidden Forest? Why do you think it relates to the Forbidden Forest?" Hugo inquired, perplexed. Morin glanced at Sweet's bed and replied, "Because in Jamie's memory, I discerned a vague tentacle amidst the mist." "Are you suggesting it was the tentacled creature we encountered while following Sweet that day?" Hugo responded in astonishment. "I'm not certain. It was merely a segment of a tentacle, or perhaps a vine. The memory is not clear enough for full identification." Morin shook his head. "But we were on the 7th floor, weren't we? How could it possibly lead to the Forbidden Forest? It seems utterly implausible." "That is precisely my concern. That classroom must possess some peculiarities that we have overlooked. Perhaps Sir Cadogan knows something," Morin said, retrieving a fragment of the portrait from his bag. "Alas, the knight we have yet to meet has met with misfortune. I hope he can rally the spirits in heaven." Hugo shrugged. Morin still held a glimmer of hope for Sir Cadogan, believing that perhaps he possessed other portraits. Thus, he felt compelled to uncover the origins of Sir Cadogan, for it was unlikely that Hogwarts would display his likeness without reason. This book contains various spells and secrets pertaining to the castle, detailing how the 4 founders came together and, subsequently parted ways, the origins of the statues within the castle, as well as some history of the portraits. However, the section on portrait history is scant, primarily covering renowned wizarding artists who captured their inspirations with magical brushes, leaving the names of the artists unmentioned. It is emphasized that not all figures in portraits engage in conversation. Many prefer solitude, varying from portrait to portrait. Who authored the portrait of Sir Cadogan? Morin pondered, having searched fruitlessly for any mention of Sir Cadogan in the tome. My father once said that Sir Cadogan served as the guardian of the Gryffindor common room. It was a disaster, as he frequently changed the password, causing considerable distress among the Gryffindor students. Hugo remarked indifferently. Morin closed the book and stood up. How could I have forgotten this? To discern one's identity, one ought to consult their kinsfolk? Are you referring to that pony? It cannot speak. Hugo was puzzled by what Morin was saying. I refer to the Fat Lady. The Fat Lady is a grand portrait adorning the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, tasked with its guardianship for many years. She has been stationed there since the time of Morin's grandfather. Upon opening the door to the common room, Morin stepped outside with Hugo, then closed the door behind them, gazing at the Fat Lady, who was busy applying nail polish. Hello, Fat Lady, he greeted. The password? She replied without lifting her head, diligently painting her nails a vibrant purple with grape juice from the adjacent frame. Oh, I'm not looking to enter. I merely wish to ask you a few questions, Morin said. This query had indeed troubled many Gryffindor boys, for the Fat Lady had changed the password 2 days prior. Anyone wishing to enter the common room now had to utter this phrase. Otherwise, entry was denied. Despite the vehement protests from numerous boys, the Fat Lady remained indifferent and offered no explanations. However, the Gryffindor girls supported this new password wholeheartedly, leading many boys to wait for a girl to arrive to grant them access. Most students speculated that the Fat Lady had developed a fondness for a handsome figure within the castle, and after being spurned during her confession, she took her frustrations out on all Gryffindor boys. Oh, not that question. I wish to inquire who painted you so beautifully? Morin, aware of the Fat Lady's disdain for boys, felt compelled to utter insincere words to broach his inquiry. Upon speaking, he mentally chastised himself. The Fat Lady, upon hearing Morin's compliment, set aside her grape juice and scrutinized him closely. Her haughty demeanor relaxed slightly. You certainly know how to flatter, clever boy. Yes, you are quite handsome, far more so than some, she replied, winking at him with her sparkling eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and it appeared that some of her false lashes, seemingly plucked from a creature in another painting, fell when she blinked, prompting her to hastily reattach them. I think she has taken a liking to you, Hugo whispered to Morin, stifling a laugh. I hope not, Morin retorted, ignoring Hugo as he continued. Fat Lady, who was the artist that created your portrait? Chapter 54. The creator of the Fat Lady. The Fat Lady pulled a chair from the adjoining portrait and sat down, her face alight with admiration. She twirled gracefully, lifting her skirt slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. You share his exquisite taste, do you not? Hugo's expression morphed into something quite peculiar as he struggled to suppress laughter. Morin nudged him with his elbow, urging him to maintain composure. Indeed, Fat Lady, that artist possesses remarkable vision. May I inquire as to his name? Are there any other renowned works attributed to him? Morin endeavored to infuse his tone with genuine admiration. The Fat Lady's gaze became intensely enamored, as if reminiscing about a cherished past. With a hint of shyness, she remarked, that dashing painter, adorned with a magical wizard's hat, is renowned throughout the wizarding world. Everyone admires that illustrious artist. Indeed, you have heard of him too, the valiant adventurer, a genius who embodies all the virtues of man. The intrepid adventurer and painter, Godric Gryffindor. What? Gryffindor? The expressions on Morin and Hugo's faces instantly froze, the revelation leaving them both astonished. They had never encountered such tales, nor did they know that Mr. Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, was indeed the creator of the Fat Lady's portrait. Yet, such a significant detail was absent from her books. That is because I am his most treasured work. He did not wish for too many to know. Were it not for that, I would not have consented to guard Gryffindor Tower. All men are heartless, but he is the sole exception. The Fat Lady cradled her chin, her plump finger gently tapping her cheek, appearing deeply nostalgic for Mr. Gryffindor. Morin and Hugo exchanged glances, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. This revelation was likely unknown to many, as most who encountered the Fat Lady merely uttered a password for entry, rarely inquiring about her past. Strolling? With whom? Hugo exclaimed in surprise. I mean with the portrait of Mr. Gryffindor. The Fat Lady clarified. The portraits of the 4 founders reside in the headmaster's office and seldom leave that place. Morin attempted to envision the two figures in the portraits walking under the moonlight within the castle, perhaps seated by the crystal-clear lakeside, watching unicorns quenching their thirst on the banks. Such imagery felt rather peculiar. Although the revelation was astonishing, it was not what Morin sought to learn. He inquired further, "Fat lady, having been in the castle for so long, you must know many figures from the portraits. Do you know Sir Cadogan? Where does he hail from?" The fat lady's infatuated expression faded as she heard the name Sir Cadogan. With a tone of disdain, she replied, "Ah, just a nameless artist's portrayal of an insignificant fellow, endlessly boasting and causing a ruckus. He is a disgrace to our castle's portrait community. But how could a minor figure's portrait hang in Hogwarts? I mean, shouldn't the portraits in Hogwarts depict notable individuals? For instance, you were painted by Mr. Gryffindor, so surely Sir Cadogan must have been painted by someone of repute." Morin posited. All right, you have a point," the fat lady reluctantly conceded. However, Sir Cadogan was not painted by a famous artist. He had a modicum of renown. I do not recall the specifics, but he became famous for recklessly charging forth to protect Hogsmeade Village, perishing in a valiant struggle against a manticore. It is said he even saved a former headmaster back then. He was granted the honor of having his portrait displayed in the castle. He is a native of Hogsmeade. Sir Cadogan's home is in Hogsmeade? Morin inquired, having heard of Hogsmeade Village, which, like Diagon Alley, is a bustling hub for wizards. Although it may lack the vibrancy of Diagon Alley, its proximity to Hogwarts School allows students in their third year and above to visit the area on weekends, where numerous enchanting magical shops await. Have you two finished your inquiries? I wish to continue painting my nails, the fat lady remarked. Then we shall not disturb you. Could you kindly open the door for us? Morin inquired. The password, the fat lady drawled. Come now, fat lady, we have been enjoying such a delightful conversation. Must we still provide the password? Hugo frowned at the thought of uttering the fat lady's phrase. The password, she reiterated firmly. You say it, Hugo directed at Morin. I refuse to say it, Morin retorted. I do not wish to say it either. Both Morin and Hugo were reluctant to utter the vexing phrase, yet without it, the fat lady would not grant them entry. They were left waiting in the corridor until two third-year boys paused at the door, equally unwilling to express the irksome password. This is gender discrimination. It's quite absurd, Hugo could not help but exclaim. There's nothing to be done. No one can persuade her. Prefect Nelson has already spoken to the professors. Perhaps they'll arrange for a counselor to provide her with guidance, Morin shrugged. Though I wonder if consulting a therapist will help a figure so steeped in heartache. Still, it is worth a try. After a 10-minute wait, a Gryffindor girl ascended the stairs. Men are so thick-skinned, she remarked, glancing at the group of boys before confidently stating, Indeed, my dear. The fat lady swung the door open. All the boys, including Morin, who had just uttered the disingenuous phrase, were incensed. It felt like a blatant affront to their dignity. Why did the girl exhibit no remorse when stating the password? I wager she's so assertive because no boys are interested in her, Hugo fumed. What did you say? The girl turned, glaring fiercely at Hugo, who quickly closed his mouth, diverting his gaze elsewhere while whistling. Morin stifled a laugh as he and Hugo found a corner to discuss the matter of Sir Cadogan. If they could locate Sir Cadogan's residence in Hogsmeade, they might uncover his portrait. Are we really going to venture into Hogsmeade? You know, first years are expected to adhere to school rules and may not leave the grounds. Hugo appeared less than enthusiastic. Is that so? You actually harbor such thoughts? Morin regarded Hugo with suspicion. I am far more interested in discovering who orchestrated all of this. Do you not wish to find the one who branded you? Hugo hesitated for a moment before responding. Well, to be honest, Uncle George has opened a branch of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Hogsmeade, and my dad is the manager there. I would rather avoid being caught by him. No wonder Hugo was reluctant to leave. Otherwise, given his usual nature, it would be unthinkable for him not to explore outside the school. Then I shall find a way to venture into Hogsmeade alone to seek out Sir Cadogan's abode, Morin declared. Chapter 55. The means of leaving school. How do you intend to depart from school? You do not possess my Uncle Harry's invisibility cloak. Not only you, but even James and Albus lack one. I fear that should they acquire such a cloak, they would become even more restless, Hugo remarked. Indeed, this poses a dilemma. My knowledge of the secret passages for leaving the school is rather limited. James mentioned that one passage is located behind the sycophantic Gregory on the 7th floor. Yet it appears that the headmaster has sealed it off. When Morin last had the Marauder's map in his possession, he noticed several passages upon it, though he paid them little heed at the time and now regrets not committing them to memory. I recall that passage. James and Albus were caught by Professor McGonagall while sneaking out, and they were confined for a week as punishment. That incident occurred last year, and their mother sent a howler to the school. Lily and I witnessed the crafting of that howler. Hugo found the memory amusing. Aside from that, do you know of any other passages? Morin inquired. Hugo shook his head in regret. My father mentioned that there are 7 passages for leaving the school, but my mother burst in and forbade him from disclosing more. She does not wish for me to sneak out. It is quite ironic, considering they used to sneak out daily during their own school days. Hugo's mother, Hermione, is a highly skilled witch, stern and formidable. Although Morin had never met her, Hugo claimed that the brilliant and well-behaved Rose is a spitting image of his mother. Thus, Morin felt as if he had encountered Mrs. Granger. Surely James and Albus must know? Let us seek them out and inquire. Morin surveyed the vicinity, but regrettably, he did not spot either James or Albus in the Gryffindor common room. They must have ventured to Hogsmeade. It is Sunday, and it would be peculiar for them to remain at school, Hugo observed. With James and Albus absent, Morin realized that his plans to leave the school on Sunday were thwarted, and he reluctantly set aside that notion, intending to ask later in the evening. As the afternoon progressed, they began to catch up on homework, having spent the entirety of the previous day engaged in Quidditch practice and searching for Sir Cadogan's statue, leaving their assignments unattended. Morin swiftly completed the 9 key points for his essay on the growth charm from their charms class and tossed the paper to Hugo for him to copy, while he took up Hugo's astrological chart to fill in. I wager I shall undoubtedly fail my astronomy exam. Do not be disheartened. At least you excel in your other subjects. Professor Flitwick speaks highly of you. You ought to be concerned about your Muggle Studies class. Have you completed the diagram of the Muggle television remote control assigned by Professor Charles? Hugo inquired. I have made some progress, though I am uncertain of the purpose of the numbers 1 through 9 on the remote, Morin replied. Hugo pondered for a moment before confidently stating, those are for dialing. I have heard that every Muggle possesses a telephone. If they wish to watch a specific channel, they call the channel's host and request that the television be set to that channel. How cumbersome that must be. To change a channel, one must make a phone call. Morin extracted the unfinished Muggle Studies book from a pile and diligently transcribed Hugo's answers. Indeed, Muggles are rather foolish, unlike us, who merely need to tap our wands and utter a spell to achieve our desires, Hugo concurred. The passage to leave the school. Ah, what a restless child. I like it, James remarked with a mischievous grin, giving Morin a playful pat on the shoulder. Help me out. I must leave the school to find someone, Morin stated earnestly. James refrained from inquiring whom Morin sought, for individuals like them, who relished mischief, harbored a multitude of secrets, and detested prying into each other's affairs. Thus, he chose not to question Morin's intentions. The house elf passage? Is there still a way out from the kitchen? Morin mused. He had never ventured in a Hogwarts kitchen, but he was aware that it housed numerous house elves. Otherwise, do you think our food simply appears? Food is one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. It cannot be conjured from thin air, but rather procured by house elves from Hogsmeade, James explained. Few know this. I stumbled upon it by chance during my last covert visit to the kitchen. I remarked how delightful it would be to leave the school for some fun, and they show me a way out. Those little creatures are incredibly hospitable. They always insist on giving me a mountain of cakes, and I feel rude declining. After sharing his experience, James cautioned, Morin, you hail from a wizarding family. You should understand what house elves dislike. Do not act like Hugo's mother. What happened to Hugo's mother? Morin asked, perplexed. He was well aware of the house elf stance. They took pride in serving wizards, viewing the notion of freedom as shameful. The idea of receiving wages or benefits was deeply ingrained in their minds, and any attempt to advocate for their rights would be met with offense. He resolved to steer clear of such troublesome matters. However, Morin's quest to locate Sir Cadogan's residence in Hogsmeade did not seem straightforward. He would need to find a free weekend to sneak away, for venturing out at night to search for someone in the village would be akin to wandering blindfolded. How does one enter the kitchen? Morin inquired. Chapter 56, Preparing for the Match. Morin initially intended to visit Hogsmeade promptly to inquire about Sir Cadogan's abode. Yet the following week became exceedingly hectic. Even during his free periods, Quidditch practice awaited him. Bach appeared to have developed an addiction to training, always managing to find time for practice, even for the reserve players. We are set to compete against Hufflepuff on Saturday. I hope everyone is fully engaged and takes this match seriously. All of you must work in tandem with the new players, especially the 2 of you, James and Albus. Bach sternly reprimanded the seemingly half-awake James and Albus on Wednesday afternoon, although the brothers appeared largely unconcerned. Understood, Bach, James replied without a hint of embarrassment. If he were capable of feeling shame, he would have long been crimson-faced from the professor's daily admonishments. Was it not merely the bludger that struck your nose just now? It was not intentional, Albus murmured in a tone inaudible to the others. As substitutes, Morin and Lily were compelled to participate in every training session. This week, Sweet had attended the practice, yet each time he emerged, he appeared utterly disheveled, his complexion alarmingly pale, devoid of any color. Sweet was consistently engaged from dawn until dusk. Morin contemplated inquiring whether he bore a mark akin to Hugo's, especially since Sweet had also vanished during Hugo's disappearance. Perhaps he had endured a similar ordeal. However, Morin perpetually found himself deprived of the opportunity to converse with Sweet, for just as he was about to speak, Sweet would promptly turn away, ignoring Morin entirely. "Are you still preoccupied with Professor Trelawney's ramblings, Morin?" Lily inquired playfully, tossing the bludger towards him. Morin recognized Lily's skepticism regarding his previous claims and chose not to elaborate. He deftly rolled on his broom, evading Lily's bludger. "By the way, how is the counseling with the fat lady progressing? Has the password changed?" Morin deftly shifted the conversation. As long as they avoided discussing prophecies, Lily was more amiable. "Thank goodness, Professor Charles is a kind man. One would hardly suspect he is an expert in emotional matters." Morin had not uttered the password for the Gryffindor common room in several days. In response to a collective protest from the Gryffindor boys, Professor Charles, the gentleman of the Muggle Studies class, had agreed to step in and provide psychological support to the fat lady, soothing her emotional wounds. Professor Charles is quite dashing and possesses an amiable demeanor. Many students are fond of him, Lily suddenly remarked, her cheeks flushing. Sweet swung his bat, sending the bludger towards Morin, who retaliated by smashing it into the ground. "Lily, you cannot possibly harbor a crush on Professor Charles, can you? If so, you should attend Muggle Studies. You could see him every day," Morin jested. Many girls were likely to have a secret admiration for the charming, mature instructor. Though Professor Charles had surpassed his 40s, he dressed impeccably and exuded approachability. Possessing extensive knowledge in both Muggle and Wizarding realms, such a cultured and scholarly wizard was indeed a rarity. "Don't be absurd. I merely appreciate his kindness," Lily huffed. Although Morin's performance in Muggle Studies was lackluster, he held a favorable impression of Professor Charles. "Enough chit-chat, you three. Come over and substitute for us. You three will temporarily act as chasers." Bo called out. Boke, the captain of Gryffindor and a chaser himself, was responsible for scoring goals with the quaffle. The team comprised 3 chasers. One was a 4th-year boy named Owen, a newcomer this year, and the other was a 7th-year girl named Philia. The 3 chasers were expected to cooperate, passing the ball among themselves while evading opposing players and the errant bludger, with the objective of scoring. However, Boke remained dissatisfied with their synergy, thus summoning Philia and Owen to devise a new offensive strategy. "James, you must protect me well. If I get hit by the quaffle, I shall inform Mother," Lily exclaimed as she tossed the bludger to Morlin. "Lily, do not be overly delicate. During our training, we have 6 bludgers, and it is inevitable that mistakes will occur," James remarked nonchalantly. "Typically, there are only 2 bludgers during matches, but in training, due to the absence of opponents, the number is increased to 6, simulating the presence of rival players. The bludgers, enchanted with magic, soar through the air, targeting the nearest players with the intent of knocking them off their flying broomsticks. James and Albus, as the beaters, are responsible for repelling the bludgers to safeguard their teammates. Now there are 8, James noted. Bach has ramped up the difficulty of our training. Albus struck a bludger with force, sending it crashing into another, resulting in a thunderous clash as both bludgers veered off violently. "Just imagine, if that were an opposing player, that bludger would certainly have sent them tumbling," Albus mused, snapping his fingers in satisfaction with his skill. Morlin and the others maneuvered deftly among the 8 unruly bludgers, passing the quaffle amongst themselves. Sweet remained silent throughout, his flying skills exceptional, and his coordination with Morlin was surprisingly smooth. The 8 bludgers were fiercely aggressive, often obstructing paths, yet despite their nonchalant demeanor, James and Albus displayed remarkable prowess, intercepting nearly all bludgers, save for 1 or 2 they had to evade. Then, Lily passed the quaffle to Morlin, but a bludger struck it, sending it spiraling away. Sweet swiftly dodged the bludger and rushed toward the quaffle, delivering a precise kick to send it back to Morlin. Finding the perfect angle, flicked the end of his broom, sending the quaffle hurtling towards a goal. The goalkeeper, Bruno, lunged for the quaffle but failed to catch it, and it sailed straight through the hoop. "Our teamwork is commendable," Morlin remarked, glancing at Sweet, who remained expressionless as he landed to retrieve the quaffle, ignoring Morlin entirely. On Saturday, the weather was splendid, heralding the first Quidditch match of the semester, where Gryffindor would face Hufflepuff in the morning. After their meal, all students and faculty flocked to the Quidditch pitch, including those from Slytherin and Ravenclaw, as this was a momentous event at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and no one wished to miss it. In the opening match, students from other houses were eager to observe the skills of the new players from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. As rivals, Understanding each player's style could aid in devising counter-strategies for future encounters. It matters not to us. We shall simply cheer them on, Morin thought, secretly wishing to sneak away to Hogsmeade over the weekend, but realizing he must postpone that plan for the sake of Gryffindor's match. Chapter 57. The Quidditch Match. How splendid. Professor Kane has asked me to commentate on the match, as the previous commentator has graduated. Hugo approached with an air of exhilaration. Indeed, it may be due to your propensity for conversing during Transfiguration class, often being subjected to Professor Kane's whimsical punishment of transforming you into a human prop for the Transfiguration spells. Professor Kane, recognizing your gift of gab, has decided to bestow upon you an opportunity. Morin couldn't help but chuckle. There's a saying, isn't there? A blessing in disguise, perhaps? The ability to articulate is an essential trait for a commentator, indicating that I am indeed a gem unearthed by the venerable Professor Kane. Just last night, I dreamt of becoming a professional commentator for a Quidditch match. I envisioned narrating the final between the Vimborn Wasps and the Chudley Cannons, with the Wasps triumphing, 260-30. Your father will be quite upset, Morin remarked, as Hugo's father, Ron, is a staunch supporter of the Chudley Cannons. During class yesterday, due to his incessant chatter, Professor Kane transformed the pen in Hugo's hand into a spider, causing him to cling tightly to Morin in fright. Much to Morin's chagrin for quite a while, Lily had just walked in from the entrance hall and overheard their conversation, smiling as she said, "Your dream is quite realistic. By the way, every time Hugo speaks, it's directed at Morin. Why is Morin never punished? Perhaps I am the only one in the class capable of transforming a pen into a spoon?" Morin shrugged. His magical aptitude was remarkable. Whether in practical transfiguration or theoretical assignments, he excelled, making him one of the professor's favored students, second only to those studying Muggle studies and astronomy. Such students who utter a couple of words in class often receive a blind eye from the professor. "Well, do your best. I must head to the commentary box to familiarize myself with the players' profiles," Hugo declared as he hurried off with a turkey sandwich in hand. Morin and Lily flowed with the crowd toward the Quidditch pitch. Upon reaching the locker room, they found Sweet already waiting there, seated in a corner with a furrowed brow. Lost in thought, the formal players, including Bach, had already donned their uniforms, while James and Albus were the last to arrive, still clutching goat-s milk and honey pastries, which earned them a couple of reprimands from Bach. The first match of the semester attracted many spectators. We need to deploy our primary strategy. Hufflepuff has historically been a weak team, but since Newsted took over as captain, they have begun to rise. Do you not recall how close they came to defeating us last year? Bach announced loudly. "We remember, but you should be speaking to those 3 rookies." James replied as he finished the last sip of his goat-s milk. Morin and Lily were unfamiliar with these dynamics, yet they understood that Hufflepuff students often had a low profile at school, a situation Bach described that they were unaware of. Enough interruptions. "Wipe your mouth clean of goat-s milk, James." Bach seized his broom and continued. "Ravenclaw and Slytherin are both keeping a keen eye on our team. They will do everything in their power to scrutinize our players. We cannot allow the students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin to perceive any weaknesses in our team. The first match is crucial for morale. We must secure a victory, but not let our guard down, understand?" "Bach, are you suggesting we play with one hand tied behind our back?" James inquired. "Precisely, that is more or less the implication," Bach nodded. Albus placed his left hand behind his back while twirling the bat with his right, lamenting, "Well, James and I are left with only one hand. Managing the bat and controlling the broom simultaneously will be quite a challenge." "Oh, be quiet, you two. You know precisely what I mean," Bach snapped, already accustomed to the frivolous banter between James and Albus. Among the team was a newcomer, a chaser named Owen, a boy, and a seeker named Diana, a girl. "Diana, try not to clash head-on with Hufflepuff's captain, Newsted. He is also a seeker, but far more experienced than you. You need to leverage your strengths. You're the key to the game. Finding the golden snitch is essential to conclude the match, so you must locate it as swiftly as possible. Newsted is formidable, possessing exceptional flying skills and agility. He sometimes assists the chasers in their offense, which is permitted by the rules. This presents your only opportunity, while he aids his teammates. You can dart in and capture the golden snitch, but do not let him catch wind of your intentions. His speed is remarkable." Bach expounded on what he knew about Newsted, and with each word, Diana's complexion paled further. Facing such a formidable opponent in her debut match was nerve-wracking. Particularly, in Bach's eyes, Newsted from Hufflepuff was quite impressive, prompting him to elaborate on Newsted's prowess incessantly. However, this approach was counterproductive, only eroding Diana's confidence further. "Hey, Bach, you should really stop. You're making Diana too nervous to even take the field. Can you give her a little encouragement?" James interjected. Bach then realized that this was Diana's first match, and that his words were not helpful. He quickly amended, "It's all right. There's no need to feel pressured for your first game. Just focus on finding the golden snitch." Yet, after Bark's fervent tirade, it was a wonder Diana felt any pressure at all. Outside, the whistle blew, and all the players mounted their broomsticks. Morin noticed Diana trembling slightly, wondering if he would feel similarly anxious if he were to play, influenced by Bark's overzealous manner. James stood beside Diana, playfully winking, "Hey Diana, there's no need to be nervous. Albus and I will protect you. I'll specifically handle Newstead with the bludger, ensuring he doesn't get near the golden snitch. How about we grab dinner together later?" Diana glanced at James and managed a faint smile. "James, this is hardly the time to ask a girl out for dinner." Bark scolded. James shrugged. No sense of romance. Madame Hawkiff had already sounded the whistle outside, and Bark led the team out on their broomsticks. Both teams soared across the Quidditch pitch, forming their formations, as the crowd erupted in cheers, the cacophony deafening and vibrant. Morin and Lily approached the locker room entrance, gazing at the players in the sky and the towering stands, where countless students shouted, particularly the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students, whose voices rang the loudest. The golden Gryffindor lion banner and the yellow Hufflepuff badger banner fluttered in the air, while Gryffindor students conjured several majestic lion shadows that roared and charged above the spectators, exuding an aura of power. James, however, was rather frivolous, his thoughts wandering to inviting a girl out for dinner at such a crucial moment. Lily found her brother's behavior quite disapproving. I, on the other hand, believed James was acting wisely. His banter had startled Diana, and his intention was to distract her from fixating on the Newstead matter. He was indeed clever. Morin observed that although James often stirred up trouble, his emotional intelligence was not lacking. Did he really think that way? Lily appeared skeptical of James's intentions. Morin chose not to comment further, as his attention was soon captivated by Hugo's voice. Despite being a novice commentator, Hugo's voice resonated with confidence. The players were already well recognized. The match commenced, and Gryffindor's puck seized the quaffle first, passing it to Philia. With remarkable skill, the seventh-year girl adeptly maneuvered the ball, leaving two Hufflepuff chasers trailing far behind. Having played for 6 years on the Gryffindor team, she was truly impressive, tall, with striking features, standing at about 175 meters, and reputed to excel academically. I wonder if she has a partner. Hugo, you have no chance with her. Focus on the game. Professor Kane admonished from the sidelines. Professor, one must dream a little, came a reply. Suddenly, a rogue bludger hurtled dangerously close to Philia's head, but James reacted swiftly, executing a brilliant interception, redirecting the unruly bludger towards Hufflepuff's goalkeeper, Randall. The Hufflepuff keeper had to evade the bludger or risk injury. However, Philia was already charging forward. What would he choose? To defend or to dodge the bludger? He wisely opted to evade it. Philia shoots. It's in. Gryffindor takes the lead with a score of 10-0. Hugo's commentary echoed throughout the Quidditch stadium, and all Gryffindor students erupted in cheers. The roaring Gryffindor lions above joined in the celebration. Chapter 58, The Captain of Hufflepuff. The match was ablaze with excitement. Quidditch was a sport that captivated all wizards. Each goal scored by the aerial players sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd. After half an hour of play, the score reached 150-60, with Gryffindor in the lead. Hufflepuff's captain, Newstead, was no longer merely searching for the snitch. He had temporarily taken on a role of a chaser and helped Hufflepuff score 2 consecutive goals. His current focus had shifted away from the golden snitch. Indeed, Hufflepuff employed a strategy involving 4 chasers, a tactic commonly used by the Chudley cannons, effectively creating a 4-on-3 advantage. However, this strategy had its drawbacks. With the Seeker acting as a chaser, Gryffindor's Seeker was effectively unopposed. Diana from Gryffindor was diving downwards. Had she spotted the golden snitch? No one knows whether Diana saw the golden snitch, but the captain of Hufflepuff, Nuster, had already dashed out after her. Throughout the pursuit, he played the role of a chaser, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Diana. As she made a dive, he swiftly passed the quaffle to a teammate and propelled himself in her direction. Indeed, Pock was correct. Nuster was remarkably skilled, his speed and turning technique far surpassing Diana's. However, it was evident that he had not spotted the golden snitch. Recognizing that he could not catch up, Nuster audaciously shouted to his teammate, who tossed him the bat. With keen reflexes, he struck the bludger, sending it hurtling towards Diana, striking her broom. Diana spun in the air several times, and by the time she regained control of her broom, the golden snitch had vanished. Oh no, Nuster's actions were undeniably unsportsmanlike. He used the bludger to interfere with Gryffindor's Seeker. While one cannot label this a foul, after all, the bludger is intended to disrupt players. It was certainly dishonorable, bordering on deceitful. Hugo, mind your words. Professor Kane admonished from the sidelines. Hugo. All right. All right. The game continues, Puck announced as he retrieved the quaffle. The Gryffindor students felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, with some overly animated students shouting that Nuster had committed a foul and should be penalized. Yet, in truth, this behavior did not constitute a foul. The beater's role is to protect their team from bludgers while sending them toward opposing players. Hugo was clearly well-versed in Quidditch rules and had not misrepresented the situation. Nuster is a formidable opponent, fulfilling the roles of chaser, seeker, and beater. He is the heart of Hufflepuff. If his teammates were more competent, we might find it challenging to defeat them, Lily remarked involuntarily. Indeed, he dares to act thus because he knows our Gryffindor seeker is a novice, lacking in comparison to him. Morin nodded in agreement. But why doesn't he simply focus on capturing the golden snitch? Directing his efforts towards a snitch would be more advantageous. Capturing it grants an additional 150 points. Lily questioned, perplexed by Nuster's misallocation of focus. Morin, evidently more knowledgeable about Quidditch rules than Lily, explained, the scoring in Quidditch is crucial. It operates on a point system, where the team accruing the most points ultimately claims the Quidditch Cup. Points are calculated based on the total scores in each match. Thus, the more goals scored in a match, the higher the team's total points will be. For instance, if Gryffindor scores 100 points in a match, their total points increase by 10. Capturing the golden snitch adds an additional 15 points. Consequently, each team must strive to score as many goals as possible to elevate their score, and at the conclusion of the academic year, the 4 houses with the highest points will be awarded the Quidditch Cup. Sometimes, in pursuit of the Quidditch trophy, it is insufficient for the seekers to merely capture the golden snitch. One must ensure that their team's score surpasses that of their opponents by a considerable margin before attempting to seize the snitch for the trophy. Such calculations must be meticulously orchestrated by the captain prior to the match, determining the optimal time for the seeker to catch the snitch based on their lead. If the points are secure, then the seeker may swiftly capture the snitch without undue concern. At Hogwarts, the Quidditch points are intrinsically linked to the House Cup. Scoring on the field contributes to the house's total points. Thus, Hufflepuff's seeker, Nuster, focuses his efforts on assisting his teammates in scoring rather than solely fixating on the snitch. He must ensure that the team's score does not fall significantly behind before attempting to catch the snitch to elevate their overall points. Especially given Hufflepuff's comparatively weaker standing, relying solely on his efforts would be insufficient. Morin and Lily observed the match from the platform outside the locker room, while Sweet sat quietly within, abstaining from joining them. Morin felt a twinge of confusion. Although they were substitute players without the opportunity to play, they should at least be observing Hufflepuff's strategy, particularly since it was their first Quidditch match of the school year, a spectacle not to be missed. Sweet, aren't you coming out to watch the game? It's a rare sunny day. Sitting there will be stifling, Morin remarked casually. Sweet lifted his gaze to Morin, remaining silent. What a stubborn blockhead you are. How can you understand the opponent from there? Lily interjected. Sweet disregarded Lily, continuing to fixate on Morin. Morin had longed to inquire whether Sweet bore any marks on his back, yet found it too abrupt and was uncertain if Sweet's recent disappearance was related to Hugo's vanishing in the 7th floor corridor. As Morin prepared to resume watching the match, Sweet unexpectedly spoke. 8 o'clock tonight, in the 7th floor corridor. I have something to discuss with you. Really? Morin was taken aback, having anticipated that Sweet would remain silent as usual. Can it be said now? He asked curiously. Sweet's tone was resolute. No. Lily was equally astonished by Sweet's sudden engagement. Typically, he was reticent during practice, and it was surprising that he chose this moment to converse with Morin. Though Morin found this peculiar, he considered Sweet's recent odd behavior and wondered if he possessed knowledge regarding the missing students and their amnesia. Just as he was about to affirm the meeting, the scene before him began to whirl and regress once more. What is happening? Again? Morin stared in disbelief at the swirling, distorted figures and structures around him, as countless voices howled past his ears. He realized he was once again experiencing the phenomenon of time flowing back. When the chaos subsided and clarity returned, he found himself on the way to the Great Hall for breakfast, precisely an hour earlier. So who has vanished this time? Morin sighed, as this peculiar occurrence continued to plague him. Chapter 59, The Disappearance of Two. Morin sat before the dining table in the hall, a sense of discomfort enveloping him. Just moments ago, he had been nervously watching the match, yet now everything felt as if it were starting anew. The repetition of the same events proved less entertaining than he had anticipated. How splendid it was Professor Kane had requested him to commentate on the game. As the previous commentator had graduated, Hugo dashed over with an exuberant expression. Morin grasped Hugo firmly, his tone serious. Something has transpired. What has happened? Hugo, momentarily perplexed, failed to comprehend. Morin surveyed the dining table, lifting a turkey sandwich and offering it to Hugo. Hugo was genuinely astonished, for he had yet to disclose the events of his dream. Morin, you are remarkable. You even know the score I dreamt of. You were correct. I indeed wish to have a turkey sandwich for breakfast. Hugo appeared to be convinced to a significant extent, scrutinizing Morin from head to toe. I find it hard to believe I am conversing with someone from the future, as everything I do seems to be foreseen by you. For instance, you already know who will score the first goal, do you not? In 2 minutes, Ophelia from Gryffindor will score the opening goal. Taking advantage of a cover from James's maneuver, the Hufflepuff goalkeeper chose to evade the maneuver, granting her an opportunity. However, an hour later, the match is still ongoing. So I cannot predict the winner or the loser, Morin replied. Just wait. My friend, I just wagered 3 silver sickles with Hufflepuff STC, betting that Ophelia will score within 5 minutes, demonstrating my faith in you. That is all my wealth. Please do not let me down. Are you still in the mood for such things? Morin observed Hugo with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, yet Hugo had already scampered away with the turkey sandwich, eager to peruse his player statistics. Had he not been tasked with commentating, Morin was certain that Hugo would be busy gambling with others. But then a realization struck him. Wait, could it be? Morin stood up, scanning the entire hall, but to his dismay, he did not see Lily amidst the bustling crowd. Logically, she should have arrived shortly after Hugo, yet her presence was still absent, and a foreboding feeling surged within Morin. He quickly beckoned Doy, who was eating at the table, and rushed towards the Gryffindor changing room at the Quidditch pitch. Lily was not there, and Bach was rallying the players. Morin glanced around once more, and to his astonishment, Sweet was also missing. James and Albus approached, breakfast in hand, along with goat's milk and honey pastries, only to receive another reprimand from Bach. This is the first match of the semester, and many are watching. We must present our primary strategy. Hufflepuff has historically been a weak team, but ever since Newsted became their captain, they have begun to rise. Last year, they nearly defeated us. Have you forgotten? Bach exclaimed. We remember, James replied. Finishing the last sip of goat's milk, then puzzled he inquired him. How strange. Where are Lily in that blockhead? Why aren't they here? Morin, you haven't seen them together? Morin shook his head. I'm not sure. I have not encountered either of them. Regardless of them, I shall reiterate the circumstances surrounding the Hufflepuff team. At this moment, Puck was animatedly recounting the prowess of Newsted to Diana, leaving her increasingly unsettled. James intervened to halt Puck, and the entire scene mirrored that of an hour prior. Outside, Madame Hooch had already sounded the whistle for assembly, and both teams mounted their flying brooms, rushing forth. Hugo's voice resonated loudly as he announced the names of the competitors, while the locker room was left with only Morin. Sweet must surely know something amiss. As the match commenced, Hugo's magically amplified voice echoed outside. He had just lavished praise upon Gryffindor's seeker, Philia, only to be silenced by a professor. Hufflepuff's keeper, Randall, had to evade the bludger or risk a blow to his nose. Yet Philia was barreling towards him. What should he choose? To block or to dodge the row ball? This decision was crucial, impacting the fortunes of certain individuals. Opting to evade the bludger was indeed a prudent choice. Philia launched the ball. It soared through the hoop. Gryffindor has scored first, leading by 10 points. Excellent, splendid. Let the Gryffindor children cheer for their 3 sickles. Hugo's voice conveyed a fervor unmatched, his commentary slightly diverging from what Morin had heard an hour ago, having just wagered with Tacy and evidently reaping 3 sickles. Morin had no time to revel in Hugo's delight, nor the inclination to focus on the match. Seizing the moment while everyone else was cheering, he hastened towards the castle. Chapter 60. The Disrupted Portraits. It was the weekend, the weather fair, and the first Quidditch match of the term was underway, drawing nearly all the students to the pitch, leaving the castle eerily vacant, with only a few upperclassmen absenting themselves to prepare for their wizarding exams. Morin arrived at the 7th floor corridor, a place he knew intimately. The portraits on the walls and the occasionally creaking armor alongside remained unchanged, yet the spot where Sir Cadogan's portrait once hung was conspicuously bare. He ventured into the abandoned classroom for another inspection. The room appeared as it always had, devoid of any anomalies, and he saw neither Sweet nor Lily. Yet, Morin sensed something was amiss. This feeling of disquiet was abrupt and indistinct, an elusive uncertainty. He stood by the railing, gazing at the spiraling staircases within the castle, pondering what felt wrong. What was the source of the disturbance? Morin scrutinized the portraits along the corridor, and the sense of unease intensified, as if certain elements were askew from his recollections. Then, with a slap to his forehead, clarity struck him. He discerned the discrepancy. The arrangement of the several portraits along the corridor appeared inconsistent. Indeed, this was the source of the anomaly. In Hugo's memory, the sequence of the portraits was not arranged thus. Jamie's recollection differed entirely, and the current order had also been disrupted, particularly the painting of wizards engaged in a game of chess. Morin recalled the last time he had inquired of Sir Cadogan regarding Hugo's whereabouts. Sir Cadogan had enthusiastically offered to take Morin on a search, boldly stepping into a painting depicting wizards engaged in a game of chess. At that moment, Sir Cadogan had impulsively tossed the queen from the board, exclaiming check, to the immense irritation of the two wizards, who vociferously berated him from within the artwork. The painting of the wizards at chess had originally hung adjacent to Sir Cadogan's own, yet now had inexplicably vanished. Instead, it had been replaced by a picturesque seascape featuring a rocky cottage. Had the chess-playing wizard's painting been destroyed? A wave of discomfort washed over Morin, despite his awareness that the figures within the painting were mere figments of imagination. The fact that those two chess-playing wizards could converse imbued the loss with a sense of murder. It seemed plausible that, akin to Sir Cadogan, the wizards had witnessed something they ought not to have, leading to their erasure to safeguard secret. Why would anyone deliberately disarrange the placement of the artwork? Morin counted the 12 paintings adorning the nearby wall, most of which depicted fruits and landscapes, while portraits of individuals had entirely disappeared. He scrutinized the paintings before him, seeking any distinctive qualities. Alas, he was no connoisseur of art, unable to appreciate the nuances of artistic styles. If he were to pinpoint a commonality, it might be that all the paintings within the castle possessed an enchanting quality, with even the clouds in the landscape seeming to drift and the fruits on the platter occasionally rolling off the table. Outside the castle, the Quidditch pitch was alive with competition, and Hugo's voice, amplified by magic, resonated even here. Gryffindor's Bach executed a splendid spin throw, propelling the ball swiftly towards Filia, only for it to be intercepted by Newstead. Hufflepuff initiated a counterattack, their formation impressively orchestrated, yet alas, Albus sent the quaffle towards Newstead, who was compelled to evade, thereby disrupting Hufflepuff's formation. Albus's skill was truly remarkable. It was undeniable that the Potter family possessed a natural aptitude for the game. As Morin listened to Hugo as commentary, while observing the paintings on the wall, he remained perplexed by their essence. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Morin turned to find Professor Charles from the Muggle Studies class approaching. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, Professor Charles always exuded an air of politeness. "Good day, Professor." Morin greeted him hastily, feeling a twinge of curiosity as to why Professor Charles was present. Wasn't he supposed to be watching the match? However, Professor Charles, with an air of surprise, inquired, "Morin, aren't you attending the Gryffindor match? Here for something on the 7th floor? Shouldn't the Gryffindor common room be on the 8th floor?" Morin endeavored to maintain his composure. It was the weekend, and his presence on the 7th floor did not contravene any school rules, thus he had no need for concern. "I was merely passing through and happened to glance at these paintings." "Professor, are you not going to watch the match?" Professor Charles gazed thoughtfully at the painting on the wall and remarked, "I, too, have come to admire these artworks." "You came to see these paintings?" Morin replied, astonished. Why would Professor Charles choose to visit now, of all times, especially during the Quidditch match? "These paintings are quite exceptional, are they not?" Professor Charles extended his hand to caress the frame of a fruit painting. "Such fine art deserves to be cherished. The paintings of Hogwarts Castle possess a rich history and ought to be well preserved." "Indeed, Professor," Morin responded, perplexed by the suddenness of his words, an uneasy feeling creeping in. Did Professor Charles know something he did not? Meanwhile, Hugo's voice rang out, commentating on the match with an urgency that echoed through the air. "A fierce collision has occurred. The seekers from both teams collided while vying for the quaffle. Hufflepuff's Randy managed to regain his balance, but Gryffindor's Owen fell from a height of 5 meters. This is dire. Let us hope he isn't scathed. Madame Hooch has halted the match. Madame Pomfrey has rushed over, and the situation seems rather bleak. The score stands at 200 to 160, with Gryffindor currently in the lead, though the outcome remains uncertain. If Newstead captures the Golden Snitch now, the score could flip. Gryffindor students are fervently praying. At this moment, Newstead is searching for the snitch, and Gryffindor must rally. It appeared that a predicament had arisen during the Quidditch match. The clamor outside grew increasingly tumultuous, a mix of cheers and boos. "Moments latte." Hugo's voice echoed once more. It seems that Gryffindor's seeker Owen will be unable to continue in the match. However, this year Gryffindor has 3 substitute players, so the situation is not dire. It appears they intend to make a substitution. Madame Hooch has signaled for the match to resume. All players are now airborne. But wait, why does Gryffindor only have 6 players? Why have they not sent a substitute onto the field? Does Bach doubt the capability of 3 first-year students? That seems unwise. Oh no. Morin suddenly recalled his role as a substitute player. It wasn't that Bach was unwilling to send in substitutes. Rather, he couldn't find anyone. Lily and Sweet had mysteriously vanished, leaving him as the only option. Yet here he was, caught up in this conversation. It was a wonder Bach wasn't furious. Professor, I must leave. I'm a substitute player for Gryffindor, Morin said hastily. Go on then, and may you triumph. Apologies, but as a teacher, I cannot show favoritism. I wish you the best of luck, Professor Charles replied with a smile. Chapter 61, The Substitute. As Morin traversed the corridor on the 7th floor of the castle, he found his encounter with Professor Charles to be rather peculiar. He had his reasons for being there, but what brought Professor Charles to that specific location? However, more pressing matters awaited. Morin had little time for contemplation. He dashed out of the castle, racing towards the Quidditch pitch. Regret washed over him. He wished he had brought his broomstick along, for then he could have flown directly from the castle to the Quidditch ground. Alas, he had left it in the locker room at the pitch. Throughout the journey, Morin listened intently to Hugo's commentary, feeling anxious due to Gryffindor's loss of a chaser, which had adversely affected their offense and created gaps in their defense. Hufflepuff had already scored 3 consecutive goals. The captain of Gryffindor appeared quite furious, shouting at his players. Yet I couldn't fathom why he did not send in substitutes. In my opinion, although Gryffindor's 3 substitutes were merely first-year students, they possessed considerable skill. What was Poke thinking? Professor, should you not advise Poke against his obstinacy? Hugo couldn't help but turn to Professor Kane, the head of Gryffindor, to voice his concerns. Hugo, mind your words. This is a match. We must provide unbiased commentary and refrain from interference. In truth, Professor Kane was equally anxious. As the head of Gryffindor, he naturally wished for their victory. However, even he was perplexed as to why Poke had not deployed the substitutes. Nevertheless, his role was to oversee Hugo's commentary, and thus he had to maintain impartiality. Evidently, Hugo was unaware of the situation surrounding Gryffindor's 3 substitutes, and it seemed no one knew why the substitutes had vanished from the locker room. The score had been equalized by Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor students were growing restless. Even Poke's face betrayed a sense of despair, for Gryffindor's new seeker and Hufflepuff seeker, Neustadt, were simply not on the same level. Neustadt hardly regarded Gryffindor's new seeker, Diana, with any respect. Obstinate? I curse you and your goblin mother. Poke muttered an unsavory curse, though none could hear him. He felt utterly frustrated. While others were puzzled by the absence of substitutes, only he knew that he could not locate Gryffindor's 3 replacements. Before the match commenced, he had hoped to conserve strength, advising his teammates to hold back, not to reveal their full capabilities. Yet, Neustadt's performance surpassed everyone's expectations. He single-handedly galvanized the entire team, initially leveraging a strategy that combined seeking and chasing, successfully narrowing the score gap. Now, with Gryffindor down another player, it was evident that they were on the brink of their first significant defeat of the academic year. Switched to the 3rd strategy. Poke nearly roared from the sidelines. Hufflepuff's team had remained unchanged this year, while Gryffindor had introduced 2 novices who had trained only a handful of times and failed to establish synergy. The situation was deteriorating. Yet even Poke understood that with insufficient numbers, no tactical changes would suffice. Just then, the crowd erupted in cheers, particularly Gryffindor students, as a red figure burst forth from the Gryffindor locker room and joined the fray. Indeed, Gryffindor's substitute had finally taken the field. Perhaps Poke had realized the unfavorable circumstances for Gryffindor and had ultimately decided to introduce the substitutes. Let us see who has emerged. Oh, the player currently on the field is none other than the most handsome substitute of Gryffindor, Morin Walker. Hugo, did I ask you to praise others' appearances? Professor Kane, upon seeing Morin's arrival, wore a smile of palpable relief. His once stern admonishment of Hugo softened, his gaze brimming with hope, as if he yearned to join the Gryffindor students in their exuberant cheers. Yet, remembering his position as a professor, he restrained himself. I apologies, Professor. Other than his appearance, I have little else to share about him. He is a new team member, and none of us know how he will perform, do we? But now that Morin has come to the rescue, don't you Gryffindor lions find him handsome? Hugo could not conceal his excitement. In truth, he was well aware of Morin's flying prowess, having observed him during their training sessions. He knew Morin quite well, yet he wisely refrained from divulging this information, understanding that such knowledge was a closely guarded secret of the Gryffindor team. Indeed, you are correct, Professor Kane, now over 50, seemed unconcerned about propriety and joined in the cheers with the Gryffindor students. The Hufflepuff players paid little heed to Morin's presence, knowing he was merely a substitute and a first-year student at that, just recently enrolled. What standard could a first-year possibly possess? To them, he posed no threat. When Pock spotted Morin, he too felt a sense of relief, though he was not overly enthusiastic. His recent training focus had been on Owen and Diana, and he held little expectation from Morin and his companions. To him, Morin's entry merely added another novice to the mix, unable to replace Owen in any meaningful way. Morin, we shall employ the third strategy. Everyone must give their all. This opening match is crucial for morale. We cannot afford to lose. Diana, quickly locate the ball to conclude the match. Puck shouted, not pausing to inquire where Morin had been moments before, with the score so tightly contested. Victory hinged on Diana finding the golden snitch. What is the third strategy? Morin called out. He was stepping into Owen's position, serving as a chaser responsible for scoring with the quaffle. Typically, he had only trained alongside Sweet and Lily, with minimal interaction with Philia and Puck, leaving him unclear about the specifics of the third strategy. The third strategy involved a 1-3-2 formation. Puck began to explain in detail, but James interrupted him, sending a nearby bludger soaring towards Morin, exclaiming, forget the details. The third strategy is simply to score. Now that I understand, Morin concentrated fully on the field, assessing the positions of all players. He noted that the Hufflepuff defenders were primarily focused on Puck, their strongest opponent, while they largely ignored Morin's movements. This presented Gryffindor with an excellent opportunity. If Morin could seize the quaffle, he could easily catch the Hufflepuff chaser off guard. However, Morin soon realized he had no chance to touch the quaffle. It was not due to a lack of flying skill, but rather because Puck was not passing the ball to him. Morin, you do not comprehend the third tactical approach. Your sole responsibility is to divert their attention while Philia and I launch our offensive. Puck harbored doubts regarding the capabilities of the substitutes, and thus he refrained from passing the ball to Morin. In his view, even Owen, who had undergone extensive training, found himself constrained, let alone a freshman substitute. Within a span of 5 minutes, Puck exclusively directed the ball towards Philia, yet her numerous long-range attempts were thwarted. Morin meandered alone on the field, devoid of the ball, with no one to defend against him, as though he were an extraneous presence. Pass the ball. This is a prime opportunity. Morin called out, seizing a moment. No, you have not participated in our training. It is unsafe to carry the ball like that, Puck replied, his concern rooted in the fear that if he passed the quaffle to Morin, it might be intercepted, leading to a counterattack that would spell disaster. Morin frowned. Alas, the substitute from Gryffindor had been on the field for 5 minutes without touching the quaffle, not due to a lack of skill, but because Puck consistently withheld the ball from him, missing several opportunities. It appeared that Puck was unwilling to grant the newcomer a chance. Hugo, serving as the commentator, was acutely aware of the unfolding dynamics on the pitch and recognized Morin's predicament, feeling a sense of worry for him. Yet it was futile. If Puck held no trust in Morin, no one could intervene. Newstead resolved to abandon the search for the golden snitch and rejoin the fray. This player exhibited exceptional prowess. His flying skills were unparalleled. He charged in, intercepting Gryffindor's quaffle, presenting a dire situation for them. Newstead skillfully evaded the attempts of Puck and Philia to impede him, racing towards a goal. Gryffindor's goalkeeper was struck by the flying quaffle, unable to block Newstead's approach, who perfectly executed another goal, turning the tide of the score. The Hufflepuff Badgers erupted in cheers. Hugo's commentary remained fair. Despite a tone that occasionally favored Gryffindor, he vocally acknowledged every goal scored by Hufflepuff. This won't do. It feels as if I'm not on the field at all. Morin sensed Puck's lack of trust, and he understood that he must seize opportunities for himself. Otherwise, Gryffindor was destined for defeat. As Philia attempted another long shot, the quaffle was deflected by Hufflepuff's goalkeeper, and Morin perceived a glimmer of opportunity. He leaped, catching the quaffle in his hands, his first contact with it since the last match. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming quaffle, executing a reverse maneuver to align his broomstick, charging towards Hufflepuff's goal. Morin, pass it to me. Going up like that will result in a loss, Puck shouted, as 2 players from Hufflepuff converged upon Morin. He sensed that allowing a freshman, who was ignorant of the third tactical approach, to attack was a grave mistake. Yet Morin disregarded Puck's admonition. He knew that in this situation, passing the ball backward would only squander time, with the goal within close reach. It was undoubtedly the right course to take for him to launch the attack. Chapter 62, The Overlooked Genius. No one noticed that when Morin was completely absorbed in the moment, his mismatched eyes shimmered with a faint blue and green light, effectively shutting out all distractions. In Morin's gaze, whether it was the Hufflepuff keeper or the 2 seekers approaching to obstruct him, the trajectory of the quaffle appeared crystal clear. It was a remarkable sensation. Morin inadvertently discovered he could instinctively discern the flight path of the Hufflepuff players. His mind didn't even have time to ponder the why of it. It had already calculated an optimal offensive route for him. The Hufflepuff seekers blocked his path, while a beater sent a bludger hurtling towards him. Yet he remained unfazed, even though it seemed nearly impossible to break through. For the first time, the new Gryffindor Seeker caught the golden snitch and decided to take a leap of faith. But the challenge was formidable. The Hufflepuff defense was tight, and a bludger was aimed at the back of Morin's head. How would he respond? Should he abandon his attack to evade the bludger? That would be the wisest choice, as balancing both actions proved difficult. No, Morin opted to press on with his attack. Goodness. He executed the Starro Dive, a maneuver made famous by the Seekers of the Adder Hurricane team. Could a first-year dare to mimic such a complex move? It was perilous. One misstep could send Morin tumbling from his broom. My word, he succeeded, evading the two Hufflepuff Seekers with the Starro Dive. The bludger whizzed perilously close to his ear. How dangerous. Was he about to shoot? Hugo watched Morin with bated breath. He was not alone, as all eyes were fixated on this unassuming first year, who, relying on the aging Nimbus 2005, executed an unexpected maneuver. Morin tossed the quaffle into the air, then spun around to deliver a kick, sending the quaffle arcing beautifully through the air, slipping between the legs of the Hufflepuff keeper and into the goal. The ball had gone in. What a surprise. The Gryffindor freshman managed to perform such a stunning reverse shot. His kick radiated flair and confidence, as Morin, just off the bench, scored a goal for Gryffindor, leveling the score. Hugo exclaimed with excitement. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers once more. Morin's dazzling performance ignited a spark of hope within the team. How could this be possible? Huck, if you don't believe in Morin now, we will lose this match. James forcefully struck the bludger, sending it crashing into the Hufflepuff keeper, nearly knocking him off his broom. It was then that Puck realized he had been so preoccupied with training the newly joined Owen and Diana that he had overlooked a true Quidditch prodigy. I understand now. Morin, whatever the strategy, you attack with all your might, and we will clear the way for you. Puck shouted. It was about time. The glimmer in Morin's eyes flickered momentarily before he turned and charged towards the quaffle. The captain of Gryffindor seems to have come to a realization. He and Philia began to create opportunities for their new seeker. Morin is remarkably swift. He evaded Nuster and executed a swift turn, scoring a goal. Gryffindor takes the lead once more. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, their exuberance even overshadowing Hugo's magically amplified voice. The Hufflepuff players commenced their counterattack, their formation impeccably organized. Unfazed by the loss of goal, he deftly dodged Albus's bludger, but the shot on goal was thwarted by Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Bruno. The ball returned to Morin's possession, and he pressed forward in his assault. Could he score again? He evaded the Hufflepuff goalkeeper, and, as Puck surged forward, the Hufflepuff players attempted to intercept him, but it was futile. Morin was now the pivotal player. He executed a stunning kick, sending the quaffle soaring through the hoop. Gryffindor scores, widening the gap. The cheers from the Gryffindor students resounded throughout the arena, with the Lions in the stands emitting thunderous roars. This match, filled with twists and turns, was nothing short of astonishing. The quaffle soared towards the left side of the pitch, and Nuster darted towards it, seemingly preparing for another attack. Oh wait, it appeared he was not aiming for the quaffle at all. He was completely disregarding it and continued soaring forward. The quaffle brushed past him. Goodness, he spotted the golden snitch. Hugo's voice captured everyone's attention, directing their gaze towards Nuster's flight path, where indeed a subtle golden glimmer shone on the field. That was the golden snitch, the key to concluding the match. Nuster was merely 30 meters away from the snitch, and only now did Diana realize what was happening. Gryffindor's seeker also dashed forward, but it was too late. Her speed could not match Nuster's. Indeed, Nuster was a formidable player, having distanced himself from Diana significantly. It seemed there was no suspense left in this match. Hufflepuff was poised to seize the golden snitch. Hugo's voice carried a hint of disappointment, yet he continued to narrate the unfolding events. Suddenly, his tone shifted with excitement. Two figures intertwined swiftly through the air, hurtling towards the golden snitch. Just as everyone anticipated Morin would collide with Nuster to disrupt his pursuit of the snitch, no one expected that at the last moment, Morin would adjust his broomstick, firmly gripping it as he spun past Nuster's half-turned head. He was not aiming to crash into Nuster. Rather, his hand reached out, firmly grasping the golden snitch. Toot toot. Madame Hooch blew her distant whistle, signaling the end of the match. All spectators were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend how the match had concluded so abruptly. Yet, Morin had already raised the golden snitch triumphantly above his head, a victorious smile illuminating his face. My goodness, the substitute seeker for Gryffindor had indeed captured the golden snitch, accomplishing what the seeker was meant to do. How on earth had he managed that? Hugo voiced the sentiments of all, as everyone initially assumed that Morin would charge forward to commit a tactical foul. To their astonishment, Morin had no intention of fouling. Instead, He chose to contend with Newstad for the golden snitch and successfully captured it. The act of a chaser seizing the golden snitch is an extraordinary occurrence on the Quidditch pitch, for it is universally acknowledged that the search for the snitch is the domain of seekers, while chasers are solely responsible for scoring. Morin's actions were entirely unexpected. The audience fell into a hushed silence, incredulously gazing at the golden snitch in Morin's grasp, the outcome bursting with surprise. "Gryffindor wins," shouted Madame Hooch with exuberance. The crowd finally reacted. Hugo, elated, raised his microphone and proclaimed the victory. There are no regulations in Quidditch prohibiting chasers from capturing the golden snitch. Any team that secures it claims victory, thus Morin committed no foul. Gryffindor. To everyone's amazement, Professor Kane, in his later years, joined in the jubilant cheers, embracing Hugo in a moment of shared excitement. Chapter 63, Celebrating Victory. Morin, Morin, Morin. From the locker room to the Gryffindor common room, students erupted in chants of Morin's name. The first-year students, including those who participated as substitutes, were astonished that Morin displayed extraordinary flying skills during the inaugural match, defeating Hufflepuff at a critical juncture. It is noteworthy that Gryffindor had introduced 2 new players this year, and the team's synergy was still developing. Coupled with the fact that Hufflepuff had the exceptionally skilled seeker Newstad, Gryffindor nearly faced defeat. Had it not been for Morin's timely capture of the golden snitch, victory would undoubtedly have belonged to Hufflepuff. "Trust me, Bach will no longer utter any remarks about reserving strength," someone mused, reflecting on how their so-called reserved strength had been rendered ineffective today. James pulled out a large quantity of butterbeer to celebrate their victory, pouring a generous cup for Morin. Morin was surrounded by admirers, momentarily elevated to the status of a Gryffindor hero. As a substitute chaser, he had captured the golden snitch while both seekers were present, a feat unprecedented on the Hogwarts pitch. "It was just luck," Morin modestly remarked, uncertain of what else to say. "This is not mere luck, it is skill," Hugo exclaimed. "Newstad rode a Firebolt 15, while you wielded a Clean Sweep 2005. The 2 brooms are not in the same league. Yet you triumphed over him." The Gryffindor students buzzed with excitement, and Bach even resolved to create a tailored training regimen for Morin, vowing to make him Gryffindor's secret weapon. "Your talent is no longer a secret, Bach. Save your breath. Other teams will undoubtedly devise new strategies targeting Morin. Before the next match, you should ensure he is under constant protection, lest he be incapacitated by spells from rival teams," Albus advised. The Quidditch players were fervently discussing how to effectively utilize substitute players. The allowance for substitutions in the match meant that Morin could remain off the pitch initially, adding an element of suspense to the game. While the others cheered, Morin was scanning the common room for the figures of Swit and Lily. Yet despite searching for some time, he could not find them. "Hugo, come here, I need to speak with you," Morin said, pulling Hugo aside. "What is the matter? Want some cake?" "James went to fetch it from the kitchen," Hugo replied. Professor Kane remarked that my commentary met the standards from a Quidditch perspective, albeit with a hint of bias towards Gryffindor. Given that it was my first time commentating, he decided not to pursue it further and would observe my performance in a few more matches. After all, being assigned to commentate on Gryffindor's games inevitably stirs some personal bias. I have endeavored to remain impartial. When Hufflepuff scored, I still encouraged their cheers, didn't I? Hugo, holding 2 pieces of cake, offered one to Morin. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, not a seasoned commentator, and his ability to commentate to this extent was commendable. "Oh, speaking of which, you've reminded me, Ticey still owes me 3 silver sickles," Hugo cheerfully stated. "Make sure to give me a heads up before the next game. I want to place a hefty bet. By the way, who is the unfortunate soul this time?" Hugo finally realized the gravity of the situation, his expression turning slightly serious. "It could be Lily, or possibly Swit," Morin replied, glancing at Swit's empty bed, before recounting the events that transpired in the Quidditch common room that morning to Hugo. Hugo exclaimed in surprise, "Is it Lily this time? But how did she go missing?" "That is the crux of the matter. I'm not entirely certain," Morin said, sitting on the bed and feeding some cake to Doy, who was also on the bed. "You're not sure? But initially, you, Swit, and Lily were all in the common room, weren't you?" Hugo inquired. "If that's the case, would Swit remember the conversation he had with you? About meeting him in the 7th floor corridor at 8 o'clock? Hugo asked. Morin believed that Swit would not wait for him, as Swit had not mentioned such a thing in a locker room. After pondering for a moment, Hugo speculated. "Do you think it's possible that Swit intended to lure you to the 7th floor corridor and then ambush you? Perhaps even kidnap you? Come on. If you want to take action against me, he has ample opportunities every day. Just think about it. He leaves the dormitory before we've even woken up. At that moment, he could easily abduct any one of us, including you." "Why do you say that?" "Because of Lily. She has always been skeptical of what we say. Now that she has lost her memory, let us see what she can still doubt. Morin was not particularly concerned with whether Lily believed his words. She had her own views and ideas. There was no necessity for him to demand her belief. He disliked having to prove anything to others. The situation itself was already fraught with complications, and even if Lily believed him, it would not necessarily provide him with better assistance. What troubles me is that today, I encountered Professor Charles in the corridor on the 7th floor, while everyone else was at the Quidditch pitch watching the match. Why would Professor Charles be alone in the 7th floor corridor? Morin pondered. This observation was indeed valid. There was no rule stating that one must attend the Quidditch match on the weekend. Morin nodded, yet he remained perplexed. Why specifically the 7th floor corridor? What a coincidence it was to meet him there. Why did Professor Charles claim he was also there to admire the portraits? Was it mere chance or something more? As Morin retrieved the shattered pieces of Sir Cadogan's portrait from his bag, he fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, he could not risk informing the teachers about the destruction of Sir Cadogan's portrait. He needed to investigate the matter himself. Chapter 64, Sweet. Tomorrow is Sunday, and he had originally planned to visit Hogsmeade in search of Sir Cadogan's home, but his plans had now encountered setback. It appears you can no longer visit Hogsmeade. You have become a celebrity. I bet you will be featured in the Hogwarts Weekly tomorrow, and all the students will recognize you, making a trip to Hogsmeade rather unwise. Hugo lamented. The Hogwarts Weekly is a student-run publication at Hogwarts, created by several students to cover the daily happenings of the school, including amusing incidents, such as a student accidentally flooding the corridor with a water-making spell or attempting to use the hair-cutting spell only to end up with chicken legs, among other humorous tales, all of which are published in the Hogwarts Weekly. Now that a remarkably talented new star has emerged from the Gryffindor team, it will likely take up a significant portion of the publication. Morin recognized this fact. His dazzling performance in the Quidditch match had caught the attention of many, and numerous individuals were already familiar with him. Hogsmeade would be bustling with upperclassmen on the weekend, making it easy for him to be recognized. First-year students were not supposed to be in Hogsmeade, and, if discovered, he would face a lengthy detention. The professors would not show leniency simply because he was the Quidditch pitch's rising star. However, I must go there to find Sir Cadogan's home. Perhaps Sir Cadogan is still alive. The only key to unraveling this mystery lies with Sir Cadogan, and he could only cling to the hope that Sir Cadogan was still among the living as he sought clues regarding this matter. If only you had an invisibility cloak or could change your appearance, things would be much simpler, Hugo remarked. Changing one's appearance? Morin contemplated this notion carefully. Some individuals possess the innate ability to alter their appearance at will. They are known as metamorph magi. Yet, there are also highly skilled wizards who can slightly disguise their features. It is worth a try. If I cannot go to Hogsmeade this week, I must certainly make the trip next week. Morin planned to visit the library tomorrow in search of books on human disguise magic, hoping to learn some concealment spells. However, I will need to venture to the 7th floor corridor tonight. Perhaps Sweet will be waiting for me there. Sweet, where have you been? Why didn't I see you during the match? Morin inquired aloud. Sweet appeared exceedingly fatigued, bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he had not slept for several days. When Morin first encountered Sweet in the morning, he was merely pale, devoid of any noticeable dark circles. You look quite unwell. Do you need to go to the hospital? Morin inquired, furrowing his brow. Sweet shook his head and, in a hoarse voice, replied, Is there something I need to discuss with you? Are you unaware of whether you have something to say? I seem to have forgotten. It feels as though I want to convey something to you, but the words elude me. I can't even recall where I went this morning. Sweet rubbed his temples, appearing drowsy, and soon lay down on the bed, closing his eyes. Before long, a heavy snoring emanated from him. He truly is a peculiar individual, Hugo whispered. Do you think this matter is related to him? If we were to turn him over now, perhaps he bears the mark of a Death Eater on his back. You could attempt to glimpse his memories with those strange eyes of yours, Hugo suggested. I forgot that boys aren't allowed in the girls' dormitory, he added, grinning while rubbing his backside. Many students in the common room witnessed Hugo's antics and couldn't help but burst into laughter. James even shouted, Hugo, you are quite brave to lead the charge in informing us that the girls' staircase is off limits to boys. Stop laughing, James. Have you seen Lily? Hugo asked. Indeed. Where has that girl gone? I haven't seen her since before the match began. She hasn't overslept, has she? James pondered. Lily isn't in the dormitory. Gemma, who usually spent time with Lily, remarked as she descended from the girls' dormitory. This morning, when we were about to have breakfast, she suddenly mentioned she had something to attend to and left. I thought she had gone straight to the pitch. She didn't go to the pitch, Gemma. Did you see which direction she took? Morin inquired. I don't know, Morin. Oh, by the way, you performed splendidly today, Gemma said shyly, smiling at Morin before blushing and retreating to a corner, where she began chattering with a group of girls while occasionally sneaking glances at Morin. I bet she's developed a crush on you, the brilliant Quidditch star of Gryffindor. Perhaps tomorrow you will receive some love letters and tokens of affection. Just to clarify, if it's chocolates or something similar, they belong to me, Hugo teased. Let us be serious. We need to find Lily. Since earlier, many girls had been pointing and whispering about him, and when their gazes met Morin's, their smiles transformed into bashful expressions, accompanied by playful winks. Morin felt somewhat uneasy in response to this attention. Chapter 65, Student Societies, Part 1. Hello, Morin. Hi, Morin. You performed brilliantly yesterday. Morin, what a coincidence to encounter you here. On Sunday, as Morin walked along the path, every Gryffindor student greeted him, particularly the first-year girls, who were the most enthusiastic. During lessons, aside from engaging frequently with Lily, Morin had not conversed much with the other girls. Today, a girl unexpectedly greeted him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. It felt quite strange. Everyone was so warmly enthusiastic towards him, murmured Morin. You really shone yesterday, my friend, Hugo yawned. With Lily yet to arrive, and Sweet having left the dormitory early without waking them, Morin resolved to seek out books on the magic of transformation in the library. As they turned a corner and approached the stairs, they noticed the second-floor corridor of the castle was unusually lively, bustling with students from various houses engaged in animated discussions. Are they organizing some sort of event? Morin inquired. Today is Hogwarts Bi-Semester Club Day. Numerous clubs are recruiting members. Didn't you see the announcement yesterday? Nelson posted it in the common room. Hugo replied. Morin had been surrounded by many admirers the previous evening and had missed the notice. To enrich their extracurricular activities, Hogwarts students form various clubs, and each semester, Club Day is held to recruit new members and fill vacancies. Are there any clubs worth joining? Morin asked. Actually, each house's Quidditch team functions as a club, so you've already joined one, Hugo explained. Let us go take a look. There is still plenty of time, he added enthusiastically. As they ascended the stairs, they were blocked by 3 unfamiliar girls. One of them, with silver hair, approached and said, Hello, Morin. I am Madonna, the president of the Magical Melodies Society. I wanted to ask if you would be interested in joining our club. Magical what? I'm afraid I don't understand, Morin replied. Puzzled. Magical Melodies. You know, the Hogwarts Wizarding Orchestra that performs enchanting music using magic, Madonna beamed. Morin was momentarily taken aback. An orchestra? While he was aware of many student clubs, he had never heard of the so-called Magical Melody Society. But I can't sing, nor can I play any instruments, he confessed. His musical talent was as dismal as his knowledge of Muggle studies and astronomy. He considered it a success if he could speak normally, let alone sing without causing alarm. That is perfectly fine, Madonna insisted. Many people are unaware of their singing potential. It simply needs to be discovered. You can use magic to alter your pitch, and in our society, anything can serve as an instrument. Oh, I've heard James mention you. You're the ones who like to create noise with toilet lids and flies? Hugo exclaimed in surprise. That is musical art, not noise. Please respect our craft. Madonna shot a fierce glare at Hugo before turning back to Morin with a smile. We are currently experimenting with playing music using flying broomsticks. The club is planning to host a flying concert at the school, and we hope you will consider joining us. You and T need to do much. Just make an appearance on our promotional flyer. The club serves as a nurturing ground for the holistic development of wizarding students, laying a solid foundation for their future integration into the Wizarding Society. Such rare opportunities are not to be overlooked. Would you care to give it a try? Morin, lacking interest in the matter of music, politely replied, I shall consider it. Here is the application form. I am from Ravenclaw. Once you have made your decision, simply tap it with your wand, and it shall transform into a paper crane to seek me out. We eagerly await your response. Madonna handed Morin a flamboyant brochure, while the 2 girls behind her suddenly brandished their wands, pointed at their throats, and harmoniously sang in soprano, awaiting your news, your news, your news. The high-pitched, jarring notes resembled nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending a shiver down Morin's spine, leaving her covered in goosebumps. Were they serious? After Madonna and the others departed, Morin quietly inquired, why do I feel their pitch could frighten even a Dementor? The Patronus charm seems unnecessary. Hugo burst into laughter. Indeed. They might as well attempt a prison break at Azkaban, or after graduation, take over as guards, serenading the inmates daily. Those prisoners would find themselves in despair far worse than being drained by Dementors. How exactly do flies and toilet lids function as musical instruments? Morin flipped the application form, discovering an array of peculiar items listed, all magical instruments developed by the band, including the sound of a blackboard being tapped with an eraser, the explosion of chalk, and the sound of slippers slapping cockroaches. According to James, they amplify the sound of flies in flight, controlling them to collide with the toilet lid to create sound. The pitch varies depending on the force or number of impacts, I suppose. I'm not quite sure, but I do feel sympathy for those flies, Hugo replied, shaking his head. In What the Mandrakes Cry duet, I read that the wail of a mature mandrake can be fatal. And even the cry of a young mandrake can render one unconscious for a considerable time. Are they truly planning a murderous concert? Morin lamented, amazed at the audacity of the club to employ the sound of mandrakes as instruments, playing with life itself in pursuit of music. Do not concern yourself. They merely wish to leverage your popularity to elevate the band's reputation. After all, you are currently a renowned figure in the school. Joining their club would undoubtedly bring them a surge of attention, Hugo scoffed. As Morin and her companions continued onward, they encountered a boy with freckles on his nose, who introduced himself as a member of the school's poetry society, inviting Morin to join. Recitation can refine one's character and bolster confidence in speech and action. By joining us, we can teach you how to use the voice-changing spell to mimic the voices of illustrious wizards, even the sounds of animals. Imagine, you could recite the 13 lines of Murado's wizarding poetry in the voice of a phoenix. What a splendid experience that would be. Although Morin was unaware of the 13th verse of Murado's incantation, he found the introduction by the third-year student intriguing. The so-called Poetry Society, which aimed to cultivate one's sensibilities, sounded rather appealing. The voice-changing spell could alter one's vocal tone, yet without proper guidance. Mimicking the sounds of different creatures proved quite challenging. Your eyes are like the black jewels of a filthy gutter, shimmering with extraordinary brilliance amid the squalor. Your nose resembles undigested nails in dragondom. Defiantly standing tall amidst decay, Morin, unable to endure the nonsensical recitation any longer, was pulled away by Hugo before he could hear the entirety of the 13th verse. He simply could not fathom the purpose of such absurd poetry, and the so-called unicorn voice described by the student sounded, to him, more akin to that of a toad. Chapter 66, Student Societies, Part 2. There were likely no fewer than 30 student societies, such as the Wizard Chess Society, where two frail boys were energetically distributing flyers. In front of them lay a chessboard, and the pieces seemed almost alive. A knight would neigh with every move, its hooves clattering against the board, while the knight upon it brandished a lance and shouted battle cries. This inevitably reminded Morin of Sir Cadogan. Morin even received a flyer for the Enchantress Society, an all-female group dedicated to teaching girls how to apply magical makeup. Initially, Morin intended to express that he was a boy and thus did not meet the society's requirements. But a towering girl, nearly 6 feet tall, forcefully thrust the flyer into his hands. Take it. You're an exception in our society, she proclaimed in a deep, resonant voice. Morin swallowed hard, comparing his height to hers, observing her muscular arms and the oversized wand in her hand, which was as thick as his wrist. He felt that refusing her would not be a wise choice. Thank you. I will consider it, Morin replied cautiously, suspecting that the girl might possess giant blood. Otherwise, how could she be so imposing? Particularly, that astonishingly large wand. Had Mr. Ollivander crafted it specifically for her? Aside from the societies he wished to avoid, there were others that piqued his interest, such as the Wizard Bermuda Society, which focused on unraveling the enigmas of the wizarding world and exploring various advanced magics. Our goal is to expose the darkness to the light, exclaimed a confident, bespectacled boy with dark skin as he handed Morin a flyer for the Wizard Bermuda Society. If you wish to understand why the tree goblin lays an odd number of eggs, why turkeys and dragons produce square-shaped eggs, or why 1/3 of the goblins change gender when the sun, moon, and earth form a 42-degree angle, then join our society, and you shall find the answers. The peculiarities of the wizarding world indeed captivated Morin, and he considered the possibility of joining this society, accepting the flyer. Next, Morin noticed a society dedicated to magical art legends, comprised of students who loved to paint and could create vivid landscapes with their brushes. In the realm of wizards, the depicted creations are indeed vivid, as many elements within the artwork possess the ability to move, rendering motionless beings, both human and animal, a rarity. Morin observed a senior boy with dark hair seated against the wall, skillfully sketching a Ravenclaw eagle on an easel before him. His artistic prowess was evident. The eagle's form was nearly complete, save for its wings. Yet, the incomplete wings did not hinder the eagle's vitality. It appeared agitated, restlessly twitching its talons, yearning to soar across the canvas. Alas, confinement was its fate until the wings were finalized, as it frequently turned its head to check on their completion. After a brief interlude of 2 minutes, the young artist finally brought the eagle's wings to life. With the final stroke of his brush, the previously restrained creature took flight across the parchment, emitting a sharp and powerful screech. truly impressive. The onlookers, particularly the Muggle-born freshmen, erupted in applause. While they were accustomed to seeing animated figures and animals roaming the artwork, witnessing the creative process of such a talented individual was a rare spectacle, garnering considerable attention. Painting animals requires finesse. Rendering them immobile is a challenge. To prevent erratic movement during the painting process, one might choose to depict the head last, ensuring the creature remains still throughout. It is crucial to avoid illustrating the wings of flying animals first, lest they flit about the canvas in a state of unrest, much like the principle of not sketching the feet of running animals prematurely. Morin was uncertain of his own artistic talents, yet the boy enthusiastically thrust a flyer into his hands, leaving him little choice but to accept. Moments later, Hugo caught up from behind. "Where have you been?" Morin inquired. "Oh, here, this is for you." Hugo handed Morin a pink envelope. "What is this?" Morin asked, taking the letter adorned with a plethora of beautiful roses and mistletoe. "A Ravenclaw girl just asked me to pass this on to you. She mentioned her name was Babila or something." "Ive forgotten," Hugo added with a mischievous grin. "It must be a love letter. You have an admirer." Morin opened the pink envelope, and instantly, a flurry of heart-shaped magical bubbles floated up from the letter, dancing around him. As he read the contents, a look of bewilderment spread across his face. "Oh, it seems you've been quite the charmer," Hugo teased, a sly smile on his lips. "Come on, this person is named Barbara. I have no recollection of her at all." Morin searched his memory, unable to recall any interaction with a Ravenclaw girl by that name. "Perhaps you accidentally bumped into some girl after class. You're excelling both in sports and romance. Cherish it." Hugo glanced at the letter, reading its contents before shuddering in distaste. "Ugh, what sappy words. This letter is printed on stationery from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. It even has a trademark. No wonder it's so gaudy, and those singing bubbles are truly annoying." Hugo was laughing, but suddenly his laughter ceased abruptly. He quickly grabbed Morin and exclaimed, "My heavens. Do not advance any further." Chapter 67. The House Elf Rights Advancement Society. "What is the matter?" Morin inquired. Soon, he understood why Hugo was apprehensive about proceeding. "Hugo, where are you going? I asked you to come at 7 in the morning to help. And why are you just now arriving?" Rose's voice rang out ahead, and by the time Morin realized what was happening, Rose had already intercepted them. "Hi, Rose," Morin greeted, noticing the stack of flyers in her hands, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Morin, you're here too. Perfect. I was just thinking Hugo must have told you about our society, right?" "Hugo is also a member," Rose stated earnestly. "I am not," Hugo retorted, vexed. "Excuse me. What society?" Morin looked at Hugo, who rolled his eyes, clearly not wishing for Morin to inquire further. Without hesitation, Rose thrust a large stack of flyers into Hugo's hands. Morin suddenly recalled what James had mentioned about the House Elf Association founded by Hugo's mother, Mrs. Hermione. He had not anticipated that Rose had established a student society at school. "I don't know where I threw them," Hugo muttered. "So, Morin, you must be interested in our society, right? Our society was founded to promote reform within the wizarding community, which is far more meaningful than other juvenile societies. Wouldn't you agree?" Rose's tone radiated pride. Only a fool would be interested in that society. After Rose departed, Hugo expressed his frustration. She is the only one in that entire society, yet she acts so proud. It's utterly useless. "But they're SU as well." Morin couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm being coerced. Look, James and Albus are also being forced to join. But have they lent a hand? Rose doesn't bother them. She only comes to trouble me." Hugo clutched the flyers and moved forward, while Rose continuously scrutinized him from the society's exhibition booth. Hugo was left to casually hand out the flyers to passing students. "Take one. If you don't like it, just toss it," he said to Toby, his tone hardly resembling that of a flyer distributor. "Hugo, have you joined a student society too? What is this society about?" Toby asked, intrigued by the flyer Hugo had brought. Being a Muggle-born, he was interested in many societies. The student societies at Hogwarts were not merely simplistic interview and exchange activities like those at Muggle schools. Here, the societies were rooted in magic, and even the eerily creative musical ensemble, which gave Morin chills, produced music far richer than anything Muggles could create. "House elves, Toby, if you believe house elves should not work for us for free, you can join this society, and Rose will welcome you," Hugo said brusquely. "What are house elves?" "I've never heard of them," Toby inquired curiously. "Please take a moment to inquire over there. I find it difficult to articulate, but Rose would be more than willing to assist you. Just mention that I am the recommender, and your chances of joining the group will increase by 80%. Hugo gestured towards Rose, who sat solitary at a table. "Is that truly the case?" "How splendid." Toby, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped the pamphlet from Hugo's hand and made his way towards Rose, who appeared particularly excited. Isn't this tantamount to enticing unsuspecting newcomers? Morin regarded Toby with a hint of sympathy, understanding the depths of the situation. Once ensnared, escape becomes a formidable challenge. Hugo, seemingly unfazed, replied, "This is my duty. I have made the recommendation. Whether they stay or not depends on Rose. If she fails to persuade them, the onus is not on me. I assert that the probability of joining is conservatively stated at 80%. Yet I am convinced that anyone genuinely interested in this society will undoubtedly be captivated by Rose's charm." Presently, the interest in Rose's group is nearly non-existent, with Toby being the first. Morin soon discerned Rose earnestly addressing Toby. "Can you truly bear the thought of a group of diligent house elves toiling away, washing and cooking for us without any recompense? Consider this. If you graduate and enter the workforce without remuneration, would you be content? This reflects the plight of house elves." Morin found Rose's argument compelling from a Muggle perspective, the correlation between labor and reward. But from a wizard standpoint, house elves were inherently indoctrinated, their desire for assistance often met with reluctance. To liberate house elves, one must first convince them, for persuading wizards alone would yield little. Even if wizards were willing to grant freedom and wages, the house elves would likely succumb to panic. Liberation must commence within a mind. Toby, a Muggle-born, seemed to be swayed by Rose's words, swiftly signing the pamphlet to join the group, as Rose enthusiastically gave Hugo a thumbs up from afar. "Perhaps you should also sign up, so Rose won't pester me again," Hugo suggested playfully, extending the pamphlet towards Morin. Morin quickly shook his head, preferring to avoid unnecessary entanglements. If Hogwarts house elves were liberated, he would have to wash his own clothes, a thought he found quite bothersome. "I genuinely support the idea of house elves receiving wages for their labor, truly. Yet they view compensation as shameful. We are at an impasse. Should they protest and strike against receiving pay, we would find ourselves in dire straits," Morin articulated. "Indeed, that is the case." Hugo concurred with Morin's sentiments. Hugo distributed the pamphlets with remarkable speed, thrusting them into the hands of passing students, uttering a dismissive line to those uninterested without elaborating on the group's significance, swiftly finishing his task. Having not ventured far, they encountered a congested corridor, a long queue forming ahead. Most astonishingly, Morin beheld a colossal poster of himself riding a broomstick affixed to the wall, flanked by James and Albus, both soaring to and fro with expressions of sheer pride. Chapter 68. The Disguise Hat. The immense poster bore the inscription, "The Quirky Society, with the illustrious Gryffindor Quidditch prodigy." Morin, as its spokesperson, invites you to embark on a unique and extraordinary adventure. Are you eager to supplement your earnings and enrich your pockets? Join us without delay. The photograph featured on this poster was likely captured yesterday during the Quidditch match, taken with a wizarding camera in vibrant color. Morin's image appears to have been enhanced, radiating confidence. "Behold, our Quidditch star approaches," exclaimed James, one of the trio behind the Quirky Society, as he joyfully dashed through the crowd, seizing Morin and pulling him forward, eliciting a thunderous applause from the onlookers. What exactly is the Quirky Society? Morin pondered, bewildered, uncertain as to when he became the spokesperson for the Potter brothers. "We're a newly established society this year, and we're using your poster to recruit members. You don't mind, do you?" James chuckled mischievously. "Whatever works for you," Morin replied nonchalantly. He had no objections, for both James and Albus were quite amiable. Though he was perplexed about his newfound role as the so-called spokesperson, it sounded rather intriguing. "We aim to establish a shop akin to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, supported by Uncle George's technical expertise. However, we require experimenters to assist with some inventions." Albus elaborated from beside him. "Truth be told, your own reputations are already formidable, aren't they? The name Potter is widely recognized and carries substantial influence." "I can see your business flourishing," Morin remarked. "That is indeed true, yet your involvement would be the crowning touch. As we are just beginning, it is imperative to make our mark, and we shall never miss an opportunity to bolster our society," James replied animatedly, then leaned closer to inquire, "So, will you join us? You 1T need to participate in our experiments, and we shall give you a free version of our inventions in the future. What do you say?" "Sure," Morin thought, realizing there was no harm in it. He had a fondness for whimsical magical contraptions, and joining James and Albus' society seemed quite appealing. "Splendid," Albus exclaimed, snapping his fingers. "The future of the Quirky Society is bright. Ha. Hugo eagerly squeezed in, declaring, "I want to join too." James cast a scrutinizing glance at Hugo, stating earnestly, "Our society members are of the highest caliber. You must pass our assessment. I can help distribute flyers." Hugo offered. "Very well, you are hired," James said, thrusting a hefty stack of flyers into Hugo's hands. By the way, where's Lily? I thought she would be helping Rose. Isn't she with you? Albus inquired, scanning the surroundings for his sister. Don't be ridiculous. She has probably sneaked out of school for some fun, as she often does. She won TB missing in action, James reassured, confident in Lily's whereabouts. Morin, unsure how to articulate his thoughts, recalled his own intention to visit Hogsmeade, and quietly asked, James, do you have anything that could change my appearance or make me invisible? Essentially, something to ensure I remain unrecognizable. James shrugged. Ah, now you understand the plight of celebrity? When I first enrolled, my surname, Potter, had all the students surrounding me like an exhibit for an entire semester. Even in the restroom, I find myself besieged by admirers seeking my autograph. Can you fathom the sensation of a girl bursting into the men's lavatory to thrust a love letter into my hands? As the illustrious son of Harry Potter, James remains a figure of great renown at school, his charisma undiminished over the years. Spare us the vanity, James, Albus interjected. You spent more time in detention than anyone else. Do you still receive love letters? Morin, with a casual shrug, replied, I need to attend to some matters and would prefer not to be followed by throngs wherever I go. Follow me. James beckoned, leading Morin to the second-floor history of magic classroom. Once assured of their solitude, he produced a magical folding box and retrieved a black wizard hat. Imparting with an air of mystery, this disguise hat isn't on the market yet, but I'll lend it to you. It's a creation of Teddy's. Wearing it can slightly alter your facial features. Who is Teddy? Morin inquired, examining the pointed hat with curiosity. Teddy Lupin, though you may not know him, is a natural at transformations, a gifted auror, and my collaborator in this invention. I'm currently assessing its commercial potential for those of us who are a bit restless. It may not rival the Polyjuice potion in versatility, but it offers a temporary disguise, which is quite remarkable, James elucidated. Morin chuckled at the notion of being restless, realizing that being a well-behaved child was rather challenging. Sounds promising. I believe many wizards would find it useful. You should consider mass production, he suggested appreciatively. James shook his head. The disguise hat has a drawback. Its magic does not work in mirrors, so you will never know how you appear. Others, however, can see your true self reflected in glass or water, so you must avoid all reflective surfaces. I'm still refining it. Let me demonstrate. As James donned the disguise hat, his features elongated, his nose appeared flattened, and his eyes bulged, rendering him almost unrecognizable. You look more appealing without it, Morin chuckled, amused. Despite this flaw, Morin found it acceptable. He had initially intended to learn a few transformation spells from the library, but this hat seemed to simplify matters significantly. Eagerly, Morin placed the wizard hat upon his head and asked, How do I look? Exiting the history of magic classroom, he navigated through the crowd. Strangely, those who had previously pointed and whispered about him now paid him no heed. Even as he approached Hugo, he was met with a serious expression as Hugo handed him a flyer, proclaiming, Come on, join the Oddity Society. The new stars of Gryffindor, Morin, and the Potter brothers are launching a super adventure club where you can experience a plethora of exciting magical antics. Members will receive a discount on the Quick Escape suites on their next purchase. Morin smiled faintly, noting that even Hugo failed to recognize him, which spoke volumes. He accepted the flyer without revealing his departure plans and hurried toward the basement. Recalling James mentioning that the kitchen was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the Hufflepuff corridor, he followed a Hufflepuff student, turning around the marble staircase of the hall until he encountered a door. Upon opening it, he descended a stone step and found himself in a stone corridor, illuminated by bright lights on either side of the walls. As he walked down the staircase, he surveyed the surrounding walls, which were adorned with numerous delightful paintings, predominantly depicting delectable food. After a prolonged search, Morin finally spotted a massive silver bowl brimming with fruit nestled in the corner. Chapter 69, House Elves. Morin playfully touched a pear in the fruit painting, which emitted a soft giggle before transforming into an oversized green doorknob. Such enchanting magic. Morin had always been fascinated by the paintings at Hogwarts, and this enchanted oil painting appeared particularly extraordinary. He turned the doorknob and pulled it open just enough to slip inside. The room was vast, with a ceiling reminiscent of the Grand Hall, and around the stone walls were piles of gleaming copper pots and pans, the very utensils they used for their meals. Opposite him stood a grand fireplace, flanked by 4 long wooden tables that faced the respective tables of the 4 houses above in the hall. Good morning, sir, a house elf approached, bowing deeply. Soon, several more house elves peeked out from beneath the tables, gazing at Morin with a mix of awe and respect. Hello, my name is Lulu, sir. How may I assist you? Would you like tea or refreshments? Inquired the house elf, known as Lulu. Morin held no prejudice against house elves. His grandfather, Alton, had long desired a house elf to assist him with his backaches, yet they had none in their household. Morin lowered his voice and said softly, I wish to leave the school. There is a passage, is there not? Indeed, sir, right by the fireplace. Lulu pointed to the grand hearth across the room. It is against school rules for students to leave without permission. Yet Lulu did not question Morin's intentions. House elves never pry into matters beyond their understanding. Their sole purpose is to obey. Flue powder? I thought the school's fireplaces were disconnected from the outside. Morin remarked, puzzled. Hogwarts was an exceedingly secure castle, and to prevent any unauthorized entry via flue powder, the fireplaces should have been sealed. They are not disconnected, sir. The school fireplaces are monitored. Anyone wishing to enter must register. Wizards cannot come and go freely, though perhaps revealing one's face in the flames might allow for some semblance of entry, but not the whole person. However, I am not suggesting you use flue powder. Rather, to traverse the mine passage, sir. Lulu bent down and guided Morin to the fireplace, where the flames roared brightly, their golden hue radiating warmth, enveloping him in a cozy embrace. The mine passage? Morin gazed at the fireplace, perplexed about what the mine passage entailed. Yes, the mine passage, sir. Lulu snapped his fingers at the roaring flames of the fireplace, and the warm blaze gradually diminished until it vanished completely. He stepped into the hearth and tapped a slightly charred brick, causing it to rotate and part, revealing a lengthy, dimly passageway. The path was shrouded in darkness, leading to an unknown destination, where flickering lights danced in the distance. This is the way to leave the school, sir, Lulu remarked. What is the purpose of this mine tunnel? Moore inquired curiously. Lulu fumbled behind the wall and pulled out a rope, giving it a gentle tug. A mine cart clattered into view from the depths of darkness, its surface coated in dust, coal debris, and remnants of dried leaves. Better safe than sorry, sir. You are right. We seldom use this tunnel. If you find it troublesome, I can take you directly, but our house elf must register any apparitions leaving the school, which may pose a disadvantage for you, Lulu said earnestly. Another house elf kindly moved a small stool for Morin to step on in order to climb into the minecart. Inside, there were 2 seats, yet no control lever or lighting, and a peculiar odor lingered in the air. Would you like me to clean the cart for you? Lulu inquired with enthusiasm as he removed a tea towel. No, thank you, Lulu. Could we possibly keep my departure from the school a secret? Morin whispered. Not all. Sir, we shall keep your secret, and we have seen nothing, Lulu replied with delight. Thank you, but how do we start? Morin had not finished his question when Lulu pulled a nearby rope, causing the minecart to shoot forward with a whoosh. Have a pleasant journey, sir. Remember to open the door quickly twice. Lulu's voice faded into the distance. What door? Morin shouted, but Lulu's figure had already vanished from sight. Morin pressed onward through the darkness, unable to gauge the cart's speed, which reminded him of his dizzying ride to Diagon Alley. Goblins seemed to have a knack for crafting carts that raced at breakneck speed. After what felt like over 20 minutes, the cart abruptly halted, the sudden stop nearly sending Morin flying. Fortunately, he swiftly drew his wand and exclaimed, "Slow down." The slowing charm stabilized him just in time. This passage is perilous. I'm grateful that magic can be utilized here, Morin mused as he disembarked from the cart. Hogsmeade Village was a haven permitted by the school, allowing students to practice a modicum of magic on weekends without consequence. Before him lay an ascending stone staircase, its destination unknown. Morin climbed the stairs, illuminated by oil lamps that flickered on either side. The walls were rough and damp, with water seeping through in places, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. As he ascended, he encountered a dilapidated wooden door, riddled with holes and barely holding against the wind. He tugged at the door, only to be met with a solid wall, as if someone had sealed the exit with bricks, leaving him trapped. Chapter 70, The Wizard's Farm. Lulu had just mentioned that the door needed to be opened quickly twice. Morin took a step back, closed the wooden door, then opened it swiftly and shut it again, only to reopen it with haste. To his astonishment, he found that he was no longer facing a wall. Instead, he had entered a narrow storeroom filled with shovels, sickles, and other farming tools, all coated in layers of spiderwebs, suggesting they had long been neglected. Dust blanketed the floor, creaking ominously underfoot, giving the impression it might collapse at any moment. Scattered footprints marred the surface, and Morin surmised they belonged to James. He turned to the door through which he had just entered, and upon opening it again, it revealed only a cold, unyielding wall. What a remarkable entrance. This was the first time Morin had encountered a door that required 2 swift openings to unveil its exit. A single attempt merely presented a frigid barrier. Without knowledge of its secret, one might never discern the entrance to this hidden passage. He donned his disguise hat and cautiously navigated around the farming implements, opening another door in the storeroom, only to be astonished to find himself in a small grove. The location where he emerged resembled a dilapidated farmhouse, overrun with wild grasses. After walking a short distance through the grove, he stumbled upon a farm, its crops eliciting awe even from someone of Morin's wizarding heritage. Not far from him lay a pumpkin patch, where the pumpkins had been enchanted to grow larger than himself. In the midst of the patch floated a colossal, unmonitored watering can, towering 2 meters and diligently watering each pumpkin vine with a powerful stream of water. Yet, the ground of the pumpkin patch remained parched, as if all the moisture had been absorbed by the vine. The water in the can seemed inexhaustible, and alongside it, 2 shovels worked autonomously, aerating the soil around the pumpkin vines. The vines exhibited movement, occasionally extending their tendrils as if to grasp the shovels, which skillfully evaded capture, deftly turning the soil in a game of wits with the animated vines. Both the shovels and the watering can were enchanted, requiring no human intervention. Adjacent to the pumpkin patch grew a row of fruit trees adorned with crimson leaves. Morin was astounded to observe that these trees bore both red apples and dark green avocados, 2 distinct fruits thriving on the same tree. Truly, herbalism is an intricate art, he mused. Each fruit was enveloped in a translucent magical bubble, seemingly a spell to deter birds from pilfering. Each tree was guarded by a scarecrow clad in tattered garments. Unlike the mundane scarecrows, these were animated, brandishing sickles and leaping among the branches to drive away the red-feathered sparrows and black crows that sought to breach the magical barrier. Beside the farm lay a pasture, home to a peculiar flock of mountain chickens, their feathers a striking purple and their bodies plump. Remarkably, some of these chickens emitted flames as they crowed, adding an extraordinary spectacle to the farm. In the distance, 2 sorcerers clutched their wands as they selected the purple mountain chickens, muttering incantations under their breath. Morin vaguely heard the witch clad in an apron lamenting. Breeding dragonblood hybrids is truly a losing venture. Their flesh is excessively greasy, they occasionally breathe fire, and their aggressive nature is off-putting to restaurants. I should no longer raise them. With practiced ease, the witch waved her wand, immobilizing a fully purple chicken in midair as it flailed its fleshy wings in a desperate attempt to escape. With a flick of her wand, the feathers of the purple chicken fell away involuntarily, transforming it into a plump, featherless bird. Despite its lack of plumage, the chicken remained lively, attempting to attack the witch with fiery breaths, but she countered with a blast of frost from her wand, freezing the featherless creature before tossing it into a small cart, continuing her selection of other chickens. Had Morin not been here to seek Sir Cadogan, he would have relished the opportunity to experience the whimsical life of a wizarding farm. Undoubtedly a delightful affair. Forgive my intrusion, but have you heard of Sir Cadogan? Morin politely inquired, approaching her. Cadogan who? The witch, her apron-stained and patched garments in disarray, paused to scrutinize Morin, her brow furrowed. Sir Cadogan, madam, Morin reiterated. The witch wiped her wand across the fabric of her apron, pondering for a moment before responding. Are you referring to that mad knight from Hogwarts? You know him? Morin exclaimed, his surprise evident. It was unexpected that the first person he encountered after sneaking away from school would be familiar with Sir Cadogan. Of course I know him. The witch replied with impatience. That eccentric fellow. Back in my school days, he served as the guardian of Gryffindor, constantly altering passwords and locking me out twice. How could I forget him? Realizing his misunderstanding, Morin recalled that most witches and wizards in the vicinity were likely Hogwarts alumni, making their recognition of the Mad Knight quite ordinary. Yet, this was not the answer he sought. He pressed on. I have heard that Sir Cadogan was once a hero of Hogsmeade. Living here, do you know anything about him, or where he might reside? The witch burst into laughter. Are you jesting? Sir Cadogan, a great hero of Hogsmeade? I grew up here, and I have never heard of that lunatic being considered a great hero. You haven't heard? Morin's disappointment was palpable. The farm which waved her wand again, summoning another dragon blood hybrid chicken, stating, Now, be off with you. Do not disturb my work. This farm is no place for students. Very well, I shan't intrude further. Morin made his way along the farm's narrow path toward the nearby village of Hogsmeade. After approximately 5 minutes, he stepped onto the cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade, bustling with activity in the morning light. The village was alive with both wizards and clusters of students chatting and laughing. Disguised beneath a polyjuice hat, Morin altered his appearance, and the other students failed to recognize him. With a multitude of eccentric wizards around, his own disguise was hardly remarkable. Yet he endeavored to remain as inconspicuous as possible, avoiding glass windows and similar reflective surfaces, for there was a significant flaw in his disguise hat. Others could discern Morin's true visage through mirrors and various reflections. As he passed a squalid tavern adorned with a pig's head, he refrained from entering, instead pausing beside a statue of a slug on the street, contemplating how he might locate the residence of Sir Cadogan. Sir Cadogan was a figure from long ago, perhaps centuries past. It was uncertain how many still remembered him. This uncertainty troubled Morin immensely. Although he had stealthily made his way to Hogsmeade, he was still groping in the dark, lacking any leads on Sir Cadogan. He believed it prudent to seek out the older generation, as perhaps they might possess knowledge of the long-forgotten knight. Chapter 71. Hogsmeade. Morin wandered aimlessly down the street, where a plethora of wondrous shops greeted him. Though not as comprehensive as Diagon Alley, the presence of wizards was abundant. Along the roadside, a row of specially constructed fireplaces occasionally flared with green flames, from which wizards emerged, while others queued to vanish into the fiery depths. He also beheld a lavishly decorated Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, reminiscent of the one in Diagon Alley. Morin recalled Hugo's words. This particular establishment was likely managed by Ron, Hugo's father. It was the weekend, and the shop would undoubtedly be thronged with students, so he deemed it wise not to enter. Adjacent to it was a vibrantly colored confectionery. As Morin passed by, he overheard several upperclassmen discussing nightmare candies. One burly lad held a bag of black sweets, while his companions urged him to consume one. Rumor had it that one might encounter Voldemort in their dreams after eating such a candy, an experience far from delightful. The lad appeared reluctant, clearly averse to the notion of nightmare candies. But you can find a way to defeat him in your dreams. Don't be cowardly. Just yesterday, you claimed these candies were nothing. Eat it, and prove to everyone that you possess the heart of a lion, shouted another boy with dark skin. Morin recalled James mentioning that nightmare candies were a new product from Honeydukes, following a period of stagnation after their sales of dream candies. Initially expected to garner little interest, the nightmare candies had, much to surprise, captured the curiosity of many wizards. Numerous wizards were eager to challenge the frightening nightmares, making it a thrilling and popular adventure among students. Reluctantly, the teased boy extracted a black candy, popped it into his mouth, and settled into a chair, quickly succumbing to slumber. However, in less than 2 minutes, he suddenly shut his eyes tightly and screamed in terror, gripping the chair as if gripped by a nightmare. His classmates erupted in laughter, convulsing with mirth. Morin was intrigued to know what kind of nightmare he had experienced. Had he truly dreamt of Voldemort, or perhaps been pursued by a werewolf? The young man, startled awake, gasped heavily for breath before stammering, "It was a Dementor. It gave me a kiss." "Oh, your first kiss was with a Dementor. How amusing. Be quiet. I would rather you experience it yourself." Morin continued his stroll, passing by a shop that sold an array of peculiar vegetables. Among the oversized potatoes and persimmons, he noticed a cluster of round, snake-skinned taro trapped in a cage, ceaselessly wriggling and colliding with one another in a futile attempt to escape their confinement. An old witch was loudly haggling with the shopkeeper, and after reaching an agreement, the shopkeeper brandished his wand, slicing the highest-jumping snake-skin taro in half and packing them into the witch's crocodile handbag. Next, Morin passed a broomstick store and recalled that he was now a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He contemplated whether to write to his grandfather, Alton, about this news, pondering that perhaps it might delight his grandfather enough to procure for him the latest model of the Nimbus. In a shop window, he spotted the newest flying broom, dubbed the Swift-Wind Eagle, which claimed advancements over the Firebolt 15. Its entire form was a vibrant, flame-like red, with a broom's tail crafted into a shape resembling a leaping flame, extremely dazzling. Adjacent to the window was a colorful poster featuring Luca, the seeker for the Adder Hurricane team, soaring on the Swift-Wind Eagle. The image depicted Luca soaring through the air like a streak of blazing fire, leaving only a blur in his wake, discernible as a person only when he came to a halt. How exorbitant! 1,000 galleons, Morin muttered, shaking his head. With merely 19 galleons in his pocket money from his grandfather, he realized that purchasing such a top-tier broom was merely a distant dream. As leaves from the camphor trees fell around him, they floated into an elegant shape resembling a unicorn before him. He waved his hand, and the camphor leaves transformed into a door, complete with a doorknob. How impressive! Morin marveled at the ever-shifting camphor leaves. The old man performing the magic did so without a wand, merely using his frail, aged hands to wave about. Casting spells without a wand is remarkably challenging due to the difficulty in controlling magic. While Morin had occasionally cast unintentional spells on muggles before attending school, those instances were purely accidental. This elder, however, appeared to wield magic with considerable proficiency. Morin approached politely and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask you something?" "Hmm." The old man lifted his head, playfully winking at Morin, and with a flick of his hand, the camphor leaves coalesced into an image of Morin himself. "Remarkable," Morin exclaimed, astonished at the leafy likeness that mimicked his height and attire, resembling his shadow. He shifted his gaze from the leaves and asked, "Sir, have you heard of Sir Cadogan?" "What, a cafe notice?" "The Padif Cafe indeed posted a notice yesterday, announcing a 10-day closure. Did you not see that notice?" The elderly man tilted his head, aligning his ear towards Morin, seemingly somewhat hard of hearing, and spoke in an unusually loud voice. Morin, bemused, elevated his tone. "Not the cafe's notice, but Sir Cadogan. A knight from a painting. I hear he was once a great hero of Hogsmeade, and everyone called him Sir Cadogan." "Oh, are you asking if Kairugan is nearsighted?" "Kairugan was my old friend. He has been deceased for many years. He wasn't nearsighted, but he did have glaucoma. Do you know him?" The elderly man exclaimed again loudly. Morin gaped, finding it exceedingly challenging to converse with a hard-of-hearing elder. Nonetheless, he patiently raised his voice once more, articulating each word. "I am sorry for your friend's passing, but I wish to inquire about Sir Cadogan." "Oh." The elderly man nodded in sudden comprehension. "Bacon and cheese toast. Do you wish to eat bacon and cheese toast? I have some at home. You may follow me if you desire." Morin rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Chapter 72. The Failed Apparition. Morin was at a loss for words, so he drew his wand from his pocket. The tip of the wand emitted a stream of golden lines, inscribing the name of Sir Cadogan in the air. He then tapped the letters with his wand, turning them to face the old man, and proclaimed loudly, "Sir, have you ever heard of Sir Cadogan?" If he possessed the elderly man's adeptness in transfiguration, he would surely have used his wand to transform the laurel leaves into the likeness of Sir Cadogan, which might have provided a clearer explanation. Morin was taken aback when he was suddenly collided with, unsure of what had transpired, and felt as though his bones might shatter as his body was hurled towards the laurel tree. However, while suspended in midair, the leaves of the laurel coalesced into a large hand, firmly grasping his waist. A man with a red nose burst forth from the air, landing clumsily where Morin had just stood, now struggling to rise. The hard-of-hearing elder struck the head of the suddenly appearing red-nosed wizard with his cane, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, Big Nose, who permitted you to apparate directly in a Hogsmeade? Are you unaware that one cannot simply apparate here? Do you not realize you have collided with someone?" The struck wizard, his face a mask of shock, stammered, "What? Is this Hogsmeade? I am doomed. I was undergoing my apparition test, and the location I drew should have been the restroom at London Station." The red-nosed wizard, disregarding all else, quickly turned around, attempting to rectify his examination, and the air erupted with a tremendous bang. Whoosh! Wow, a man has literally lost 2 legs. "Ah, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." The red-nosed wizard shouted in terror, as his failed apparition resulted in his body becoming separated. Such occurrences are common among novices just learning to apparate. It was Morin's first encounter with such a scene, and he regarded the red-nosed wizard with great interest. Situations like this require the intervention of the Ministry of Magic's Occasional Reversal Squad, a fact Morin had previously heard from his grandfather, Alton. The elderly man beside him raised his cane once more and struck the red-nosed wizard's head forcefully. "What are you shouting about? You won't die. Are you so afraid of death? Youth is so impatient." Yet, the red-nosed man could not restrain his cries. Anyone in such a predicament would find it impossible to remain calm, for the reality of bodily separation was truly terrifying. The incessant chatter of the red-feathered sparrows was indeed bothersome. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The experience of phantasmal transmutation was no light matter. Unintentionally, he stumbled forward, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. "Oh, it's all wrong. Sir, you've inverted my lower half." The red-nosed wizard stood up, surveying his feet, his expression now one of heightened alarm. "Huh!" Morin could not contain his laughter. The scene was utterly bizarre. The wizard's lower body should have had his toes pointing forward, yet now they faced backward. When he attempted to take a step, his center of gravity faltered, leading to a rather unfortunate fall. "Oh, my apologies, my poor eyesight. I forgot to wear my spectacles." The red-nosed wizard meticulously checked to ensure he was not missing any parts, especially in certain areas. And only after confirming everything was in order did his color begin to return. Thank you. Though he had been inexplicably struck on the head by the old man's cane, he dared not voice any complaints. After expressing his gratitude, he hurried towards the hearth in the street. Do not attempt phantasmal transmutation without certainty. The old man resumed his seat on the bench, setting aside his cane. With a wave of his hand, he grasped Morin's leaf-like construct and gently lowered him to the ground. "Thank you, sir," Morin remarked as he retrieved his wand from the ground. No need for thanks, the old man waved dismissively. Morin gazed at the elder in astonishment. Oh, sir, you are not hard of hearing? You can hear what I am saying, can't you? The elderly gentleman paused for a moment, then turned his ear towards Morin and exclaimed loudly, Huh? What did you say? I can't hear. Morin was both amused and exasperated at the old man's antics. Sir, please stop pretending. Earlier, when you spoke to that wizard, you certainly did not appear to be hard of hearing. The old man revealed a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a playful child. In my old age, with little to occupy my time, I occasionally indulge in a bit of folly to relieve my boredom. So you intentionally reversed his legs just now? Morin realized with enlightenment. The old man playfully winked. His blue eyes, though aged, retained a clarity uncommon in the elderly, sparkling with an exuberance that defied his years, resembling the azure sky. I find it would be quite amusing to see him walking backward, perhaps like a crab. The old man chuckled heartily, shifting slightly in his seat and beckoning Morin, patting the chair beside him. Sit down, restless youth. Morin hesitated for a moment, sensing no malice in the elder, and seated himself. So, sir, I was just about to ask you. Youth, the old man interjected. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring of others? It's a matter of basic courtesy. The elderly man, with a nonchalant demeanor, summoned the scattered leaves from the ground, arranging them to recreate the visage of the red-nosed wizard from earlier. He even humorously reversed the positioning of the wizardess legs, causing it to walk in a peculiar manner. See, I told you it resembles a crab when it walks backward, he remarked, visibly pleased with his creation. Morin hesitated. Being a first-year student, he was not supposed to be in Hogsmeade on a weekend. Just as he contemplated fabricating a name, the elder seemed to read his mind and turned to him with a friendly wink, saying, What I wish to hear is your true name. Fear not. I shan't disclose it to anyone. It is quite normal for children to engage in a bit of mischief. Morin opened his mouth and eventually admitted, Morin Walker, sir. You may call me Morin. Oh, everyone calls me Enoch, the elder replied, stretching lazily before inquiring, What business do you have with Sir Cadogan? Chapter 73, Enoch. Morin contemplated for a moment and responded, I wish to learn about Sir Cadogan's past. He is a knight depicted in the portraits at Hogwarts and was once a hero of Hogsmeade, but he vanished from Hogwarts. So I came to see if he left a portrait behind in Hogsmeade. He disappeared from school. Why not inform a teacher? Enoch interjected, tapping a camphor leaf, which then began to dance around them. Morin hesitated before replying. Some things are difficult to explain. Huh? Does the little rascal harbor some secrets? Enoch quickly diverted his gaze, casually remarking, No matter, I have no interest in your secrets. However, the Sir Cadogan you seek has long been forgotten. Most young people seldom mention him. Morin, taken aback, replied, But you know of him, don't you? Enoch nodded with a sense of pride. Indeed, I know where his home lies. Really? Where is it? Morin inquired eagerly. Well, just outside Hogsmeade, there stands a solitary shrieking shack. That is his abode. Enoch gestured in a particular direction. The shrieking shack? Morin recalled James mentioning a secret passage beneath the whomping willow that led to a shrieking shack, though he had never encountered the haunted dwelling. Thank you, sir. I shall go investigate, Morin declared as he turned to leave. Hey, wait, stop. Enoch called after him. You believe a mere word from me so easily? Morin, astonished, retorted. ISNT, Sir Cadogan's home, truly there? Youngsters are so naive. Enoch scoffed. Didn't the teachers at school instruct you not to trust strangers indiscriminately? Aren't you afraid I might be a dark wizard, deceiving you to capture you for potion making? At that moment, the camphor leaves in front of Enoch morphed into a ghastly skull, grinning menacingly at Morin. Morin scrutinized Enoch, responding honestly, I don't think you are. A dark wizard would not assist a disembodied spirit in restoration. Enoch let out a faint hum, asserting that the school's prohibition against students leaving freely was indeed wise. Had you not been seated beside me, I could have effortlessly delved into your memories without your awareness. To sit so closely to a stranger and engage in eye contact is hardly the action of a prudent individual. Molin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He was startled to realize how naive he truly was, having committed a significant transgression within the realm of wizards. As a newcomer to the school, should he encounter a dark sorcerer, he feared that no secrets would remain concealed. You invaded my memories? Molin retreated a cautious step. Enoch regarded him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Perhaps I did, perhaps I did not. You may ponder that for yourself. Molin quickly regained his composure and replied, If you did uncover my secrets, I harbor no concerns. I am merely an ordinary student, devoid of any exceptional traits. Oh, is that so? Would you not be curious as to why your observations in astronomy class differ from those of your peers? Enoch inquired with keen interest. Molin's expression shifted dramatically. Did you truly employ memory extraction on me? Enoch replied leisurely, It depends on the circumstances. At times, one need not resort to such methods. Merely observing your uniquely colored eyes reveals that you harbor some secrets. My eyes? Are you suggesting that my inability to discern celestial patterns in astronomy is due to my eyes? Morin pressed eagerly. This question had plagued him for quite some time, as astronomy had proven to be a calamity for him, and he could never comprehend the peculiarities that ensued. Do you truly believe what I have said? Arnok asked with a peculiar smile. Morin furrowed his brow, realizing he had unwittingly allowed the elderly man to lead him by the nose. Arnok's speech was masterful, employing ambiguous phrases that coaxed Morin into acknowledging certain truths. He pondered for a moment before politely stating, "Perhaps I believe, perhaps I do not. It all depends on the situation." "Oh, what might you choose to believe?" Arnok queried. "When you believe that I believe in you, then I shall believe, shall I not?" Morin boldly repositioned himself beside Arnok, speaking candidly. "You learn swiftly. It seems you're not a fool after all." Arnok continued to manipulate the leaves of the camphor tree, transforming them into various shapes. Morin remained silent, merely observing the magic unfold before him. "Do not expect me to divulge anything unless you inquire," Arnok emphasized. "Understood," Morin nodded, his gaze still eagerly fixed on the ever-changing camphor leaves. Arnok seemed slightly vexed by Molin's remark, glaring silently as he focused intently on his magical endeavors. "How is this transformation achieved? How you render the camphor leaves so agile? I have yet to see you wield a wand." Morin curiously redirected the conversation. Arnok responded contemplatively. "The wand merely serves to provide a conduit for the magic within a wizard's body, much like water in a pipe that must flow from a faucet. If your body is the pipe and the magic within you is the water, then the wand functions as the faucet, capable of being opened or closed. However, what if the pipes still leak? A wizard does not cease to be a wizard simply because he lacks a wand. Consider that some individuals, in moments of youthful anger, might set their houses ablaze. How do you know I have burned a house?" Morin exclaimed in astonishment. Arnok smiled mysteriously. "What do you think? Indeed, you have peered into my memories, haven't you?" "Young man, there is much you still need to learn," Arnok replied solemnly. Morin nodded, looking rather regretful. "You are truly a formidable wizard. With such profound magical insight, I surmise you were quite renowned in your youth, likely bearing a resounding nickname, akin to that of the former headmaster Dumbledore. Am I correct?" "Ah, Dumbledore. He was an extraordinary individual. You are right. Yet, it has been ages since anyone has called me Arnok." He suddenly halted, glaring at Morin. "You little rascal, are you trying to extract information from me?" "Not at all." Morin feigned innocence. Arnok, realizing the truth, spoke through gritted teeth. "You never actually burned a house as a child. You were merely attempting to deceive me, weren't you?" "Not necessarily. Perhaps I did, perhaps I did not. Let me ponder that." "You might be correct, or perhaps not," Morin replied, stroking his chin and mimicking Anaka's earlier tone of inquiry. Chapter 74. Transfiguration. Morin was certain that Anak had not invaded his memories. Yet the elderly man clearly understood the connection between heterochromia and the misalignment in astronomy, which explained his seemingly insightful comments. Anak gazed at Morin for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Indeed, you learn quickly, adept at feigning weakness to extract information from me, clever little one." "I merely possess a talent for learning," Morin retorted. He drew forth his wand, eager to see if he could animate the leaves with a levitation charm. But the results were far from impressive. The leaves he controlled were nowhere near as agile as those of Anak. "Alas, I cannot master this. Could you teach me?" Morin expressed his keen interest in transfiguration. "That depends on your aptitude," Anak replied, extending his hand. "Hand me your wand." Morin relinquished his wand, and Anak toyed with it, stating, "A wand is a wizard's instrument. You so readily entrusted it to me? What if I were to suddenly turn against you?" Morin shrugged. "I feel that even with a wand, I would stand no chance against someone as skilled as you. With your hands bound, you could still easily defeat me. Could you not? There is no need for such caution. I wish to learn some magic." "You are quite articulate," Anak remarked, with a flick of Morin's wand. The leaves swirling around them began to spin rapidly, each leaf merging to form a gazebo that sheltered them from above. A wizard relies on a wand because it aids in better controlling the magic within. The magic cast through a wand is more concentrated and powerful. I mentioned earlier that the human body resembles a pipe. Yet, a pipe does not solely release water through a faucet. It can also utilize a shower head. Thus, the methods of casting magic are diverse. Do not confine yourself to a narrow perspective. Arnok twirled Morin's wand and continued. "The Dumbledore you speak of is indeed a remarkably adept transfiguration expert. Should you have witnessed his spell casting, you would observe that his incantations are executed with unparalleled swiftness and potency. Often, before his adversary can complete a spell, he He has already unleashed multiple transfigurations that leave them vanquished on the ground. Morin was in awe. He held a deep reverence for Dumbledore, the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts. After all, he was reputed to be the one whom Voldemort feared the most, and had once triumphed over the formidable dark wizard Grindelwald. Such a prodigious individual is rarely unknown among wizards. But why was this the case? After all, they wield the same wand, do they not? What rendered Dumbledore so vastly superior? Morin envisioned duels between wizards as a series of exchanges. One casts a spell, the other counters, and if the pace of casting quickens, one must resort to evasion while continuing to cast. It was a contest of who could conjure spells the fastest. Yet, he could not fathom how one might simultaneously wield various transfigurations in combat. The crux of the matter lay here. It was not merely one hand casting spells, but rather two hands working in concert, or indeed his entire being immersed in the art of magic. His mastery over the arcane arts had reached a level of unfettered expression. Magic flowed from him in waves, and even without a wand. He could summon spells. His wand merely amplified his prowess. With Morin's wand in his right hand, Arnok summoned a jet of flame from its tip while conjuring a chilling breeze with his left. The fire and frost intertwined, colliding in a magnificent display. "Wow, impressive!" Morin exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of two contrasting magics being cast simultaneously, a feat beyond his capabilities. "So, are you akin to Headmaster Dumbledore in this regard?" "Do not attempt to pry," Arnok replied curtly. "When the time is right, I shall share more." He continued, "This requires practice. You must grasp what magic signifies within a wizard. It is a complex enigma, one that wizards have sought to unravel throughout history. Yet none have truly mastered all facets of magic. You cannot yet hope to control all the leaves as I do without a wand, but in due course, you shall understand that true mastery of advanced transfiguration transcends the mere recitation of incantations." Handing the wand back to Morin, Arnok inquired, "What is the fundamental theorem of transfiguration discussed in your lessons?" It pertains to balancing the commonalities between the object of transformation and the intended form," Morin quickly replied. "And how do you conceptualize your transformations? Do you reference the theory while casting?" Morin pondered for a moment before responding. "I simply focus on transforming one thing into another. Theory and practice are often worlds apart." With a gentle flick, Morin tapped a leaf before him, transforming it into a delicate snowflake. "The theory holds some truth. But it is only by transcending rigid theoretical constraints that transfiguration can achieve its fullest potential." With a snap of his fingers, Arnok transformed all the leaves around them into a flurry of snowflakes, swirling gracefully through the air. It was as if they were ensconced in a winter wonderland, autumn having faded away to reveal the arrival of a chilling winter. "Impressive," Morin remarked. Morin gazed enviously at the swirling snowflakes, recognizing that this transformation was far more powerful than his pitiful attempt to become a mere snowflake. "Mr. Anak," regarding Sir Cardigan. Anak ambled slowly down the distant street. Morin opened his mouth and called out, "If you are not named Anak, then what is your name?" "I never claimed I wasn't Anak." Anak chuckled heartily, adding, "Moreover, if you possess such delicate features, do refrain from donning a foolish hat that renders your face akin to a pile of dung trampled by a dog." Morin touched the disguise cap atop his head, realizing that the magic of this hat had long been discerned by the enigmatic old sorcerer. He shrugged, not particularly bothered by the revelation. As thoughts of his heterochromatic eyes crossed his mind, he suddenly recognized that many inquiries remained unasked. He had initially believed that Anok's cryptic tone would surely lead him to revelations about his unusual eyes and the star chart. Yet he had become so captivated by Anok's transformation magic that he inadvertently forgot to ask. "Hey, wait, we haven't clarified that matter." Morin sprinted after him, but upon reaching the corner, he found Anok's figure had vanished without a trace. Who exactly is he? Chapter 75, The Unforeseeable Individual. Morin was certainly not merely fortunate. At times, luck alone cannot adequately explain certain occurrences. In a bright and tidy little cottage, warm sunlight streamed through the windows and cast patterns upon the floor. A white cat curled its tail and dozed on the sofa, where two thick tomes of magic lay alongside a blue and a green plush cushion. Anak entered slowly and took a seat at the table. "Have you seen the child?" Opposite him sat an elderly woman with hair as white as snow, fashioned into a meticulous bun. She wore a gentle expression, smiling at Anak while lightly caressing a crystal ball on the table with her left hand. The crystal ball was enveloped in a swirling mist, which seemed eager to coalesce into a human form, yet dispersed at the crucial moment. Among the fog, one could distinctly see a flourishing camphor tree, beneath which rested a bench, the very spot where Morin and Anak had just been. Indeed, a restless little imp, Anak remarked as he reached out to touch the crystal ball, which floated away, eluding his grasp. Do not touch my crystal ball. It will lose its potency. How many times must I remind you? The elderly woman feigned annoyance, her green eyes resembling vast forests, despite the creases of age. They sparkled with an unyielding vitality akin to Anak's blue eyes. That stingy old witch. You also have one blue and one green eye, do you not? What does she look like? The woman ignored Anak's complaint. Did not your all-knowing crystal ball disclose everything? Anak pouted, scratching the black ears of the cat, which was entirely white save for its ears. The feline tilted its head back, contentedly meowing twice. Old man, do not throw a tantrum. You know, there exist certain extraordinary individuals whose futures remain shrouded in mystery, impervious to any prophecies, not even by myself or the former Cassandra. The elderly woman turned her gaze toward a portrait adorning the wall, framed in an antiquated brown border, depicting a strikingly handsome young man who bore a confident smile and even playfully winked at her. The young man's eyes were an enchanting blend of blue and green, while Anak's eyes were blue and the woman's were green, rendering the young man as if he possessed one eye from each of them. Yet you cannot summon me from my slumber at 5 in the morning to wait beneath that tree for him. Could your crystal ball not be more precise? Perhaps indicate that he might arrive at 10:23 in the morning? I languidly toyed with the leaves all morning. Anak huffed and puffed in exasperation. No, this child is exceptionally unique. I cannot discern an exact time. My predictions can only be based on other signs. This is my utmost limit. It is prudent to arrive early, lest he truly passes by that tree at 5 in the morning. Old woman, he is a student. What could he possibly be doing sneaking out of school at 5 in the morning? Oh, is that so? Who is it that dash to? All right. You win. Let us speak no more of it. The smoke within the crystal ball continued to swirl gracefully, forming images of camphor trees and benches, even revealing the eaves of the broom shop nestled behind the camphor tree. Yet the smoke failed to coalesce into a human form. Each time it neared completion, it would disperse immediately. Morin, while in Hogsmeade, inquired further among the wizards, only to discover that none had heard of Sir Cadogan as the hero who saved the village. They were, however, familiar with the mad knight from Hogwarts, which left him rather disheartened. He would have to wait until next week to seek out Anak again. This truly is a perilous passage. Morin dismounted the mine cart, yet darkness enveloped him, as if the fireplace were blocked. Just as he was about to knock on the fireplace to summon a house elf, it parted to reveal warm light streaming from the kitchen. Sir, Lulu greeted enthusiastically from beside the hearth. Thank you, Lulu. Morin sighed in relief as he stepped out of the fireplace, and as he departed, the roaring flames reignited within. No thanks needed, sir. Lunch is about to be served. Will you be dining downstairs? Lulu gestured toward the 4 long tables in the kitchen, laden with a sumptuous feast of roasted meats and fragrant tubers. The enticing aroma wafted through the air. Morin gazed in astonishment at the 4 tables. It seemed that soon these dishes would be transported to the grand hall above. You are far too kind, sir. There is no need to thank house elves. Oh, by the way, we have not yet met you, Lulu called out from behind. What shall we do if such a delightful little house elf were to be freed? Morin waved at Lulu, his heart heavy with emotion. He supported the notion of house elves receiving wages, yet at present he could not alter this circumstance. Thus, he hastened away from the kitchen, retracing his steps along the stone corridor. At this hour, it was mealtime, and many Hufflepuff students emerged from their common room, making their way along the stone corridor to the Great Hall. Morin blended in with the Hufflepuff students, sought out an unoccupied restroom, removed his disguise hat, and tucked it into his pocket, preparing to return it to James later. He then hurried to the Great Hall, where he found Hugo, only to suddenly discover that Lily was also present. Hey, did you really go to the library this morning? Where did you suddenly disappear to? Hugo had initially accompanied Morin to James's club to lend a hand with distributing flyers, but when he sought Morin's whereabouts, he found him missing. Their dining table was already laden with an array of sumptuous lunches, evidently served by the house elves. I don't know, Lily replied, shaking her head. After Hugo explained the situation to Morin, he turned to Lily with a conspiratorial tone. Lily, you must now realize that what we were discussing is indeed true, right? You should have some belief regarding Morin's experience with the prophecy. Lily lifted her gaze to meet Hugo's, huffing dismissively. Perhaps I merely bumped my head and temporarily lost my memory. It has nothing to do with you. As for the prophecy you mentioned that Professor Trelawney supposedly made about Morin, I advise you not to indulge in such fanciful thoughts. You are not special. Hugo gazed at Lily's retreating figure, muttering, she is so stubborn. How could she still not believe that Professor Trelawney would make a prophecy about her? Isn't it happening right before her eyes? Morin shook his head. Professor Trelawney did not make a prophecy about me. I am not mentioned in that prophecy. Rather, it pertains to you individuals who have inexplicably lost your memories. She must have delivered it in my presence. Chapter 76. The Seer. The Dark Awakening. Time in disarray. Those deprived of memory glimpsing the truth shrouded in mist, piercing through death's facade as the departed journey onward. This sentence continues to haunt Morin. He feels more like an observer than a participant. Morin chuckled. Don't be silly. I am no seer. Not necessarily, Hugo replied, taking a bite of his grilled cheese and bacon, which reminded Morin of the somewhat childish old wizard he had encountered earlier, who had mistaken Sir Cadogan for grilled bacon and cheese. Who is Cassandra? Morin inquired. Cassandra Trelawney. She is a genuine seer. My father says that our school's Sybil Trelawney is a descendant of Cassandra, though she has only inherited a fraction of her ancestral prophetic talent. Typically, her prophecies are unreliable. Only under certain conditions can she make a true prophecy. The prophecy concerning Voldemort and Harry Potter was made by her, Hugo explained. I do not know Cassandra, nor have I ever heard my grandfather mention any ancestral connections to a seer, Morin asserted confidently. Hugo spun his hand around Morin's head, his face filled with dreamy aspirations. If you master the art of prophecy, then I would be wealthy. Morin laughed heartily. In that case, I think I shall pass. Your idea of enlightenment sounds rather distasteful. Besides, this is not even the art of prophecy. Aside from being aware of certain occurrences around him, he remains oblivious to the affairs of others. I must diligently investigate this matter. In the afternoon, I shall inquire about the heights, weights, preferences, and aversions of those who have gone missing, and perhaps we might uncover commonalities among us. Hugo turned around, picked up a fork, and speared a piece of smoked meat, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I've forgotten something." "What is it?" Morin asked as he settled down, leaping from Hugo's shoulder to the dining table to begin eating. With a mischievous grin, Hugo remarked, "Hasn't Lily also lost her memory? This means she must bear a mark on her back. Perhaps you should take a look. It would be amusing if Lily discovered she had the dark mark." Morin paused, considering that Lily was a girl, and such an action might not be appropriate. He shrugged. "Don't be foolish. She wouldn't agree to that." Enthusiastically, Hugo dashed off to investigate the details of those individuals, while Morin pondered whether he should visit the library. Just then, an owl flew in through the window, and he recognized it as Beretta, his pet, who was carrying a small parcel. "Well done, Beretta," Morin said, rubbing the owl's head. He opened the parcel to find a letter penned in his grandfather Alton's handwriting. "Dear Morin, how are your studies at school? It has been a month since you informed me of your sorting into Gryffindor, and I have yet to receive a letter from you. I hope all is well. Inside is an apricot tart from Aunt Maggie. Do get a try. You should now be proficient in your magic. So please refrain from angrily turning your classmates' eyes around or blowing up the dormitory beds. I know you can be quite restless, so try not to cause too much trouble. Yesterday was quite dreadful. While assisting the department in unraveling a jinxed muggle soda bottle, it accidentally got out of control, flooding our home with the soda's contents. Your bedroom's books and toys are all soaked. That wretched water cannot be dried with magic. It must be swept out, which is truly infuriating. How are you finding the Muggle Studies course you commenced this year? If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me. After all, I am a retired senior official from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Please write back with updates on your recent studies. Affectionately, your grandfather, drenched like a drowned rat. Flooded by a Muggle soda bottle's water? Morin chuckled at the absurdity. His grandfather often assisted the ministry in breaking curses on Muggle objects. Yet some spells could be frustratingly tricky. One must not underestimate those seemingly inconspicuous items that have been enchanted. He unwrapped the parcel, took a bite of the tart, and crumbled some for Beretta. Then recalling Hugo's earlier words, he realized he ought to inquire with his grandfather about prophecies. Morin retrieved a quill from his bag, found a piece of parchment, and began to write. "Dear grandfather, I apologize for the flooding caused by the soda bottle. I hope the family album remains unharmed. I truly enjoyed the flavor of the tart. Please convey my thanks to Aunt Maggie. In school, I adhere strictly to rules and regulations." Morin blushed slightly at this point. "I have never caused any destruction in the dormitory. The last time a bed broke at home, it was due to its own collapse, not my doing. I get along well with my classmates. Yet one of my roommates seldom speaks and appears rather peculiar. By the way, grandfather, do any of our relatives possess the gift of divination? Or perhaps someone is a prophetic wizard? My understanding of astronomy is utterly dismal. Inexplicably, the celestial charts I observe are always at odds with those of others. Are you aware of this? My astrological studies may lead to failure, and I hope to find someone to guide me. As for my Muggle Studies class, it is going reasonably well." Morin decided not to reveal to his grandfather just how poor his Muggle studies had been, for he had only now realized that the knowledge he acquired from his grandfather regarding Muggle studies was fundamentally flawed. Morin continued writing. By the way, have you heard of animals that can remain invisible? Also, the Sorting Hat mentioned to me that heterochromia conceals a form of magic. Do you know anything about this? The Gryffindor Quidditch team is seeking substitute players, and I have been chosen. Yesterday marked my debut match, where I had the chance to play and even caught the golden snitch while serving as a substitute seeker. I was fortunate, and now I have become something of a celebrity at school. Yours affectionately, the law-abiding grandson, Morin. Satisfied with his final sentence, Morin rolled up the letter and tucked it into the small pouch at Beretta's foot, giving Beretta a sip of water before sending it off. Chapter 77, Music and Art. Morin has now emerged as the most promising star in the school's Quidditch League, attracting attention wherever he goes. Initially, he felt somewhat out of place, but soon acclimatized, except for the occasional encounters with Madonna from the Magical Music Society, who would stop him after class. Are you truly not considering joining our society? Do you not find the creation of music through magic to be a marvelous experience? For us wizards, music transcends mere singing. It manifests in a myriad of flora and fauna around us. Just imagine, amplifying the sound of a mosquito's bite into a harmonious remix is a truly wondrous concept. Madonna persisted in her invitation to Morin. Do the mosquitoes feeding produce sound? Morin inquired, astonished. Indeed, let me demonstrate, Madonna replied, retrieving a transparent jar filled not with candy, but with dozens of densely packed mosquitoes. Hugo grimaced in disgust. No one relishes the presence of mosquitoes. Nevertheless, Madonna bravely plunged her hand into the jar, and the mosquitoes instantly adhered to her skin. Both Morin and Hugo shuddered in revulsion. Madonna then produced her wand and tapped the glass container, which promptly emitted an odd gurgling sound, akin to someone drinking water, the accompaniment of a mosquito's feeding. Allow me to sing a song for you, and you shall understand. Madonna cleared her throat and began to sing the renowned hit The Dark Lord's Funeral by the popular singer, the Enchanted Bard. The essence of the lyrics is as follows. In the days shrouded in darkness, there existed a malevolent sorcerer whose name could scarcely be uttered. He unleashed a tempest, obscuring the dawn from view. Yet, from the depths of despair, a resilient child emerged, heralding a melody of defiance. Love and courage, though oppressed, were never absent. The dark sorcerer, dismissive of such notions, found himself caught off guard, unwittingly orchestrating his own demise. As Madonna sang, each note was punctuated by the gentle clinking of a bottle in her hand, the bubbling sound within harmonizing in a rhythmic crescendo, accompanying her varied tones. However, for reasons unknown, Morin felt a pang of anxiety for her. It seemed akin to singing with one's own blood, verging on self-harm. Madonna, your voice is enchanting. Yet I must confess, music does not captivate my interest. I sincerely apologize, he remarked, noticing that Madonna's arms had become red from mosquito bites. Morin felt a twinge of sympathy, contemplating the audacity of artists in the wizarding world, who believed that without a spirit of self-sacrifice, one could not pursue music. Boredom. Sweet suddenly cast a cold glance at Madonna from behind, irritation evident in her tone before she turned to leave. Surprised, Morin watched Sweet, for she rarely offered opinions on others' actions, often preferring silence. He pondered why she had chosen this moment to speak. This is not boredom. This is art. Art transcends all. Madonna shouted angrily at Sweet's retreating figure. We should hurry and join that cacophonous gathering. One day we might end up as mere husks, Hugo urged quietly. Morin and Hugo quickened their pace, departing from Madonna to follow Sweet towards the Muggle Studies classroom. Yet, en route, Hugo soudain incroyable. What do you think prompted Sweet to make such an inexplicable remark to Madonna? Does she not appreciate the song? It curses Voldemort, perhaps. His eyes widened as he continued. Could it be that she supports Voldemort? That would explain a great deal. You've mentioned seeing her countless times in the 7th floor corridor. Haven't you? And with the dark wizard's mark surrounding our missing individuals, it surely connects. Relying solely on a song does not elucidate matters, Morin interjected. In the myriad cases of disappearance and amnesia at school, Sweet remains the prime suspect, he asserted, steadfast in his perspective. Together, they entered the Muggle Studies classroom, finding seats as Sweet settled inconspicuously in the back corner. Professor Charles waved his wand gently, causing a picture frame to levitate above the desk. Within the frame was an image of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, smiling serenely at the assembly, her expression unchanging. Behind her stood a tree, with sparrows frozen in mid-flight, and a throng of pedestrians outside, all captured in a single pose. The depiction of the Muggle appeared rather absurd, did it not? Professor, why do Muggle paintings not move? They always maintain the same posture. Is it not exhausting? A girl inquired with confusion. Indeed, even a simple stretch or yawn would be unendurable if I were to be eternally fixed in one position, another chimed in. Many students were whispering among themselves, pointing at the motionless painting brought by Professor Charles. A boy sitting in the front row even attempted to poke the woman in the painting, hoping to elicit some movement from her. Professor Charles smiled and explained, the world of Muggles is vastly different from ours. Their paintings emphasize intricate principles such as lines, color combinations, and the application of primary colors. The techniques they employ often create depth through contrast and color, sometimes requiring unique visual perspectives to render a three-dimensional appearance. However, the paintings of wizards are distinct. With a flick of his wand, another painting floated above the desk, identical to the first, except that the woman in this one was gently shifting her body and winking at the audience, while a sparrow hopped about on a tree branch, and the crowd on the street bustled back and forth. Animated paintings are the norm, Hugo exclaimed, a sentiment echoed by the entire class, including Morin, who had never encountered a motionless painting before. From the moment they come into existence, wizarding paintings are inherently animated. Even if you doodle a caterpillar in your textbook, it will wriggle on the page. However, I'm not asking you to draw now. Hugo, your depiction of a slug is rather unappealing. Professor Charles approached Hugo, gently tapping his desk. Hugo was sketching a rather unattractive slug, its form crooked, yet the slug's antennae were still in motion. Sticking out his tongue, Hugo hastily obscured the slug with his pen, leaving only the tail twitching feebly, appearing quite lifeless. Professor, why are our wizarding paintings animated? How can Muggle paintings be made to move like ours? Sweet, sitting in the corner, raised his hand to inquire. Chapter 78, The Talking Doodle. Sweet rarely interacted with his classmates, yet he consistently posed pertinent questions during class, a habit everyone had grown accustomed to. Professor Charles smiled slightly and replied, the animation in wizarding paintings arises from the fact that each of you is a wizard. As you put pen to paper, your own magic transfers through the brush, bringing the elements of your artwork to life. However, the extent and manner of their movement depend on your magical aptitude in painting. Different wizards will imbue their creations with varying degrees of vitality. Suddenly, Morin recalled Sir Cadogan and the fat lady, raising his hand to ask, Professor, are you suggesting that those more animated and talkative figures in paintings are the creations of wizards with superior artistic talent? Professor Charles nodded, affirming precisely. The greater the wizard painter's talent, the more lively their creations will be. Thus, for us wizards, the measure of an artist's skill lies in the vibrancy of the figures, animals, and plants within their paintings. Those who can engage in conversation are the products of exceptionally gifted artists. Typically, a painter's creations, particularly portraits, communicate solely with other figures within their canvases, seldom engaging with the sorcerers. Morin found himself deep in contemplation, recalling a statement made by the plump lady. Sir Cadogan was merely a nameless artist creation. Yet, Sir Cadogan was the most animated figure Morin had encountered aside from the plump lady, suggesting that the artist responsible for Cadogan's creation possessed remarkable talent, contrary to the lady's assertion of him being a mere nobody. Professor Charles continued, encouraging the students to attempt painting a figure themselves to see if it could converse with them. If successful, it would indicate their inherent artistic ability, perhaps marking them as future masters in the realm of sorcery. Recognizing their eagerness, he granted them 10 minutes to explore their artistic potential. With enthusiasm, the entire class promptly retrieved pens and paper, while some opted to doodle directly in their books. Hugo began to sketch a slug, which now traversed the blank spaces of his book. It appears I do possess artistic talent. Ha ha, he exclaimed, poking at the slug with his pen, which wriggled to evade his touch. Morin joined in, drawing a bee on the blank page, his representation abstract with mere lines that barely resembled a bee or a fly. Nevertheless, this winged enigma fluttered delicately amongst the words on the page. This did not surprise Morin. During his childhood, out of sheer boredom, he often doodled on the walls at home. Once, he had drawn a colossal caterpillar, albeit poorly rendered, which slithered across the walls and ceiling of the room. His grandfather, Alton, would invariably search high and low for the animated doodles to erase them. You could try drawing a person and see if you can make it speak. I shall depict Lily, Hugo announced, having already sketched ahead. Morin pondered for a moment before nodding. Then I shall draw my grandfather. I once attempted to portray him in my youth, but I never heard the painted version speak, likely due to the dreadful quality of my work. Perhaps I have improved somewhat since then. He endeavored to capture Alton's likeness, though his skills were abysmal. The portrait bore little resemblance. yet at least it featured a nose and mouth. For the hair, he simply added 2 strokes atop the head, as his grandfather was quite bald. Upon finishing, the depiction of Alton scratched its head and meandered across the blank space. "What is your name?" Morin ventured to ask. The painted Alton merely blinked, one eye larger than the other, as Morin had forgotten to add eyebrows to one side. Suddenly, Alton emitted a series of chuckles. "Oh, it actually laughs." Morin, intrigued, reached out to poke the painted Alton, who made a silly face and retorted, "You poked me. That hurt." "Wow, my drawing can speak." Morin found it utterly astonishing that although his depiction of Alton bore no resemblance to his grandfather, the fact that it could speak was quite telling. Hugo gazed enviously at the Alton in Morin's book and remarked, "It seems you possess a magical talent for drawing. Perhaps you shall become a painter in the future." "I truly wish my drawings could speak as well. If I were to portray Lily like this, she would undoubtedly be furious, though I suspect my version would be mute." Hugo poked at the illustrated Lily. "Am I called Lily?" To Hugo's surprise, the androgynous figure with braids on the paper actually inquired of him. Hugo's mouth fell agape. Astonished, "What? The creation I rendered can speak? Have I concealed an artistic gift within me? Perhaps after graduation, we could pursue painting as a means of livelihood." Morin, intrigued by his own portrayal of Alton, then instructed, "You speak as I do. I shall not mimic your speech. First, tell me who I am." The Alton from the book seemed displeased. "How splendid." Morin had not drawn in a long time and did not expect his casual doodles to possess the ability to converse like Sir Cadogan and the plump lady. "Indeed, I thought my drawings could only breathe fire." Hugo appeared particularly exhilarated. When he typically cast spells, his wand often misfired. The Lily from the book was laughing heartily at Hugo, and it settled in a blank area of the page. Perhaps there were many in the class who could create talking portraits. Hugo leaned forward to observe the artwork of others and tapped a boy named Phoebe seated in front of him, asking Phoebe, "Does your character speak?" Phoebe turned his head and shook it. "The figure I drew cannot even walk. It merely turns its head and blinks." "Goodness, your drawing can actually walk." At that moment, the Lily in the textbook had risen and was strolling across the page. "And it can speak too, right, Lily?" Hugo queried proudly. "Yes. Shall I be called Lily from now on? Can I have a different name?" "I would like to be called Caroline. I just saw that name in the book." The Lily in the book curiously asked. "Very well, then you shall be called Caroline." Hugo replied nonchalantly. Phoebe beside them looked utterly astonished. Morin noticed that Phoebe's textbook featured a caterpillar, yet the caterpillar timidly poked its head out, struggling to crawl but failing. "Now, let us see how many in the class possess the magical gift of drawing," Professor Charles declared with a resonant voice. Chapter 79, The Magical Gift of Drawing. Professor Charles made his rounds in the classroom, and it turned out that only 3 students had created figures that could speak: Morin, Hugo, and Sweet. Apart from these 3, the other students had drawn figures that either seemed glued to the paper with one leg or could move across the page but could not raise their arms. In either case, the figures on the paper were mute. Quite impressive. If only you could render the eyes more symmetrical and add some eyebrows, it would be even more perfect, Professor Charles remarked upon viewing Morin's masterpiece. It was rather surprising that out of 60 to 70 students, only the 3 of us possessed this unique ability. He reached out once more to touch Lily in the book, but this time she seemed somewhat weary. Her mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. Was the magic failing? Professor Hugo, puzzled, looked up to Professor Charles for clarification. Indeed, the magic had waned. It would only speak briefly at the outset, and, subsequently, its movements would grow increasingly sluggish, until eventually it might merely blink or stretch a limb occasionally. To maintain the vitality of the depicted character indefinitely, one must employ special paper and frames, akin to those we encountered in the castle. These possess unique materials, enabling them to remain eternally vibrant. "Professor, does she fear the immobile?" inquired a boy from the front row. Understanding dawned upon the students, as this ensured that Muggle and wizard paintings would not intermingle or clash, preventing Muggles from being startled by the animated figures within the artwork. "So Muggle paintings are, in essence, incapable of movement, correct, Professor?" Sweet raised his hand to inquire again. "In principle, yes," the professor replied. "Of course, there exists a potion of manifestation that, when applied to Muggle paper, can animate the painting, albeit briefly. The magic soon dissipates, hence I do not advise attempting to animate Muggle art." With that, Professor Charles produced a black bottle from his pocket. With a flick of his wand, the cork popped off and floated aside, revealing several drops of green liquid that his wand coaxed onto the Muggle painting. Instantly, the green potion vanished into the canvas. After a moment, the woman within the Muggle painting slowly blinked. The sparrows on the branches began to take flight, and the pedestrians on the street commenced their conversations and greetings. All present students deemed such a painting to be the epitome of normalcy. Not only did wizard and muggle paintings exhibit this distinction, but the same principle applied to cameras. Wizarding photographs possess unique magical properties. However, muggles have largely transitioned from film to digital recordings. Some wizards are also researching enhancements, at least enabling us to capture more lifelike color photographs. Professor Charles then proceeded to provide a brief overview of the evolution of muggle art, particularly highlighting several renowned muggle painters. The students in the class seemed indifferent to these figures, and when the professor mentioned an artist who, for various reasons, severed his own ear, Morin couldn't help but think of the eccentric president of the Melodious Society, Madonna, who drew blood from mosquitoes. Truly, artists are all peculiar beings. Morin muttered under his breath. Much like wizards, celebrated painters' works are avidly sought after. For us wizards, assessing the quality of a painting is straightforward. We evaluate it based on its liveliness. However, muggle paintings do not move, leading them to categorize their art into various schools, such as abstract, impressionist, and realist, among others. Appreciating a muggle artist's work relies on interpretation and insight, necessitating analysis of the painting's essence and consideration of the artist's emotions and sentiments at the time of creation, a notably intricate endeavor. Professor Charles's recently spilled potion has gradually lost its potency, and the muggle paintings have reverted to their original forms. In contrast, the art of wizards possesses a unique dynamism, where the artist's emotions and the essence of expression vibrantly manifest on the canvas. One can perceive the resilience of the artist through the leaping salmon against the current in a waterfall, or find the artist's soul encapsulated within a humble stone, a blade of grass, or an unassuming butterfly, rendering it far more profound and evocative than muggle art. Appreciating muggle paintings relies heavily on imagination. While the enjoyment of wizarding art demands keen observation, many individuals appear sullen. Apart from a few genuinely interested students, for most wizards, studying muggle subjects is a form of torment. Once again, we are faced with a tedious report. Why should we ponder the intentions behind muggle art? Hugo began to gather his belongings, having doodled numerous little figures in his book, initially engaging with them. But now they sat silently in one place. Fortunately, the parchment was merely 6 inches, and the professor had ceased to impose upon us. Writing slightly larger would easily fill the 6-inch parchment. The professor did mention that appreciating muggle paintings requires imagination. When we typically complete muggle assignments, do we not rely on conjecture? Morin shared his disinterest in muggle art. After all, their approach to muggle tasks was consistent. When stumped, they would unleash their imagination, guess wildly, write in large letters, and strive for neatness to gain points for presentation. With enthusiasm, Hugo declared that he had inadvertently discovered his magical talent for painting. Though his technique needed refinement, the ability to make the characters within his art canvas was quite remarkable. By the way, how has your investigation into the commonalities among the missing students progressed? Morin inquired. Chapter 80, Commonalities. They departed the classroom and made their way to the balcony on the 2nd floor, finding a spot to sit. Hugo pulled out a notebook from his belongings and stated, "As of now, we know of 5 individuals who have gone missing and suffered from amnesia. Mosby from Hufflepuff, Delia from Ravenclaw, and our own Jamie, Lily, and myself. Also sweet." Morin added, "He might be feigning ignorance, as you have begun to suspect his involvement in this matter, compelling him to play the fool to mislead you." Hugo speculated. He had never fully trusted Sweet. His reclusive demeanor made it challenging for others to understand him. Hugo continued, "Consider this. He just claimed that Madonna's singing the Dark Lord's funeral was quite dull. If he had no ties to the Death Eaters, why would he dismiss the Dark Lord's funeral as boring? I believe it is highly probable that he might be the offspring of a Death Eater." The song The Dark Lord's Funeral was a popular piece composed to celebrate Voldemort's downfall, familiar to most wizarding students. Upon its release, it quickly became a sensation throughout the wizarding community, embraced by many who would hum along. Morin hesitated, stating, "It would be inappropriate to speak ill of Sweet without concrete evidence. Such baseless slander is unwise." Although he found Sweet rather peculiar, he recalled that when Lily vanished, Sweet had been right before him, exhibiting no unusual behavior. Hugo opened his notebook and remarked, "Let us set aside our discussions about Sweet for the moment and examine the commonalities among the 5 individuals suffering from amnesia, due to his presence in Professor Trelawney's prophecy." He had been fervently investigating the situation of others over the past few days. "First and foremost, we are all first-year students, comprising both boys and girls, indicating that gender is not a factor. Initially, I suspected someone might be targeting pure-blood wizards. However, Mosby from Hufflepuff and Jamie from Gryffindor are both half-bloods, while Delia hails from a Muggle background. Lily and I are purebloods, so that theory can be dismissed. By the way, what is Sweet's background? Morin replied. He is most likely a pureblood like us. Otherwise, he would not be attending Muggle studies. Hugo noted Sweet's name in his records, annotating it with pureblood. Before furrowing his brow, our dormitory's mystery individual possesses no additional information whatsoever. Besides his name and background, what else do you know about him? Is he proficient in Quidditch? Is he taciturn and fond of solitude? Let us jot down a few notes. By the way, his reticence diminishes our shared traits, as it is quite challenging for me to refrain from conversing with others. Hugo grimaced, recalling how Professor Kane had once called him out for his frequent chatter during class. Starkly contrasting with the taciturn Sweet, Morin took the notebook, observing Hugo's meticulous records of the commonalities among these amnesiac students. He had to admit that Hugo was genuinely dedicated to investigating this matter, even uncovering each individual's strengths in various magical subjects. For instance, Mosby excelled in charms and potions. Delia was adept in transfiguration, and Jamie frequently garnered points for Gryffindor in herbology. As for Lily, Hugo noted her prowess in defense against the dark arts, potions, and Muggle studies. And what about you? What are your strengths? Why haven't you recorded them? Morin inquired. Hugo replied sheepishly, I am uncertain. My wand often misfires when I attempt to cast spells, and I struggle to grasp herbology and potions without a wand. I possess a solid understanding of the theoretical aspects of defense against the dark arts, yet my practical application of defensive spells tends to be erratic. Isn't there also astronomy? You can at least identify the positions of planets, which merits inclusion, Morin suggested, noting down astronomy for him. Hugo shrugged in agreement, offering no objections. Sweet appears to be quite versatile, much like yourself, does he not? Although he may be slightly less proficient in various areas. I consistently observe him attaining high marks on his assignments, further diminishing our commonalities, Hugo remarked. He is not like me. He does not misinterpret celestial phenomena in astronomy class. Morin replied, feeling somewhat exasperated as he continued to peruse the notebook. So, have you inquired about height and weight? You seem to have gathered such precise information regarding height. Indeed, you are quite impressive. However, height should not bear much significance, as it seems that everyone is rather similar in stature. But how did you come to inquire about Lilia's weight? I presume young ladies were particularly private about such matters, exclaimed Morin in astonishment. Hugo lowered his voice and replied softly, the weight was not something I asked. Rather, I calculated it. I exerted considerable effort to discreetly measure their weights. How did you manage to do that? Morin inquired, his curiosity piqued. With a magical weight card, Hugo chuckled, producing a seemingly ordinary purple card from his bag, adorned with the image of a dragon. This item is quite remarkable. As long as you possess it, it will record your height and weight. Even if you were to transform into another person with Polyjuice Potion, it would still capture your true dimensions, Hugo explained. Is it truly that impressive? But what is the purpose of such an invention? To invade others' privacy? Morin questioned with intrigue. Hugo revealed a peculiar smile. This device was originally utilized on farms to weigh livestock. Wizards raise special meat animals, and once they reach the desired weight ascertained by the card, they would be sent to the slaughterhouse. Additionally, some magical creature researchers employed it to assess the physical conditions of elusive creatures like dragons and unicorns. Since these animals are difficult to approach, this device proved invaluable. By controlling it with a wand and affixing it to them, one could discern their size and weight. However, it was later discovered that it could also reveal the height and weight of humans. As Morin listened to Hugo, an odd sensation washed over him, akin to the notion that wizards were becoming indistinguishable from those animals, merely weighed and measured to meet certain criteria before being dispatched to the slaughterhouse. Where did you acquire it? Morin asked. I obtained it from Uncle Charlie, who is studying dragons in Romania and has partnered with others to establish a company. They have successfully bred fierce wild dragons, and we can now find dishes such as sautéed dragon liver in certain restaurants, purchase dragon hide gloves, or acquire dragon blood for potion making. Among other dragon-related products, Hugo elaborated. So, every time you simply approach them with a magical weight card to touch their bodies? Morin queried. Indeed, I often feign curiosity, asking, do you know what this is? They then take it to inspect, and their height and weight are recorded. The card can retain 5 records. You merely need to remember the order of contact. Of course, with Lily, it is even simpler. I have plenty of opportunities with her, Hugo said proudly. Morin chuckled, recognizing Hugo's cleverness. Unfortunately, height and weight alone reveal little, he remarked as he perused Hugo's notes, suddenly noticing another intriguing set of data and letting out a soft gasp. What is it? Have you discerned some commonality? Not a commonality, but rather a pattern. Did you not observe the remarkable order in this data? Morin exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 81. Those born under the double moon. What pattern? Hugo queried, puzzled. Birthdays. Birthdays? Each individual's birthday is unique. You see, Mosby was born on February 12th, Jamie on June 14th, Delia on April 24th, Lily on October 20th, and I on August 18th. None of these dates coincide, Hugo remarked. Based on the sequence in which you individuals went missing, it is evident that Mosby was born in February, Delia in April, Jamie in June, you in August, and Lily in October. Can't you see the pattern? All are in even months. Furthermore, the dates are also even. Morin circled everyone's birth dates. Hugo suddenly comprehended. Wait a moment. If Sweet is the 6th individual, he is likely born on an even date in December, correct? We must inquire about this, though it seems highly probable. Morin rearranged the names of Hugo and the others. But why? Why would someone do this? Hugo questioned, perplexed. Morin pondered for a moment and replied. I recall reading in a book that a person's birth is not merely coincidental, but rather a foregone conclusion. When a person is born, there are signs that manifest, akin to astrology. She struggled to extract her astronomy textbook from her backpack. Their studies in astronomy encompassed not only the positions of celestial charts, but also the angles and signs between planets. Although she often found herself lost in the celestial charts, she would still review the laws governing the angles between planets, as these were typically part of their assignments. For instance, the renowned Harry Potter. Children born in late July are destined to defeat the Dark Lord, as foretold by Professor Trelawney, Hugo interjected. Indeed, Morin continued, the text states that each individual is unique, with countless phenomena interconnected, each influencing the other. These interrelations can be manifested in celestial bodies. This is the essence of divination. Thus, those born in even months and dates may possess certain extraordinary attributes. Perhaps on that day, Pluto was struck by a meteorite forming a heart shape, or some dark magic might require individuals born on these even dates, Morin speculated. Hugo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that is the case, we indeed possess something special. Professor Trelawney's prophecy may indeed be connected to the birth dates of us few. After all, she has already made a prophecy concerning boys born in July, hasn't she? Hugo held a deep respect for Professor Trelawney. To receive a prophecy from someone who had foretold the downfall of the Dark Lord would be an immense honor. However, is Sweet truly born in December? Morin mused. Did you not just state that he was? Hugo countered. If Sweet is not, it would imply that another individual born in December will go missing and suffer amnesia. We must identify this person in advance to see if we can prevent this occurrence, Morin insisted. Then let us inquire about Sweet right away, Hugo declared, rising to his feet, shouldering his backpack, and standing tall with renewed vigor. However, his stomach growled audibly, a sound of protest. Let's finish lunch first, and then we shall ask about Sweet, Hugo amended. Morin could not help but chuckle as he tucked away his astronomy textbook and hurried towards the hall alongside Hugo. By the way, when is your birthday? February 29th. You might want to consult an astrological chart for that date. It could be rather extraordinary. Perhaps the moon was struck by a meteorite on that day, and maybe that crater is named after you. Indeed, it's quite unique. Morin beamed a sincere smile. I only get to celebrate my birthday once every 4 years. Oh, how unfortunate. Hugo regarded Morin with sympathy, patting him on the shoulder. I had forgotten that February had 29 days that year. However, you could consider celebrating your birthday on February 28th each year. I shall bestow upon you a gift on that day as a gesture of consolation. That sounds delightful. An extra present. Morin replied with a smile, as in reality. His family celebrated his birthday on the 28th, and he felt no discontent about it. After all, a birthday is merely a date, and it matters not when one celebrates. They proceeded to the dining hall, where they spotted Lily at the Gryffindor table. Lily did not need to attend Muggle studies, so she had arrived earlier than them. Lily, you will never believe what we just discovered. A girl had been seated beside Lily, but Hugo squeezed in next to her, eagerly pulling out his notebook to quickly explain the details regarding their birth month. Are you still clinging to this so-called prophecy? Lily appeared skeptical of Hugo's words. Hugo replied earnestly, Lily, you must face the truth. Both of us are chosen ones. Do you not understand? Furthermore, Hugo lowered his voice. If I'm not mistaken, you surely have a chilling mark on your back as well. Do you not? You should check in the mirror. You might find a Death Eater or Grindelwald S mark. I'm not as trivial as you. I have no such mark on my back, Lily stated without looking up. Hugo, undeterred, continued. Lily, do not fear being a Death Eater. It is not such a big deal. You could have Morin touch your back, and that mark would vanish. If you do not believe me, ask Morin. He possesses that ability, and a mere touch will suffice. Be quiet, Hugo. Lily shot him an angry glare, then turned to Morin, exclaiming, "Morin, are you and Hugo both so shameless?" "Huh? What did I do?" Morin, who had just shifted Toby aside to make room and had yet to pick up his knife and fork, was taken aback by Lily's sudden outburst. "You are still playing innocent. Shameless." Lily, in a fit of anger, stood up and moved to sit beside her roommate, Gemma. Morin gaped, bewildered. "At Hugo, what did I do? Why is Lily calling me shameless?" Hugo shrugged. "I do not know. She always overreacts, does she not? I merely suggested that she let you touch her back, and the truth would be revealed." "You actually dared to say that to her?" Morin chuckled in disbelief. "Lily is a girl. Hugo, what are you thinking? Is that a place one can just touch without reservation?" "All right, I momentarily forgot about that." Hugo made a grimace. He and Lily were cousins and typically did not fuss over trivial matters, but the same could not be said for Morin and Lily. Chapter 82. The Records of All Wizards. Soon, they spotted Sweet's figure in an inconspicuous corner of the library. Indeed, he was an academic prodigy. "Perhaps I might chance upon him here," thought Rose. Hugo smirked as he caught sight of his sister on the opposite side of the library, but chose not to greet her. Instead, he circumvented the bookshelf and approached Sweet. Sweet was engrossed in his studies, diligently working on his assignment for the Muggle Studies course. "Sweet, may I ask you a few questions?" Morin seated himself across from Sweet. Sweet glanced up briefly at Morin before returning to his work, remaining silent. Morin, accustomed to Sweet's demeanor, had prepared an excuse prior to his arrival. "Bach needs to register the details of all team members, the paperwork for the team. He asked me to inquire about your birthday." Sweet paused his writing momentarily, furrowing his brow, and then replied, "September 19th. Morin and Hugo exchanged glances. Having previously speculated that Sweet was born in December, they had both been mistaken. "Are you certain?" Hugo pressed. "Apologies, your birthday has passed. We were unaware. Otherwise we would have celebrated it for you," Morin added. "No need," Sweet replied, exuding his usual demeanor of aloofness. Hugo wished to say more, but Morin had already pulled him away, leading them out of the library. "He might be lying," Hugo exclaimed impatiently in the corridor on the 5th floor. "But perhaps he is telling the truth?" Morin countered as they ascended the spiral staircase, pausing momentarily on the landing before the stairs transformed, guiding them to the 8th floor and towards the common room. "If it is not our dormitory's mysterious individual, it suggests there might be another missing person. We should seek the list of students born in December, but how can we ascertain who among them was born in that month?" Hugo pondered. "Dear Morin, regarding the creature you mentioned that can remain invisible indefinitely, I believe there are no animals aside from the nightsteed that possess such a trait. As for astrology and divination, I have no better suggestions. Divination is inherently enigmatic, and no one in our family is a seer. It matters not. As long as you do not pursue a career in the Department of Magical Mysteries, it is of little consequence if your skills in astrological divination are lacking. The department requires only those who excel in divination to manage the wizarding population metrics, a confidential matter I cannot elaborate upon. However, they carelessly overlooked your name years ago, and it was I who had to rectify it. I believe you are destined to remain unconnected to the Department of Mysteries. Yours affectionately, your young grandfather, who today donned a pair of newly acquired pink plush Muggle slippers. As if a light had illuminated his mind, he suddenly recalled something. "Have you devised a plan to investigate everyone's birthdays?" Hugo inquired, taking a seat. Morin extracted Hugo's notebook, fixating on the numbers, and then remarked, "Hugo, have you ever pondered how, with so many first-year students at Hogwarts, someone could potentially cast certain dark spells based on their birth dates? How would they ascertain the precise birth dates of the students?" Hugo contemplated this for a moment, nodding in agreement, as he too found this matter perplexing. "Indeed. How could those who caused our amnesia conveniently know our birth dates? Yes, I am aware that every wizard carries a trace before reaching adulthood, and the Ministry of Magic utilizes this trace to monitor whether we use magic outside of school. James received a warning letter last summer for secretly employing magic at home." Suddenly, Hugo's eyes widened. "Are you suggesting that those who have targeted us are from the Ministry of Magic or perhaps our teachers?" Yet, he soon expressed his unease. "Teachers shouldn't harm us, and as for the Ministry, they cannot infiltrate the school without being detected. Their purpose is to ensure the stability of the wizarding community, is it not?" Morin responded gravely. "Have you forgotten something? Just a week before our term commenced, the Department of Mysteries was breached, and there were reports of a time turner being stolen. At that time, Aurors were vigorously pursuing a fugitive. Pretty, the wanted criminal you subdued." Hugo interjected swiftly. Morin had no time to clarify who had apprehended Pre. He continued, "Indeed, it was Pre. However, he was captured by the Aurors and sent to Azkaban. They interrogated him using various methods, and I believe the Ministry possesses no shortage of skilled wizards adept in Veritaserum or Legilimency. Nevertheless, for he was unaware of the time-turner's whereabouts. He was more of a scapegoat, as his memories had been altered before his capture. Our memories, too, seemed to have been modified or deliberately forgotten. Under Morin's guidance, Hugo gradually clarified his thoughts. If my conjecture is correct, the time-turner must have been taken to Hogwarts by the wizard who infiltrated the Department of Mysteries. Perhaps he also stole a list of this year's new students, enabling him to identify which students' birth dates met the criteria for dark magic, thus targeting you all. Morin realized this could elucidate how the individual behind it all knew the students' birth dates. Chapter 83. Suspicion. So, we are now confronted with a dark wizard capable of breaching the Department of Mysteries and possessing a time-turner. But an adult wizard wandering about the school would surely be detected, would they not? Hugo exclaimed in astonishment. If it were indeed an adult dark wizard, that would hold true. However, what if he possesses another identity? Morin suggested. Sweets was indeed a peculiar individual, often elusive and occasionally disappearing. Each time, he seemed closely linked to those who vanished. Hugo suspected that he might not be entirely innocent. Morin remarked, at this point, we cannot hastily suspect Sweet. However, we can employ a method to ascertain whether he is indeed an adult in disguise. What method? Hugo inquired eagerly. Your magical body measurement card. Did you not mention that it could determine a person's true height and weight? The polyjuice potion cannot obscure that. If we allow Sweet to touch it, we should be able to discern whether he is merely a product of that potion, Morin suggested. Hugo's eyes brightened indeed. How could I have overlooked that? If he is an adult in disguise, his height and weight would be distinctly different. Pondering the matter, Hugo stroked his chin and nodded. Your idea is even more astute. He then expressed his unease. If he truly is a dark wizard in disguise, I fear I shall never sleep soundly again. The two of us combined may not stand a chance against him. We need not be his adversaries, Morin replied simply. If he is indeed an adult wizard in disguise, we can seize an opportunity to cast a binding spell on him from behind, restraining him for an hour until the polyjuice potion wears off. That seems rather underhanded, doesn't it? Hugo exclaimed in surprise. Come now, we are merely first-year novices. Do you expect us to bow and engage in a duel like seasoned wizards? We are here to apprehend a criminal, not to engage in a formal challenge. There's no need for such pretenses, Morin stated decisively. While he might consider principles in other matters, clinging to notions of fairness in this situation would be foolish. What if our binding spell is thwarted? Hugo asked. Then we unleash an explosion spell or a fire spell. We may not be able to subdue him, but we can certainly draw the attention of others. If he is indeed a dark wizard, the last thing he desires is to be the center of attention. His guilt will surely betray him, and he won't be able to stir up trouble in the school. Morin asserted. You certainly have a knack for strategy, Hugo chuckled. Meanwhile, Morin and Hugo pretended to play wizard chess, where the pieces were animated and conversed, offering advice to the players. The entire chessboard was a cacophony, predominantly filled with Morin's pieces. He carelessly moved a piece, inadvertently causing the bishop to move sideways, inciting the bishop to yell, I can only move diagonally. Do you even know how to play wizard chess? Oh, be quiet. Of course, I can play, Morin retorted, repositioning the bishop, only for it to shout again, if you move me like that, you will lose me. Can't you see the queen is right there? Before the bishop could finish its protest, Hugo's queen ruthlessly split Morin's bishop in half and hurled it off the board. Much quieter now, Morin muttered, his attention elsewhere, seemingly indifferent to the inevitable defeat. Hugo silently signaled to Morin, indicating that he could have checkmated Morin's king with the queen, but chose to delay the conclusion of the game. The queen voiced her displeasure, exclaiming, You could have taken the king already. Why prolong this? Can you not be more decisive? I will direct you as I see fit. I am currently engaged in a profound discussion on chess strategy with Morin, and you know nothing of it. Hugo rudely seized the queen and carelessly placed it on the board, only for it to be swiftly vanquished by Morin's knight, which sent it tumbling off the board. The pieces on the chessboard fell silent, for the bishop and queen, who had been the most vocal, had just been arbitrarily condemned to death. The remaining pieces were now terrified, fearing they might share the same fate for their chatter. The game of chess between Hugo and Morin had devolved into chaos, where the outcome mattered little. Sweet had already picked up the weighing card. Hey, Sweet, that card belongs to me. I was just lamenting its misplacement, and it turns out it was on your bed. Could you return it to me? Hugo immediately stood up and approached. Sweet furrowed his brow and silently handed the card back to Hugo, saying nothing further. Unbelievable. He is 2 inches taller than I am and weighs even less, Hugo remarked with a hint of disappointment. Isn't that better? At least you can sleep soundly at night. We have established he is a normal person, haven't we? This alone does not absolve him of suspicion. He could very well be an accomplice, Hugo declared, tossing the weighing card into the bedside cabinet. Sweet, now clad in his pajamas, emerged from the bathroom, crawled into bed, and, as was his custom, pulled the bed curtains down to shield himself. Morin lay in bed, needing to contemplate how to locate the individual possessing all the new student records. Chapter 84. The Strong and the Weak. The entire situation remained rather nebulous, even if they had discerned the pattern regarding the amnesiac students. Without knowing the birth months of all students, they could not ascertain who would encounter the next incident. Hugo was fervently determined to unravel this matter, seizing every opportunity during class to converse with fellow students and inquire about their birthdays. After questioning over a dozen classmates, he lamented, not a single one meets the criteria. Ravenclaw's gas is in December, but his birthday is on the 11th. There must be at least 200 first-year students across the 4 houses, right? If you continue to ask, you may not yield any results, Morin replied, shaking his head as he attended herbology class, scooping a mound of dragon dung into a flower pot. Within the pot resided a dark red fire lily, a plant that would expel a fiery sap when sensing danger, necessitating a careful and gentle approach to avoid alarming it. What should we do then? Wait for the same incident to occur again? What if the last student is found, and dark magic is invoked? Wouldn't that be too late? Hugo reached out to touch a red spot on the stalk of the fire lily. A gentle caress would prevent it from igniting momentarily. Their task was to fertilize and prune the fire lily. We still do not know what this so-called dark magic entails, aside from the marks of Grindelwald and Voldemort. There is nothing particularly strange, and your mark was mysteriously erased by me. Morin, clad in fireproof dragonhide gloves, cautiously grasped the scissors as he and Hugo worked together to tend to the fireflower. As the scissors approached, the fireflower visibly trembled, its leaf tips curving upwards. Aimed directly at him, Hugo hurriedly patted the crimson spot to soothe the plant. Were there not others present, such as Lily? Do you think the marking on her back belongs to Grindelwald or Voldemort? Hugo glanced at Lily, who had been ignoring them for the past few days. Curiosity piqued. Who knows? In any case, we have no opportunity to see her back. Morin trimmed the excess leaves from the fireflower, which quivered slightly, causing sparks to erupt from the remaining leaf tips. I hope it's the Death Eaters. That would certainly be more entertaining, considering her father is the man who defeated Voldemort. The daughter of the Savior bearing the mark of a Death Eater would be quite something. Hugo chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, but his hand trembled, pulling away from the crimson spot, igniting flames from the fireflower. He yelped and quickly retreated, startling Morin, whose dragonhide glove was singed by the flames. Apologies. Professor Longbottom mentioned this fireflower isn't mature, so the flames aren't too hot. Are you all right? Hugo expressed his regrets. Your turn now. After all, you aren't afraid of fire. Morin handed the scissors to Hugo, whose wand often misfired, making him familiar with flames. Then draw your wand just in case. If it breathes fire, you can freeze the flames. Although Hugo was accustomed to conjuring spells that involved fire, being burned was never a pleasant experience. He added, honestly, you must teach me the incantation to freeze flames. My wand's temper is ever so difficult to contain. I must have taught you that spell at least 20 times, yet it seems you are ill-suited for it. You would only exacerbate the flames. Morin shook his head. This Saturday, there would be a Quidditch match, with Slytherin facing Ravenclaw. Hugo needed to commentate on the match, and all members of the Gryffindor team were summoned by Bach. Slytherin and Ravenclaw are both formidable teams. You must have a general understanding of them before facing off, Bach stated with utmost seriousness. But Bach, there are only 4 teams in the school, 2 of which are strong. Hufflepuff has the versatile Newstart, and their team is no weakling either. It sounds as if you were implying that Gryffindor is the weak team, James remarked, idly pointing his wand at a quaffle that soared up and down. We are not a weak team. We possess a secret weapon, Bach said, casting a look of appreciation at Morin. It is no longer a secret, Bach. Morin shrugged, having become a figure of renown within the school, with virtually everyone recognizing him wherever he went. Indeed, he will serve as the target for the other teams. Trust me, it was the same when I first joined the team. James turned to Morin. Being a celebrity is exhausting, for there are always those eager to defeat you to prove themselves. James's identity ensures that he cannot walk anywhere without attracting attention. When he first entered school, the commotion he stirred was far greater than that caused by Morin. After all, the son of the illustrious Harry Potter entering the school was akin to a spectacle. However, once you teach them a lesson with a bludger, they will think twice before overstepping their bounds. Albus nonchalantly remarked when I joined the team last year. A 7th-year Ravenclaw always targeted me with a bludger during every match, but he ceased to do so after I teamed up with James and knocked him off his broom. He ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks. Albus spoke with a sense of ease. Both James and Albus raised their hands in unison, exchanging a triumphant high five. Morin couldn't help but feel admiration, The Potter brothers were indeed formidable. Bach, undeterred by James and Albus, spoke confidently. You exhibited remarkable talent during your first game. The other teams will certainly strategize against you, but they remain oblivious to your position on the field. This is our advantage, as you could appear anywhere at any moment. You don't need to start. Just wait until halftime to catch them off guard. This was Bach's plan, as the school's teams had begun utilizing substitutes, allowing him to capitalize on the opportunity for strategic replacements. With Morin's versatility in any position, the feasibility of their tactics increased, rendering him an unpredictable asset for Gryffindor. Recently, Bach had been subjecting Morin to intensive training, seemingly to compensate for his earlier underestimation of Morin. There were instances when Morin would step away for a moment, only for Bach to leap from the adjacent stall, enthusiastically sharing his latest tactical ideas, much to Morin's annoyance. Hugo had already begun commenting on the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw outside, as everyone left their locker rooms and gathered on the platform outside. Bach commenced an elaborate discourse on the strengths of both teams, highlighting key players to watch out for, and rattled off an extensive list. However, Morin had already heard all, as Bach had previously distributed detailed notes on the other players to everyone. Now, he was merely reiterating what was already documented. Morin's focus was not on the match. He was contemplating the events of the following day. Last week, the peculiar Enoch had summoned him to meet at 10 in the morning, and Morin was torn about whether to comply. Going would mean another breach of school rules. Though Morin did not carry much guilt regarding such infractions, as he was not one to adhere strictly to regulations. The matter of Sir Cadogan needed to be clarified first. Morin pondered, for besides Sir Cadogan, Enoch seemed to possess knowledge of some secrets regarding Morin's heterochromia. Reasons enough for him to meet. Chapter 85, Quidditch Tactics. Both Slytherin and Ravenclaw are indeed formidable teams. Among them, Scorpius Malfoy serves as Slytherin's seeker, showcasing an exceptional performance by scoring 12 goals, thus securing 120 points for Slytherin. Ravenclaw also proved to be quite impressive, closely trailing Slytherin in the score, and even surpassing them by 20 points at the last moment. However, Slytherin's seeker managed to catch the golden snitch, earning an additional 150 points, leading to a final victory for Slytherin with a score of 400 to 270 against Ravenclaw. As you can see, although Slytherin emerged victorious in this match, their triumph was not easily won. Ravenclaw lost primarily due to a stroke of bad luck. Had they captured the golden snitch, the victory would have rightfully belonged to them. Poach continued to fervently analyze the match's circumstances with his teammates. The score between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff stood at 370 to 210. According to the scoring rules, Slytherin's total points amounted to 40, placing them in the leading position, while Gryffindor held 37 points in second place, followed by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff with 27 and 21 points, respectively. Poach, I have something to attend to tomorrow. Morin called out hastily from behind. We both have matters to attend to. James and Albus echoed in unison. Cancel your affairs. Poach disregarded their protests and dashed towards the jubilant Slytherin students in search of Madame Hooch. He truly was a training enthusiast, seemingly oblivious to the impolite nature of encroaching upon others' weekends. What if someone had an urgent matter to attend to? James exclaimed in irritation. Come on, what urgent matters could you two possibly have? Isn't it merely a shopping trip to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Hogsmeade? If you continue to neglect your responsibilities, Mother will be displeased, Lily chimed in, pouting. Albus cleared his throat and solemnly remarked, Lily, you must understand that both your uncles are in this line of work, and they earn a substantial amount of galleons. How much have you earned with your so-called adherence to your studies? That's not the point. If you two fail your OWLs, you will step into the world without any credentials to your name, and that would be a source of ridicule, Lily retorted. My goodness, our silly girl. Have you been spending too much time with Rose lately? James exclaimed in mock astonishment, sniffing in Lily's direction. Why do you smell like Rose's academic success perfume? Morin couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Lily shot Morin a glare. What are you laughing at? Morin shrugged, innocently. Nothing. I was just laughing for the sake of it. In frustration, Lily turned away from them, retreating to a corner of the changing room, where she sat down on a chair. Both Morin and the Potter brothers appeared quite disheartened. I should have cast a full body-bind curse on Poach earlier. Just for a minute would have sufficed, James lamented as they walked toward the castle, feeling a twinge of regret. Morin silently agreed with James's sentiment. On Sunday, the weather was somewhat gloomy, devoid of sunshine. Poach had rallied everyone to the Quidditch pitch early in the morning, and each person appeared to be in a state of drowsiness, save for Poach, who was brimming with energy, brandishing his broomstick high as if it were the Quidditch trophy itself. Let us all perk up with exuberance, Bach exclaimed. The early risers catch the sharp-toothed insects. Bach, we are soaring on our enchanted brooms like the early birds at dawn. Your words are rather ominous, James complained. Silence. Pay attention. Bach commanded. We shall commence executing the fifth tactical plan. Lily and Sweet, you two may also be assigned to the match. We shall feign weakness to catch the enemy off guard, then strike with strength. We must employ the strategic philosophy of Sun Tzu. Excuse me? What strategy? Morin inquired. Perplexed. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. It is a renowned treatise on strategy from the East, translated into the Muggle world. I possess a copy at home. The brilliance of human thought transcends boundaries. Whether Muggle or wizard, we can learn from one another. Bach, a Muggle by birth with a father who served as a Muggle officer, had been immersed in military literature from a young age. Since arriving from Hogwarts, his passion had been to amalgamate Muggle tactics with various Quidditch strategies. Everyone appeared bewildered, particularly Morin, who seemed to have only a fraction of understanding. Bach spent an hour elaborating on the tactics they were about to attempt, detailing their origins. Morin found himself lost in a fog of confusion. Whenever Muggle knowledge was invoked, it seemed his mind faltered. He could hear Bach proclaiming, "Know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated," yet his thoughts were preoccupied with the delectable roasted snake skin taro he had just enjoyed. All clear? Any questions? Bach inquired. Satisfaction evident after an hour had passed. Philia yawned beside him, while Diana and Owen desperately blinked to mask their fatigue. Lily rubbed her face, Sweet gazed down contemplatively, and Morin's mind drifted elsewhere. James and Albus leaned against the wall, their eyes half open. Bach clapped his hands to rouse everyone. Oh, has the storm tactics briefing concluded? How are the chasers supposed to coordinate with the seekers? James asked, still dazed. The storm tactics have been covered. What I just explained was the wing double tactics. Are you not clear on the storm tactics? I shall reiterate. The seeker temporarily assists the chaser, employing an encircling maneuver to evade the opponent's interference. Bach's enthusiasm was palpable as he continued, taking his role very seriously. Everyone shot James resentful glares, blaming him for the confusion. James wished he could slap himself. An hour passed once more. Now, let's commence training, Bach declared with confidence. Finally, they mounted their enchanted brooms. The brisk wind of the Quidditch pitch invigorated them. None had absorbed a word of Bach's earlier exposition on the storm tactics, and during training, they utterly failed to meet his expectations. Each individual flew haphazardly, the pitch echoing with Bach's furious roars. Ultimately, he escalated the number of unruly bludgers to 10, which relentlessly sought to knock them down, leaving everyone on edge. As Irving's nose bled profusely from a ball strike, and Diana fell from a height of 2 meters, while Philia suffered a bump on her head, the training session had become exceedingly arduous. Huck, at this rate, we won't even need to wait for Ravenclaw to defeat us. James exclaimed. Indeed, we were defeated by you first. Morin had spent the entire morning awaiting Pock's prompt conclusion of the match, for he needed to meet Enoch and clarify matters concerning Sir Cadogan. However, Pock insisted on prolonging the training until 11:30 before allowing everyone to break for lunch. Oh no, I am late. Chapter 86, The Appointment. Thankfully, the kitchen was bustling with diligent house elves. When Morin mentioned he hadn't had lunch, Lulu swiftly prepared 2 chicken legs and a bag of roasted snakeskin taro for him. Thank you, Lulu. Morin genuinely appreciated the thoughtful house elf. He had merely inquired if there were any roasted snakeskin taro left, and Lulu promptly provided him with a bag. No need to thank me, sir. I'm always at your service, Lulu replied, tugging at the minecart's rope. Morin had his lunch aboard the minecart, an experience quite peculiar, considering not everyone possesses an appetite for food while bouncing and swaying in a speeding cart. By the time he departed the abandoned cottage on the farm and arrived beneath the camphor tree in Hogsmeade, it was already past noon. The area under the camphor tree was deserted. Enoch had not yet appeared. Has he already left? Morin felt a twinge of disappointment and quietly berated himself. Originally, Enoch had asked him to come here at 10 o'clock last week, but due to today's Quidditch practice, he had been delayed, thus missing the appointment. This misstep was indeed on him. If Enoch was not present, there would be little purpose in his visit to Hogsmeade. It appeared that not everyone in the village was aware of Sir Cadogan's affairs. Morin even suspected that Sir Cadogan might not have any descendants left. He sat on a bench beneath the camphor tree, surveying his surroundings. The sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight, and it seemed as though a heavy downpour was imminent. Yet throngs of students continued to stroll past. He could only adjust his disguise hat slightly, striving to remain inconspicuous. Suddenly, a wave of elation washed over him as he spotted Enoch approaching. Enoch, leaning leisurely on his cane, ambled over to Morin, took a seat, and nonchalantly interrupted Morin's speech, saying, "Young man, have you waited for 3 hours? Very well, very well. Your patience is commendable. Huh? Morin was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, huh? I deliberately arrived late. Is there a problem? Anak declared, placing his cane aside, his cerulean eyes glinting with mischief. This was a test of your patience. If you cannot wait for 3 hours, that does not reflect a humble desire for knowledge. Morin was taken aback. Mr. Anak, did you indeed come at this moment on purpose? Anak let out a soft grunt, openly admitting, indeed. Do you have any objections? Arnak then muttered to himself in a low voice. Let you experience the taste of waiting for others. After all, I waited for 5 hours last week. So making you wait for 3 hours is quite lenient. Morin, unable to catch the last part of Arnak's statement, inquired with curiosity. What do you mean you waited for 5 hours? Nothing much. Young people should learn to wait a little longer. It is ultimately beneficial, Arnak replied, resting his hand on the back of the chair and lightly tapping it, appearing remarkably composed. Morin's expression turned peculiar. He initially wanted to laugh, but restrained himself, contemplating whether to inform Arnak that he had, in fact, been delayed by over 2 hours today rather than having waited 3 hours, as he had only arrived less than half an hour ago. After some thought, he decided against revealing this information, though he felt a pang of guilt for being late to meet an elder. He could not have anticipated that this eccentric old man was deliberately trying to play tricks on him. Ironically, Morin ended up arriving 10 minutes earlier than Arnak, despite being over 2 hours late. As long as you understand, Arnak remarked, oblivious to how long Morin had actually waited, gesturing for him to take a seat. No ruse. Arnak looked up at the heavy, ominous clouds overhead, then checked his pocket watch, saying, It will rain in 9 minutes. We shall discuss further once you have mastered the magic I teach you. Regarding Arnak's assertion that it would rain in 9 minutes, Morin refrained from questioning how he knew this. After all, the realm of wizards possessed specialized astrological forecasts that could predict such events. Every Tuesday and Thursday, they listened to the radio for weather updates, precise to the minute, so Morin thought little of it. You intend to teach me magic? Morin inquired, somewhat astonished. But why specifically me? Because I find you agreeable, and teaching you some magic will ensure you do not suffer in the future, Arnak replied casually. Is it really that simple? Can you think of it in a more complicated manner? Arnak retorted. Morin pondered for a moment. After all, he and Arnak were merely acquaintances, and he had yet to fully comprehend who Arnak was. It seemed unwise to rashly learn another's magic. Are you worried that I might teach you dark magic? Arnak raised an eyebrow. Morin did not deny it. To be honest, yes. What do you believe constitutes dark magic? Arnak continued to inquire. Morin involuntarily recalled how Professor Francis often threatened them with tales of the 100 bizarre deaths in the wizarding world. Those strange and dangerous magical artifacts appeared to him as dark magic. Our school offers a course on the defense against dark magic. Those torturous spells and artifacts that maim or kill are all considered dark magic, Morin stated. Arnak chuckled. Your perspective on dark magic aligns with that of most people. It is overly superficial. When a form of magic inflicts irreversible harm in a strange manner, it is labeled dark magic, which is rather one-dimensional. It is essential to understand that magic itself is neither inherently good nor evil. It is the wizard wielding the magic who embodies the dichotomy of virtue and vice. Magic does not possess an intrinsic darkness. Its nature is predominantly determined by how it is employed by the sorcerer. Morin, perplexed, inquired, what about the 3 unforgivable curses? They are so malevolent that they seem to have been specifically devised to subjugate others through dark magic. What purpose do they serve otherwise? Anak regarded Morin, his azure eyes mirroring the hue of Morin's left eye, akin to a tranquil pool of water, from which Morin could even discern his own reflection. Do you believe the 3 unforgivable curses were invented solely to incite terror? Are you aware of their origins? Anak questioned. Chapter 87, Death and Rebirth. The Killing Curse, the Soul Snatcher, and the Bone Crusher. Each of these unforgivable curses, when cast upon a person, is sufficient to condemn one to a lifetime in the wizarding prison of Azkaban, particularly the Killing Curse, which instills dread and apprehension in all who hear of it. I am uncertain, yet they should not exist, should they? Morin replied hesitantly. Anak tapped his fingers against the back of the chair, adopting a mysterious demeanor as he remarked, You need not inform me. I can discern that you are merely a first-year student. Why? Because your method of spellcasting is still quite immature. Second-year students exhibit greater proficiency. So you were once a teacher at the school, were you not? How else could you distinguish between first and second-year students? Morin retorted, pursing his lips. Anak was an enigma, and Morin found it challenging to unveil his true identity. What is that incantation? The book did not specify, nor did Professor Binns mention it. Morin pondered this matter, reflecting on how the inaugural spell in wizarding history ought to represent a monumental discovery, deserving of commemoration for posterity. Yet, the history of magic fails to acknowledge this, which is rather perplexing. Anak spoke slowly. The first spell in wizarding history is the killing curse. The air suddenly thickened, and Morin's eyes widened in astonishment. The first spell was indeed the killing curse? Morin exclaimed, utterly taken aback. This revelation was astonishing. The power of the killing curse is well known, as it instantaneously claims a life without a trace of injury or suffering. It is as if a relentless waterfall abruptly ceases its flow, vanishing without warning. To date, it is said that only one individual has survived the killing curse, and every wizard knows who that person is. Anak was not surprised by Morin's reaction. Rather, he spoke with a profound significance. Isn't it ironic? A curse that brings about the end of another's life, reviled by all, stands as the first incantation in wizarding history. But why? Why is there no record in the books? Anak chuckled softly. The infamous killing curse, regarded as a symbol of evil, is indeed the first spell in wizarding history. It is not a matter of pride, and for those of you who are still naive, it is best to remain unaware. Morin forcibly suppressed the shock that surged within him, suddenly feeling a profound discomfort. This feeling seemed to suggest that the origins of wizards began with dark magic, rendering the very essence of magic somewhat unfathomable. It is entirely natural to be unable to accept this. Indeed, most people cannot. Yet the truth remains. Anak regarded it all with a detached perspective. Everything in this world exists in a state of interdependence, and the existence of the killing curse is not shameful. Though it embodies death, it also unveils a new realm for us wizards. One could interpret it as wizards emerging from death, yet death is not the terminus. Humanity possesses an ancient magic capable of conquering death. Morin's lips moved slightly. He was aware of this, having perused numerous books concerning children who survived dire circumstances. Alluding to this very notion, it is love, Morin spoke aloud. Indeed, Anak affirmed decades ago. That child who defied death survived due to this magic amidst the fatalities wrought by the killing curse. A mother sacrificed her life to shield her child. She ventured towards death, yet for her, death did not signify an end. Instead, it continued in her child in another form, and thus in a certain light. Death represents rebirth. The killing curse is akin to this. It marks the beginning of death, yet also heralds a new dawn for the era of wizardry. Can one truly claim it ought not to exist? Anak's words rendered Morin bereft of any rebuttal. The world is inherently composed of myriad contradictions. And who can definitively delineate good from evil? Nothing is born of darkness. If your magic is sufficiently potent, employing the petrification curse and the shattering curse can obliterate a person. Would you deem the petrification and shattering curses as dark magic? Anak inquired. Morin opened his mouth, uncertain how to respond, for one of his most adept spells was indeed the petrification curse, albeit limited to immobilization. The truly formidable petrification curse could entirely transform a person into stone, and at that moment, invoking the shattering curse would suffice to annihilate an individual. Thus, Anak patted Morin's shoulder, smiling as he said, even if I were to teach you dark magic, if you are aware of the person you aspire to be, dark magic can also be wielded for virtuous purposes. What holds significance is your own choice. Anak glanced at the sky, where thunderclouds began to rumble ominously, lightning intermittently rending the heavens, and the air grew stiflingly warm, making it hard to breathe. I once heard of a professor at Hogwarts named Snape, a wizard skilled in the arts of dark magic, yet he seemingly chose to be a good man, perhaps enamored with a certain witch. My recollections are a bit hazy, but it underscores a crucial point. Love can instill reverence. Anak remarked nonchalantly, thus, the kind of person you become is dictated by your choices, not merely by what you learn. Morin pondered Anak's words earnestly, gradually grasping the essence of the matter. He realized that this eccentric old man possessed profound insight, akin to a sage, elucidating the intricate themes of death and rebirth in a manner comprehensible even to an 11-year-old boy like himself. I suppose you shall tell me. Morin mused, genuinely unable to conceive the answer. If you ask me, I shall reveal it to you. Anak, resembling a mischievous old rogue, gazed at Morin with a twinkle in his eye. Chapter 88. The Uses of the Unforgivable Curses. Morin lifted his gaze to the sky, where dark clouds swirled ominously above Hogsmeade, and raindrops began to fall. Shall we seek shelter from the rain? Morin inquired. You're asking me? Hurry up and ask. Don't evade the question. Anak urged eagerly. I did ask. Shall we take cover? Morin's shoulders were already dampened by the falling rain, which soon turned into a torrential downpour. That is not what I meant. Anak retorted with displeasure. Mr. Anak, if we don't find shelter soon, we'll be drenched. At your age, getting soaked by the rain, Before Morin could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in astonishment. Rain cascaded down like a breached dam from the leaves of the camphor tree. Yet as the droplets neared Anak, they seemed to consciously divert away, as if an invisible umbrella shielded him. Morin was drenched, resembling a soaked chicken, while Anak remained completely dry. "Wow, I love this magic," Morin said enviously, contemplating how convenient it would be to learn such a spell and no longer carry an umbrella. Hurrian asked, "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Anak glared at Morin. "All right, can you tell me what the 3 unforgivable curses are used for?" Morin instinctively leaned closer to Anak, hoping to find some shelter from the rain. Satisfied, Anak waved his hand above Morin, and the rain gracefully avoided him, falling elsewhere. Morin drew his wand and uttered a spell to dry his clothes, which returned to their former dryness. The killing curse was originally used for the slaughter of livestock. Animals that succumbed to the killing curse would die without a trace of injury, their hides intact and bones preserved, thus allowing for maximum utilization of the livestock, Anak explained. As for the Cruciatus curse, it is employed to tame unruly magical creatures. To make ferocious beasts like dragons obedient, one must utilize the Cruciatus curse to discipline them, ensuring they remember their lessons. "That sounds truly cruel," Morin remarked involuntarily. "That depends on your perspective. In the early days of magical development, there weren't many effective spells available. The Cruciatus curse was most suitable for domesticating wild beasts," Anak continued. "And what about the soul-stealing curse?" Morin pressed on. "The soul-stealing curse is the most fascinating," Anak replied, his excitement palpable. "Long ago, the wizarding world lacked the bizarre creatures we see today, and different magical beings did not interbreed. However, some innovative wizards enjoyed conducting experiments. But how could one encourage different magical beings to breed across species?" Anak flashed a peculiar smile. "That's where the soul-stealing curse proved invaluable. For instance, a griffin, a blend of eagle and horse, would not naturally mate. Yet, with the soul-stealing curse, one could control a male eagle and a female horse to engage in, shall we say, intriguing activities, thus creating the first generation of griffins. Do you grasp what I am implying?" "Huh." Morin's expression was one of sheer astonishment. "Is that so? The unforgivable curse is actually employed for this purpose?" Anak nodded, bursting into laughter. "When I first learned of this, I was equally taken aback, sharing the same reaction as you. However, once you accept this truth, you will find it remarkably amusing." Morin wiped his brow, feeling that he could no longer view the grandiose curse with the same reverence. The more he pondered, the more bizarre it seemed. 3 despicable, unforgivable curses, one for butchering livestock, another for taming wild beasts, and the last for cross-species experimentation, were utterly inconceivable. "Isn't it fascinating?" Anak exclaimed. "Thus, I assert that nothing is inherently dark. These 3 unforgivable curses are merely misapplied by those with ill intentions. Their existence is not at fault." Gazing at the pouring rain, Anak extended his hand to catch a handful of raindrops, a bubble forming in his grasp, which he flicked away, watching it drift gently. "Now, I promise to teach you some magic. Given that it is raining, we shall commence our lessons with fire magic." Anak raised his other hand and snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame that danced at his fingertips. "Why learn fire magic in the rain?" Morin asked, perplexed, believing that water magic would be more suitable for such weather. For instance, Anak's waterproof and moisture-resistant spell seemed quite advantageous. "When engaging in a magical duel, how would your opponent respond to your fire?" Anak inquired. "Well, perhaps with a water spell? And what if your flames were impervious to water?" Anak countered. Morin's eyes sparkled with realization. A fire spell that defied water could indeed catch an adversary off guard. Yet, recalling something, he added, "I know of a flame that is waterproof, perfect for warmth in winter." "Ah, yes, I can summon such a flame, the violet blaze." A stream of purple flames erupted from Morin's wand, swirling gracefully in the air. He gathered it in his palms, the fire radiating a comforting warmth, dancing elegantly without burning him. Indeed, the violet flame was unique, yet it lacked aggression. One could not rely on it to ignite an opponent. This is not the magic we seek to learn today. We shall begin with the fundamental fire spell, one that is intense and combative, suitable for various transformations. The flame at Anak's fingertip suddenly expanded, lifting from his hand and soaring into the air, where it blazed fiercely in the rain, emitting a terrifying heat that evaporated all nearby raindrops. "You can shape the flame in myriad forms, such as this." Anak gestured towards the fire in the sky, which erupted with a crackling sound, morphing into a flaming bird that spread its wings and emitted a fierce cry, soaring through the rain. It can also manifest in this manner. Anak twirled his finger once more, causing the fiery bird to split in two, transforming into two smaller fire eagles, one to the left and the other to the right. Their forms danced and collided in the air, producing a resounding explosion. This could work as well. Arnok twirled his finger again, and the two firebirds erupted violently, scattering into countless sparks. Yet, these sparks did not dissipate. Instead, they elongated and morphed into sharp, fiery daggers that swiftly plunged toward the ground. Swoosh! 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 The fiery daggers embedded themselves deeply into the drenched earth, which had been rendered muddy by the rain. Instantly, the ground was dried by the searing blades, preventing even a drop of rainwater from encroaching. The fiery daggers continued to burn fiercely upon the ground. Impressive, Morin exclaimed. What do you perceive? Chapter 89. The Art of Flame Magic. Morin observed Arnok's brilliant display of flame magic with the utmost admiration. Were he in Arnok's position, he would merely conjure a ball of fire and hurl it directly at the target, lacking such finesse. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Is this magic a fusion of transmutation and flame incantations?" Morin earnestly stated, "Sir, I do not find it ostentatious. Rather, I believe that sometimes flamboyance can bewilder an opponent. Would it not?" "Ha ha, you are quite astute," Arnok chuckled. "In wizard duels, one must rely on quick thinking. Some may counter your flames with freezing spells, while others might use barriers to obstruct your fire. To ensure your magic remains uncountered, you must learn to adapt. Now, attempt to summon a flame amidst the rain." "I shall give it a try." Morin, eager to experiment, shook his wand and declared, "Flames ablaze." A torrent of intense fire erupted from the tip of his wand, hovering there as waves of heat washed over him, crackling in a restless dance. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his flame incantation, even surpassing Hugo, who often misfired his spells. "Your mastery of the flame incantation is commendable. Now, try to engage with the downpour." Arnok gently nudged Morin with his staff, urging him out of his sheltered space. "At least allow me a moment to brace myself." Morin protested as he was thrust into the deluge, instantly drenched, resembling a wretched dog pulled from water. The once searing flame at the tip of his wand fizzled with a soft puff, extinguished by the rain, and a wisp of faint black smoke arose, dissipating into the downpour. Summoning fire in the rain? I have never attempted such a feat. Morin shivered, feeling the November chill. Being soaked was far from a pleasant experience. He wiped the rain from his face and shouted once more, "Flames ablaze." Yet, as the flames flickered to life at the wand's tip, they were snuffed out before they could grow, leaving no trace of smoke behind. Change the incantation to Inferno's Wrath. This flame is suited for combat and transformation. Focus your attention on the flames. Your fire is intrinsically linked to your concentration. Envision the flames resisting the downpour. Remember, while the fire is ordinary, it is also a manifestation of the magic within you, connected to your very essence. Arnok languidly stretched, setting his staff aside. "Inferno's Wrath? I have not learned that spell," he remarked. Morin attempted to summon it, but was unsuccessful. His prior experiences with magical flames had always involved a roaring fire. The fierce flames were suitable for cooking, yet they lacked the control necessary for transformation and combat. "Inferno's Wrath possesses a more sentient and aggressive nature," Arnok explained. "Unlike typical fire spells, this incantation requires a counterclockwise rotation of 91 degrees before a swift flourish." With this guidance, Morin concentrated and executed the movement, unleashing a vivid crimson flame from his wand, only for it to be extinguished by the rain once more. He endeavored to focus intently on his wand, but regrettably, after a dozen attempts, the flames could not withstand the deluge. The longest duration was merely 2 seconds, which had been his utmost limit. "Mr. Arnok, do you genuinely believe this is a prudent idea?" Morin asked, shivering slightly in the rain as he attempted the spell. "All right, I forgot you were still a young lad. Not yet sturdy enough," Arnok retorted, rummaging through his pocket before finally producing a flask and tossing it to Morin. "Drink this. It will warm you somewhat." "But we are not of age to consume alcohol," Morin protested, his hair clinging to his forehead as he pushed it aside and shook his head to rid it of rainwater, hesitatingly speaking. "Are you so rule-abiding? Then how did you manage to sneak out of school?" Arnok inquired, exasperated. Morin feigned a blush. "This is a dragon's fire elixir. I had a fire dragon personally breathe upon it for its concoction. Many desire to partake, yet cannot obtain it. And you dare to be so finicky," Arnok exclaimed. Morin, taken aback by Arnok's statement, recalled that during their potions class, they typically used ordinary flames for brewing. He had heard Professor Francis mention that potions crafted with fire from certain magical creatures yield more potent effects. Among these, the flames of phoenixes and fire dragons are undoubtedly the most exceptional. However, where would an average wizard acquire a rare phoenix, let alone tame a tempestuous fire dragon? Those dragons, when enraged, might not even succumb to simple stunning spells. Morin reflected on the 3 unforgivable curses that Arnok had mentioned earlier. He surmised that Arnok must have employed the soul-stealing curse to command a fire dragon, compelling it to behave like a docile creature beneath the cauldron. Then, with a tap of his staff, the dragon would breathe fire, and with another gentle nudge, it would obediently close its jaws, blinking innocently. Though this scenario seemed peculiar, Morin reminded himself of its plausibility. With this thought, his curiosity regarding Arnok's identity deepened. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to control a fire dragon for potion brewing. Morin uncorked the flask and took a sip. The Dragon Flame Cold Repellent is not an alcoholic concoction. Rather, it is an extraordinary potion that warms the body. Upon ingestion, it spreads from the throat to the stomach, causing his blood to feel as if it were boiling, as if flames were about to erupt. His skin grew heated, and even his hair stood on end. "Mr. Nock, why do I feel so unwell?" Morin exclaimed, astonished to sense an uncontrollable force surging within him. As the rainwater on his body evaporated, turning scalding hot, his once drenched garments became dry, almost as if they were on the verge of igniting. Arnok gasped. "How much did you drink?" "Not much, just a sip." "Who told you to drink a sip?" "I only instructed you to take a drop." Arnok's expression was one of concern, seemingly more invested in the potion than in Morin's predicament. "You should have mentioned that sooner. Quickly, assist me. I feel as though I am about to smoke." "No, I already am." The rainwater on Morin evaporated into wisps of smoke, making him feel as though he were being baked in a pot, with vapor rising even from his hair. What should I do? He felt he could endure no longer. With a vigorous wave of his wand, this time he did not wait to utter the incantation. A terrifyingly intense flame erupted from the tip of his wand. A furious scarlet blaze that rampaged through the air, coalescing into a massive fire dragon roaring amidst the torrential rain. The fiery dragon swirled around before colliding with the grand tree behind him. Boom! The large, water-sodden camphor tree ignited upon the dragon's assault, instantly transforming into a blazing inferno. Its leaves crackling and hissing as the torrential rain failed to extinguish the flames. "Oh dear, this is not good," Morin stared at the tree, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. Chapter 90. The Flame Spell Unafraid of Water. Be careful. This is the century-old camphor tree of Hogsmeade, with a long and rich history. Arnok sprang to his feet, no longer facing the flames empty-handed. He retrieved a brown wand from his pocket, pointed it at the camphor tree, and with a swift motion, he drew all the uncontrollable flames into his wand, gradually making them vanish, leaving the tree charred and bare. The ferocious flames were overwhelming, radiating a heat that instilled a sense of dread in Morin. He could not comprehend how he had conjured such terrifying fire. "Have I succeeded?" Morin inquired uncertainly. After unleashing the flames, the tumultuous energy within him had dissipated. Although the fire had been somewhat uncontrollable, it had at least repelled the rain, though it had left the camphor tree in ruins. Success? Nonsense. The camphor tree is completely obliterated. Arnok rushed to the tree, now devoid of leaves, and gently prodded the trunk with his wand, which easily stripped away a layer of charred bark. "Burned to the core. I hope it can still be saved." Arnok knelt down and tapped the ground with his wand. After a short while, a half-dead tree root emerged, no larger than a thumb and faintly emitting smoke, appearing scalding hot. "Is my flame truly that formidable?" Morin inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "Your unfortunate flame has incinerated it from the inside out, leaving only this small remnant of the root," Arnok remarked, pulling a slender purple glass vial from his pocket with considerable effort. The neck of the vial was over 30 centimeters long. Morin couldn't help but wonder what else Arnok's tiny pocket contained, contemplating when he might also attempt the spell for infinite extension to enhance his own pocket's capacity. Arnok poured a few drops of purple potion from the elongated glass vial onto the charred root. The root cracked open, sprouting a tender green shoot, and then began to grow new roots that delved into the soil. Gradually, fresh branches emerged from the ash, and the leaves began to unfurl. Within 10 seconds, a grand camphor tree had taken shape. This is the precious restorative elixir, brewed from the flames of a phoenix reborn from its own ashes. You must understand that phoenixes are even more unruly than fire dragons. I borrowed this from Dumbledore, so hurry up and continue. Don't waste my potion." Arnok lamented over his precious concoction. With a face full of regret, Morin felt his body temperature drop. The rain would no longer evaporate, and his clothes were once again drenched. With a gentle flick of his wand, flames leaped forth once more, only to be extinguished with a sputter by the rain. "Could you spare me another drop?" Morin asked hopefully. Arnok responded with a light tap from his cane. If you want tea, give it, then don't. Hitting someone dampens the spirit, Morin muttered, though the blow was harmless and he paid it little mind. Morin attempted no fewer than 50 times. Each time a flicker of flame appeared, it was extinguished by the rain before it could grow into a fireball. After about an hour, a tiny flame he summoned finally managed to survive the downpour. Though it was no larger than a fingernail, flickering like a dim candle in the storm, trembling and at risk of being snuffed out at any moment, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his ability to conjure flame that was resistant to water. Mr. Arnok, I have succeeded. Morin turned to share his triumph, only to find Arnok snoring in a chair, having dozed off in his boredom. Morin roused Arnok, who yawned and, with bleary eyes, asked, "Have you succeeded?" "Just a little," Morin replied, showing him the small flame on his wand. He felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Compared to Arnok's whimsically dancing firebird, his little flame seemed rather meager. Arnok stretched lazily, observing the tiny flame on Morin's wand before nodding slightly. "Not bad. I thought you'd only succeed by evening, but you've exceeded my expectations. Keep practicing. This way, your flame magic won't falter in future duels." Morin flicked his wand, causing the flames to flicker momentarily before subsiding again. He then inquired, "Mr. Arnok, why do you always speak of engaging in duels? In this era, is not the essence of our magical education supposed to be something beyond combat? At school, they primarily studied spells and transformations that were practical for daily life, such as the folding charm, the levitation charm, and even turning a pen into a spoon in times of need. Aside from defense against the dark arts, which taught students how to counter dark magic, little attention was given to combat." Arnok, seemingly indifferent, replied, "Better safe than sorry. Who knows what undercurrents may lurk beneath the veneer of peace? It is only because I find you rather agreeable that I am willing to teach you magic. You may come here weekly. I have little else to occupy my time. But what if I have commitments over the weekend? As you know, I also have assignments to complete at school," Morin retorted. Arnok rummaged through his coat pocket for a while before producing 2 palm-sized sheets of parchment, smooth to the touch. He handed one to Morin, saying, "If you wish to come, use this to notify me. Write on the parchment, and I shall see it here." He then took out a quill and drew a mischievous face on his own parchment. Suddenly, the parchment in Morin's hand began to quiver, startling him as he beheld a similar face appearing on his own sheet. "Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last employed such a device. It still works," Arnok remarked, pleased as he stowed away the quill. "But what if the parchment fills up?" Morin asked, searching his own pocket where he discovered a quill as well. He attempted to inscribe his name on the parchment, causing Arnok's parchment to tremble vigorously, signaling a message had arrived, and soon his parchment displayed the same name. "Once you finish writing, simply wave your wand over it, and the text will automatically vanish," Arnok explained. Morin tucked away the parchment, and then continued, "So, Mr. Arnok, can you now tell me where Sir Cadogan's residence is located?" Arnok stood up, stretching his limbs, and with a playful wink of his clear blue eyes, replied, "I have already informed you. It is the Shrieking Shack just outside Hogsmeade. But you said last time that it was not." Morin exclaimed, perplexed. "Did I? I merely advised you not to trust strangers." Arnok yawned and added, "The last surviving descendant of Sir Cadogan passed away 50 or 60 years ago. It is nothing more than an empty house. If you wish to venture into a haunted house, then go on your own. I am leaving." With a pop, Arnok vanished from sight. Who was it that advised against operating in Hogsmeade? Morin muttered to himself. Chapter 91. The Shrieking Shack. On a hillside outside Hogsmeade, there stood a solitary house, reputed to be one of the most haunted locations in England, so much so that even the villagers of Hogsmeade dared not approach it. After the rain ceased, Morin politely asked a small-eyed wizard clad in a snakeskin coat for directions to the Shrieking Shack. Leaving the quaint village of Hogsmeade along the winding street, one encounters a gentle slope at the top of which stands a solitary house. It is advisable to keep your distance. Approaching would be unwise, for within dwells something fearsome, warned the short-sighted wizard. "What manner of dreadful creature?" inquired Morin. "Wraiths, vampires, werewolves, whatever you can conceive, they reside within," the short-sighted wizard replied gravely. Unsure of whether to believe him, Morin expressed his gratitude and proceeded along the village road, heading outward. Due to the recent downpour, few curious students ventured this way, allowing Morin to traverse the path without encountering anyone. In the distance, an old, dilapidated house perched upon a hill, with a gaping hole in one corner of the roof. Green vines clung tenaciously to the walls of the screaming shack, and all doors and windows were securely fastened. The surrounding weeds towered to half a person's height. Morin glanced around, noting the absence of onlookers, before crouching low and weaving through the overgrown grass, stepping cautiously on the muddy ground as he approached the shack. Silence enveloped the area, punctuated only by the whistle of the wind and the rhythmic drip of water from the eaves, each drop echoing in the tranquility of the mountaintop. Morin possessed remarkable courage. He harbored no fear of wraiths or werewolves, as spirits typically lack aggression, and werewolves only transform under a full moon. As for vampires, he had fortuitously purchased a clove of garlic from the peculiar vegetable shop in Hogsmeade. Hopefully, the garlic serves its purpose. Morin discovered the front door of the screaming shack and rapped upon it with his wand, uttering Alohomora. Yet, the door seemed sealed by some enchantment, refusing to yield. He circled the house and noticed a nearly dislodged plank, originally meant to secure a window, the glass of which had long since shattered. With determination, he pried off the plank and squeezed through the small window, landing upon a creaking floor that had succumbed to rainwater, turning dust into mud. The entire ground level was miserably damp. A flicker of light emerged from the tip of Morin's wand, illuminating the gloom just slightly. The ceiling above dripped ominously. Likely due to a leak, the sound reverberating through the desolate house, lending an eerie atmosphere. He had entered a bedroom, furnished with a rickety bed, its slats long gone, leaving only a wooden frame. Beside it stood a crooked wardrobe, its 4 legs reduced to 3, as if gnawed by mice, leaning precariously against the wall, one door ajar. Morin treaded carefully, mindful not to step on any weak spots, as numerous areas of the floor appeared fragile, threatening to give way underfoot. If this was indeed the residence of Sir Cadogan, perhaps his portrait might be nearby. He approached the leaning wardrobe and gently opened the other door. Suddenly, with a flurry of sharp cries, a dozen small shadows burst forth, flapping their wings as they darted towards Morin. These diminutive creatures, scarcely larger than a hand, are entirely cloaked in thick black fur, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, with elongated claws adorning their little fingers. Alas, they are the charming tricksters. With swift reflexes, Morin unleashed a flash of white light, commanding them to petrify. The 2 foremost tricksters tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet a dozen more followed suit. Lunging forward, flames surged forth. Morin's wand expelled a burst of fire, radiating intense heat, causing the tricksters to shriek and scatter in disarray. Without rain, my flames remained formidable. Morin expertly controlled the blaze, driving away the tricksters, who resembled diminutive monkeys with wings, preferring to hide in dark, damp corners, evidently terrified of fire. Upon inspecting the wardrobe, he discovered a nest of young tricksters, still devoid of fur, plump and unable to fly, frantically scurrying about in a state of panic. "You are fortunate," Morin mused. He had no intention of incinerating the tricksters. Although they were pests, he was not there for extermination. He surveyed the entire room, finding no picture frames or similar items, and exited the bedroom to the main hall. A musty odor pervaded the air in the main hall, with a carpet laid down many years prior, now riddled with holes for moths, rendering its patterns unrecognizable. Several chairs and tables, missing limbs, were haphazardly arranged. The walls bore decaying paper, marked with peculiar claw marks that resembled those left by a werewolf. Morin even spotted numerous bite marks on the back of a chair. He examined the living room on the ground floor, noticing no abnormalities, yet beneath the carpet, he discovered a hidden passageway. This must be the secret passage James spoke of regarding the school's active map. He ascended the precarious staircase to the 2nd floor, where the door appeared severely warped, as if struck by some force, and the room within was in utter disarray. A 4-poster bed, reminiscent of those at Morin's school, lay in ruins. Could this truly be the residence of Sir Cardigan? Morin pondered, bewildered, descending the stairs with a sigh. He contemplated the possibility that Sir Cardigan had not left behind a final painting, rendering his journey futile. Unwilling to concede, Morin searched the house once more, yet found no picture frames. Just as he intended to retrace his steps, a faint creaking sound echoed through the house, seemingly emanating from beneath the staircase. The abruptness of this sound sent a jolt of tension through Morin. Upon entering, the only noises had been the creaking of the floorboards and the sound of dripping water. Then, subtle footsteps echoed from below the staircase, creaking against the floor. Those are human footsteps. Who could it be? Morin, on high alert, raised his wand towards the shadows beneath the stairs, involuntarily recalling werewolves, vengeful spirits, and vampires. He quickly dismissed the notion of werewolves. He feared not the specters, leaving only the vampires as a possibility. But are vampires not a species of creature? Morin clutched a clove of garlic in one hand, while his wand was poised for an imminent strike in the other. "It is I." A figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the staircase, illuminated by the faint glow of the wand. Morin's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the person before him. Chapter 92. The Most Dreaded Encounter. Professor Charles. What brings you here? Morin gazed at the elegantly composed and smiling Professor Charles, his mind racing with confusion. The realization that it was indeed Professor Charles, his Muggle Studies instructor, standing in front of him was more alarming than encountering a werewolf or a ghost. Professor, what are you doing here? Morin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had secretly breached school rules to sneak out, and now he had been caught red-handed by a faculty member. The consequences loomed ominously, especially given his abysmal performance in Muggle Studies. He was certainly not among the professor's favored students, and a detention lasting a month and a half seemed inevitable. Yet, he was bewildered. Why had Professor Charles suddenly appeared in this location? Was he here searching for Sir Cadogan? But what of Professor Charles? The professor, while reprimanding Morin, wore a disconcerting smile that, under the wand's glow, took on an eerie quality. A chill breeze swept through the surroundings, causing Morin to shiver involuntarily. Professor E. Morin's mind raced as he sought an appropriate excuse. But at that moment, his thoughts seemed to stall, rendering him incapable of conjuring any plausible justification. Instead, the memory of last week's Quidditch match resurfaced, where he had encountered Professor Charles in the 7th floor corridor. At that time, Morin had been searching for clues, while Professor Charles had been engaged in a peculiar discourse regarding a painting on the wall. The strangeness of that encounter now felt amplified, as the professor's sudden appearance in this place raised troubling questions. Was Professor Charles truly connected to the disappearance of Sir Cadogan? A sense of foreboding gripped Morin as he connected the dots of recent events. The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. If Professor Charles were to realize that he was investigating this matter, what would happen to him? Indeed, you are astute. Clever individuals seldom survive. Professor Charles, still smiling, raised his wand and pointed it at Morin. Morin's heart raced, realizing that the professor was indeed about to strike. As a mere first-year student with limited magical training, he found himself facing a fully fledged adult wizard, a seasoned professor, leaving him with little hope of victory. Yet, summoning an unexpected courage, he decided to take the initiative. Petrificus totalis. A blinding white light shot forth, striking Professor Charles squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, the professor stumbled backward, crashing into the staircase with such force that it left a dent. Wait, is that it? Has he been defeated so easily? Morin found himself momentarily stunned. Despite his adeptness at casting the petrification spell, it seemed implausible that he could genuinely strike Professor Charles. He believed that prior to his incantation, the professor would surely be able to apprehend him. Professor Charles gradually rose from the dilapidated wooden stairs, maintaining his characteristic smile as he regarded Morin, and at that moment, he held a book on Muggle Studies in his hand. Morin, you are to compose a 20-inch paper distinguishing between Muggle computers and televisions, due tomorrow, or I shall end you. What? Morin gasped in astonishment, bewildered by the professor's bizarre utterance at such a critical juncture. Shouldn't he have immediately cast a full-body bind curse upon him instead? No, you're not Professor Charles. Morin suddenly realized that it was utterly improbable for the real professor to be so easily subdued, and the likelihood of him appearing here and recognizing him was exceedingly slim, let alone brandishing the very Muggle Studies paper that terrified him. You're a boggart. His grandfather had once told him that a boggart manifests as one's deepest fears. And what was the incantation again? Ah yes, ridiculous. With his wand pointed at the apparition of Professor Charles, Morin flicked his wrist, and with a soft poof, the figure before him dissolved into a wisp of smoke. Morin exhaled in relief, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow. The unexpected emergence of Professor Charles from the shadowy staircase had indeed startled him. Fortunately, he was familiar with boggarts. One had once hidden in his attic, personally collected by Alton. Given the profound darkness of this place, long abandoned and aptly dubbed a haunted house, it was likely that the boggart had some connection. Morin mused that if some inquisitive wizard were to venture here, encountering a boggart that transformed into their greatest fear, a vampire, for instance, they would surely flee in terror, and the rumors would surely grow more sinister. Yet Morin furrowed his brow. The boggart conjuring an essay on Muggle studies was a source of genuine distress. But the manifestation of Professor Charles was particularly surprising. The realization that his most profound fear was, in fact, Professor Charles was perplexing. Professor Charles is a fine individual, Morin admitted candidly. However, he could not shake the worry that had settled within him. Ever since he had spotted Professor Charles in the 7th floor corridor, something had felt amiss. While others were engrossed in the Quidditch match, Morin had a reason for venturing to the 7th floor. Why had Professor Charles appeared in that location? What he dreaded most was the possibility of uncovering that the mastermind behind it all was a teacher, leaving him utterly powerless. I hope it is not him, Otherwise, I may not be so fortunate next time, Morin thought. The boggart had transformed into Professor Charles, but a boggart could not wield magic. Whereas the real Professor Charles was an exceptionally experienced wizard. With a mere flick of his wand, Morin would be finished. He steadied his breath, preparing to depart from the treacherous shed, when suddenly a low, faint hissing sound emanated from the staircase where the boggart had just emerged, casting an eerie presence in the darkness. Could there be another boggart lurking? Morin pondered cautiously as he approached, the light from his wand dispelling the shadows beneath the stairs. To his astonishment, he discovered an obscure door ajar, seemingly the very exit for which the boggart had appeared. The hissing sound, it turned out, was indeed emanating from within this hidden passage. Glancing at the wooden door on the other side of the hall, concealed beneath a carpet, he surmised it led to a secret tunnel of the school. He then cast another glance at the dark doorway beneath the staircase. Where could it possibly lead? Should he venture down to uncover its secrets? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that since he had come this far, there was little to fear. If the boggart could reside there, why should he hesitate? With this thought, he crouched and advanced toward the shadowy door. However, at that instant, his foot slipped, and the ancient floorboard shattered beneath him. With a resounding crash, Morin plummeted to the ground, landing heavily and dislodging his disguise hat, as well as sending his wand skittering away, extinguishing its light and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Just as he grimaced in pain, the chilling hissing sound echoed ominously nearby, sending shivers down his spine. What on earth? Morin gasped, urgently fumbling for his wand. Without it, he felt vulnerable, akin to a fledgling chick. He was no Anak, capable of conjuring magic barehanded. Lumos, he shouted desperately, hoping to ignite his wand, but to no avail. It had vanished into the dark abyss. In a moment of panic, he called out, Incendio. To his astonishment, a small flame flickered to life at the tip of his index finger, illuminating the surroundings with a feeble glow. Could I wield fire without my wand? Morin sat up, finding himself atop a pair of decayed, crushed floorboards, exuding a foul, putrid odor that was unbearable, yet he paid it no mind. Captivated by the tiny flame dancing on his fingertip, momentarily forgetting the strange hissing sound nearby. Anak was indeed correct. The potency of magic wielded without a wand paled in comparison. With a wand, he could unleash a torrent of flames, yet without it, his efforts yielded only a pitiful flicker, easily snuffed out. It was only when the hissing sound pierced the air once more that Morin snapped back to reality. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, guided by the dim light of his finger, he located his wand amidst the debris, extinguished the flame on his fingertip, and summoned the glow of his wand once again. The glow of the wand was far more intense than that of the flames. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he seemed to be in the basement of the Screaming Shack, a place that appeared to have been sealed for many years. The basement was damp and dim, having recently endured rain, with signs of leaks evident, and the floor was exceedingly wet. Scattered haphazardly about were various pieces of dilapidated furniture, some draped with tattered cloths, yet those cloths were thickly coated in dust. To his astonishment, Morin even spotted a skeleton with the head of a dog and the body of a serpent, strung together by a thread, leaving him uncertain whether it was genuine bone or merely an ornament. Listening intently, he discerned a sound of breathing emanating from nearby. Beneath a dilapidated chair concealed by a ragged cloth, he watched the cloth warily, only for the breathing to abruptly cease. Transfiguration. Morin cast a spell to shift the rag aside, which stirred a cloud of dust that choked him momentarily. To his surprise, he uncovered a picture frame, encrusted with layers of dust and dirt. Could it be? With great effort, he extracted the large painting and waved his wand, whispering a spell to cleanse it. The dust upon the canvas was swept away. Treacherous traitor, why cover my mouth? Do you think silencing me will allow you to carry out your vile schemes unchallenged? I tell you, a valiant knight shall never cease to burn with fervor. Sir Cadogan bellowed from within the frame, shaking his fist. My heavens, you are truly here? Morin exclaimed joyfully, having searched the Screaming Shack for ages, only to find this fellow forgotten in the basement. Upon seeing Morin, Sir Cadogan retracted his fist. Ah, it's you, my faithful comrade. Have you come to rescue me? Morin diligently cleared away the dust surrounding Sir Cadogan's frame. The background of his portrait bore resemblance to that of Hogwarts, although it lacked a horse. His tempestuous steed was evidently wandering the walls of Hogwarts, having not accompanied him. The reason Sir Cadogan had been breathing was his desperate attempt to blow away the dust that had enveloped him, rendering him unable to speak. That wretched, shameless scoundrel, seizing my sword while my guard was down, laying waste to my domain, Sir Cadogan exclaimed furiously, picking up a wooden sword from the ground, his head adorned with a hat woven from grass, which seemed utterly mismatched. His original sword and helmet had been destroyed in the prior painting, and Morin recalled seeing fragments of the sword's hilt and half a helmet when he last encountered remnants of that artwork. Morin, brimming with impatience, inquired, "Who was that person? You must have seen them, right?" This was the very purpose of his search for Sir Cadogan. If the knight had not caught sight of the individual, it would be inconceivable that he had been so easily vanquished. "Yes, I saw him." Sir Cadogan brandished the wooden sword, swinging it with excessive vigor, inadvertently dislodging his grass hat, which he hastily retrieved and placed back atop his head, continuing with a simmering rage. The dark clouds in the sky gathered once more, as the wind and rain roared down from the heavens, cleansing the entirety of Hogsmeade village. Lightning rent the clouds asunder, as if the somber firmament had opened its eyes to gaze coldly upon the earth below. It seems this deluge has only just begun. Enoch stood upon the balcony of his modest abode, surveying the throngs of hurried passers-by on the distant street, muttering to himself. Some wizards hurried by, clutching umbrellas, while others, without such protection, raised their wands to conjure a transparent canopy above their heads. A few wizards even transformed their wands into enormous bubbles, enveloping themselves entirely to shield against the onslaught of wind and rain. Indeed, it has only just commenced. An elderly woman stood beside Enoch, a crystal ball hovering in her left hand, within which wisps of smoke swirled and ebbed, reminiscent of the clouds above, intermittently lit by flashes of lightning. "Do you see anything?" Enoch turned to regard the woman, whose once playful blue eyes now held a depth that was inscrutable. The old woman shook her head. "I see nothing, nothing at all. I can perceive the outcome of the battle from 21 years ago, but the future of this matter eludes me. Is it because of the boy?" "Indeed, it is because of this boy," she confirmed, her green eyes as unfathomable as the stars, shrouded in the mist of the crystal ball. "It is rather peculiar, is it not?" Enoch remarked with a knowing smile. "Some individuals are inherently destined to confront the Dark Lord, labeled as saviors, their futures visible to you. Yet, others exist without a clear purpose, rendering their futures unpredictable. Can you not assist him?" the woman inquired, referring to the child born in late July, who had Dumbledore-esque guidance. Though his path was fraught with challenges, he ultimately triumphed over Voldemort. "But what of this child? Dumbledore is not present." Enoch shook his head. "I'm already aiding him." "You are merely instructing him in the rudiments of magic," the woman began to protest. "That is more than sufficient," Enoch interjected, stretching lazily and interrupting her. "You know we cannot intervene, just as we refrain from meddling in Dumbledore's affairs. We are but spectators, not participants, understand? Besides, does the school not have a seer? Cassandra's great-granddaughter, perhaps?" A hint of disdain crossed the woman's face. "Her divination skills are hardly noteworthy. She prophesied the survival of the boy." "Oh, be silent, old man," she retorted, vexed. "How dare you bring that up?" Enoch chuckled like a child. "I am aware you beheld that very outcome in your precious crystal ball long before she did. Indeed, I foresaw the boy's survival early on, but I prefer not to broadcast what I have seen," she replied with a huff, her concern resurfacing. "Yet, I cannot glimpse the future of this child named Morin, which troubles me. I find him rather likable. Though he appears somewhat daft, his mind is quite sharp. Today, he unleashed a fiery spell that spiraled out of control." Enoch pondered thoughtfully. That uncontrollable flame was quite formidable, compelling me to wield my wand to extinguish those dreadful fires. During his lessons with Morin, Enoch seldom relied on his wand, only drawing it forth for the first time to quell the flames. "His magic went awry? How did it happen?" the elderly woman exclaimed in astonishment. "A sip of the potion brewed for my fire dragon. Ha ha! A sip!" the old woman cried, visibly irate. "Can one truly consume that? What are you doing, old man? He didn't catch fire, did he?" "No, he's quite exceptional. I simply forgot to inform him." Enoch winked playfully, his clear eyes rendering him youthful rather than an aged man, exuding vitality. He then deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Did you observe the signs of the Dark Awakening?" "Indeed, I informed you of it 2 months ago. The source of time is in disarray, and the truth lies there. Yet, I cannot discern the mastermind behind the entire affair. It must be due to this child being involved, as he has obstructed my vision of the truths I ought to see," the old woman stated gravely. "So you hesitate to meet him, fearing that you will perceive even less, correct?" Enoch chuckled again. The old woman shot him a glare. "Precisely. You have interacted with him. Hence you sleep on the sofa at night. Otherwise, you might interfere with my insights." Enoch's smile faltered, and he bristled with indignation. "That's outrageous. Why don't you sleep on the sofa instead? I shall be restless." The old woman dismissed Enoch's protest and continued, "I have seen some amnesiac students, victims of a bizarre and malevolent spell. After much contemplation, I suspect that it may be the doing of that individual. Who? Voldemort? Grindelwald? Neither. It is someone else. A rather discreet person who ought not to be involved. The old woman turned her crystal ball, within which hazy smoke swirled and coiled, ultimately forming a castle perched atop a towering cliff, Hogwarts. Chapter 94. The Painter of Ruin. Are you certain it is this individual? A tempest of dread surged within Morin, for his worst fears had indeed materialized. Indeed, it is that person, the hypocritical faculty member, Sir Cadogan declared, brandishing a wooden sword. Professor Charles. But he is a teacher, is he not? Morin replied uncertainly. A teacher would not harm the portraits of the school. Recalling the events of that day in the 7th floor corridor and his recent encounter with a boggart, he suddenly felt parched. Could Professor Charles truly be the mastermind behind these sinister deeds? If so, what could possibly be his motive? I see it clearly. My brave comrade, Sir Cadogan proclaimed, thrusting his wooden sword into the ground and leaning against its hilt. That day, I rode forth on my steed to claim new territories. Morin interpreted this statement as Sir Cadogan's quest to find the runaway dwarf horse. But you can still blow your trumpet. Indeed, as long as I draw breath, I shall sweep away the world's filth and reveal the truth to humanity. Sir Cadogan exclaimed passionately, his unsteady body causing the wooden sword he leaned upon to snap with a crack, resulting in his unfortunate and clumsy fall to the ground. Did you witness with your own eyes that the individual was Professor Charles? Or were there certain discrepancies? For instance, did his visage resemble his, yet his demeanor and actions did not? Morin inquired. This was significant, for Morin was aware that the compound potion could also impersonate another individual, flawlessly mimicking various aspects. Yet some people's habitual gestures and essence were beyond imitation. I cannot articulate that clearly. I am unfamiliar with him. Morin was tempted to inquire about whether Sir Cadogan's saliva was an adhesive or something equally miraculous. But recalling that both the wooden sword and Sir Cadogan were mere figments of a painting, he refrained from asking. Sir Cadogan brandished the wooden sword once more, furrowing his brow. However, your assertion has led me to truly believe that something is indeed amiss with him. There seems to be a familiar essence about him, akin to the scent of blood. Yes, blood. The scent of blood? What on earth does that signify? Morin queried, astonished. Does he have blood on his hands? Has he committed murder? Not the blood you comprehend. It is the blood of all those depicted in the paintings. The exalted and noble essence that courses through the veins of our painted brethren. Sir Cadogan proclaimed. Oh, Morin grasped the meaning. You refer to the pigments and inks used in painting? Please refrain from employing such vulgar terminology to describe our blood, Sir Cadogan said earnestly. Regardless of whether we call it pigment ink or blood, it is our noble blood, my valiant comrade. If I cannot vanquish the treacherous knave, I would rather incinerate my blood, transforming it into smoke to perish alongside the enemy. But how could Professor Charles possess pigment ink? The essence of blood? Morin asked, perplexed. Sir Cadogan's demeanor turned grave. Perhaps he has also targeted other compatriots within the castle. I am not the first. This demon, whose hands are stained with noble blood. Morin found it difficult to comprehend this notion. He illuminated his wand, retrieving his disguise hat from the ground. No. He shook his head. No one would believe your claims. After all, Morin hesitated, initially intending to remark on Sir Cadogan's eccentricity, but deemed it impolite, opting instead for, many may not grasp your battlefield perspective, do they? They would not accept your words, let alone you accusing a professor. Do you believe the headmaster would trust you? Sir Cadogan, who spent his days challenging students within the castle, uttering peculiar phrases, had likely worn out even his descendants' patience, which was why he'd been cast aside here. Sir Cadogan's assertions lacked persuasive weight. Morin would not foolishly rush to the headmaster's office with a painting in hand, claiming that Professor Charles was embroiled in some conspiracy, especially when he was entirely unaware of Professor Charles's undertakings. Shall we simply allow the treacherous villains to roam freely? Sir Cadogan lamented, unwilling to accept defeat. I am uncertain, yet it is imperative that you refrain from accusing him. If you could merely comport yourself in a more typical manner, it would facilitate matters greatly, at least for the present, as I ponder this. Morin exerted considerable effort to lift Sir Cadogan's portrait, a task quite formidable due to its considerable size, nearly half the height of a person. He dragged the painting out of the basement, the rickety staircase threatening to collapse underfoot, requiring him to tread with utmost caution to avoid a perilous fall. Your frame is excessively large. I wonder if I might employ a shrinking spell to fit you into my pocket, though I have yet to learn such a spell. Morin hesitantly remarked, wand in hand, as he stood in the hall of the shed. Fear not to cast your magic. I harbor no doubts regarding my comrade. Sir Cadogan proclaimed with noble resolve. Then I had best practice first. Morin pulled over a broken leg from a nearby chair and gently tapped it with his wand, whispering, "Shrink, shrink." With a resounding pop, the chair leg unexpectedly expanded, growing to the size of table. "Oh, why has it grown larger? My apologies. I remember the incantation, but not the precise wand movements. How many degrees must I rotate, or should I give it a shake?" As Morin pondered, the board he had inadvertently enlarged suddenly splintered, scattering into a heap of wood shavings. Sir Cadogan gasped, nervously interjecting, "My dear comrade, while I have no doubts about your abilities, should we perhaps reconsider alternative methods? Do not worry. I'll learn spells swiftly, but the first attempt often fails. If only I had my book, it surely contains the necessary wand movements." Suddenly, Morin recalled the parchment. Mr. Enoch, fortunately, I have my pen." He retrieved the folded parchment and pen from his pocket, inscribing, "Mr. Enoch, could you kindly inform me of the wand movements for the shrinking spell?" Morin was uncertain if Enoch would see the message, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope that Enoch might fortuitously discover his note. To his delight, within 2 minutes, the parchment began to quiver incessantly in his grasp until it finally stilled. A line of text appeared: "Rotate clockwise 271 degrees, then give it a shake." A moving encyclopedia. How splendid! With renewed determination, Morin seized his wand once more, and this time, after only 2 attempts, he successfully reduced the chair leg to the size of a pen. His rapid mastery of spells stemmed from his adept control over the wand, executing the movements with remarkable precision. "Very well, Sir Cadogan, I have mastered the shrinking spell," Morin declared with confidence. "Do you intend to charge forth alone? Must I remain here, merely biding my time? That is not in my nature," Sir Cadogan asserted gallantly. "You possess but one life. Should you recklessly encounter Professor Charles, it could spell your end," Morin cautioned. Realizing the truth in Morin's words, Sir Cadogan continued, "Might I not reunite with my steed? I wish to prepare for battle alongside it, to strategize for the future. It was last sent out to scout for enemies, and cannot traverse from other paintings to this one. Indeed, I speak earnestly." The minecart had come to a halt, and Morin cast a slowing charm upon himself. He disembarked from the cart and continued, "I believe your steed prefers wandering. The grass in this painting does not suit its taste, so you needn't fret over it." He tapped on the wall, and Lulu eagerly approached, presenting a bowl of fruit jam and inquiring if he would like some. Morin felt it impolite to refuse such a warm-hearted little creature, so he accepted a generous portion of fruit jam along with a few chicken leg cakes. The bag Lulu used for packaging was a foldable magical food bag, which could transform into the shape of a regular plate with a simple tug, ensuring that the meals would not become jumbled together. Specially designed for students who often sneaked into the kitchen. "Thank you, Lulu," Morin said as he departed the underground kitchen, making his way to the dormitory. It was dinner time, and he need not venture to the hall. This would suffice for a meal. Upon returning to his dormitory, he placed the shrunken portrait of Sir Cadogan on his bedside table, sternly warning him not to speak out of turn, lest he be locked in the cupboard. Sir Cadogan was considerably more subdued. "Is it truly Professor Charles?" Hugo inquired, observing the palm-sized Sir Cadogan with skepticism. "Can we trust what this little fellow says?" "Little fellow?" Sir Cadogan felt affronted, responding with indignation. "Who are you calling a little fellow? You red-hair brat. You have not seen my gallant exploits on the battlefield. My valiant spirit would render you utterly ashamed. Is this chap a fool?" Hugo scoffed. "Draw your sword, you arrogant, ignorant little redhead." Sir Cadogan brandished his wooden sword, prepared to duel Hugo, prompting Morin to simply turn the portrait around, forcing him to face the wall. "Do you genuinely believe his words?" Hugo furrowed his brow. "To be honest, both of us have been abysmal in our Muggle studies assignments, yet Professor Charles has not put us under undue pressure. He is a good man." "Is he not?" Morin replied. "I am uncertain, but since this is a clue, we must investigate further." "We can investigate, but we must ensure he does not become aware," Hugo cautioned. "Otherwise, we could forget about getting away with our Muggle studies assignments in the future." The following week was marked by persistent rain, and with a match against Ravenclaw scheduled for Saturday, Puck insisted on training in the rain, believing that Saturday would likely also be a rainy day. However, Morin was mistaken. Professor Sinistra had procured a new batch of brass telescopes. These were newly invented cloud-piercing telescopes, with exceptional penetrating power capable of piercing through the clouds, ensuring that inclement weather would not hinder our pursuit of the enchanting heavens. With a flick of his wand, Professor Sinistra conjured a transparent magical canopy above the tower, shielding them from the chilling rain. These telescopes are promotional items provided free of charge for our school's use, but they are merely samples and will not last long. So you would do well to purchase this brand of brass telescope. Morin sighed, Even if he were to acquire the most advanced telescope with a 10,000-fold magnification, it would be futile. The telescope would not correct the peculiar star charts. The celestial alignments would remain misaligned, offering no surprises, and Professor Sinister's critiques were ever present. Aside from the dismal weather, he now found himself distracted during Muggle studies classes. Every time I behold Professor Charles's gentle and refined smile, an unsettling feeling washes over me. It seems to me that beneath that amiable facade might lurk a visage both cold and sinister. The professor awarded us an outstanding grade on our assignment. My heavens! It is the first time I have received such commendation in Muggle studies. Hugo was so moved he nearly wept. Typically, their frivolous Muggle papers barely scraped by, as Professor Charles never bestowed failing grades upon them, nor did he grant excessively high marks. Perhaps it was due to our shared innate talent for art. Morin gazed at his paper. Last week's Muggle Studies assignment required them to write about the differences in the portrayals of Muggles and wizards. He and Hugo had concocted a haphazard narrative, and astonishingly, they achieved an excellent grade. This indicated Professor Charles's discerning eye. Hugo whispered, "Just think, how could someone like him ever harbor ill intentions towards us?" I too hope that is not the case. Morin cast another glance at Professor Charles, who appeared every bit the gentleman, exuding grace and warmth. It was perplexing to fathom how such an individual could ever wish to tarnish Sir Cadogan's artwork. Professor Charles seemed to sense Morin's gaze and shifted his attention, prompting Morin to quickly lower his head. How could he discern? It was all mere fabrication. He possessed no artistic inclination whatsoever. Morin stammered, "Fruits are simply plucked from plants. They represent the ultimate manifestation of life. Therefore, I believe a painter ought to express the theme of life. Or perhaps the artist was merely hungry and painted to stave off hunger." Hugo erupted in laughter beside him, and Morin nudged him with his arm to quiet him. Professor Charles nodded slightly, signaling Morin to sit. Indeed, our appreciation of art largely relies on imagination. Morin's insight aligns well with Muggle thought. Hugo chuckled softly. "Professor Charles suggests you already possess Muggle sensibilities. Perhaps you're a qualified Muggle after all." Morin felt the urge to laugh, but stifled it. He and Hugo exchanged glances, and Hugo's smile faltered. Chapter 96, Professor Charles's Task. Morin's greatest dilemma now lay in how to confront Professor Charles, especially since the professor had unexpectedly called him aside. Hugo, feeling guilty, was acutely aware that Morin had confided his suspicions to him. Once everyone else had departed, the two of them approached the podium. "Professor, is there something you wish to discuss?" Morin inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor despite his swirling thoughts. Hugo, anxiously, interjected, "Professor, we haven't done anything wrong. You won't confine us, will you?" "Confine you?" "Oh no, you misunderstand," Professor Charles replied. He added, "I will not have you working for nothing. This can contribute to your regular class grades. To be included in your final evaluation." Summoning his courage, Morin asked, "Professor, do you also possess a talent for magical painting?" "Indeed," Professor Charles responded, patting his briefcase with a smile. "My research in magical painting surpasses that of all other instructors, which is why the headmaster assigned this task to me. If you are free this Sunday, would you care to join me?" Morin paused for a moment before replying, "Yes." Silently, Sweet nodded in agreement. Hugo appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet with both Morin and Sweet consenting, he found no grounds for refusal. Once they exited the classroom, Hugo eagerly exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? What if he truly is the person spoken of by that mad knight? I certainly wish to know." Hugo gritted his teeth. "Very well, but I can't shake the feeling that this is an unwise choice. I hope Professor Charles does not take it too harshly on us." In the following days, Morin immersed himself in the study of various spells. He recalled Anok's words, that the magic he taught for combat was a precautionary measure, and he began to align himself with Anok's reasoning. If he were to confront Professor Charles, acquiring more spells could only prove beneficial. The days were filled with rain, and amidst the downpour, Morin seized opportunities to practice his fire spell. At last, his flame had grown beyond a mere flicker, transforming into a torch capable of withstanding the rain's onslaught. Saturday marked the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, with both teams vying for practice time on the pitch. Madame Hooch arranged for them to alternate their use of the Quidditch field, and when it was reserved by Ravenclaw, Pock even led them to practice beside the Forbidden Forest. Adjacent to the forest lay a vast clearing, overseen by Hagrid, who was more than willing to lend them the space, even offering his supervision free of charge to prevent them from soaring over the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid displayed particular consideration for the Gryffindor students, and after practice, he generously shared his homemade spicy cookies with everyone. These cookies, imbued with some fearsome pepper, brought tears to their eyes. Morin found himself weeping from the heat. "How's my cooking?" Hagrid, his beard unkempt, inquired with eager anticipation. Absolutely splendid. Morin wiped the tears from his cheeks. Look, everyone is moved to tears. After taking a bite, each person was dabbing their eyes. Indeed, a delicacy of the mortal realm, James sniffled, appearing as if he were sobbing. I shall write to my father, Hagrid, to tell him your culinary skills have improved. He will surely be moved to tears. None could bear to dismiss Hagrid's goodwill, nodding in heartfelt approval. Wonderful. I'm going to challenge you, James. Hugo cried out, tears streaming down his face after tasting the cookies. On Saturday morning, the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw approached, the sky drizzling with a fine mist. Puck appeared quite pleased. Did you see? Our training in the rain this week was for this very moment. Such weather poses no hindrance to us. We must secure victory with my tempestuous strategy, using the downpour to our advantage, as you all surely understand. In the locker room, Puck distributed waterproof goggles to each player, exuding an air of prophetic certainty. However, just as they grasped their broomsticks, the weather took an unexpected turn, the sun emerging brightly. All Gryffindor players glared at Puck with discontent, having endured an entire week of damp clothing for what he termed the tempestuous strategy. Puck cleared his throat twice and declared, if we cannot employ the tempestuous strategy, then we shall resort to the dual flight strategy. There is no need for despair. The efficacy of our training will not dissipate simply because the weather has cleared. Surely, we shall encounter a rainy day next time. And I assure you that our tempestuous tactics will catch our opponents off guard. Subsequently, Bach began to reorganize the lineup, opting not to start Morin, but instead granting Sweet an opportunity to play, given Sweet's exceptional flying skills. However, Sweet suddenly glanced at the sky outside and shook his head, stating, I am unwell today. I cannot participate. Unwell. Is it due to stage fright? There is no need to be anxious. Many experience discomfort during their first appearance. Nevertheless, it is something you must confront. Come on. Bach, well acquainted with novices, encouraged him. No, I truly feel unwell, Sweet insisted, his complexion notably pale and his tone resolute. Bach furrowed his brow and replied, Very well, Lily, you shall take the field as the seeker. Morin, you are not to wander aimlessly. For I may adjust our strategy at halftime, and I wish not to encounter the same issue as last time when I could not locate anyone. Chapter 97. The Mark of the Wolf King. Outside, Hugo vociferously announced the names of the two teams. As the Ravenclaw Eagle and Gryffindor Lion illusions roared above the Quidditch stands, igniting fervent cheers from the audience, Diana stepped onto the platform to watch the match, leaving only Morin and Sweet in the changing room. You feel unwell? Morin inquired, perplexed, just as Morin, feeling somewhat foolish, was about to step outside to watch the game. Sweet abruptly lifted his head and said, You are questioning Professor Charles, aren't you? Morin frowned, cautiously glancing at Diana outside, and calmly replied, What do I have to doubt him about? Sweet continued, Those who have gone missing, myself included. I have seen him twice in the 7th floor corridor, and I feel I witnessed something I should not have, yet I cannot recall it. Morin was taken aback. It was the first time Sweet had confided such a matter to him, yet he maintained his composure and responded, Perhaps he merely passed by coincidentally. You need not conceal anything. I know you harbor doubts about him. The night in that painting in your dormitory, I have seen it in the 7th floor corridor, Sweet said, gazing steadily at Morin. Morin discerned no emotional shift in Sweet's eyes. After a moment of silence, he remarked, You remember Sir Cadogan. Yet you cannot recall what you saw in the 7th floor corridor? Sweet nodded quietly, his tone peculiar, indeed. Perhaps I observed something I should not have, and fell victim to a forgetting charm. I cannot be certain. I have forgotten quite a bit. Then why share this with me? Morin inquired, maintaining his composure. He needed to ensure his words left him room for maneuver until matters were clarified. Because you have been investigating this matter, and I sense you must have uncovered something, Sweet asserted. I have discovered nothing, Morin replied, shaking his head. Sweet appeared somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, Morin recalled something and asked, Do you have any unusual marks on your back? Since your memory loss, have you felt anything amiss within yourself? Sweat remained silent, his complexion remarkably pale, as if lost in thought. He then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Morin. Here, this is the mark, he stated. With a furrowed brow, Morin accepted the paper and glanced at it, realizing the drawing was neither Grindelwald's insignia nor a Death Eater's emblem, but rather a circle from which a wolf seemed poised to leap forth. The wolf bore a scar across its left eye, lending it a fearsome appearance. What is this mark? Morin pondered, having never encountered such an emblem before. The wolf's insignia exuded a sense of brutality that was quite unsettling. I made a rubbing of this from a book in the library, Sweat explained. It belongs to a dark wizard who predated Grindelwald, known as Wolf King Lycanthrope. Though his name does not resonate as strongly as those of Grindelwald or Voldemort, he once stirred considerable turmoil within the wizarding community. Wolf King Lycanthorpe? Morin recalled the name vaguely. Indeed, werewolves are well acquainted with him. A ferocious werewolf and a master of dark magic. He is the only wizard known to transform into a wolf at any time. Without waiting for the full moon, Sweat stated gravely. Suddenly, Morin remembered. I recall having read about this individual in a certain book. During his reign, the number of werewolves in the wizarding world surged to alarming proportions. Many were bitten and compelled to join his ranks. Wizards harbor a deep aversion to werewolves, and once a normal person is bitten, they find it exceedingly difficult to be accepted back into the wizarding community, often being forced to align themselves with Wolf King Lycanthorpe. The wizarding realm was thrown into a state of panic, with everyone fearing to venture outside, lest they attract the attention of the ever-transforming Wolf King. Indeed, this is the mark of Wolf King Lycanthorpe. Sweat pointed to the paper in Morin's hand. Increasingly astonished, Morin mused. How is it that yet another dark wizard's mark has emerged? Hugo bears the mark of Grindelwald, Jamie has Voldemort's, and now Sweat is associated with Lycanthorpe? What then of the others who have gone missing? Wait, you were not born in December. How could you possibly have a mark? Morin suddenly realized, recalling the clues he and Hugo had uncovered. According to their pattern, the next disappearance should involve someone born in December. What December birth? What are you talking about? I told you, I was born in September, Sweat reiterated emphatically. Morin found himself increasingly perplexed. Had he miscalculated? Perhaps the missing individuals were not linked by birth months after all. What commonality did they share? Who will be next? May I see the mark on your back? Morin inquired. Sweat glanced at Diana outside, his brow furrowing. Now, is this the right time? Realizing the inopportune moment, Morin suggested, let us wait until the competition concludes. You may not be aware, but Hugo also bears a mark, that of Grindelwald, while Jamie possesses one that resembles Voldemort's skull. Sweat appeared taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Morin discovered that today was the day he had conversed with Sweet the most since the commencement of the semester. He inquired, did you feign illness merely to engage in this conversation with me? Sweet averted his gaze and replied, no, I genuinely feel unwell. Morin scrutinized Sweet with curiosity, sensing that the latter harbored numerous secrets. The mystery of his disappearance and amnesia was not the sole enigma that perplexed Morin. What do you do in the Forbidden Forest every morning? Morin asked. That's none of your concern. Sweet reverted to his usual indifferent demeanor. Morin had grown accustomed to Sweet's eccentricity. Meanwhile, outside, the cheers from the Quidditch pitch echoed as Hugo announced that Gryffindor was currently leading Ravenclaw 90-30, suggesting that Morin might not need to take the field at all. In this match, Gryffindor had opted not to field their most promising player, Morin Walker, instead choosing another substitute, Lily Potter. 3 members of the Potter family were on the field for Gryffindor. James and Albus executed their offensive plays with remarkable prowess, while Lily occasionally assisted the Chasers in their attacks, further extending Gryffindor's lead. The match continued for over an hour, and it appeared that Puck had no intention of making substitutions. With a score of 340 to 180, Gryffindor seemed almost assured of victory, now merely awaiting Lily to seize the golden snitch to conclude the match. Morin watched the game intently, yet his thoughts wandered to various disconcerting matters. What did the different dark mark symbols signify? Was Professor Charles truly the mastermind behind it all? Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a crescendo of excitement, as both seekers spotted the golden snitch and raced toward it, with enthusiastic cheers resonating from both Gryffindor's Lions and Ravenclaw's Eagles. With a sharp whistle, Madame Hooch concluded the match. Lily failed to capture the golden snitch, as Ravenclaw's seeker collided with her, claiming the elusive snitch. In an unexpected turn of events, Ravenclaw's seeker's capture of the snitch added an additional 150 points, altering the score to 340 to 330. Yet Gryffindor emerged victorious. Hugo announced the final result with fervor. Lily appeared somewhat dejected. Despite Gryffindor's triumph and the excitement of her fellow students, she remained unsatisfied. Morin suddenly recalled that Lily had also experienced a period of disappearance. What might her associated mark signify? Chapter 98, The Measuring Quill. Morin approached Lily and offered consolation. It's all right. Lily, Ravenclaw's seeker was stronger than you, and you performed admirably. I could have done better, she replied glumly. But at least we won the match, didn't we? Morin countered. Lily sat on a bench in the changing room, tossing her broom aside, sulking in solitude. Morin contemplated inquiring whether Lily bore any peculiar marks herself, but considering her mood, he decided to reserve that question for another time. Morin gestured towards Sweet, who had already set off towards the castle, lost in his own thoughts. Do you have a mark on your back as well? Sweet asked, sitting on his bed while gazing at Hugo, Morin briefly elucidated the situation to Hugo, who was taken aback. But that person was supposed to be born in December. How could it possibly be him? Perhaps we have all misjudged the situation. Those with marks do not necessarily disappear in accordance with their birth dates, Morin replied solemnly. Then what do we all have in common, if not that? Hugo inquired, his expression one of confusion. They too were perplexed, the only apparent connection being that they were all newcomers this year. Sweet silently revealed the Wolf King mark on his back to Morin and Hugo. The mark was blue, vivid, and far more ferocious than the illustration Sweet had drawn. You should give it a try. Perhaps you'll see something, Hugo suggested uncertainly. With Sweet's consent, Morin's fingers brushed against the mark. An influx of Sweet's memories flooded Morin's mind, transporting him to the corridor on the 7th floor, witnessing Sweet's perspective as he passed by various paintings on the walls, heading toward the classroom. This time, Morin's focus was particularly drawn to the artwork, and he was astonished to find that the paintings Sweet recalled were not the same as those perceived by others, as though someone had deliberately scrambled the order of the paintings in the 7th floor corridor. Sweet pushed open the classroom door, stepping into a foggy expanse where indistinct shadows loomed, reminiscent of the Forbidden Forest, though Morin could not be certain. Just as he wished to observe further, Sweet's memories abruptly ceased. Did you see anything different? Hugo asked eagerly. Sweet regarded Morin with curiosity, having noticed the glow in Morin's eyes, a sensation that felt exceedingly abnormal. It's still the same, almost like the Forbidden Forest. But the fog is too thick for me to see clearly, Morin shook his head. Hugo appeared visibly disappointed. Has my mark disappeared? Sweet exclaimed, glancing at himself in the dormitory mirror, astonished. Indeed, mine vanished last time as well, thanks to Morin. His eyes can dispel dark magic, a bane to dark wizards. Hugo jested. Morin, preoccupied, paid no mind to Hugo. He was unable to glean any clues from the dark wizard marks, his mind swirling with questions about who would choose to bestow such marks upon first-year students. Seeing that Morin had no answers, Sweet departed the dormitory, presumably heading to the library. Hugo dashed downstairs to celebrate the victory with the Gryffindor students, leaving Morin alone in the dormitory, recalling Enoch's parchment. After a moment's hesitation, despite remaining uncertain about Enoch's true identity, Morin considered that Enoch, being well-versed, might possess some knowledge. He took up a quill and inscribed upon the parchment. It has been approximately 5 minutes. The parchment began to tremble, revealing a line of text. I have not heard of such dark magic. What you describe may be a prank, so be cautious. Did Enoch not know either? Morin sighed softly. On Sunday, Morin and his companions arrived at the classroom for Muggle studies, where Professor Charles awaited them. I am delighted to see you, he exclaimed. Today's task is straightforward, yet somewhat tedious. Your responsibility is to assist in identifying which portraits within the castle exhibit signs of paint deterioration or magical depletion. Simply remove them, and I shall take care of the restoration. Beside Professor Charles stood an easel laden with an assortment of brushes of varying sizes. But how do we determine if the magic in the paintings is waned? Inquired Morin, somewhat uncertain. It was a candid admission. While his doodles were capable of speech and movement, they paled in comparison to the sophistication of the castle's portraits. Quite simple, Professor Charles replied with a smile, handing 3 black quills to Morin and his friends. Hugo reluctantly accepted one. Having discarded all his black quills after Professor Francis from Defense Against the Dark Arts warned him that a quill cursed with dark magic could bring about death upon inscribing its owner's name. He held a strong aversion to black quills. This is a specialized testing quill, Professor Charles explained. You merely need to make gentle strokes on the portraits and scrawl a few words. If the words appear, it signifies that the painting has lost some magic and requires restoration. If nothing appears, the portrait remains intact. What is the principle behind this? Will we be able to erase what we write? Morin asked, perplexed. The portraits are enchanted for protection. Once the magic begins to fade, a wizard with artistic talent can utilize their magic to restore the painting. Each of you possesses remarkable artistic abilities, so your inscriptions will be regarded as restorative magic. Rest assured, the words you inscribe with this specialized quill will soon vanish, leaving the portraits unscathed. I will handle the restoration. Your task is merely to filter. Professor Charles adjusted his easel and paints, continuing, there are numerous portraits within the castle, some of which are hung quite high. If you cannot reach them, you may use the broomsticks I borrowed from Madame Hooch. She has graciously allowed you to fly within the castle temporarily. I trust you can all fly? If not, you may seek a ladder from the caretaker, Filch, but I advise against it. His temperament is rather irritable, and he is quite elderly. Do you have any further questions? Morin and his companions exchanged glances, their minds brimming with inquiries. Chapter 99. Assessing the paintings. Professor Charles had become the object of their suspicion. and it felt peculiar to engage in this task alongside him. However, they could not afford to voice their concerns. "We understand, Professor," Morin responded. "Let us examine the paintings floor by floor, removing those that show signs of magical depletion to this classroom. We shall work in pairs for efficiency. Hugo, stay with me. I noticed you were punished by Professor Flitwick for your misquote about not being a fire-breathing dragon. It will be safer for the castle's portraits if you accompany me," Professor Charles suggested. Hugo's mouth fell agape, his expression akin to that of someone who had just consumed a slug. Ever since he began to harbor suspicions about Professor Charles, he had been utterly terrified of him. Now, the prospect of being alone with the professor was anything but pleasant. Hugo's face turned ashen, and he desperately glanced at Morin for help. "Professor, may I join your group? I am quite fascinated by the history of the castle portraits, and perhaps you can enlighten me." As long as Hugo refrained from casting spells, he would not falter. He would keep his wand securely stowed. Morin boldly stated that his will to survive was indeed robust. Professor Charles chuckled. "That is acceptable. Hugo and Sweet, you two shall be responsible for the basement to the second floor, while Morin and I will commence from the third floor. We still have the west tower and the north tower to cover, so let us not dawdle." Hugo seized a broomstick from the wall and whispered to Morin, "I promise to gift you 2 presents for your next birthday as compensation. Oh, and do remember not to write your name on the portrait with a black feather quill. Let's not forget Professor Francis's death threats." Sweet, without uttering a word, cast a glance at Morin and Professor Charles before picking up a broomstick and departing with Hugo, leaving Morin and Professor Charles alone in the classroom. "Then let us begin," Professor Charles said gently as he too took hold of a broomstick. Morin followed closely behind the professor, his heart racing with trepidation, yet he steeled himself. They proceeded down the corridor, and soon Morin broke the silence. "Professor, I heard that it was you who consoled the fat lady after her heartbreak. It is rather peculiar. This is the first time I've heard of portraits engaging in romance. Are you referring to the guardian of the Gryffindor common room? The figures in the portraits possess their own thoughts. After all, they're creations of wizards. However, there's a distinction between the beings in the portraits and those in reality," Professor Charles replied as they climbed the staircase. "The fat lady never revealed the identity of her beloved to me, but after some analysis, she seemed to come to terms with it." They reached the staircase, but did not ascend. Instead, they gazed up at the portraits adorning the wall. The castle's staircases meandered unpredictably, with some portraits hung out of reach. "Let's commence our task. You test those portraits. I shall handle this side." Professor Charles had already mounted his broomstick. Morin had never flown within the castle before. As it was strictly forbidden, should anyone attempt to breach this rule, Filch would swiftly arrive, berating the offender before confiscating their broomstick for several days. He too mounted his broomstick and approached the nearest portrait, which depicted a ship battling tempestuous seas. The waters churned violently, and the grand vessel swayed precariously amid towering waves, seemingly on the brink of destruction, while numerous sailors desperately clung to the rigging, striving to steer their course. Morin took out a feather quill and made a few hasty strokes on the canvas, but no words appeared. Instead, a colossal shark suddenly leapt from the depths, intent on biting his quill, startling him profoundly. "I thought today was a fair weather day." Morin faintly heard one of the sailors on deck shouting, "Hold on, we shall reach the shore safely. Such weather only emboldens our resolve. We are here to conquer the sea." The captain, donning a hat, took the helm with fervor. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal wave surged forth, capsizing the vessel and casting all aboard into the turbulent waters. Amidst the chaos, several sharks leapt from the depths, ferociously targeting the sailors, leading to a tragic demise for the entire crew. "We wish you a pleasant voyage." Morin nonchalantly shrugged, as the churning sea quickly obliterated the remnants of the ship and its crew. Yet, after a brief moment, the vessel, previously engulfed by the waves, re-emerged from the edges of the frame, with the captain and sailors once more grasping the sails, fervently declaring their intent to conquer the ocean. Within the castle, some paintings dwarfed Morin's entire being, while others seemed to ascend from the ground, one even so diminutive that it appeared no larger than a fingernail. Had it not been for his close proximity, one might never have noticed the existence of such a miniature artwork. This piece depicted an elderly woman engrossed in reading, with a crystal ball adorning the table. Morin, with great difficulty, attempted to inscribe a stroke upon the tiny canvas with a quill, yet no mark materialized. "Professor Charles, has this painting been subjected to a shrinking spell?" Morin inquired, turning to him. Professor Charles retrieved a painting from the wall opposite and approached Morin, casting a glance at the miniature work. "No, this is the creation of a painter named Dora, renowned for her miniature paintings. She employs such small canvases for her art. How does she manage to paint?" Morin queried, astonished. He had labored to test the artwork for potential restoration, struggling to make even a single mark, and found it difficult to fathom how a normal person could paint on a canvas the size of a fingernail. Professor Charles gingerly lifted the tiny painting, marveling. This is her unique talent. Few wizards achieve such mastery over color. Her brush is crafted from extremely fine wolf-tail hair, making it quite challenging to control. Typically, she paints in public to demonstrate that she does not create the artwork first and then reduce its size. Each time Dora completes a painting, a fixed spell is cast upon it, rendering its dimensions immutable. Morin had no acquaintance with this so-called Dora. His own painting skills were woeful. Despite possessing a magical talent for art, he lacked interest in it and could only express fleeting admiration. He then resumed testing other paintings, discovering two that could reveal inscriptions, indicating a significant loss of magic and a need for restoration. He carefully removed these two pieces. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within Morin, akin to being observed, a strong feeling of being scrutinized from behind. He abruptly turned, yet found nothing amiss, only Professor Charles, with his back to him, intently examining a painting on the wall through a magnifying glass. Chapter 100, Being Watched. Was it Professor Charles who was spying? Morin gazed uncertainly at Professor Charles's retreating figure, yet the professor appeared utterly engrossed, his focus entirely on the painting. Had it been Professor Charles scrutinizing Morin, he could not have maintained such composure within such a brief span of time. However, if it were not Professor Charles, who else could it be? An unsettling sensation lingered in Morin's mind. He turned back, resuming his work with a quill on a fruit painting before him. Though he had already determined that this artwork required no restoration, he paid it little mind, his gaze wandering restlessly in search of that peculiar feeling. Yet, once Morin acknowledged the oddity, it suddenly became elusive, as if it were present everywhere, yet impossible to pinpoint. Now, even Morin himself could not ascertain whether it originated from Professor Charles. Stealthily, he maneuvered his flying broom closer to a painting depicting a banquet of 13 wizards, situated not far from the professor's left side. He cast furtive glances at Professor Charles, who had moved on to examine another painting, pausing to observe pieces that captivated his interest. Nevertheless, Morin could not dismiss the professor's potential involvement, for that elusive sensation persisted, as if someone were watching him from every conceivable angle. "Hey, what are you doing? You've ruined my last supper," exclaimed an irate wizard from the painting before Morin. It was then that he realized his preoccupation with tracing the source of the peculiar feeling had led him to unconsciously drag his brush across the canvas, inadvertently smearing white ink over the sandwich on one wizard's plate. "Fear not, your sandwich shall be restored. The ink from my brush dissipates swiftly." Morin quickly halted his brush and offered an apology. "Oh, right, the brush leaves marks, indicating you too require restoration. Apologies, but your dinner must be paused. Everyone, please bear with me." As Morin removed the painting from the wall, he inadvertently tilted it, causing the entire canvas to topple. The 13 dining wizards cried out in alarm as they tumbled downward, colliding in a heap at the edge of the frame. The dining table was overturned, and pots and pans clattered to the ground within the painting, all of their dinner ruined by Morin's blunder. "You shall face consequences, you little rascal. You are more insufferable than that scoundrel Hoyle." The wizards protested vehemently. Ignoring their outcry, Morin carried the painting to the staircase, where 9 other artworks awaited restoration. The 13 wizards, indignant, began to rise from the edges of the frame, righting the toppled table, laying out the tablecloth, and retrieving the scattered utensils from the floor of the painting, their faces etched with fury. "Actually, I suggest you wait to tidy up. There may be another upheaval shortly," Morin kindly warned. Professor Charles and Morin were engaged in assessing which paintings warranted restoration, and as they moved the portraits, many figures expressed their discontent. Numerous portraits were intermingling, vociferously protesting, not to mention the cacophony of animals chattering incessantly in the background. In the span of a mere 10 minutes, Morin was assailed by 4 great yellow peaks launching poison darts, 3 fire-breathing dragons, 2 barking black hounds, and a phoenix that incessantly resurrected itself in protest against him. It was fortunate these were mere representations within a painting. Otherwise, Morin would not have remained so composed. Professor Charles was engaged in a dialogue with the protesting artwork, elucidating their intent, while Morin was utterly indifferent to this discourse, preoccupied instead with the persistent sensation of being observed and its elusive origin. They ascended from a 3rd to the 7th floor, and to Morin's astonishment, the number of paintings requiring restoration increased with each level. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he found that nearly half of the artworks were in need of repair. Professor Charles muttered to himself, "This is indeed peculiar. Half of these paintings exhibit a loss of magical essence. It appears my workload is set to intensify." Morin glanced at Professor Charles, his curiosity deepening. Gradually, he became acutely aware of the source of the voyeuristic feeling. On the 7th floor, the sensation became palpably pronounced. As he examined a painting depicting a tug-of-war between a nautilus and a griffin, he abruptly turned his head to the right. On the adjacent wall hung a painting approximately half a meter in length, portraying a series of residences reminiscent of a Muggle neighborhood. Each dwelling was adorned with walls painted in various hues, and the street bustled with pedestrians, alongside wizards riding broomsticks as they soared through the air. Morin hurried to stand before this painting. The intense feeling of being watched emanated from it. He scrutinized the passers-by, inadvertently noticing a shadowy figure seemingly concealed behind the curtains of an attic window in one of the houses. Just as Morin leaned in to investigate further, the occupant of the house drew the curtains shut. In an instant, the feeling of being observed vanished. Am I being watched by someone within the painting? Morin pondered, perplexed by the notion that a figure from the artwork could spy on him. What could compel this painted individual to follow him here? He seized a black feather quill and made a couple of strokes on the canvas, but the brush left no trace. This painting did not require restoration. Professor Charles, what is the purpose of this painting? Moore inquired. Professor Charles lifted his gaze to the neighborhood illustration and replied, that depicts a community where wizards and muggles coexist. Let me see. This style is the work of Payne Gade, a renowned artist celebrated for his themes of harmony between muggles and wizards. If you observe closely, you will notice that some figures in the street are animated while others remain still. Morin scrutinized the scene and indeed discovered that amidst the bustling thoroughfare, some individuals clad in muggle attire maintained a forward-moving posture yet stood frozen in place, while those donned in wizard robes were in motion, deftly navigating around the immobile muggles to avoid collision. Curiosity piqued, Morin asked, is it truly feasible to merge the artistic styles of muggles and wizards onto a single canvas? Did you not previously mention that the figures from a wizard's painting cannot enter a muggle's canvas, as the magic would dissipate? Professor Charles elucidated. This is the remarkable prowess of Payinga, who has adeptly shattered this limitation with his extraordinary magic. To this day, no one comprehends the method he employed. Essentially, apart from him, no other artist has managed to portray immobile muggles and animated wizards within the same canvas, while preserving distinctly different styles. Professor Charles's fingers delicately caressed the frame as he exclaimed, this canvas is specifically designed for wizarding art, rather unremarkable in its nature. If it were you or I, no matter how we painted on this canvas, the figures would inevitably move. Even a wizard devoid of artistic talent would cause a figure to blink, twitch a finger, or breathe subtly. Yet, Payinga possesses the uncanny ability to render certain individuals completely motionless, which is truly astonishing. Regrettably, his technique remains undisclosed. Now, a tantalizing enigma within the community of wizard painters. Morin pondered for a moment before inquiring, Professor, is it conceivable that the motionless figures were not painted by Payinga, but rather by a muggle he enlisted for the task? Muggle-painted figures are static, while wizard-painted figures are animated. If a painting results from the collaboration of both muggles and wizards, it could elucidate this phenomenon. Professor Charles chuckled, that is unlikely. Muggles lack magic and cannot create on a magically imbued canvas. They cannot leave any trace. Moreover, Payinga has painted before many without assistance, undoubtedly having discovered some secret to his craft. It is a pity we cannot emulate it. Nonetheless, this painting harbors some rather peculiar aspects. Professor Charles then produced a magnifying glass. Chapter 101. The Art of Payinga. What is peculiar, Professor? Morin asked. Professor Charles, deep in thought, replied, nothing. Perhaps I misinterpreted. He carefully removed the painting, gently brushing away the dust from the frame. Morin noticed a curious symbol in the lower right corner of the painting, a paintbrush with an eye beneath its tip, half open and half closed. Professor, this painting does not require restoration. I have just verified that there are no inscriptions left, Morin remarked, pointing to the house depicted in the painting. I also observed a strange figure peering through this window. Is that normal? Professor Charles chuckled. Of course, it is entirely normal. How could one expect the figures in the painting to remain indoors? He retrieved his wand, levitated the painting, and placed it in the corner of the 7th floor corridor, which housed many paintings in need of restoration. Having completed this task, he turned to attend to other portraits. Morin regarded Professor Charles's retreating figure with skepticism, convinced that he was not being entirely truthful. Perhaps he had noticed something amiss about the painting, but chose not to disclose it to Morin. This only heightened Morin's suspicion, and he turned his gaze back to the painting in the corridor's corner, yet he no longer felt the sensation of being watched. Preoccupied by his doubts, Morin busied himself throughout the morning, finding that the concern Hugo had regarding Professor Charles's potential actions against him was unfounded, as nothing of consequence actually transpired. As they were already within the castle, and given that it was the weekend, the students traversing the staircase made the sight of Morin and Professor Charles soaring through the air on enchanted broomsticks particularly conspicuous. Many students recognized Morin, and some even greeted Professor Charles, inquiring about their activities. Coupled with the protests from numerous portraits, it would have been exceedingly unwise for Professor Charles to act against Morin under such scrutiny. After approximately 3 hours, they finally managed to select all the paintings in need of restoration, totaling over 50. Hugo and Sweet encountered trouble when the elderly Filch apprehended them. Believing the 2 first-year students were defacing the school's portraits with paintbrushes, threatening to impose confinement. They were ultimately saved when Professor Charles spotted them on the way to the principal's office. "That old curmudgeon," Hugo whispered. "He didn't cast a memory charm on you, did he?" "No, you're overthinking it," came the reply. "Really, everything is fine. I'm in good health, and there's no need for concern." He subsequently shared these events with Hugo, who, upon hearing the account, declared emphatically, "Professor Charles is certainly up to something. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? We've been suspicious of him for days," Morin retorted. "Initially, we merely speculated, but now we can nearly ascertain it. Perhaps that portrait of Paingade is immensely valuable, and he wishes to steal it to sell." Hugo conjectured. "Do you truly believe Professor Charles would alter your memories and mark you, all to pilfer the school's paintings for sale?" Morin chuckled incredulously. "You may have forgotten one crucial detail. Wizarding portraits can converse. Selling one is no simple feat. It would be easily revealed who stole it, and from whence it came. You cannot silence the voices of those within the paintings. And Professor Charles would not engage in such ludicrous antics. Then what do you suppose his motives are?" Hugo and Morin found a seat in the hall, utterly exhausted from their morning of flying and appraising paintings. Hugo promptly seized a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it. Sweet was nowhere to be found, having seemingly vanished to an unknown location. Morin settled down, and Doy, his familiar, emerged from his pocket, leaping onto the dining table to consume food unabashedly. Typically, Doy remained nestled in Morin's pocket, following him wherever he went, unseen by others and indifferent to their presence, a routine to which Morin had grown accustomed. The entire affair seemed intricately linked to the portraits, don't you think? Morin rested his chin in his hand, lacking appetite, his mind swirling with thoughts. "When you went missing and lost your memories, I noticed that the paintings in the 7th floor corridor were consistently different. The oft-derided portrait of Sir Cadogan fell victim to Professor Charles' machinations, while Sir Cadogan remained oblivious to what he had witnessed. During the Quidditch match, I encountered Professor Charles in the 7th floor corridor. Instead of watching the game, he was admiring the paintings in the corridor." Morin gradually pieced the events together. Some of the paintings in the castle were in need of magical restoration, particularly those in the 7th floor corridor, which seemed excessively numerous. "Today, I found myself being observed by a figure within a painting. This elusive entity had been watching me closely until I finally caught sight of it. Professor Charles, it seems, is concealing something." The painting, which clearly did not require restoration, was nonetheless taken away. Hugo, taking a bite of Hungarian beef stew, remarked, "It seems that the entire affair points toward Professor Charles. What incident does not relate to him?" Morin gently stroked Doy's head as she savored her soup, letting out 2 contented sounds. Suddenly, an idea surged through Morin's mind, prompting an exclamation. What if that figure in the painting was not merely spying on me, but rather keeping an eye on Professor Charles? Hugo set down his stew, furrowing his brow. "What are you implying?" Morin's heart raced as he explained. "What I mean is that the figure from the painting by Paingade might possess knowledge of a certain secret. Its watchfulness was an attempt to relay this information to me, but Professor Charles caught wind of it first. Unlike Sir Cadogan, who was oblivious to what he had seen and was thus silenced, the figure in Paingade's artwork truly witnessed something significant but lacked the opportunity to speak." Morin and Hugo exchanged glances. If this were indeed the case, the situation was dire, for Professor Charles had already taken away the painting that held the truth. Chapter 102, The Untroubled Painting. "Perhaps we still have time to go there," Hugo said, glancing around anxiously. "But it's the professor. He can take the painting away. How could we possibly retrieve it?" Morin understood Hugo's concern was justified. Seeking out Professor Charles would be futile. He had no reason to return the painting, and even approaching Principal McGonagall would yield no results. One was a first-year student, and the other a congenial professor. It was clear whom the principal would believe. Shall we then embark on a quest to find another portrait of Sir Cadogan? Hugo inquired. Morin shook his head. This painting is unlike Sir Cadogan's portrait. Sir Cadogan can traverse between his likenesses, but Payne Gade's work is not a portrait. Once destroyed, it is truly lost. Then we could report Professor Charles, Hugo suggested. If we report the painting as missing, I fear we would become the subjects of accusations, Morin replied, resigned. Professor Charles could easily deflect blame onto them, leaving Morin and Hugo speechless. Hugo's expression darkened further as he bit into the beef with frustration. I should never have agreed to assist with this matter. The two found themselves without recourse. The only potential lead to the truth had been severed by Professor Charles, leaving them to navigate their path step by step. Isn't it peculiar? Hugo remarked, astonished. Professor Charles should have destroyed it. Standing beside the railing of the 7th-floor corridor, they gazed at Payne Gade's painting hanging on the opposite wall, their minds swirling with deeper questions. Your words imply that you wish for its destruction, Morin observed, studying the painting from a distance, yet the unsettling sensation of being watched by the figure had vanished. That is not the case. It merely feels somewhat unusual. Perhaps Professor Charles has had a pang of conscience? That would be preferable, as it alleviates our constant anxiety, Hugo remarked. Or perhaps the figure concealed within the painting has been dealt with by Professor Charles. Morin speculated in his mind. The ensuing weekends were tranquil, with little to occupy Morin aside from the weekly Quidditch matches. He continued his studies with Anak, learning the water charm, which proved to be quite challenging, as Anak conjured a fierce blaze for Morin to extinguish with water. However, each time Morin's wand emitted water, it evaporated before it could approach the flames. Occasionally, when Anak grew bored, he would casually blow a breath, sending the dancing flames towards Morin, enveloping him in a thick cloud of black smoke that left him looking quite disheveled. This is utterly unethical, Morin exclaimed in frustration, summoning a stream of water from his wand to drench himself, and then employing a drying spell to remove the moisture from his clothes. Look at you. With such magical prowess, you cannot even withstand a mere breath from me. Tiske, young man, you must strive harder. Anak chuckled heartily, always delighting in playing pranks while Morin practiced his spells. You cannot compare yourself to me. You should rather measure yourself against Headmaster Dumbledore. By the way, whose magic is superior between the two of you? Morin queried casually. Guess. Anak winked. I would guess it is you. Good lad. You possess discernment. I appreciate your candor. Anak appeared quite pleased, but then abruptly shifted the topic. Flattery will not serve you. When the mood strikes me, I shall reveal the truth. Well, I shall not be disingenuous. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore is formidable. Perhaps in his presence, you are akin to my standing before you. Anak brandished his cane and gave Morin a playful tap, narrowing his eyes. Am I really so inconsequential? Then prove it to me. Headmaster Dumbledore is renowned. Who knows your name? Regardless, I'm certainly more skilled than you. Anak blew another breath, and the thick smoke once again enveloped Morin. Morin gritted his teeth in anger. Anak had grown accustomed to Morin's incessant inquiries, now speaking with remarkable precision. Morin remained completely oblivious to Anak's true identity. As each time he probed about the magic behind Anak's heterochromatic eyes, Anak would divert the conversation with a puff of air. The headmaster insists that classmates should coexist harmoniously, fostering love and kindness, and that magic should not be wielded frivolously in conflict. Morin stated earnestly. Have you achieved that? Anak looked at Morin with a bemused expression. I tend to be more reserved. Anak regarded him with skepticism. This is a splendid item. Thank you, Mr. Anak, Morin said with delight as he accepted it. A single drop could suffice for summer attire, making it unnecessary to wear a thick coat this winter. They do not worry that you will transform muggles into owls. As Morin began to gather his belongings, he could not help but chuckle. They're aware that you lack such capability. Perhaps they are more concerned that you might set your own bed on fire. Spare me. My recent wand mishaps have markedly improved. Do not believe me? Hugo brandished his wand, pointing at the garments on the bed, and declared, alive and vivid. Whoosh! A flicker of flame leapt forth, igniting his sweater. The clear spring surged. Morin hastily grasped his wand, conjuring a stream of water to extinguish the fire. It would be prudent for you to refrain from employing the folding charm for your garments in the future, Morin admonished earnestly. Hugo's face flushed slightly, yet he confidently replied. In truth, the flame was somewhat smaller than usual. As Morin tidied his belongings, the Sir Cadogan figurine on the bedside table continued its relentless cries of battle. To prevent it from being left behind and potentially damaged, Morin tossed it into his bag.